Chapter 1. The shadows moved. Not the kind of movement that the clan brothers and sisters called the flicker, which surfaced during the long watches when the mind grew restless. Kuma would have asked Carlos if he'd seen it, but he'd gone for a piss 10 minutes ago, and was probably nosing around the ladies at the bar in the pale sun. No, this was a different type of movement. The kind with teeth and claws, or maybe a knife. Kuma reached for the curved blade in his jacket, wishing guns weren't forbidden in the Torino. If he were a Waku, it wouldn't matter as much, as he'd be able to wield stones that would make him powerful. Even an amber stone, which would give him the capacity to see in near darkness and hear a single drip of water from 2 caverns away, would be enough for him. For now, anyway. Certainly he'd wish to be like his uncle Brazio, who carried 4 stones. No one carried more. Kuma leaned forward, studying the shades of darkness that permeated the caverns, looking for the glint of whiteness that he'd seen briefly at the edge of his vision. There were 3 kinds of shadows, all of them dangerous in their own way. The first held the quick death. Creatures born of the Undercity, or the people living on the edges that hunted in the darkness. These shadows were the easiest to avoid, or frighten away with numbers or light. The second was at his back inside the Torino. The shadows that flowed from great men and women like his father, or the head of the drops. When the inhabitants of the Undercity spoke of the clans, or RZR, they were speaking of his father, Kuma Santos. Since the discovery of the stones and the forging of the Waku, his power had grown. So too had the power of their rivals, the drops, and even the smaller clans that operated in the northwest regions. Now their shadows reached above ground, where the power of the mages and the school no longer held the sway that it had before the awakening. The people that lived above them called it the invasion, or the sundering. While it had brought trouble and lessening for them, it had been a boon for the clans, even if the Undercity was more dangerous now. It was the reason the clans had come together on this evening, to end the petty battles and divide the Undercity between them, so each could gather profit on their own terms. The final shadows were the ones his father said held the greatest danger. The unknown. The shadows behind the shadows, and the reason Niran had reached out to the other clans to make a deal. The discovery of the stones had brought interest from outside the Undercity. It was these shadows that he'd said would prove to be the biggest danger. Best to bulwark their defenses while they had time and space. But it was the first shadow that was threatening Kuma now. He kept his back to the passage, not wanting anything to sneak by him, even as he desired to creep forward to investigate the shift in the darkness. It would be a blow to his honor if he, the clan leader's son, let intruders into the Torino during this critical night. Keeping one hand firmly gripped around the wrapped hilt of his curved blade, Kuma used his other to cup his ear, focusing his hearing towards the shadows. He calmed his breathing, using the circular technique to slow his heart, until it was one lonesome beat after another. There. He heard the scraping of 2 rocks together. Barely perceptible. Whoever, or whatever it was at the back of the cavern, probably 50 feet from his location. This was a back entrance near the Umbra, which was a bar loyal to the RZR clan. Kuma crouched down and picked up a small stone. He sidearmed the rock into the cavern, hoping to spook any critters if that's what it was. The rock bounced against the back wall. Nothing. As Kuma took a step forward to investigate further, the tip of a blade pressed into the tender part of his back. He made himself relax, deciding if he should spin forward and knock away the blade, or try to slip backward along the length of the intruder's arm and attempt to break their wrist against his knee. The first maneuver was safer, but would leave him facing an unknown foe with a potential intruder at his back. The second was riskier, as there was a good chance he would get cut. When the blade was pressed further into his flesh, Kuma shifted backward, the edge slicing through his shirt. He grabbed the arm at the same time as he slammed his foot down on their boot, then lifted his knee to break the wrist. The arm didn't budge. Before he could decide on another maneuver, the blade was pressed against his throat. "Good, but not good enough, little bear," growled Carlos' Packaday voice. He pushed Kuma away. The older clan member, a topaz waku, spun the blade in his fist before shoving it into the hilt on his hip.
"It's your topaz," said Kuma.
Carlos scoffed and knocked the wave of greasy black hair that hung over his forehead out of his eyes. He pulled a cigarette from an inside pocket, tossed it in his mouth, and fired up a lighter. The tip glowed bright orange before fading to dullness. He blew a cloud of smoke over his shoulder.
"You gave it away."
I saw your shoulder lift in anticipation of the wrist break. I could have stepped away and countered with a punch to the throat, or just jammed the blade in before you could spin. Either way, you were dead. His eyes glinted in the dim light.
"Why didn't you move forward? It would have been the better move, little bear." "I've got 20 pounds on you, Carlos." "You ain't waku yet, so you little to me," said his clan brother with a smirk.
Kuma turned his head towards the back of the cavern.
"Thought I saw something or someone.
Didn't want to place myself between two threats." Carlos made a fist, the clan slang for understand. In the darkness of the Undercity, the difference between living and dying could be boiled down to how much noise you made. All the clans had their hand signals, though most were similar enough to decipher.
"What took you so long?" "Trying to snag some skirts," asked Kuma as he placed his back against the wall and probed the slice in his shirt.
The blade had creased a line across his flesh but not drawn blood.
The head of Drops and her fists showed up. "What's she look like?" asked Kuma, jutting his chin out.
Carlos lifted a shoulder.
"Dunno.
She wore a mask. Black and gold."
"She's afraid to show her face, not like my father," said Kuma. "May the shadows keep you safe," said Carlos with a shit-eating grin. "I know, but this is the Undercity. If you can't show your face here, then you don't have any power."
Carlos lifted his eyebrows towards the cavern ceiling, indicating the city above.
"They say she's a big dog up top.
Owns businesses and has her tendrils in all sorts of shit.
Wants to stay legit in the eyes of the light." "May the light keep her blind," said Kuma.
Carlos slapped him lightly on the shoulder.
"Don't say that.
This peace will be good for all sides. We don't want things to unravel because someone ran their mouth."
"No one's here."
Carlos gestured towards the back of the cavern.
"Didn't you just say you thought you saw something?"
Heat rose to Kuma's cheeks.
He'd let himself get too worked up.
Niren was always cautioning him that emotions were a threat to his safety. Best to understand them, but then let them pass through unheeded. Easier said than done.
"I wish I could be there." "It's not going to be interesting," said Carlos. All the details were worked out ahead of time.
Tonight is a formality.
"It's a bad idea, getting all the heads together at the same time." "What if something happened?" asked Kuma. "That's why we're here, so nothing happens." "Do you think they'll really keep the peace? That everyone will stay in their regions and not meddle in each other's business?" asked Kuma.
Even though Carlos was only 3 years older because he was a waku, it seemed like it was a decade or more. It had only been recently that Kuma had been allowed to be involved with clan business. Unlike the Drops, they didn't use their kids as mules or workers.
For now.
Yeah.
The scraps have been bad for business, which is the only reason all sides have come together.
But eventually, someone will see an advantage in breaking the peace, and then we'll be scrapping again. Carlos jammed his finger in Kuma's chest.
"Which means you'd better be ready. I know you start training next week."
"Keep that in mind. Stay focused." Kuma hated being reminded, as if he didn't know already.
It was hard enough as the son of the clan leader.
Everyone was always looking for him to screw up, which would damage his father's position. Since his father had proved to be a null, no stones would work for him, and his brother Brazio could use 4. There'd been tension in the clan. Uncle Brazio was looking for an excuse to leverage his brother out of his position, another reason why Niren had proposed the truce between clans. The loss of profits was only hurting his status.
"When did you know?" he asked Carlos.
The older clan member hunched his forehead, before understanding smoothed the skin flat. He placed his hand on Kuma's shoulder and gave a firm squeeze.
Don't worry, little bear.
I'm sure you'll be Waku. At the least you'll be an amber, maybe even a two stones like me.
And if I'm not?
Carlos' gaze hardened. He gave a tight shake of the head as he looked away.
Focus on the training. Nothing else matters. That's what worried Kuma.
There were 3 kinds of shadows, and all of them wanted to kill his family.
Chapter 2.
Pandora returned to the goblin's romp for the second time in a week. The outside of the building looked new even if she knew the clientele inside were old and worn with smoke-stained fingers, rope-like scars and faded tattoos. Murals on the outer brick walls depicted scenes from the invasion 3 years ago, when demons had broken through the barrier between realms. The bar had been the point that the demons had surfaced into the city, making it infamous. The painting nearest the entrance showed the huge flying creature that had landed on the glitter dome, destroying it when it died from the heroics of countless mages, many who lost their lives when the structure collapsed.
She checked back to the city.
Light was fading. The spire was mostly in shadow. It'd be the last time she'd see the sun for a while. Or ever if things went sideways. The interior was the equivalent of taking a nice bottle of scotch and smashing it to stab into someone's neck. The stage was protected with mesh, sawdust and old popcorn littered the floor, and the bartender had ochre skin and gold eyes that followed her when she entered. He recognized her, which was good, as the next part wasn't going to work if they didn't remember her from a few days prior. Pandora walked through the room with 3 pool tables, catching a whistle from a biker leaning over to strike the cue ball. 5 balls on the table. 11 pool sticks in the rack on the wall. 17 people in the bar on a Tuesday afternoon. Focus, Pandora. She squeezed her eyes shut momentarily, receiving a funny look from the biker as he struck the ball with a clean stroke, the 9 ball going into the side pocket with a satisfying clunk. In the back of the goblin's romp, a brick archway covered in metal bars signaled the entrance to the Undercity. 3 years ago there were numerous ways to get below, stairwells and elevators that took one down 900 feet to the lightless caverns that most people in the city rarely thought about. Now most of those entrances were gone, as interest had grown in what was happening beneath the streets. The seemingly endless spiral staircases turned to scrap metal, and the stone passages filled with concrete or deadly traps. The clans that ruled the shadows had decided to cut off easy access, which meant one of the few places to enter the Undercity in relative safety was through the back of the bar. Assuming they'd let her through. 3 guards stood at the portcullis. 1 on the near side, and 2 beyond the metal bars.
The tallest had bleached hair, dark eyebrows, and the neon RZR tattoo on his forearm.
The presence of the clan member complicated things, but she couldn't back out. "Go away," said the guard on her side of the barrier, barely looking up as he thumbed through his phone. Pandora stopped a few feet away. She stared at the second guard, the one behind the bars, but not in the RZR clan. He made a kissing face and elbowed his buddy before looking back to her. She never broke eye contact.
"You don't want to go this way, girl. It leads to the Undercity, which is clan territory. Not a place for tourists," said the guard behind the bars. "You mute or something?" asked the first guard, tilting his head as he shoved the phone into the back of his jeans.
She kept staring at the same guard, who swallowed uncomfortably. Eventually, he narrowed his gaze.
"I recognize you." The first guard said, "You do?" "Yeah, she kicked the shit out of 4 dudes last week, Friday I think. Tore him a new one.
Left with bloody faces and tails between their legs.
She didn't have a hair out of place when it was over."
The mood of the standoff changed.
The 3 guards were quietly piecing together the facts of what they were seeing.
A young woman, probably no older than 20, had approached the Undercity gate. Her outfit, all black, no sleeves skirt, lots of buckles and buttons, black neck wrap, marked her as a well-dressed waitress or a prostitute.
But adding the news about her physical prowess had changed the calculation.
She was no longer prey, but a hunter. They were curious. The second guard, the one that she'd been staring at, was looking mighty uncomfortable. He kept trying to look away, but knew that he shouldn't. She heard him whisper to the RZR clan member, "She's got cold fucking black eyes."
It's like the time I ran into that grey folk.
Couldn't scrub his gaze off fast enough. The RZR clan member lifted his chin.
You gonna stand there all day like that? Or you gonna tell us why you need to get through this gate? No. Oh, she speaks, said the bleached blonde clan member to his buddies. Which question were you answering? Both. It was their turn to be quiet.
She amused herself by counting the bars and the buttons on his jacket. 11 and 13, respectively.
I think we're supposed to let her through, said the second guard after a long, uncomfortable silence. Yeah, fine, whatever, said the clan member. Just get her the fuck out of here. I don't like her staring at us like that.
The gate was unlocked from the other side.
She strode past, leaving them in her wake.
The way down was a long, wide ramp. As the sounds of the bar disappeared behind her, there was nothing but the steady clop of her heels on the concrete. She killed the time thinking about how easy it had been to pay those 4 guys to lose a fight with her. Sure, she could have taken them, but not as cleanly as it had looked. At the bottom of the ramp was a settlement called Big Dave's Town. It was owned by Razor Clan, which was the largest and most respected of the clans in the Undercity. The kidney-shaped cavern glowed with electric lights, including a pink neon sign for the devil's lipstick at the far end. Pandora passed a guy in a black leather jacket with horns on his forehead, newish implants by the angry red flesh around them, the latest fetish for those that didn't give a crap about fitting into normal society. She saw a mix of non-humans and RZR clan members in the streets. Not as busy as she understood it used to be, but given the stinginess of the guards letting people into the Undercity, it was to be expected. It used to be a place that was avoided, except for those that had nowhere else to go, but now it was becoming more interesting, which was why she'd been sent. Pandora spotted a pair of RZR members speaking into walkie-talkies. They'd probably been warned about her from above. The clan didn't let anyone in their area that they didn't know, without keeping an eye on them. The main avenue was wide, but the side streets were narrow and jagged, following the piecemeal construction of the town, which had had a third of its buildings rebuilt. She found barely edible at the end of a zigzagging street, with colorful awnings and metal bars over the windowed doors.
The store was butted against the cavern wall.
Inside she found glass jars filled with dried meats labeled as modrats, Cthulhu jellies, and other exotic creatures. The carcass of a bony, pale creature that looked like a miniature matador hung from the ceiling, spinning slowly from the breeze she'd made coming through the door.
A customer, what a nice surprise on this slow day.
An older woman with steel grey hair entered from the back. A wicked scar bisected her right cheek, making Pandora think about her mother, which only clenched her right hand into a fist. The old woman's eyes widened when she saw Pandora.
Oh, it's you. I'd forgotten what day it was.
Do you have black mamba jerky? Asked Pandora, forcing her hand to loosen. The older woman blinked.
Oh, right.
No black mamba, but we have some nice strips of your bear. Come on back, I'll show you the jars. Pandora followed the woman through the blanket that served to block the back area. There were shelves covered in jars, mostly empty, and a desk covered in papers and a chessboard in the middle of a game. The pieces looked like miniature versions of the halls. The woman stepped to a bookshelf on the back wall, and pulled it forward, exposing a tunnel heading into the darkness. A black duffel bag was waiting for her.
There's been a problem, said the old woman.
Pandora crouched down and unzipped the duffel bag.
There always are.
She checked the contents, seeing everything she needed was inside.
There's a big meeting going on tonight. Between all the clan leaders. You should have passed that information on, said Pandora as she slung the black bag over her shoulder. I would have, but it was hush-hush until today.
The only reason I know about it is because there were people headed to the Torino, only to get turned away.
It's only clan members and the workers inside.
Pandora turned her head.
Why? No one knows, but the guess is that they're making peace.
They've been warring for months now. Dozens dead on every side.
Probably decided it was too hard on business. Does this change things for you? Probably. Going to abort? No.
The older woman squinted.
Aren't you a little young for this business? There were a lot of answers she could give.
None that would satisfy the woman, so she wouldn't ask any more questions. Black checkmates white in 3 moves, said Pandora before she headed into the tunnel.
Huh.
The older woman checked back to the chessboard as she squinted.
Well, I'll be damned.
A short time later, she heard the hidden entrance close. Pandora slipped a headlamp on. The light exposed dust, floating in the air in the few dozen feet of tunnel ahead. She had an elixir that would help her see in the dark, but didn't want to take it until she reached her destination. During the walk, Pandora mused on the new information the woman had given her. A few years ago she would have aborted and checked back with the mod for new orders, but not today. The importance of her mission had been clear by the resources marshaled on her behalf. Completing it would require some improvisation. The mod, her handler, would not take failure lightly. An hour later, the hidden tunnel spit her out into a cavern with a clear path through the middle. The litter of travelers, old cigarette butts, candy wrappers, a plastic soda bottle, lay amid the glittering rocks. Pandora could smell meat being cooked somewhere ahead.
The Torino was supposed to be neutral ground for the clans.
It was a place they could come for food or entertainment, and not worry about getting attacked. Few that lived above knew about it, as the clans had kept it a secret for decades. But as the faez crystal trade had appeared out of the ashes of the invasion, the Undercity had become a much more interesting place. The idea had been to acquire an invite to one of the 2 major clans, but given the nature of the meeting happening in the Torino, her previous plan wasn't viable. Any aggressive moves would be met with overwhelming force. Not a good way to engender sympathy and gain an invite. She'd have to improvise a new plan once she got inside. Following the map she'd memorized, Pandora cut through the rocky section of the cavern. Once she found the narrow crevice in the wall, she switched off her headlamp and let her eyes adjust to the darkness. The urge to drink the elixir was strong, but she hesitated to have any enchantments on her body. Moving through the split in the wall required slipping sideways and using her hands as her eyes. Eventually she would come out in an area that was lighted. The dim illumination from ahead helped her see the exit to the passage.
It was something she was going to have to get used to if she was successful. Living in the darkness, having billions of tons of rock above her head, and always being in danger.
The last part she was used to after the last few years. Pandora craned her neck to the side to see what was down the passage. She saw a man standing near the tunnel that went into the back of the Umbra, which was all she needed to know that he was Razor Clan.
There was no reason she should have stayed in that location.
The hidden passage into the Torino required climbing up through a chimney, and then across and into the back of the pale sun.
But as he turned, she caught his profile.
He was handsome, young, probably around her age, and excessively fit.
Not the kind that came in the gym, but the harder-to-earn version from studying martial arts.
The gym version was bulky, and a detriment when it came to the face-to-face fighting that happened in the Undercity between the clans. He was part Japanese, but that wasn't a surprise, as the Razor Clan had descended from some Yakuza that had mixed with a Brazilian gang. Until that moment she hadn't cared which clan she was able to get into, but she was suddenly incentivized to join Razor.
There are worse ways to pass the time. He turned his head in her direction, and she was sure he'd seen her.
Pandora leaned out of view, sucking in her breath as not to give herself away. She didn't know if he had any faez crystals on him, but if he had an amber, he'd be sure to sense her.
She cursed her curiosity. She heard him take a few steps forward. It wasn't far from her location.
If he came to investigate, he'd probably see her stuck in the crack of the wall. Pandora held her breath. A light scuffle was followed by the gravelly voice of a second person.
Good, but not good enough, little bear.
Pandora wanted to take a quick peek, but knew she was running out of time. She grabbed the handhold and pulled herself upward, taking care not to make a single noise. She scrambled into the chimney and then was crawling through the cut shaft, pushing the black duffel bag ahead. The hidden passage came out behind the apartments the workers from the Torino lived in. Pandora pulled a key out of her pocket and slipped into the building. The apartment had been rented for her weeks ago, but no one knew she hadn't been living in it yet.
As she slipped down the hallway across an ugly swirled carpet, a door opened up.
A blonde girl with smudged mascara and an unfocused 200-yard stare wandered the other way. Pandora found the apartment, pushed into the room and locked the door behind her. Pandora changed into the all-black waitress outfit, with a short skirt that was carefully folded in the duffel bag. She removed the few other clothes in the bag and placed them in a drawer. The unusual gun she pulled out next.
She checked to make sure it was properly loaded.
It could be fired in two ways, manually, or by a small remote that she placed in her apron pocket. Beneath her skirt, she strapped the weapon to the inside of her thigh. It wouldn't survive a thorough inspection, but it was the best she could do on short notice. Had she been given more warning, she would have found a way to hide the weapon on the premises. Pandora left the apartment, but she paused at the next door, leaning her ear against the thick wood. Nothing. Using a pick, she worked the lock. A click later, and she was into the woman's apartment. It looked like a bomb had gone off, with clothes lying on the bed, light blue powders on a tray next to the couch and crumpled cans everywhere.
The place stank of old beer.
A badge for the pale sun was half stuck under a popular book about the invasion called The Magic of Betrayal. The girl's name was Leslie Carmichael.
She looked much better in the picture. This won't do.
Pandora found a trash bag under the sink and quickly cleaned up the cans and wrappers.
Then she piled the clothes in a hamper and made the bed.
The kitchen barely looked used, but she wiped the counters, scrubbed the gunk off the stainless steel sink, and organized the meager spice shelf.
Then she took the black duffel bag she'd brought and shoved it under the bed.
With the door locked behind her, Pandora headed out of the apartment. The bright lights and colorful buildings reminded her of Vegas, as if it had been shoved into a cavern deep in the Undercity. An enormous stalactite hung from the center of the cavern, wrapped in LED lights that shifted colors. She was surprised by the density of buildings. The space was 3 separate levels, and her apartment was on the highest terrace, giving a good view of the town.
It was probably 2/3 the size of Big Dave's town. On the way to the pale sun, she passed men and women with clan tattoos of various designs.
They moved in groups of 2s and 3s, staying away from each other as not to upset the fragile peace that would be negotiated today. The Undercity was ruled by 2 major clans, but there were dozens of smaller ones that lived in the less civilized areas of the northwest part. The pale sun was between a pachinko parlor and a hostess club called the Onyx. The bright lights and noisy machines of Kogo drew in the clan members. Some sat in front of the machines, trays of silvery balls next to their spots, as they smoked and drank from bottles of beer imported from above. Pandora noted that she'd seen no RZR clan members wandering around the streets or in the stores.
She'd heard they were the most disciplined of the clans.
She entered the pale sun. A woman in the same outfit was standing at the hostess station, chewing gum with the efficiency of a bored bovine.
"Hey! I don't know you."
Pandora lifted her own badge as she checked the woman's for her name.
"Hi, Susie.
I'm Pandora. First day on the job."
"Yeah. I saw your name on the list for today, but no can do."
With everything going on with the big meeting, we were told by the boss that no one comes in who hasn't been here before. A simple throat punch and she could be walking past.
I'd really like to get started.
It was a long day getting here, and if I go back to the apartment I'll just sleep, and my schedule will stay screwed up.
Sorry, Pandora.
Them's the rules, said Susie with a shrug. She double-clicked the pen in her grip, which brought a spike of adrenaline, which Pandora pushed away, reminding herself that it was just a pen.
Her past was the past.
She collected herself, offering a stark analysis.
No offense, but this doesn't look like the kind of place that follows the rules.
Without breaking eye contact, Susie pulled out her gum and stuck it in the wrapper that she'd pulled out of her pocket. Almost as soon as the trash had been lobbed into the bin, a new piece of gum was shoved in her mouth.
That would be true on every other day, except today.
Susie checked over her shoulder.
When even one clan leader shows up to the Torino, this place loses its fucking mind. Now you gots all of them.
Everyone's expecting trouble. No one wants to take a chance at getting dropped into a dark place because they looked at someone wrong. So I know you're ready to start today, but take it from me, it's a great day to sit in your apartment.
I'll take my chances, said Pandora, pushing past.
Susie stepped in the way.
I ain't getting in trouble for someone I don't know.
Go home.
It's not your day. Chapter 3.
Kuma was practicing his knife strikes when Adrenaline appeared in the tunnel to relieve him. She had a shaved head of multicolored fuzz, wore a sleeveless jean jacket, and had more piercings than if she'd gotten in a fight with a porcupine.
Take a break, little bear. It's gonna be a long day.
Not all the clan leaders have arrived yet, she said.
They should just have the meeting without those gnats, said Carlos. Not sure why they bothered inviting some of those smaller clans.
They're barely big enough to pull off a circle jerk, even if you spotted them 2 hands.
Thanks, Adrena, said Kuma, bumping fists with her. I won't be too long.
She snapped her fingers with a wrist motion, cocking a sly grin.
Take your time.
Visit the onyx.
I'm sure you could get your wick wet for practically free. Be in the air to be.
Heat rose to Kuma's cheeks.
You know it don't work like that.
I got a battle for position just like everyone else. Broken hells, I'm not even a Waku yet. Maybe I can't work any of the stones. Adrenaline tapped her ear where an amber stud was stuck through her tragus.
You'll have one soon enough, little bear. I'll keep watch for you.
Carlos had been leaning against the wall with a smirk.
Maybe Kuma doesn't want to get an amber stone, then he'll have to smell you.
Do you ever get sick of smelling like old rotting French fries, Adrena?
Fuck you, Carlos, she said, punching him in the arm hard enough to make him flinch. I can take you down any time I want.
Laughing, Kuma left the tunnel, which led into the back of the Umbra. The place was packed with our ZR members. Under normal circumstances, he would have stayed, but with his father in the middle of an important negotiation and his academy training coming up, Kuma wasn't interested in everyone razzing him. He pushed through the front door into the Torino cavern. It probably wasn't the safest thing for him to be moving about alone, but he wasn't in the mood for companionship. His gaze fell upon the sign for the onyx. There were a few new girls who might not know who he was. Maybe he would see if one of them was available. Kuma passed the pachinko parlor, shaking his head softly at the waste of time.
At least the poker tables at the Grand Darkness could be beaten.
Pachinko was about as rigged as the 100 halls. His feet slowed near the pale sun as he saw a slender girl with glistening black hair speaking to Susie. He knew every waiter and waitress in the establishment, which meant she was a newcomer. He thought about entering and seeing if he could get seated with the girl, but they seemed to be having a disagreement, and he wasn't in the mood for drama. The bouncer at the Onyx nodded him through the door. For the Undercity it was classy, with a chandelier hanging from the center of the grand space and a karaoke stage surrounded by dark green curtains near the front. Kuma took a spot near the end of the bar, which would give him a view of the entrance. Until he had his amber stone, he had to be strategic about moving about alone. He smelled sweet perfume a moment before a soft hand caressed his lower back. A red-headed girl with rosy cheeks and a constellation of freckles across her nose leaned into view.
Care to buy me a bottle, little bear?
Kuma swirled the fizzy drink the bartender had brought him right before she'd arrived. He lifted his glass. Keeping it real, Lisa.
You know, on account of everything going on. Lisa leaned in close so her breath tickled his ear. You know everything's gonna be all right.
Come sit with me. I'll massage your shoulders, they look tense. Gotta be tough being the son of a clan leader, especially with your testing coming up. Kuma took a sip as he shook his head.
Does everyone know what's going on in my life?
Lisa put her hand in his lap and grinned impishly.
Hard not to.
He gently removed her hand from his thigh, kissed the back of her hand, and gave it a squeeze.
Another time, Lisa.
She stuck her tongue out playfully, kissed him on the cheek, and then strolled back to the booze.
It took all his self-control not to watch her walk away, but he knew once he did that he'd want to buy her a bottle. It wasn't like he didn't have the money, but he didn't want others to think he was trading on his father's success. He had to earn his own way.
As he was finishing his drink, 3 members of the Drops sauntered into the hostess club. Kuma recognized Choo Choo leading the pack.
It was hard not to.
He was built like a sumo wrestler with a shiny bald head, and arms as big as Kuma's thighs. He wore a simple black vest that showed off the tattoos covering his body, including a shadowy dragon on his neck. Choo Choo and his crew approached his spot at the end. The bartender gave the 4 of them a wide-eyed stare, before finding a reason to be on the opposite side.
Lukey, we got Tiny Bear all by his lonesome. This Wayhose ain't a smart one, no he ain't, said Choo Choo as he sucked on a toothpick. This is neutral ground.
Choo Choo pulled out the toothpick and dropped it in Kuma's fizzy drink.
Wouldn't be the first time an unfortunate accident happened in the Onyx.
Besides, you worried about little ol' us? He asked with faux shock, placing his hand against his chest.
I thought you were the big bad clan leader's son, who could take down us foolish backwards Drops.
Kuma fished the toothpick out of his glass, flicked it at Choo Choo, and took a long drink, never taking his eyes off the Drops member. He considered smashing the glass against Choo Choo's forehead and then making a break for it, but the 3rd Drops member had a topaz in his nose. Kuma wouldn't get far without his own stones.
There's enough business for everyone.
We need to learn how to do it, like the uppers. We can all get rich off their backs, said Kuma.
We all know the peace won't last.
Not until there's only one clan left, and we all know that will be the Drops.
Your silly honor gets in the way. If you have the stones, you can do anything you want.
Choo Choo grinned at his own cleverness. Kuma pushed away from the bar and reached into his pocket to throw some bills on the table, but Choo Choo reached out and stayed his hand. He pulled a fold of bills out of his vest pocket and tossed them on the bar.
I'll buy your little virgin fizzy drink, but one day after you and me both have our stones, there will be a scrap, and I promise you won't be walking away from it. The Drops members parted as he left the Onyx.
Kuma saw them slip into Lisa's booth, which shouldn't have bothered him, except that he wanted to shove his blade deep in Choo Choo's belly. Not ready to return to guard duty, Kuma entered the Pale Sun in hopes of finding the girl he'd seen talking to the hostess. He was seated right away at a table, where he could keep his back against the wall. Only one member of the Drops was in the Pale Sun. His name was Duro, and while he wasn't displaying any stones, Kuma knew he wore 3, including a topaz. Duro's fighting prowess was legendary. He was one of the few Drops that his clan brothers and sisters spoke of with respect. The story was that he'd killed 4 men who chased a girl into an alleyway in the city. This was long before the stones existed, which made the feat more impressive. The girl he'd seen at the entrance was nowhere to be found, so he ordered a burger and soda and thought about Choo Choo's warning. He might look like a meathead, but he was right about the state of the clans. The not yet brokered peace wouldn't last. Short-term losses could be made up by the clan that won the war. The only reason that the clan leaders had come together was the pressure from the city. It was hard to run their enterprises while fighting with each other, but once those issues were resolved, the war would resume in full. Or if one clan saw an opportunity.
It was only a matter of time. Chapter 4. Come on, this is probably the safest time to be a new worker.
I know I'm fresh in the Undercity, but I know enough about the clans to know nothing's going to happen today. Pandora checked around her and leaned in conspiratorially.
Look, I need the money.
You and I both know that people don't come here to work unless they're running from something.
I've got to make up for lost ground, or I'm going to find myself at the bottom of a deep chasm. I don't make the rules, said Susie. Is the boss here?
Susie frowned and shook her head.
Then make an exception.
I'll give you half my tips, said Pandora, leaning forward intently.
Why would you do that? A cut off the top is better than nothing.
I'm desperate, and I'd really rather not be giving handjobs in the back alley to make up my losses. Susie sighed heavily.
Fine.
You can work today, but if anyone asks, I didn't let you in, and if you screw anything up, I swear to the shadows I'll throw you in that deep chasm myself.
Thanks, I owe you one. No, you owe me half your tips, said Susie as she returned to folding napkins.
Pandora went into the kitchen, which was steamy and hot from the grill. No one paid her any attention until she grabbed another waitress, hurrying out the swinging doors with a plate of burgers.
Which tables can I take?
The waitress furrowed her brow.
None of them. She checked a clock on the wall. Not for another hour. Until then you can help in the kitchen there behind.
Pandora made herself useful to the two cooks, working the fryer and fetching frozen patties from the freezer. It had been years since she'd worked in food service, but the routines came back quickly.
While she was filling the fry basket, the previous waitress showed up and shoved a notepad into her chest. You have tables 5 through 8.
One of them's empty, the other is full but paid, and the last one just sat. 3 assholes from Blue Dagger clan.
Watch their hands, they like to get grabby. Thanks, said Pandora, but the girl was already gone.
She swung by the hostess station to check the seating map. Once she'd identified the table numbers, Pandora entered the dining area to make the rounds. Her heart jumped a little when she saw the Razor clan member she'd spied on earlier, leaning against the back wall, running his French fries through a pile of mustard with a bored expression. She hesitated too long and his gaze flitted up, capturing hers. Pandora pulled herself away and went to the table of Blue Dagger clan members, being careful to stand back.
Evening. What would you like? She asked with a pen poised above the notebook.
The 3 clan members barely looked older than 16. Tattoos of a blue dagger were prominently displayed on their forearms. Hey babe, why don't you sit on my lap while you take my order, said the first Blue Dagger, reaching towards her underskirt where the pistol was strapped. Pandora maneuvered herself away before his hand could touch flesh.
Do you like spit? She asked him. No.
Who the hell would want that?
She tapped the pen on the notebook. Touch me and I promise you every inch of your food will be seasoned with a nice green loogie.
To emphasize her point, she cleared her throat, filling her mouth with phlegm. Blue Dagger stiffened, anger darkening his expression.
He put his hand on the table.
A curved blade was squeezed in his fist.
If you don't want me to slice the nose off your face, you'd better start treating me with respect.
None of them had faez crystals displayed. Pandora twirled the pen in her fingers. She wanted to tell him that she'd shove the writing utensil in his eye socket if he moved the blade even a millimeter off the table, but it wasn't the way she wanted to get noticed by the clans.
What would you like to eat? She smiled through gritted teeth. Sir. That's better, he said, leaning back in his chair and throwing his arm around the empty one next to his spot.
His feral grin was filled with implications.
3 burger plates and 4 pale paws.
Pandora headed into the kitchen. The Razor clan member watched her the entire way. She recalled his name or nickname was Little Bear.
He wasn't big at all.
Which made her wonder about the origins. When she returned to the dining area, her empty table filled up with a single member of the Demon Dogs. While she greeted the new customer, she scanned the room. Having a member of both Razor and Drops in the restaurant made for a great opportunity. When she was finished taking his order, Pandora slipped the gun onto the empty seat next to the guy, under the pretense of collecting the extra silverware.
Hey, princess, said Blue Dagger with his blade displayed on the table. We're still waiting. I think it's ready. I'll be right back, she said, smiling sweetly.
Inside the kitchen, she collected the 3 plates and 4 bottles.
"Give me another," she said.
The bartender squinted.
"I thought you said 4. My mistake."
With the 5th pale pour on the serving tray, Pandora lifted it while holding the remote beneath. She closed her eyes before entering the restaurant, preparing herself for the chaos that was about to ensue. There was a chance that she might start a clan war and get killed in the fighting, but it was a chance she was willing to take. Maud would be disappointed in anything less.
As she carefully walked through the tables, Pandora pressed a grey button on the remote.
The beeping could be barely heard above the chatter of conversation. The single demon dog clan member leaned over to inspect what was making the noise. Pandora reached the table of blue daggers when he pulled the weapon from its hiding place.
"Gun!" she yelled, tossing the entire serving tray of food and drinks onto the trio of blue daggers.
Burgers, fries, and beer bottles tumbled everywhere.
As she ran towards the surprised member of the demon dogs, he reflexively pointed the weapon towards her.
To his left, the Razor clan member was moving to intercept. As the angle of the gun trended away, Pandora hit the remote trigger as she leapt. A punch to the chest spun Pandora around.
She crashed into the table. Her shoulder was on fire.
Lying on her back as the demon dog was tackled by numerous members of the other clans, Pandora touched the bloody wound, realizing that the damage was much worse than intended.
She started laughing when she realized she'd triggered the remote too early.
The bullet had torn through the right side of her chest. As the spots in her vision started to connect, the Razor clan member leaned into view. Her body was going cold as he pressed his hands against the wound. Pandora smiled, knowing the coppery taste in her mouth would mean her display of mirth would be a gruesome one. Then darkness took her.
Chapter 5.
Kuma was watching the waitress saunter into the room with a tray full of burgers and drinks, when he noticed the gun in the hands of the demon dog clan member. Before he could interpret the strange expression, as the demon dog stared at the weapon in his hands as if he hadn't expected to find it, the waitress shouted, "Gun!" He was moving before he considered the danger, knocking over his table and sprinting towards the demon dog. The gun went off, hitting the waitress even though his mind said it shouldn't have by the way he was holding the weapon. Kuma tackled Demon Dog at the same time as Duro. A moment of fear shot through Kuma, not at working beside the rival clan, but concern that if something went wrong while trying to grab the gun, the newly negotiated peace would be shattered and he would be blamed.
But the gun didn't go off.
Kuma held Demon Dog's arms while Duro pried the weapon from his hands. As others grabbed Demon Dog, Kuma couldn't help but notice the shock in his expression.
It wasn't the hardened stare of an assassin. But maybe that was his surprise that his plan, whatever it was, had been thwarted.
Seeing that Demon Dog was subdued, Kuma threw himself beside the fallen waitress. Her shoulder was a bloody mess, and her eyes were fluttering. As he leaned close and placed his hands against the wound to stop the bleeding, he couldn't help but notice how black her eyes were. They were both beautiful and fell. She surfaced from the pain and gave him a bloody grin before passing out. Behind him, Duro was directing the others to tie up Demon Dog, who'd now taken to shouting that he'd been framed. Duro smacked him across the mouth.
"We saw you fire the weapon.
Someone gag him."
"I'm sick of his shit." "Need some help over here," said Kuma with his hands pressed on the girl's shoulder. "Anyone a healer?"
Duro knelt beside him.
"Let me try."
The Drops member was built like a boxer and had scars up and down his tattooed arms, but he shifted the girl's arm gently and maneuvered his hand beneath her shoulder. She moaned unconsciously.
"Let me take the front."
Kuma moved his hand as Duro replaced it. The Drops member closed his eyes and squeezed. The girl sucked in a breath, but her eyes remained closed.
"Best I can do."
"My opal is new," said Duro with a shrug.
"Thanks," said Kuma. "She saved our lives."
Duro set his jaw and stared at the unconscious girl. They retrieved piles of napkins and stuffed them against her wound. Duro hadn't stopped the bleeding completely, but she wasn't going to die anytime soon. Once he knew she was stable, he searched for a name tag but couldn't find one. "Hey," he called to the hostess, who was standing near the bar chewing on her fingernails.
"What's her name?" The hostess blinked, looked back to the front, and then after a long pause answered, "Pandora." "Pandora," said Kuma, tasting her name.
A short time later, a ruckus near the front of the restaurant had everyone looking up. To Kuma's surprise, his father appeared, bracketed by the head of the Drops and Uncle Brazio.
"Everyone that isn't Drops or Razor, get the hell out," said his father as he surveyed the room.
Many of the smaller clans had already left, but his proclamation cleared out the room. The only ones left that weren't in the two clans were the demon dog member and the waitress who'd been shot. The head of the Drops knelt down beside him and slipped off the golden black mask, revealing a smooth, rounded face the color of polished onyx. Her name was Daraja, but he'd always thought of her as the enemy, so it was strange to be kneeling beside her. Kuma saw the same fierce intelligence that burned in his father.
"She saved our lives. Her name's Pandora."
Daraja checked back to Duro, who nodded once.
"I think the bullet was meant for me."
Kuma didn't agree, but it wasn't the time for quarrels. Daraja carefully removed the bloody napkins wadded around the wound.
"May I borrow your knife?"
A blade was sacred to each clan member.
That she could have asked Duro made her request unusual.
A test perhaps, given that their appearance meant the meeting had concluded. His father was busy investigating the demon dog member. Kuma handed the curved blade over.
"Thank you."
He caught the barest hint of a British accent. She hadn't meant to let it surface by the way her eyes had flickered back. Daraja used the tip of the blade to slice through Pandora's bloody black shirt, revealing the bullet wound. Daraja placed her hands around the hole and pressed firmly. Dark red blood oozed out. Kuma hadn't known that the head of Drops was an opal, but the Kajia clan members liked to hide their stones. He'd never seen the effects of an opal up close, so he watched with interest as the skin moved and stretched.
After a minute, the bullet squeezed from the hole, rolled across her skin and landed on the floor with a tink.
A moan slipped out of Pandora's lips, followed by her eyes opening suddenly. Her black eyes, completely feral and wild in that moment, almost made him release her, but he knew Daraja wasn't finished healing her.
"Stay still," he said.
Pandora stared back.
It took all his self-control not to look away.
There was something dark and brutal in her gaze, and coming out of unconsciousness had kept her from hiding it.
"All done, young lady," said Daraja, patting her bloody shoulder.
Round pink flesh marked the bullet wound.
"You're made of tough stuff. That shot would have killed most people."
Pandora probed the wound while they watched.
Her eyes flitted about the room, which had changed since she'd been shot. "Who are you?" she asked with pinched lips.
Daraja chuckled lightly and stood as Duro handed her a wet rag to wipe her hands. She moved to his father's side as he interrogated the demon dog member. No one had touched him yet, but they didn't have to. The naked fear in his eyes said everything about his situation.
"Best not to ask questions right now," said Kuma as he helped her sit up. "Why?" "That was the leader of the Drops that healed you."
He would have expected fear or wonder in her gaze, but her jaw tightened and she reviewed the room again. Pandora checked back to him.
"That's your father?" she asked, nodding to Uncle Brazio, who was asking the hostess questions at the entrance.
The girl had tears running down her cheeks.
"No, but you're not the first person to think that. He's my uncle."
He nodded towards Niran.
"That's my father." A host of thoughts passed across her black eyes. Her chin lowered and she pulled away. "Don't worry.
You saved Duro's life and thwarted an attempt at destroying the peace.
You'll be rewarded."
The calculation in her gaze confused him.
The hostess, who hadn't even been in the room, was crying, while Pandora, who'd been shot, looked like she was trying to figure out the political implications.
Pandora started to get up, and he placed his hand gently on her good shoulder.
"You just got shot." "I'm fine," she said, knocking his hand away with smooth precision.
He rose to his feet alongside her.
"You've studied martial arts."
Pandora stared at her hand as if it had betrayed her.
Grew up on the south side of Chicago. My mom wanted me to be able to protect myself, so she enrolled me in Krav Maga. Did it work? Too well.
I broke a girl's arm when she tried to steal my lunch.
We had to move after that.
Kuma started to see the reason for the darkness in her eyes. He went to the counter, reached into the case, and pulled out a cold bottle of soda.
The sugar will help with the shock. I'm not in shock. It was his turn to lean back. Fair enough.
Pandora nodded to the guy tied to the chair. He was crying and babbling about not knowing the gun was there, until it made a noise.
What will happen to him? Nothing good.
If he's lucky, they'll kill him quickly, but I doubt it. Maybe he'll see his end one cut at a time, or get tossed into the pits near the drops. He caught a hint of concern, but she hid it behind a mask of anger.
I'm going to check on things, he told her as he headed to his father's side. Anything?
Niren raised an eyebrow.
Nothing today, but he'll talk.
We were just discussing a joint effort in discovering the answers.
What did you see?
Kuma extended his arm towards the wall where he'd been sitting. He caught the creasing of his father's eyes, approval of the location.
I was finishing my meal when I heard her yell gun.
I looked up in time to see her rush this asshole. He must have pulled the trigger in fear, because it looked like he was surprised when it went off.
Who do you think his real target was? Asked Daraja.
Could have been Duro, or me, or someone else.
It happened so fast it's hard to know.
Niren shook his head.
I can't imagine one of the smaller clans trying to upset the peace already, especially not demon dogs.
They can barely lick their own assholes, let alone pull off a major coup. Unless one of them had more ambition than we give them credit for, and put the dogs up to it.
I'll check around. I have some sources, said Daraja.
Uncle Brazio appeared alongside Duro. Both of them were frowning.
No one saw anything, said his uncle.
Duro held up the gun.
Unusual make. Nothing I've seen before. This whole thing stinks, said Niren, stroking the white goatee that almost glowed against his deeply tanned and wrinkled face. It was to be expected, said Daraja. He nodded. It was.
Daraja pulled the black and gold mask out of her shoulder bag.
I should be going. I have a meeting.
Niren was staring out the window, into the neon lights of the Torino.
Of course.
Shall we let Duro and my brother continue the investigation to find answers?
A wise choice.
Niren held out a hand, which Daraja took.
I'm pleased we could come to an agreement today.
We've barely scratched the surface of possibilities when it comes to our resources in the Undercity. Both clans stand to be very rich soon. Daraja inclined her head.
I look forward to working with you.
They clasped hands for longer than Kuma thought they would, until she held up her mask, slipped it onto her face and broke away. A group of drops, including Choo Choo, waited outside to escort her from the Torino. The level of implied cooperation between the two clans surprised Kuma, but it wasn't the time to ask his father.
Not with so many others around.
Uncle Brazio gave him a look that meant he was supposed to leave the rest of the interrogation to him and Duro. He turned to talk to Pandora, but found that she was walking alongside Daraja outside the pale sun. Confused and disappointed, Kuma went to grab a glass of water from the counter. As he passed one of the stools, he noticed a little black rectangle not much bigger than a matchbox beneath it. He crouched down to find a remote with 3 unlabeled buttons. Not wanting to draw attention to his find, he shoved it into his pocket, until he could examine it later. The existence of the remote in the restaurant set his mind whirling. He needed to confirm its use, but as he reviewed the earlier events, he had a pretty good idea of what it was for, which meant that this attempted assassination wasn't as simple as he first thought.
Chapter 6.
Pandora pressed the cold bottle of soda to her lips, and let the sugary liquid slip down her throat. The urge to belch came on strong, and she hid it behind a cupped hand, right as the woman wearing the black and gold mask appeared at her side.
Walk with me. It wasn't a question but a command.
Pandora set the half-drank bottle on the table, and followed the head of the drops out of the pale sun. Standing near the entrance were members of her clan, some of them with face tattoos, most of them with the exposed parts of their bodies covered in the colorful designs. Brown eyes watched her from beneath the mask.
Why did you interfere with the assassination attempt?
Pandora rubbed the raw flesh on her shoulder.
Happened fast. I thought I could reach him before it went off. You've trained in Krav Maga.
Daraja's eyes flitted to the interior of the restaurant.
I overheard.
Pandora became abundantly aware that Daraja probably had an amber stone, as well as the opal. If so, her lies would be easier to detect.
I have.
Daraja studied her. They were separated by a foot. Pandora could smell the mint on her breath.
Why are you here?
Pandora's pulse ramped up, throbbing with the promise of being caught. She focused on the slowing of her heart, as not to give away the lie.
I made one too many mistakes.
Stole from the wrong people in New Jersey.
This was the one place out of their reach.
She didn't break eye contact and Daraja never blinked. Her history had been carefully constructed using parts of her real past to withstand moderate probing, but a deep dive would leave her exposed.
Everyone's running from something, said Daraja. You don't look it.
The woman smiled beneath the mask. The flesh beneath her eyes bunched up.
I abandoned my past a long time ago.
Decided it was better to build a new future, rather than get caught on the barbs of my personal history. The Undercity provided a blank canvas on which I can paint my masterpiece. Pandora knew the woman had ambitions, but hearing her declaration made her realize that she had no intention of honoring the brokered peace in the long term. How long would it hold?
That would depend on a lot of things. But you live in the light. How am I supposed to believe that a simple waitress on her first day in the Undercity knows about where I live? I didn't come here blindly, said Pandora, standing her ground. I was running away but also running to somewhere.
The world is growing more interested in the shadows beneath the city of sorcery.
I thought it best to come here before the gold rush.
Daraja smirked.
I suppose it's not a secret that I do business in the light. She tapped a blue fingernail on the mask. But one can never tell which precautions will save your life.
She glanced to the pale sun.
Or opportunistic luck. I owe you a debt.
Had Toro been killed, it would have been a grave blow to my clan and the recently forged peace.
And had I died, then your debts would have been cleared.
I thank you for saving my life. Kuma and Duro can be blamed for that.
I merely finished what they'd started.
You were out of danger when I arrived.
But my debt still stands. What would you ask of me? The hostess said you were running from debts.
I could have those paid for you.
Or would you like to be the one that kills the man who shot you?
Something else. I doubt drugs or anything like that would be of interest.
You don't seem the type to hide from your demons.
The offer hung in the air like a noose.
Was this a trap? Had she seen through her hastily constructed plan?
Pandora had no idea where the remote had gotten to, nor was she certain that her lies hadn't been exposed by Daraja's amber. Had the offer been made to entice her to stick her head through the rope to be yanked hard, dangling her feet above the rock until she died from asphyxiation? The drops were known for their brutality, but here was their leader speaking softly and well, almost familiarly, as if the two were old acquaintances reunited. Pandora glanced to the interior of the pale sun, where the three Razor clan members were speaking quietly to each other. She would have preferred to join them as the structure and honor of their clan matched her talents.
But the doors of opportunity didn't stay open for long.
One had to jump through them before they slammed shut.
I would like to be of use.
Daraja put her hand on Pandora's shoulder.
You will have to swear your life to me.
Pandora started to drop to her knees, but the older woman pulled her to standing.
Not now. But soon.
She turned to the knot of clan members.
Choo-choo.
Take her with you back to the Pajot. Send her to Alani.
She'll know what to do with her.
The massive Drops member nodded sourly.
He looked unhappy about the task.
Daraja brushed past them as 2 men and 2 women appeared from the shadows of the nearby shops to bracket her as she left. The 5 of them left the other way, leaving Pandora with the people who would become her clan.
I'm Pandora, she said, stepping close. Choo-choo made a face at his compatriots. I don't care.
Come on.
I had to leave the Onyx before I got my bottle, so I'm in a bad mood.
He moved the other direction, but she stayed put.
I need to get my things.
The bulky clan member scowled into the restaurant, sensing that he didn't have the latitude to do as he pleased because of her actions.
Fine. But make it quick.
We're leaving in 5 minutes. Pandora jogged to the apartments, finding all the doors in the hallway open. The blonde waitress in whose apartment she'd stashed the duffel bag was leaning against the wall in a Garbage King's t-shirt that went down to her knees, smoking a joint.
Her arms were squeezed around her midsection. What's going on?
The blonde waitress bunched up her face, the mascara smudges turning her into an angry raccoon.
Who the fuck are you?
Pandora pushed past, spotting an RZR member digging through the woman's apartment. There were men and women from the clan in every room in the hallway. When she reached her place, the one she'd barely spent 10 minutes inside, she found an RZR clan member with dirty brown hair and an overly full backpack poking through her mostly empty drawers. He looked up and gave her a guileless smile.
Hey, you're the one from the Pale Sun. What's going on? She asked as she leaned on the frame with her arms crossed. Brazio figured whoever was behind the attack had an accomplice, and since the staff lives here, he said with a throwaway shrug. But clearly it's not you. I'll leave if you want. No. It's fine. I came to grab a few things.
Before she could step inside, a scream erupted from down the hallway. The blonde waitress had been slammed against the wall by the RZR member that had thrown her room. He held the black duffel bag above her head and removed a second smaller gun that she'd left inside to brandish in the waitress' face.
What's this? I don't know, she cried with her face smashed against the wall. What's going on?
The RZR member that had been in her room joined her in the hallway.
Oh, she's fucked, he said with the kind of glee normally reserved for birthday parties and strip joints.
Pandora watched as the girl and the duffel bag were dragged from the hallway.
I guess I'm done.
He looked her over and held out his hand as if they were meeting at a party.
I'm Xylos. Pandora, she said, accepting his handshake. I should go, he added with a pump of his eyebrows. Maybe I'll see you around. Probably at the end of a blade.
Remembering that Choo-choo was waiting for her, she hurried into the apartment and stuffed the few clothes she had into a plastic bag she found underneath the sink. When she got back to the Pale Sun, Choo-choo was staring through the window as the blonde waitress was tied to a chair next to the demon dog member.
As much as I want to stay and watch this, we need to go.
Choo-choo frowned.
You'd better keep up. I'm not holding your hand if you get scared of the dark.
As she turned to follow, Pandora caught Kuma staring at her from inside the restaurant. The disappointment at her new companions was etched into his face, but as soon as he saw her noticing, he returned his attention to the interrogation. Pandora pushed the warm thoughts away, knowing that the next time she ran into Kuma, it would likely be across a battlefield with a blade in her fist.
Chapter 7.
Kuma was sent back to the Machi with the other members of his clan. The 2 conspirators were taken away by Uncle Brazio and Duro, who would finish their interrogation. Kuma kept the remote in his pocket, wanting to give it to his uncle away from the Drops members.
There was something suspicious about the attack.
If it had come from their rival gang, he didn't want them to know he'd found a clue that exposed their involvement. The journey from the Torino, which was located beneath the First Ward, to the place the Razor clan called home took about an hour. They traveled through the secret tunnels that had been hewn from the earth,
a few decades ago.
The guarded passages were one of the reasons RZR had stayed a top clan, despite the constant warring and dangerous creatures that prowled the sightless caverns. The clan could move about portions of the Undercity without putting themselves in danger, which freed up manpower to be more productive. The other clans had to travel in packs to keep from getting massacred by the unusual flora and fauna that lived beneath the earth. While the discovery of the stones had given the clans more freedom, some critters were too difficult for even the most hardened clan member. The tunnels mainly covered the eastern quarter of the Undercity, but a few crisscrossed the entire city to help with the movement of illicit goods. The tunnel ramped up towards the last cavern before the Machi. He traveled with Carlos and Adrenaline. The others had remained with Uncle Brazio, or been sent on other duties. They used headlamps during their travel but turned them off at the last section. Faint phosphorescent fungi provided dim light where they came out. Carlos reached the neck of the tunnel and called out in a loud voice,
"May the shadows keep you safe." "I saw bones walking in the darkness," came the reply moments later.
Carlos shook his head and stepped into the cavern.
"It's us, you asshats. Try not to get trigger happy. It's been a long day."
Two clan members with automatic weapons slung over their shoulders stepped into view. They'd been standing behind a blind that to untrained eyes looked like a section of the cavern wall. The two were older members of the clan, who hadn't been able to attune to any stones. Kuma hoped that wouldn't be him, stoneless and forced to the fringes of their clan. The portcullis that guarded the entrance was raised from inside. There were tunnels that went directly into the Machi, but they were only used by the leaders of the clan and they had special protections. Kuma stepped into the Machi, inhaling the fresh air that was pumped down from the city. The cavern wasn't as big as Big Dave's town, or the Torino, but it was close enough. The bubble-like space had lights hanging from the rocky ceiling. Since it was their day, the lights were bright, revealing the dozens of buildings spread out across the space. They kept their schedule opposite of the city, so they could work during the night. Concrete paths with arched bridges that traversed the stream that meandered through the cavern provided easy passage. A girl his age appeared on the stone bridge. Her dark hair was bound in a topknot, wisps hanging over her eyes. The flared sleeves of her crimson coat hid her hands.
"About time," said Yara, spearing him in her gaze. "A shipment came in. We saved you some since you were off having a party with Daddy."
Carlos and Adrenaline headed down the side path, giving him a curt wave and a smirk.
"Good luck with your cousin." "I wasn't having a good time. I was working."
"Nearly got shot."
"I heard."
"Unlucky for me, the assassin missed his mark," said Yara.
"Still, you got boxes to unpack. The rest of us have been working all morning." "I told you I was working." "Did you stop in the Onyx?"
"Don't lie." Kuma cursed under his breath. How she knew that already was a mystery.
Yara always seemed to know everything he was doing. It was infuriating. "A single drink."
"I ran into Choo Choo," he added, hoping to encourage solidarity, but Yara rolled her eyes.
"He's gonna kill you someday, and I'm gonna laugh." He shook his head. "Which warehouse?" "North."
Kuma was hoping she'd leave, but she stayed in the center of the bridge. He headed over the curved surface, his boots barely making noise on the hardwood. He had to move to the side to pass her, and she jerked towards him, which despite all his efforts not to, made him flinch. When he reached the stone path, he turned and found her staring at him.
"Yara." "What? Do we have to do this?"
"Now that there's peace, we won't be scrapping with the drops for a while.
It's a good time to make the clan stronger, for when war breaks out again."
"You and I are about to become Waku. We're cousins for Shadow's sake."
"We shouldn't be fighting like this." Yara said nothing.
When they were younger, the three of them, including her brother Lucas, would sneak away from the Machi and explore the maze-like passages to the east. Since he died in a scrap with the drops, their relationship had been severed. Eventually she turned and went the other way. Kuma went to his house first. He took his boots off and took out a brush, scrubbing the mud and grit that they'd collected on the journey. Once they were clean, he set them in the wooden box next to the garden and climbed the steps.
The door slid open easily.
He padded through the narrow hallway to his room. With the sliding door closed behind, he changed out of his traveling clothes and into the loose black clothing that he enjoyed inside the machi. Before he left, he took a long look at his room. He'd be moving out soon. The academy had its own facilities, and while the rooms were about the same size, 5 by 8 with feathered mats as bedding, there was something about leaving the place in which he'd grown up that left him maudlin. On the way out, he visited the shrine in the corner of the main room. A picture of his mother, Hermione, sat next to the wooden altar. Everyone always said he looked like her, rather than his father. More Japanese than Brazilian. Until she died during the invasion, caught by a group of Ferrum that had left the main group, Kuma had always thought of himself as more like his father, resolute, disciplined, ruthless.
But since her death, he couldn't help but notice that he was more like her than he'd realized.
He lit an incense stick before he left. Neither Kuma nor his father had been followers of her Shinto religion, but they'd maintained her altar since her death. Wearing the soft linen shoes that most Razor clan wore in the machi, Kuma headed to the northern warehouse. He avoided others, not wanting to have to explain what had happened in the Torino. Inside the steel building he found the piles of boxes. Yara and the others had unpacked half, leaving the other half for him. He could imagine how she'd worked them up, suggesting that he was getting special treatment since he'd been brought to the negotiation, until they'd agreed to leave half the work for him. She would, however, conveniently leave out that the last time she was allowed a visit to the Torino, she started a scrap between 5 different clans that had left 2 dead. Yara was a skilled fighter like her father, but she was hot-headed and prone to outbursts. Kuma found a box cutter. A quick slice and he was peeking inside the cardboard to find medical-grade elixirs made by Degastine Industries. He pulled out a single draft. The aluminum can had colorful flowers printed around the surface.
Mephistia. What in the broken hells is this stuff?
He studied the writing on the can, but the medical jargon made his head hurt. Increased blood oxygenation. Temporary heat resistance. Hyperocular sensitivity. Side effects included a potential for vomiting and diarrhea. Kuma shook his head. 6 drafts to a box meant around 300 units, and if Yara and the others had unloaded half already, they had around 600 total. Normally there would have been new boxes to repackage the stolen goods into for resale, but Yara hadn't said repack, he realized, but unpack. These were for the clan, but he couldn't understand why. He found the other cans in the back storage area, where they kept the imported food and household supplies. An entire shelving unit had been dedicated to the elixirs. Kuma got to work, carrying the boxes into the storage area and unloading the cans onto the shelf.
It wasn't hard work, but it was boring.
He'd finished a third of the unloading when he heard the click of claws on the stone path outside the warehouse. He reached for his curved blades, only to find he'd left them in his room. He grabbed the box cutter and hid behind the wall. It was unusual for critters to make it into the machi, but it was known to happen. A winged creature with a strange proboscis had squeezed itself down the venting shaft a year ago, killing 2 clan members before they were able to take it down with nets and blades. A heavy bump against the steel wall had him tightening his grip on the box cutter. The short blade gave him no reach, but if he got in close with it, he could stab the eyes, making it blind, and then get away. If it has eyes. Not everything that lived in the Undercity was built like a normal 4-legged creature. Some were oddities that had escaped during the invasion, others were creations of curious mages, and then there were the things that no one could explain, like when a cavern beneath the 10th ward that the clan passed through regularly was covered in ice inches thick with pale worms the size of his arm crawling through it. Cleaning out the cavern had taken weeks, and had only been possible with Gabrielle's help. Kuma switched from an underhand to an overhand grip. The bump had been mid-wall, which meant it was taller than he first thought. He'd need to make quick downward thrusts to blind it. The click of claws grew closer. Hit first, hit fast, survive. His father had always said that if you didn't know what to do in a fight, being first to attack was a big advantage. Ready, 1 and 2 and... Kuma threw himself around the corner, a war cry on his lips and the box cutter held above his head, ready to jab downward into unprotected eyes. Hey! His arm was surging downward before his mind caught up to the scene. His best friend, Tick, was standing against the wall, holding up a pale bony creature on a series of strings connected to thin boards in the shape of an X. Whoa! Tick fell on his rear, the bony thing at the end of the strings making a clatter as it collapsed, leaving Kuma standing over him with the box cutter. Shadows below, said Kuma, reversing the blade and shoving the box cutter into his back pocket so he could help his friend stand.
I nearly jabbed both of your eyes out. What are you doing?
I thought you were a critter coming to rip my throat out and drink my blood. Tick was the antithesis of most clan members. His hair was dyed multiple hues, currently strips of cobalt blue and white alternating with his jet black hair, and he was prone to accidents and getting into trouble through sheer absent-mindedness.
I made a puppet, said Tick with a maniacal grin.
Kuma took the time to review the critter at the end of the strings. It had 4 bony legs, a white sinewy body with a skull-like head, and a tail with small spikes on the end.
Is that a mantic? I found it in the maze under a pile of rocks.
Must have caused a minor collapse and died of starvation.
But now it's a marionette. I was thinking it'd be great for a stage play, or whatever you call it, when you have a bunch of puppets on string performing. Haven't the slightest clue, said Kuma, helping Tick climb to his feet, which caused a bit of tangling of the strings. You haven't shown that to anyone else? No, you're the first. I heard you were here unloading. I thought I'd come help, said Tick, carefully disentangling the limbs that had gotten caught.
Kuma crouched down to examine the mantic. He'd seen a corpse years ago. A specimen the size of a large dog had been found in a cavern south of the Earth, well alongside 4 bodies, members of an expedition that hadn't ended well. They'd managed to kill it, but had paid the price with their own lives. With the strings back in place, Tick demonstrated the marionette, tilting the board to make the mantic appear to be walking across the stone.
The herky-jerky movements made it look like a cat with tape stuck to its paws, or a dog walking on a hot road. What do you think?
Tick asked brightly. Kuma rubbed the back of his neck.
Creepy but cool.
He bit his lower lip.
You know, with the academy coming up. Yeah, I know, said Tick, the light fading from his eyes. Half of me wishes that I'll be null so no one will care what I do. Tick. Oh, your father, sorry.
Rude of me.
Not being able to attune hasn't stopped him from being a good clan leader.
He brokered the peace and we're richer than we've ever been, said Kuma.
But Brazio is his brother, countered Kuma.
Tick knocked the hair out of his face.
There's been talk. There's always talk. That's the price of being in charge.
Everyone's second-guessing you. Tick nodded reluctantly, and resumed walking the dead mantic into the warehouse.
The other half wants a dozen stones, so I don't have to worry about anyone messing with me.
His eyes returned to their previous glow.
And think of the cool stuff I could do if I were a sapphire, or emerald.
I could do a whole puppet play by myself with sapphire. A smile rose to Kuma's lips despite himself. He should have lectured his friend that the clan wouldn't let him use his talents frivolously, but he didn't want to squash his excitement.
You've barely touched it, said Tick. Just got back. I heard, said Tick, eyes widening. What happened? Help me finish and I'll tell you. I was going to help. That's why I'm here, said Tick, chin pulled back. I know, but you'd spend the entire time talking if I let you.
I'm hungry.
I want to get this done before dinner.
Tick carefully laid his marionette against the wall, making sure the strings were not tangled before returning to the boxes. As they carried the boxes into the other room, he said, I didn't want to stop working before, but you know how Yara can be.
Well aware.
Kamina would be here too, but her mother needed her help in the garden. The two of them worked quickly, with Tick talking the entire time about whatever topic appeared in his head.
How many stones do you want? Asked Tick when they were near finished.
Kuma set a box down, and wiped the sweat off his forehead with the back of his sleeve.
Right now, with the academy only a few days away, I want to say at least give me amber. It's not as valuable as the others, but at least it helps you stay alive.
But if I'm being honest, I'd like to have more than my uncle. Mostly to show that my father being a null is a fluke.
And so Yara doesn't murder you in your sleep. That would be a bonus, said Kuma. The more you have, the more will be required of you.
Kuma leaned against the shelf and stared into the distance.
Even if I have 0, I'll always be expected to do more because of who my father is. Not worried about what the stones will do to you. There's no faez madness. It's not like the mages.
We're not channeling the magic through our minds but our bodies.
It's already been proven.
Tick lifted a single shoulder.
Still, the stones are so new.
No one really knows what they do to you long term.
True.
Kuma nodded to himself.
I'd take a half dozen.
Be the most powerful Waku in all the clans, even if I had to pay the price later. Tick clucked his tongue as he wagged his eyebrows.
Me too. Let's finish this. I'm starving, and I really want a bowl of spicy ramen and a beer.
Kuma threw himself into the work, but he couldn't help but think about the training that was going to start in a few days. For every candidate entering the academy, the stakes were high, but in his case they could be no higher. Despite his denials, he was painfully aware of how tenuous his father's position was. While Uncle Brazio had shown no signs of disloyalty, he was always known as a ruthless warrior who never failed to get results through the most direct means possible. Kuma could see how his uncle might see the path to the leadership of the clan as a righteous one, a change that would require the elimination of his rivals. The remote in his pocket seemed suddenly dangerous, as if he might be handing over a weapon that could be used against his father. Kuma considered giving it to his father, but he was already carrying too many problems. Better to hold on to it, until he understood its purpose. Maybe after Duro and his uncle questioned the conspirators, the truth would be revealed. Or the shadows might grow darker.
Chapter 8.
Pandora had no idea what to expect from the Pajot, the home of the Drops clan. Choo-Choo and the other members ignored her during the journey, not bothering to check on her progress. She was sure that had she fallen behind, they would have left her and blamed her demise on carelessness. The winding passages and empty caverns with only the sounds of water dripping would have been ominous, except for the constant chatter of her companions. To her surprise, they barely talked about the events in the pale sun. Their focus, or at least Choo-Choo's and the other Waku candidates, was on the upcoming academy training. Pandora tried to pay attention to what they were saying, but she thought they were being cavalier as they traveled southwest through the Undercity. She spent her time attuned to the dark passages and faint clicks that she heard at times, while they gossiped like old ladies. When they entered the Pajot from the east, thoughts of the dangerous journey disappeared the moment her eyes fell upon the terraces. Pandora's mind initially thought they'd somehow wandered through a portal to a lush garden, but the black rock that formed the cavern was still above her head, and she was aware that traveling through portals gave one motion sickness, of which she'd had none. Along the curve of the wall, terraces had been cut into the stone. Dozens of men, women and children worked the leafy green plants that sprouted from the ledges. On a ledge 2/3 of the way up, the plants were being harvested and shoved into woven baskets. The operation looked like something out of the past, as if she were witnessing the Aztecs at work.
Except it was deep beneath the ground and lit with electric lights. Where's the power coming from?
A brown-skinned woman named Alani, with swirling tattoos across her forehead and cheeks, clucked her tongue in the manner that the Drops tended to if they were considering their words before speaking.
We take from those fools above.
Fat and blind, that's what living in the light makes you. The cavern they passed through was small, unlike Big Dave's town or the Torino, but it was connected to many others that created a space equal or larger. As they walked, people greeted the others but gave her the side eye. A few times the conversation turned to a mix of Spanish and Slavic, neither of which she knew more than a few words. Choo-Choo would glance back her way and say something derisive with a smirk, which in turn would elicit laughter from the questioner. The expansiveness of their gardens was remarkable. The walls of every cave they passed through was terraced and planted with a variety of vegetation, including some that had bright purple colors or deep striated yellows. Pandora couldn't help but gape as she stepped around some loose chickens that were picking at bugs in the rocks.
"What are you growing?" she asked Alani, cursing herself for not saying we. The food crops are usually spinach, peppers or potatoes.
A few are delights like strawberries or tomatoes.
"Usually?" asked Pandora, catching the implication.
Alani grinned, revealing a missing tooth.
"We also grow alchemical reagents to make drugs.
Sell them on the streets above.
They're too afraid to come down here and stop us.
Use the money to buy the things we can't make ourselves, but someday we'll be completely self-sufficient. We'll have made our lands a paraiso." Pandora knew the history of the drops. It had been started originally by a group of illegal immigrants from Central and South America wanting to escape persecution, but after finding little solace in the city of sorcery, they'd fled into the Undercity, where they set up a small community. A few years later, a Slavic gang, while fleeing their rivals, found the settlement. An initial offer of sanctuary turned permanent, and eventually the two groups merged into a clan called the Drops. 3 small caverns later, they entered a central chamber, much wider than the others, which had in addition to the terrace farms dozens of buildings packed together. Holes higher on the walls glowed with light, signaling housing built into the caves themselves. As if by some unspoken sign, the group dispersed, leaving Pandora by herself. Before Alani could move away, Pandora called her name, but instead of helping her, the woman put her fingers to her lips and whistled loud enough to make her ears hurt.
"Choo-Choo.
You forgot something." The thick-necked clan member growled under his breath as he looked back. He shook his head and made the motion to follow, changing his trajectory towards the far side of the cavern.
"How many people live here?" He growled under his breath. "Only a spy would care about that. Or maybe someone who's fucking curious about her new home," she spat back.
Choo-Choo turned, and she got a pretty good idea how he'd earned his nickname. He was as wide as a train, and Pandora felt like she was about to be run over by the thick-necked clan member. She might be skilled at hand-to-hand fighting, but his weight and size made the odds heavily in his favor. A meaty finger pressed into her chest. She did her best to not give ground, but her boots skidded backwards on the light gravel of the path.
"This isn't your home and I smell a dirty rat."
You might have saved Duro's life, but I don't buy it. He grabbed her jaw, squeezing her cheeks hard enough to make her teeth hurt, but she stared back defiantly. If I see you step out of line, Rata Susha, I will personally drop you in a deep hole, and there are a lot of holes around here as you'll find out. Choo-Choo pushed her face away and marched past. She grumbled but had to run to keep up. When I get some stones, you and I will have a talk. Around the corner, they stopped at a 3-story building that had been built into the rocky wall. Lights glowed in every window. There was no sign, and she assumed the settlement was small enough that everyone knew where everything existed. A stuffed pack, a coil of colorful nylon rope and boot crampons sat in a neat pile by the door. Before Choo-Choo could reach the building, a woman with ample hips and jet black hair pulled into a ponytail burst outside with a shorter man behind. Unlike the others she'd seen in the Pajot, this woman had no visible tattoos. Pandora barely noticed the second person, as the woman spouting directions commanded the scene with her presence. The mix of languages made understanding her challenging, but Pandora couldn't help but be transfixed by the display. The Agujero no Hopa. 10 meters back, Bloco. Maybe need help, devolver no minaria.
After a quick, efficient donning of the pack, the woman slapped the guy on the back.
He headed down the path and around the corner. While Pandora was curious about the job that had been given, something about unblocking a hole, it was Choo-Choo's subdued presence that made her intrigued about the woman.
Alani.
The older woman, who'd clearly noticed them standing nearby, took one look and shook her head.
No. No more. She looks like Twig. But I was.
Alani slapped him lightly on the cheek.
I know, Choo-Choo, you just follow in directions, me Mudo Druk, but no more helpers.
They get in way.
I need real steel, not this lighter. She probably soft as daisies. Boss sent her.
Alani sucked air through her teeth.
Hey, this one. She's spending too much time in delight.
Choo-Choo was suddenly in the uncomfortable position of having to talk her up, after disparaging and threatening her. He gave her a sour glance before turning his attention back to Alani.
Saved Duro's life.
One of the little clans tried to snuff him out. End the peace, which wouldn't have been so bad, except for Duro, of course. Alani slapped him hard enough to make Pandora flinch.
You little shit. You don't get to talk about the peace or how this clan is run. You're just a soldado.
Maybe you don't even get your stones next week. No Waku.
What do you think about that? Choo-Choo was steaming but kept his mouth shut.
Alani pushed him down the path.
Go on.
When he was out of sight, Alani sighed and grabbed Pandora's hand, flipping it over and examining the palm while making noises under her breath.
Some calluses at least.
Not all soft. Mostly though. Alani looked up. Despite the rough exterior, she had warm brown eyes and deeply hued brown skin that glowed with all the colors of the earth.
What's your name? Pandora.
The older woman sucked a breath through her teeth again.
You not cursed, are you? Not that I know of.
Alani sighed.
Saved Duro's life? Maybe.
Things happened so fast.
I don't know who he intended to shoot. Tell me.
Pandora repeated her version of the events in the pale sun, which ended with Alani nodding along.
Then Daraja sent you to me. Yes, said Pandora, checking back to the building. What is this place? Or what do you do here?
Alani chuckled, lifting one shoulder. Think of it as the utilities department. Electricity, fresh air, sewer, you name it.
We keep things running, she. Understood.
Alani jabbed her thumb in the direction the guy in the pack had gone.
There was a clog in one of the north air vents. Probably a dead animal, or a collapse.
Have to dig it, or haul the carcass out. No glamour like the soldados, but important.
I like light and fresh air, said Pandora.
Alani clamped her shoulder.
Good, because now you work for me. I didn't realize.
Pandora checked down the path where Choo-Choo had gone, which made Alani chuckle.
Let me guess, you thought you might get an invite to the academy.
Earn your stones, become a Waku.
I see you can fight. You can. Sure, said Alani, motioning for her to follow. Easy to see by the shape of the calluses and cuts on your hands.
Impact scars around the knuckles, the knobs of your palm where you do push-ups, and the knife edge of your hand is tough like a piece of hardwood. You know how to throw a punch, and I can see the way you stand on the balls of your feet, expecting a fight. Pandora started to look at her hands, but was distracted by the interior of the first floor. It was both cluttered and organized. Behind a wide desk covered in neat stacks of papers were shelves upon shelves of books and rolls of paper.
A hand-drawn map on the wall depicted the entire settlement, which surprised Pandora. Bigger than you thought, eh? Yeah.
Alani tapped on a trio of caverns to the south that had grey hatch lines over top.
Expanding down here, but the rock and the fauna aren't being cooperative, if you know what I mean. Trying to make ourselves more self-sufficient, but that requires a lot of resources and skills we don't have, but getting better. You went to school above. No, said Alani, spitting on the ground. But you can learn a lot from the right books, and I have internet connection.
Borrowed, of course.
You do. Do you think us savages? No, not at all.
Pandora hung her head.
I don't know anything about electricity or venting, or anything like that. I will teach you.
Maybe it will take a long time, but you will learn eventually. Everyone contributes in the Pajot. No freeloaders like above.
I'm not afraid to work. We'll see about that, said Alani with a grin that suggested her will would be tested. You have question. The Academy.
Ilani turned to a pot tucked into a nook.
Coffee. Yes, please.
While Ilani poured 2 cups, she spoke over her shoulder.
You don't want the Academy.
The soldados, and especially the Waku, they scrap all the time, and even when they're not, they have to clear out the creatures that get too close to the Pajot. Yeah, sure, there's a peace, but it won't last, and then our men and women will be dying again. Stupid. We should focus on the gardens and the infrastructure, but they always worried about money.
A trap of your world. It's not my world anymore.
Ilani handed over the cup.
We'll see about that. And if I still wanted to join the Academy? You can't. You're not one of us. Yet.
Maybe in time, a few years or more, but we don't let strangers, even one that saved one of our own, into our family unless you've proved yourself. Pandora opened her mouth, but Ilani waved her off.
Save it for someone else. I don't care.
Those decisions aren't mine to make, and I don't want them. What I want is to keep the lights on, the air fresh, and expand the Pajot. Everything else is a distraction. You can.
Yes. Good, because I have a job for you.
Ilani downed the cup of steaming coffee as she stood, then gave Pandora a once-over, shaking her head the whole time.
Those clothes won't do.
Come on, I'll show you where you'll sleep.
I hope you don't mind roommates. Not that it matters if you do.
Pandora followed Ilani into a back room filled with maintenance supplies, including a section with climbing equipment. She pulled a thin plastic bag out of a box and handed it over.
You know how to fix a suction pump? No. You're going to learn.
We have a sewer pump clogged in section 3A. Pandora held up the bag.
What's this? A plastic jumpsuit. Take off your clothes and put it on. You're gonna need it.
Ilani left her in the supply closet. Pandora ripped open the bag and unfolded the plastic jumpsuit. She squeezed her eyes closed.
This wasn't the plan.
The newest class of the Academy was starting in a few days. She hadn't come to the Undercity to wait years for a chance to earn her stones. So much of her task relied on infiltrating the school. After stripping down to her underclothes, Pandora shimmied into the white jumpsuit.
The cold plastic felt soothing against her flesh. Outside the supply closet, Ilani had a shovel on her shoulder. Grab that toolbox, she said, gesturing to a red metal box near the door. We got some shit to unclog.
Chapter 9. The night before his first day at Razor Academy, Kuma couldn't sleep.
He tossed and turned until there were only a few hours left until morning.
Wearing only his black pants, he quietly slid open his door and padded to the front of the house. Standing on the stone path, Kuma stared up at the sky. The cavern lights had been dimmed, leaving the machi in near darkness. As he stared at the rocks, Kuma wondered what it would be like to look up and see the stars. He'd only been above ground a few dozen times, usually for only a few hours at a time and always in the city, but the lights were bright, making seeing the stars impossible.
Worried about the Academy?
Kuma startled, spinning around to find his father leaning against the open frame. His muscled bare chest showed that he'd stayed in shape, despite the lack of stones and the responsibilities of his role.
What if I can't attune?
Niran stepped onto the stone path, and glanced up with a soft smile that suggested he knew the reason Kuma had been looking that direction.
I was nervous my first day at the Academy.
After breakfast and before I left, I puked in the bushes. Later that day, I tripped on a rock during a run through the maze and busted my nose. Hanako-san called me Ruketsu after that.
That's how you got that name? I heard it was because you scrapped so hard, had more kills than anyone else.
Niran stroked his white goatee.
Clan wars were more brutal then, even without the stones.
Many small clans lived in the shadows down here. If the creatures didn't get you, the other clans did, until we consolidated.
I don't want that kind of life for you. That's part of why I made the peace. An icy hole formed in Kuma's chest. I don't want special favors. This isn't just for you, this is for all of the clan's children. I'm not a child, said Kuma, lifting his chin. The hard glint in his father's eyes said otherwise. There will be war.
Maybe not soon, but eventually. The discovery of the faez crystals, the stones, they've changed everything. Before then, I thought we'd be able to grow in peace. The advent of the Torino, other deals, they were bringing us together. Now everyone wants to control the stones. When that time comes, you'd better be ready.
I'm going to have 5 stones.
Kuma regretted the words as soon as he said them.
It was the boast of a child. The corners of his father's eyes creased. I hope you do, but if you don't, I'll still be proud of you.
The Waku are important to our future, but so are the rest of the clan. Every position is important. Remember that. There was so much Kuma wanted to say or ask, but his father's position as the head of the clan made it impossible. He could be a father or clan leader, but not both at the same time. Sometimes those roles overlapped, but to go too far was dangerous.
Since neither of us are sleeping, would you like if I made you breakfast? Last morning at home. I'd like that, said Kuma, springing up the stairs.
The kitchen was small, barely enough for the two of them. They cooked rice and pulled smoked fish out of the drawer. Fresh fish wasn't hard to get, but the logistics of moving goods into the Undercity was the reason they often ate it smoked. Fresh eggs from the chickens in the machi meant they could have steamed eggs with their ohitashi. There was room at the small table in the kitchen, but they took their meal into the room with the shrine.
Would you like some advice about your training?
Kuma thought about his father's offer. Part of him wanted to say no because he hated the idea of having an advantage over his friends, but wasn't it best to be as prepared as possible? Besides, the head of the academy was new, only 3 years in the position, and had made his students promise secrecy about his training techniques, leaving prospective candidates in the dark about what to expect.
I would.
Niran smirked.
Hanako-san was a wonderful if brutal teacher.
He shaped us into the weapons we needed to be in those early years.
But even if the stones hadn't come along, it would have been time for him to retire.
He paused, tilting his head slightly. Kazuki is an unusual instructor, and there was considerable debate about his methods that first year, but over time we've seen the benefits of his methods.
Because of the stones? No, not the stones. Our world is changing.
Has changed. The piece is proof of that. While the instruction needed shaking up, and a refocus on the stones, it's not that which required a new approach. Kazuki-san will be training your mind as much as your body. Remember above all that the stones are a tool. They cannot help you make better decisions. Keep that in mind as you learn. After breakfast they cleaned the kitchen together, scrubbing the counter, plates and utensils by hand until they were shiny. His father had always said, if you could learn to do a simple task well, then you could learn to do anything else. Kuma packed a small bag he would take to the academy. They were only allowed to bring a few things, the rest provided by the school. When it was time to leave, he slung the bag over his shoulder. His father walked with him to the front porch.
I have a gift.
His father pulled a small box from his pocket. Opening it, revealed a simple bracelet made of brass with detailed etchings. Niran slipped it over Kuma's wrist.
It was your mother's. I had to have it modified for your larger wrist. Thank you. I'll treasure it. It's for good luck.
Kuma didn't know what else to say, and his father looked closer to tears than he'd seen since the funeral.
Not wanting to be late to the first day at the academy, he bowed deeply to his father, receiving a shallower one in turn, and headed down the path that would lead him to a cavern about a quarter-mile south of the Machi.
For all its importance in the clan, the school where they learned to fight had a simple name, Razor Academy. It had none of the extra flourishes that the magical schools above had adorned themselves with. Besides, most of them had been reduced to a nickname like stone singers, assassins, or tinkerers. Razor Academy was the original home of the clan, back when the wars were constant. The cavern had a narrow flat area in front, protected by a short stone wall which sloped upward at an angle. The structures of the academy were built at intervals or tiers, spread out along the arc of the cavern, until they reached the stone building at the top, which protected a small underground lake. There were 7 separate tiers of the academy. The first tiers on the flat ground between the wall and the slope were for training. Climbing walls, striking pillars, and other training implements filled this area. The next 5 tiers matched the progression of learning. In the early years, when his father had been a student, progressing from one level to the next required winning a fight against the students in the higher tier.
The high stakes of progression had proved too dangerous, and they lost far too many students to injury, so they changed the structure to one that mimicked the 100 halls, 5 levels for 5 years.
Kuma had been to the exterior of the academy many times with his father, as they celebrated recent graduates or other special feats of achievement. During those times the clan banners had hung on the walls, lanterns glowed with eldritch light, and the entire cavern had a festive feel.
As soon as he arrived, he knew being a student would be much different.
Kuma. He heard his name called before he'd even registered his surroundings. The academy cavern rested in dim light. No banners hung on the walls. It was a solemn place made from sweat and duty. To his left, along the curve of the stone wall, stood Kazuki Kahama, known as Kaz to the clan, or General Kaeru to his students. He was built like a humanoid frog, with a stout body and a sagging expression with oversized lips. Even his skin had a greenish tinge that he blamed on the strange algae that lived in the freshwater behind the academy.
Run. Now.
His squat teacher stood next to 2 kneeling figures. Kuma took off in a sprint, reaching the others quickly. Kaz snapped his fingers.
Find a place to kneel.
Kuma moved next to Yara. Not even her animosity for him could overcome the threat that Instructor Kaz presented. Kuma threw his bag into the pile with the others and then dropped to his knees, grimacing at the way the stone banged on his bones. As he settled into a more comfortable kneeling position, Kaz spat, "No squirming." Kuma held himself still.
It was only him, Yara, and Omar so far. The place he knelt was jagged and pointy.
It wasn't long before he was wishing he'd found a different spot to kneel, but as he glanced side-eyed at his classmates, he saw their spots were no better. During the next hour, the rest of the academy candidates appeared with their black bags slung over their shoulders. Summoned by Kaz's shout, each new student ran over to the line and threw themselves on the ground. Everyone except Kamina, who was quiet as a grave, grimaced or grunted in pain when their knees landed on the hard stone. By the time Tick, the last member of their candidate group, showed up, Kuma couldn't feel the lower half of his body.
Bento.
Hurry, run. You are last. His friend Bento or Tick ran to the line. He was neither fast nor graceful. Kuma worried that his arrival while on time would be picked apart by their instructor.
They call me Tick, he said when he arrived, gently placing his bag with the others and finding a spot at the end, though it took him a few moments to kneel because he was trying to find a flat spot, but eventually realized there was none.
To Kuma's surprise, Instructor Kaz watched the display with faint amusement on his lips.
Are you comfortable, Bento, or should I say Tick?
Shall I get you a pillow for your knees or a cup of tea to parch your thirst? Asked the instructor in an exaggeratedly helpful tone. Under his breath, Kuma was muttering, "Don't answer him, don't answer him." Tick hesitated, looking down the row with confusion. A pillow would be nice, but only if everyone can have one. Kuma squeezed his eyes shut, bracing himself against the eventual outburst.
No, a pillow for you and you alone, Tick. Will be quite all right.
To Kuma's surprise, Kaz produced a pillow from a bag that he had near his feet, and brought it to Tick's spot in the line, setting it on the stone.
Kneel. It's much more comfortable than that stupid stone these idiots have been kneeling on this whole time.
Thank you, Kajabrai, said Tick, using the formal name for Kaz's position, which meant shadow or lieutenant. There were 4 shadows that reported directly to his father. Kaz was in charge of the academy, Uncle Brazio was the war leader, Gabriello provided her magical talents for a variety of problems, and Natsuo Torres ran the business side of the clan. The pleasantness from Kaz felt like a trap. His fellow candidates were equally confused, as everyone was looking around, trying to figure out what was happening.
I see my little shades are trying to understand why your friend Tick has received special treatment. Does anyone understand?
No one spoke.
Answer me, or we'll kneel here another 4 hours.
The largest candidate in their group, Botan, lifted his head.
It's a trick.
You're going to punish him more later, or something.
Interesting theory, said Kaz, pacing before them with his hands behind his back. Anyone else? It's a lesson about being a team. Tick shouldn't have accepted the pillow, said Yara, scowling. I bet that pillow feels really good, said Kaz. And besides, why shouldn't he enjoy a little respite from the pain?
Should we tear each other down to the lowest common denominator?
That seems like a recipe for mutual destruction.
Remembering his father's advice that morning, Kuma reviewed what had happened thus far. The only thing he could discern was that Tick had followed directions, including when to show up.
Tick was the only one of us on time. The rest of us showed up too early. He looked around. We knelt on uneven stone when we could have picked flatter sections.
Kaz's enormous lips made it appear his whole face was a grin when it was only his mouth.
He tapped his meaty finger on the side of his head.
During your 5 years in the academy, I will be hardening those weak bodies into something formidable and dangerous. You will learn how to strike hard, break bones and kill if you must. For some of you, you will learn to attune to a faez crystal, maybe more than one if you are lucky.
But above all else, I will be training your mind.
Without it, you're just a series of muscle responses too stupid to be worth anything, and probably too dangerous to be let out of the matchy. This new world has grown infinitely more dangerous, which requires more careful action. Can anyone tell me why?
The stones, said Yara, eyes alight with the prospect of gaining the powerful tools. It's the simplest answer, and probably the most correct.
Before their discovery, the Undercity was a place that only the patrons cared about. But after the invasion, the lessening of magic, and the faez crystals, we've become a place that others are keen to understand further. This change has only just begun, but it will get worse in your lifetimes, if you're lucky enough to survive. When each of you arrived, you saw the others kneeling on the stone and did not think about why. You knelt on the hard, jagged stone, cutting your knees and making the weight miserable. We cannot do things only because others are doing them, or because that's the way they've been done in the past. To survive, we must adapt, we must grow. This means I will allow some latitude to question or to seek new paths. Some. Do not overstep your bounds. Instructor Kaz had been pacing before them, but as he finished speaking, he faced them, hands clasped behind his back, feet in a wide stance.
But before your minds can learn to be agile, you must hone your bodies to be quick, strong, and flexible.
Presto. Stand. The entire class scrambled to their feet in an unorganized mess. Kuma's calves had fallen asleep, making him feel like he was standing on pillars of marshmallows. Kaz frowned as he softly shook his head.
Pitiful. I've seen newborn foals stand quicker.
He gestured towards a climbing wall with plastic handholds set randomly across the surface.
Now, as a warm-up, you will learn the joy of the arc run.
Starting at the far wall, you will run around the curve of the arc, right outside the barrier wall, climb up the wall and down the other side, then continue running until you've reached the opposite wall. That counts as one. He held a single finger up and smiled, seemingly waiting for someone to ask the question.
How many? 200.
A collective groan reverberated through the group. Kuma felt like he was in good shape, but that number seemed impossible. Even before they reached 100, he wouldn't be able to climb the wall. It was only 20 feet tall, but that kind of hand-over-hand climbing took a toll over time.
Last 3 students to finish get kitchen duty for the first week.
I'll be joining the upper classes for their training this morning, but you'll be monitored by the 5th years during this time. Do not think you can fool me.
Try to cheat and I'll have you repeat the entire exercise.
Kuma did some quick math, based on his estimate of the size of the cavern. 200 laps would be equivalent to around 25 miles, or a complete marathon, not counting the wall climb.
The task was daunting.
Begin. Kuma shared a glance with his fellow candidates. He knew he was going to have to work hard, but this was far exceeded what he was expecting his first day. Most of the class started jogging forward, but Kuma took a minute to stretch first and get the blood back into his legs after kneeling for an hour.
It was going to be a long day. Chapter 10.
Pandora braced her feet against the opposite wall of the shaft. The climbing harness would keep her from falling too far, but the sharp rocks along the side meant she'd get cut up pretty good for her mistake.
As she turned her head, the light from the headlamp swept across the jagged black stone.
Using the sleeve of her shirt, she wiped the sweat from her forehead and pulled the can out of her backpack as the air blew her hair around her face, making it hard to see. The rocks above the Pajot were surprisingly porous, making the task of keeping the air fresh easier, but providing many places for critters to hide or damage the equipment. It was the first job that Alani had sent her on alone, which made Pandora want to succeed and prove that she belonged, especially after the disasters of the first few tasks. Pandora placed the plastic straw sticking out from the can of WD-40 against the rusted nut, spraying gingerly due to the wind, but the airflow grabbed the deflected mist and threw it into her face. She spat out the oily taste that had gotten into her mouth.
"Fucking nut," she said, trying to free the vent cover that would lead to the motor she was supposed to fix.
When the wrench wouldn't break it free, Pandora pulled out a hammer and struck the offending piece of metal with enough force to shear it off. The rusty head snapped off easily, but the impact knocked the hammer from her grip, sending it careening into the darkness beneath her. She didn't hear it land for a few seconds.
Great.
Losing the hammer was going to be taken out of her earnings. There was no money in the drops, but they used a system of points that could be earned or deducted, depending on the task or purchase. She didn't quite understand the system yet, except that she was in deep debt because of the initial things she'd been gifted: a bed, basic equipment, food and drink, etc. It wasn't an issue for people growing up in the settlement, as parents set aside some of their points to give their children a head start, but as a newcomer she was starting deep in the hole. With the nut removed, Pandora tied a safety line to the vent before pulling it off.
She should have done the same to her hammer, but it was too late now.
The line connected to her harness wasn't long enough for a retrieval operation. Before she climbed into the shaft, Pandora took a long drink from the water bottle that was attached to a belt loop, and unclasped the catch that held her blade in its holster. The rough surface pressed against her knees uncomfortably, but the thick fabric of her tan overalls provided some protection. She shimmied down the narrow tunnel, at times having to climb over or around protrusions that had been left from the stone cutting. 10 meters in, she found the motor. The pale green paint had flaked off and the nuts were rusty. The main shaft had been warm, but at least there'd been airflow to help cool her flesh. This side channel was dead. With the motor not working, no air passed through, leaving her sweltering. A rivulet of sweat ran down her spine. Alani had explained there were only a few different problems when it came to the vent motors. The first was a stuck animal drawn by the noise or the cool air. Those were the easiest but most dangerous problems to fix. The second was debris getting into the motor and locking it up. If it couldn't be freed, then the final answer had to be removal of the motor to be replaced with one fixed in the shop. Pandora had been hoping it was the second problem, and that she could fix it herself. The others in Alani's group hadn't exactly welcomed her, so bringing it back to the shop would be seen as a failure on her part.
After a brief examination, Pandora found no debris that was interfering with the motor.
Any real investigation using electrical meters and other tools would have to take place in the shop. It wasn't just a matter of her lack of skill, they only had a few working investigative tools.
Shadows below.
Pandora leaned her forehead against the motor.
The sweltering heat and the effort of climbing into the shaft had left her weak.
It was the end of a long day, and this was the last job she had before she could return to the shop for a rag bath and a meal. The bolts attaching the motor weren't rusted, at least, unlike most everything else. Due to the depths of the Undercity, the heat and moisture in the air was hell on metals and equipment, or at least that's what the others told her.
After a half hour of steady working, as the tight quarters made it difficult to reach all 6 bolts, she managed to free the motor.
The entire thing looked about 30 pounds, which wasn't going to be easy to haul out of the shaft. Pandora took a quick break, sloppily drinking the remnants of her water bottle, leaning on her side, hoping to catch some of the fresh air that was trapped behind her. She had her eyes closed, thinking about the story that Alani had told her about people dying in the shafts because the air ran out. The weight of the stone above her seemed suddenly real. Pandora had never been claustrophobic, but her exhausted mind left her vulnerable to the thought.
As she roused herself to finish the job, she heard the scratching of claws ahead. At first she thought it was her imagination, brought on by the threat of asphyxiation, but the noises grew louder until she saw something at the edge of the beam of light emanating from the headlamp.
It was times like these she wished she'd been born with enough magic to have joined the halls, but her lack of natural ability had been identified early enough that she'd never thought too long about it. As the scratching continued, a thick shape moving just beyond her vision, Pandora remembered that the knife was on her hip that was now pressed against the stone. She couldn't reach the weapon without moving or making noise. The creature, whatever it was, hadn't recognized that she was there. It was probably blinded by the light, not realizing that it was attached to a person. When she finally caught sight of the creature, her heart nearly stopped, and then it sped up all at once until she couldn't breathe again. Alani had warned her about the many dangers of the Undercity, with the caveat that most of them she would never see unless she went to the deeper wild sections.
But the one that she said was only a matter of time, thus making it statistically the most dangerous, was the tunnel rat.
The problem with the tunnel rat, Alani had explained, wasn't when they were spotted in the open spaces, where they would skitter away, content to hide and eat the insects and other small creatures that made their home in the dark. The problem was encountering them in a tight shaft, where size and reach didn't matter, and they would defend the space as if it were their home. Moving as slowly as she could, while the tunnel rat continued its investigation, probably drawn by the smell of the half-eaten food bar she had in her pocket, Pandora reached beneath her to grab the blade from its sheath. By the time her fingertips brushed the hilt, the rat was about a meter from her location, right on the other side of the defunct motor. As she kept her chin raised to watch the progress of the intruder, she unfortunately witnessed the slow reveal of the tunnel rat's prominent and dangerous features, its long snout with a row of jagged teeth. The creature's head had more in common with a possum than a rat, but its size and beady black eyes sent waves of revulsion through her. While she'd fought more dangerous people in her lifetime, she'd never been so restrained by her surroundings. When her palm touched the hilt, her body shifted to the side, making a terrible racket. The tunnel rat opened its toothy mouth with a shriek and lunged forward. Pandora yanked the blade free, but without room to maneuver, she only managed to punch the rat in the snout as it tried to clamp her arm. She scrambled backwards as the tunnel rat tried to bite her, the loosened motor providing an obstacle that gave her the space to muster a defense.
As she spun the blade around, the rat snapped at her wrist.
A sharp tooth caught her exposed flesh, and her instinctive flinch knocked the weapon against the stone, sending it from her sweaty grip. The tunnel rat kept coming, snapping with its long snout, while she tried to recover the weapon, which was almost underneath its matted fur. Fearing that once she lost the weapon the tunnel rat would chew her face off, Pandora struck the creature under the jaw with one hand, and lunged in to grab the blade with the other.
The strike was clean, but her sweaty palm made her hand slip over the snout.
As her fingers curled around the hilt, a row of sharp teeth bit down on her forearm, eliciting a harrowing scream from her lips. Enraged and angry, and with her left arm in the tunnel rat's mouth, Pandora jabbed forward with the knife over and over. Blood splattered into her face as she continued stabbing the creature. Between her war cry and the screams of the rat, she could hear nothing else. Slowly she realized that the creature was no longer biting her arm, but it was hard to see as the headlamp had gotten knocked to the side. After fixing its location, she could see the dead rat with its mouth around her bloody arm. She dislodged the teeth, a few of which were still stuck in her flesh, grimacing at the oozing blood, and pushed its head away. Reaching into a pocket, she produced a handkerchief and wrapped it around the wound. Abandoning the motor was her first thought, but she really didn't want to have to come back and retrieve it. The only problem was the dead tunnel rat was currently lying on it, and she didn't think she could push it back up the tunnel. With the blade back in its sheath, Pandora yanked the creature's body forward with her good hand. Eventually her feet stuck out of the shaft, but the rope was still attached, and she was able to reposition herself and haul the body over the edge. The dead tunnel rat disappeared into the darkness. With her attacker safely disposed of, she shimmied back into the shaft, knowing that she was running on fumes after a long day, followed by a frenzy of effort and adrenaline. Attaching the motor to a pair of ropes, Pandora managed to pull it to the edge. The last part would be the hardest, climbing up the rope with the 30-pound motor dangling from her waist. Rather than rely on her arms, Pandora positioned her feet against opposite walls and walked up the shaft. By the time she reached the top, her legs were shaking and sweat burned her eyes. Once she'd pulled the motor out of the hole, she collapsed on the ground, closing her eyes and resting for a few minutes. After finishing the last of her water, Pandora scooped the motor into her arms. The weight put pressure on her wound, but she ignored it as she headed out of the passage and into the southern cavern. It was half a kilometer to the maintenance shop, and the route took her through the harvesting areas.
As she waddled across the path, the motor clutched to her chest. The men and women and children on the terraces smirked at her.
Pandora had no idea if they were hoping she would perish on the job, or the bloody spectacle was somehow entertainment, but she was glad to finally reach the place she was calling home. Alani was standing outside with Garrett, examining a lift harness that would be used for a larger excavation project later in the week. The brown-skinned boy was 3 years her junior, but had been working for Alani for 4 years, and was something of a whiz when it came to complex maintenance issues.
"Blood and ashes," said Alani, rushing to her side with the concern of a mother.
Forgetting that the headlamp was still on, Pandora looked at Alani, temporarily blinding her. Garrett appeared and gently pried the motor from her arms.
As soon as the weight was away, her knees gave out.
Alani helped her collapse carefully. Pandora hated the moment of weakness, but she was dizzy from the fight and the long day in a cramped hot space.
"You're still bleeding. Let me get the kit."
Garrett grabbed some clean water. Sitting on the gravel path, Pandora closed her eyes until Alani appeared again with a toolbox. The interior was packed with medical supplies. Using a wet rag, Alani carefully cleaned away the grime and blood, revealing 4 separate gashes in her arm.
They were still oozing. "This is more than I can help with."
Alani's eyes washed over her.
"You should have left the motor and come back right away.
You lost more blood than you thought.
If you'd passed out in that shaft, you might have died." "Sorry." "Don't be sorry, be smarter.
Living in the Undercity isn't for everyone. There's danger around every corner." She turned to Garrett, who was crouched nearby.
"Get one of the opals.
We need real healing." The younger clan member burst to his feet and ran out of the cavern, leaving the 2 of them on the ground outside the building.
"Quite a battle," said Ilani as she wrapped a clean rag around her arm. Must have been a big one. Filled the whole tunnel.
Ilani squeezed her hand.
You sure you want to stay here? I can't help but feel like this isn't where you're meant to be. I'm trying. You are.
Learning quickly, though you're starting from a place of near complete ignorance. Not a critique, but the unvarnished truth.
It's going to take you a long time. You sure you want to stay here? No shame if you want to return to the light, or the Torino.
Somewhere along the way her face had been cleaned of blood, but when Pandora smiled, she felt like it was the moment right after the battle when she was at peak mess.
I don't give up. I can see that. But you know, sometimes it's the wisest course.
Pandora wasn't sure if what was driving her to succeed was the expectations from the mod about her mission, or her own personal goals.
Not that it really mattered.
She didn't know a single successful person who wasn't a bit of a mess inside. The crunch of gravel announced the return of Garrett and a taller man with dark hair, a wicked scar across his jaw, and tattoos of tiny knives on his forehead, cheeks and neck. He was Waku by the black clothing, red sash around his waist, and curved blades at his side.
No, he said when his eyes fell upon her. No warleader. No healing.
Ilani shot to her feet, getting into his face.
She is new, but she's part of my team, Miguel. She deserves healing. Got bit by a tunnel rat, fixing a motor in an air vent.
Miguel's lips soured as he shook his head.
No way. She no drops. She warleader.
No wasting opal on this vermin.
We should dump her in the canyons and see how she does then. Do you like fresh air?
Do you like not having to smell shit when you squat?
Then refuse my request.
See how your fellow Waku turn on you when they know you're the reason they can't breathe. The scowl never left Miguel's lips, but after a long standoff he grumbled under his breath and knelt by her side. With the bedside manner of a cowboy breaking a horse, Miguel yanked the bandage from Pandora's arm, but she made no sound, keeping her gaze steady on his.
You're a mess, he smirked.
Pandora kept staring back. Eventually he shrugged and put both hands around her arm.
Don't move. The healing hurts, but it's a good hurt.
A slow fire burned in her flesh as he squeezed.
It felt like sitting too close to a campfire.
Pandora watched the jagged cuts on her forearm close by themselves, knitting together in the strange, uneven motion of worms or tentacles. When Miguel finally pulled his hands away, the gashes in her arms had been replaced with thick lines of pink flesh.
All done.
He stood, staring as if he didn't know what to make of her. It was as if he suspected her real purpose for being in the Undercity. She didn't know how the healing opal worked, even though it was the second time someone with that stone had fixed her.
Thank you.
Miguel flinched away from her gaze.
Try not to mate with any more tunnel rats, warleaders.
Ilani waited until he was gone to say, they'll come around once they see how hard you're working.
It takes time. How often do you take outsiders in the drops? It used to be more rare, a couple a year, but these last few have been something of a rush. But that increase also breeds mistrust.
A young man a few months ago tried to steal a stone for himself.
They put him in the canyons, and we never see him again. I'm not here to steal from the drops, said Pandora, meeting Ilani's level gaze. I know.
Garrett called from the interior of the building.
I found the problem.
They went to the maintenance table, where the cover of the motor had been removed, exposing the coil of wire inside. Garrett used a screwdriver to point to a loose wire at a connection pole.
Could have fixed it in the tunnel. Didn't need to bring it back. As shame burned in her chest, Ilani put a hand on her shoulder.
The gentle squeeze brought back memories of her father when she was little, followed by anger as she thought about her mother. How things might have been different had he not died when she was so young. A good lesson for next time.
You'll do better.
Pandora leaned on the table as Garrett gave her a strange sideways look.
I can put the motor back if you want.
Give you a break?
No. He flinched away and frowned. Sorry. I appreciate it. But I need to finish the job, even if it takes me longer.
Garrett lifted a shoulder as he fixed the wire back around the post and tightened it with the screwdriver.
You should eat and drink before you go back, said Alani.
Pandora nodded and went for her pack to finish the rest of the food bar.
As she was leaning over, she heard Alani say, "Where's your hammer?" Chapter 11.
The exhaustion from 2 weeks of constant training left Kuma in a daze whenever he was at rest. Half the time he could barely remember eating. He'd look up to find his plate or bowl empty.
The first week the soreness had been brutal.
He'd looked like a giant baby waddling around, incapable of full strides. The only respite was that he wasn't alone. The entire class was miserable.
I think I can finally shit without worrying about falling in, said Botan, coming back from an outbuilding.
The rest of the class was sitting or lying around in an open area at the lowest tier of the academy in their loose grey outfits with white sashes. They were directly inside the short wall, but beneath the row of housing that made up their quarters. A snore broke free from Kuma's right. He nudged Tick in the arm, waking him. His disoriented look was followed by a long sigh.
Why'd you have to wake me? I was dreaming about lying in a giant bed made of clouds. You dream about sleeping? Asked Kamina incredulously. Her short black hair was slicked back. Only since training started.
Kuma had his arms draped over his bent knees as he sat on the rock.
We're all exhausted.
I really hope today isn't more arc runs or strike practice. He flexed his knuckles, which looked like scabby walnuts. When his father had told him stories about training, it had sounded romantic, like the heroes of the stories getting stronger for their great test. But in the middle of his first few weeks, every cell of his body screamed for relief, and he only wanted it to be over. Give up if you can't take it, said Yara from the other side of the group.
She sat with Omar, Botan and Oda.
A response never made it to his lips, as Instructor Kaz appeared on the stone steps that went up through the center of the tiers to the main building at the top. He stood in a wide stance with his hands on his hips, reviewing them with a playful smirk.
Why, my little minnows, you look tired. Should we take a break?
They looked around at each other, afraid that it was another trick. Kaz kept them guessing with every training session. Get it over with, please, said Kamina as she threw small rocks at the wall. Kaz chuckled.
We have reached the phase of complete resignment. Which means that we're going to change things up today.
One of Yara's team sighed heavily, but she elbowed them in the gut. Kaz threw a small brown leather bag into the center of the group. It hit the ground, sounding like it contained broken glass. The entire class stiffened with attention or leaned forward.
I see you're not as tired as you were letting on.
Kaz walked to the bag, unloosened the drawstring, pulled a couple of tiny stones out and held them on his palm.
Each was barely bigger than a grain of uncrushed salt.
Can anyone tell me what these are?
Stones. Faez crystals. Death diamonds.
The answers were given on top of each other until the end, when Kaz looked like he was about to speak again and Tick added, Our doom. The hesitation from the instructor was telling, but he forced a grin and grabbed a single stone from his palm, holding it up. While Kuma knew some basic facts about the stones, the details of attunement and use had been kept secret outside of the academy.
This is an amber stone, which can, with the proper training and attunement, allow a person to read another's mood or detect their lies.
It can help you see in near darkness, hear a bat fart from 2 caves away, or smell the awful carnage that Botan left in the outhouse a short time ago.
The class chuckled collectively.
Kuma felt himself relax, buoyed by the hope that they would finally get to experience their first stones.
What are faez crystals? Condensed magic, said Tick. Magical batteries, added Yara.
Kaz nodded.
Both true.
These stones were created by the interaction of our realm and the infernal one. As the barrier was pierced with great energies, these little marvels came into existence, just as real gemstones like topaz or rubies are shaped by volcanoes.
Are we going to get to use them today? Asked Kuma. Yes, said Kaz with a twinkle in his eyes. The class glanced at each other in excitement. But you won't be taking them with you.
There are some challenges with the stones that I will explain. Yara. You said the stones are a battery. Care to explain?
They hold magical energies.
Faez. The raw stuff of magic, which non-mages can use in certain ways.
Good, but you said non-mages.
Can mages use them? Yara nodded, understanding his point.
They use them like actual batteries.
While non-mages can only use them in a certain way, depending on the type of stone, mages can use them to supplement their magic, and given the after effects of the sundering, they're probably more interested now than ever.
Tick, said Kaz, spinning around to face him. How do non-mages use them?
The sudden focus on him had Tick twitching his head, and squeezing the bridge of his nose between forefinger and thumb. His fingers tapped on his legs in patterns Kuma was well acquainted with, from years of being his friend. Eventually Tick was able to get control of himself, with the stretching of his jaw. Mages draw faez through their minds. They're shaping raw creation into something new and awesome.
But the stones are different. They're channeling the faez through the body in ways prescribed by the matrix of the crystal. Excellent, said Kaz, clapping his hands together softly. I want you each to grab a single stone and take it back to your location.
You'll want to find a spot where you can safely stretch out for when you feel dizzy or nauseous while you try to acclimate. The scramble for stones was messy until Kaz cleared his throat loudly, and then everyone cooperated, passing them out until the entire class held one. Kuma stared at the little amber-colored stone on his palm, wondering how something so small could have such a huge effect.
His heart thudded in his chest.
What if he was a null like his father? The weight of his expectations made it hard to breathe. You will not be keeping these except during the training sessions. They're low-quality stones with too many flaws to make you an effective waku. Over the next few days, you shall attempt to attune yourselves to the stones.
Our training will be lighter than normal, because you're going to find your reflexes and mental states somewhat altered by the practice. What if we can't attune? Asked Omar. The simple fact is that all of you won't be able to attune.
While the rates are much higher for those born and bred in the Undercity, we believe due to living in a faez-rich environment, even for Razor Clan we usually only see around 30%. A collective groan passed through the group.
But that number involves everyone who has been tested before, which includes the other members of the clan, which have seen much lower rates. It's much harder to attune when you're older, so I have higher hopes for this group.
Yara shot him a nasty look when Instructor Kaz turned his back. Attuning to the stone requires constant contact and focus, but not from your mind but your body. Imagine it as an aura emanating from your chest and arms and legs, and collecting the stone within its radius until it absorbs into your soul. Kaz chuckled.
The looks of confusion are warranted. I have no other way of explaining it.
You'll have to experiment and try things until you either feel it or you don't. By the end of the week, if you haven't attuned, then I'm sorry, it's not going to happen. You'll continue your training but with a separate group. Or you can choose to return to the clan, taking a less active role.
If we feel dizzy, that means we're going to attune, asked Oda. No.
That feeling is your body trying to connect to the stone. You will definitely feel uneasy during this first hour while you focus, but then those experiences will come and go in waves and at the most inopportune times. Then either you attune or you don't, but once the week has passed, if you haven't, then the stones will no longer make you feel anything. The stone on his palm held Kuma's future. The wait for this moment had been unbearable, but now that it had arrived he was afraid to find out the answer.
One last thing.
We use these stones for training because they're weak. If you can attune to them, it doesn't mean you will attune to a full-fledged amber. You might be able to connect to this training stone, but find your topaz or sapphire later.
That's enough talking.
Find a spot to lie down and good luck. The glances from Tick and Kamina were filled with worry.
The words good luck rose to his lips, but he couldn't get them out.
Kuma found a section of the terrace wall, and lay upon it with the tiny amber stone in his fist. As he struggled to get comfortable, Kuma rested his hand containing the amber stone on his chest. He heard the little noises from the rest of his class. Even arrogant Yara seemed reduced by the task. He knew it wasn't right to hope that she didn't attune, since every failure meant one less Waku to defend the clan, but it would be a lot simpler if she couldn't. The stone was small enough, Kuma had to check that it was still in his fist.
It's the grit to make my pearl.
He focused on extending his aura, whatever that meant, and filled his body with intention. The entire time the thought that he would be a null like his father looped through his head. And unlike his father, who was already clan leader when the stones were discovered, the lack of them would greatly impact his future prospects.
I can sense it,
called out Botan, sitting up suddenly with a wondrous expression.
It started with a little airy gas, and then ended with the flapping of its little bat butt cheeks.
The collective realization that Botan was joking, resulting in a few people picking up pebbles and throwing them at him. Botan lay back down, chuckling to himself. Kuma refocused, hating the emptiness of his task.
It was like being asked to practice existing. After 20 minutes of having his eyes closed, wondering if anything would happen, he heard a grunt, then a body hit the ground.
Yara was lying near the short wall, looking disoriented. She'd been sitting against a stone building, with her feet hanging over the edge. Her eyes opened and closed reflexively, and she blew her cheeks out before burying her head between her legs in a curled position. The fact that Yara had been first to experience dizziness bothered Kuma. He was certain she'd be a Waku, probably multiple stones like her father. And he'd be a null. A nobody. The vice of his anxiety twisted another turn. A short time later, the sounds of moaning had Kuma opening his eyes to find Tick leaning over, about to crash to the ground from his perch. Kuma surged forward right as his friend tipped off the wall. He caught him, letting him down where he lay still, quiet agony emanating from his lips.
Tick didn't even open his eyes to see who had helped him.
Kuma returned to his spot, but lay on the ground rather than the wall. Over the course of the next half hour, the dizziness that the stones caused seemed to hit his classmates one after another. The longer it went without him connecting to the stone, the more he was sure his future would be a disappointment.
That's been an hour, said Kaz, returning to the group.
A pit formed in Kuma's stomach.
As far as he could tell, everyone in the group had experienced some level of dizziness or nausea.
Oda had puked behind the climbing wall. His friends Tick and Kamina checked with him, but he gave them a smile and hoped they wouldn't ask any questions.
Take these cloth bracelets. There's a sticky patch that will hold the stone to your skin. Put it around your wrist.
You'll need to keep it there at all times, no matter how bad you feel. Kuma followed the instructor's directions.
The stone bit into the tender part of his inner wrist. For the rest of the afternoon, you'll be on the sparring course. But no climbing wall.
I don't want any of you to get dizzy at the top, and crack your head open when you fall. Take your time.
If you don't feel right, move to a safe spot until it passes.
The sparring course was a series of striking dummies that they hit with various parts of their bodies, hands, feet, elbows, knees, and so on. Normally, they were expected to move through the course at speed, but on this day, they looked like a group of plague survivors trying unsuccessfully to attack stationary targets.
I feel like my insides want to become outsides, said Tick from directly in front of him in line.
Kamina had said nothing. She was standing behind Kuma, staring into the distance. She wavered a few times. The rest of the line was equally unsteady, except for Kuma. The difference left him empty. When it was his turn to run through the course, Kuma matched the lethargic speeds of his classmates, even though he felt fine. His heart wasn't in the punches and kicks. If he wasn't a Waku, what was the point? The Waku from the other clans would be quicker and faster, or sense his intentions and counter his attacks easily. If he couldn't attune, there was no reason to stay at the academy. While it remained an option, few bothered because they knew how outclassed they'd be in a scrap. What good was a fighting blade, when your enemy could use their sapphire stone to throw rocks from across the cavern? If he couldn't attune, he'd have to join the business side of the clan. Learn to be an accountant or understand the ways of the lighted world. At the evening meal, the entire academy gathered at the building at the top of the cavern. It had no formal name, though some called it Tenebrous Hall, mimicking the naming structure of the mage school. There were around 30 students seated at the tables, the largest group being Kuma's fellow group of Waku candidates. In a week, their number would be smaller, a truth reflected in the eyes of the older students, who stared at their tables and discussed the odds of each of them surviving to become a Waku. Amongst the upper classes were men and women, much older than their group. Once the stones had been discovered, and the methods of attunement refined, the option had been opened up to anyone in the clan. It was odd to look across the room to see wrinkled faces staring back. Before Kuma grabbed his wooden bowl of rat stew, he caught Instructor Kazuki's attention.
"May the shadows keep you safe," said Kuma, offering a deep bow.
Kaz furrowed his brow as he leaned back, clearly suspicious. His hands rested on his slight belly.
"What is it? May I ask you a question in private?"
Kaz frowned.
"No.
The shadows aren't meant to hide truth from ourselves." Kuma swallowed. He knew the amber stones in the room would be listening, but his desire to know the answer outweighed his concerns.
"I haven't felt anything yet."
No dizziness or nausea.
"Nothing."
The instructor's blank expression left Kuma reeling, as his mind filled in the emptiness with anxiety.
"It is unusual, but this business is new enough. I cannot tell you what it means."
Kaz nodded towards the tables.
"You should return to your class."
Forgetting the stew, Kuma returned to his spot between Tik and Kamina.
"What's wrong?" asked Tik as he drummed on the table with his fingers. "Not hungry. I don't feel like eating either, but we need to keep up our strength." "He's right," said Kamina, looking concerned. "Nothing. It's fine."
After mealtime, he returned to the lowest tier.
He shared a room with Tik.
The cushioned mat on the floor was comfortable enough for sleeping, but his mind wouldn't turn off.
"Want to play Runic Risk?" asked Tik.
They weren't supposed to have games or other distractions in the academy, but Tik had smuggled in a small box.
"I'm going to take a walk."
Kuma left his room. They weren't allowed in the higher tiers unless invited, but he could wander around the training area as long as he didn't leave the cavern. The dimmed lights returned the cavern to near darkness. An amber stone could see fine. He wandered along the curved wall, running his fingers along the smooth stone. In the early years of the clan, it had been a bulwark against the incursions from their enemies. In the past, when Kuma had imagined the bloody battles, he'd placed himself at their center, but now he could only see Yara and Uncle Brazio in the middle of the fight. There would be no place for him and his father in the future of the clan. The sound of murmuring voices had Kuma throwing himself behind a striking wall. The battered wooden structure with worn red circles indicating the target had seen better days, but it was solid enough to hide behind.
"It's not an order but a request."
Kuma almost popped out from behind the wall to confront Yara, whose voice he heard, but it was followed by a deeper one he didn't recognize.
"You're asking a lot. This is a delicate time.
There are eyes everywhere. I'm risking much by even talking to you." Yara and the other person weren't too far away. They were walking along the outer curve of the cavern, away from the entrance. Kuma could barely hear their whispers, and only because he was about 15 feet from their location. Just as he leaned to the edge of the striking wall to catch a glimpse of the other speaker, the world shifted beneath him. One moment he was crouched on his heels, the next he was slumped against the wall as the cavern spun around him. Kuma had experienced motion sickness a few times when he'd been on the streets of Invictus, and the space and tall buildings had made him dizzy.
But this was like the difference between an ant or an elephant stepping on him.
Kuma clung to the stone, no longer worrying about anyone overhearing him. He was certain that gravity had reversed, and if he didn't hold on, he'd find himself launched into the air to splatter against the ceiling. His earlier decision not to eat dinner seemed prescient, as he gagged and retched.
Nothing but spit came out. It felt like he'd been thrown off a cliff, and the moment he was about to hit the ground, he was returned to that high place and continued his descent.
The awful sensation continued unabated. If he was making noise, he didn't care.
He just wanted it to be over. But sweet respite wouldn't come.
His agony went on for what seemed like days, and even if his sense of time had been confused, he knew that it had at least been hours. In the depths of his misery, he saw a shimmering black door. He couldn't tell if the shiny black space was solid, or an opening to another place, but he knew it was important. A figure stepped through. No. They appeared. Followed by others. Kuma couldn't see their faces but sensed their animosity. The one in front, they held within them multiple worlds. For a moment Kuma thought he could see their faces, but an amber glow spilled from the darkness, backlighting them and obscuring them in shadow. As they neared, Kuma heard screaming and the breaking of glass. Kuma, wake up. For the first time in hours, he was able to open his eyes. Tick was leaning over him, concern racking his face.
Are you okay?
The dizziness and nausea lingered, but it was bearable.
Tick helped him sit up. I fell asleep while you were gone, but then woke up to find you hadn't returned. I worried something had happened.
Kuma thought about telling his friend about the strange vision he'd had in the depths of his distress, but decided it was just a hallucination brought on by the stone pressed against his wrist.
I got dizzy and had to lie down. Let's return.
My back hurts from lying on the hard rock. Returning to his feet left Kuma a little unsteady, but Tick made sure he didn't fall over while they returned.
That sucks it hit you while you were out walking, said Tick.
Kuma thought about it for a moment, before answering.
No, not at all. Not at all.
Chapter 12. Pandora ducked out of the narrow tunnel in her harness, with her tool belt slung over her shoulder, to find a group of Waku waiting for her. There were 4 men and 2 women, all heavily tattooed, including their faces and necks. For the hardcore members of the Drops, the tattoos were a signal that they would never live in the light, that the Undercity was their eternal home. They had the secondary effect of making the wearer's expressions fearsome.
The tunnel rat appears, said Miguel, the opal Waku who had healed her weeks ago.
Pandora studied their stances, clenched fists, chests expanded, pulsing jaws. They were there to cause her harm. The cavern she'd been working in was off the main area. She'd been setting up the equipment that would help the expansion of the settlement. They were blocking her exit, not that it would matter. She knew a couple of them by reputation. Alani's workers gossiped about the Waku and their stones as if they were mythical heroes from the past.
At least 2 topaz and a sapphire stood before her. May the shadows keep you safe, she said, inclining her head respectfully. You don't deserve the shadows, spat Miguel. Let's gut her and stuff her back in her hole. It's the only way to treat a tunnel rat.
Pandora lifted her chin, but was careful not to face off with them.
If you harm me, Alani will go straight to Daraja with what you've done. Assuming she ever finds out, said a woman in the back. I saved Dura's life.
A convenient setup to get you into our home, but you're not one of us, said Miguel, glowering over her.
She's the rat, we should kill her.
Pandora's gut tightened even as she screamed at her body not to betray her. A well-trained Amber Waku could sniff out a lie.
She had to hope they weren't disciplined. I'm not a rat, whatever you think. Her heart is beating like a warning drum, said the guy next to Miguel, clearly an amber stone by his intense focus.
If you're wrong, do you think Daraja will show you lenience? Asked Pandora, daring a moment of defiance. Miguel bunched up his lips.
She's right. But if we can get her confession first, then Daraja will reward us. The smile that spread across his face made her sick to her stomach. Saja. Show her what it means to be a sapphire.
The Waku was handsome beneath the swirling tattoos that curled down his cheeks like mutton chops. His smile revealed a missing tooth and emptiness in his gaze that promised atrocities. A sapphire. She knew they could affect things that were imbued with faez, but she had no idea what that meant. The stone was rare enough that there were supposedly few in the Undercity attuned to one.
Come here, little wayhos.
Saja curled his fingers towards himself. An invisible hand pressed against her back, making her stumble forward.
The force surprised her.
When she'd heard of the sapphire, she'd been unimpressed by the idea.
Do you like?
Pandora stared back at him with as much ambivalence as she could muster, even as she wanted to put her fist through his face. She spotted the small blue stone in his ear, and thought about yanking it out, but she'd pay for the defiance.
I think she likes you, Saja, said one of the women. I can sense how wet she's getting.
Saja looked down on her.
You're not my type. I don't fuck with traitors.
His grin widened.
You feel my power. This is but a taste.
Now I show you reals. As if she'd been attached to climbing wires, Pandora was yanked above the ground, flying across the cave until she impacted the rocky wall with enough force to knock the air from her lungs.
Her teeth clacked together when her head hit, bringing stars into her vision.
She tasted copper in her mouth and grinned, pushing the blood between her teeth. In a fair fight, Pandora felt like she could have at least made them pay for what they were about to do to her. She could have broken some kneecaps or crushed a larynx or two. The odds meant she would have been killed, but she would have inflicted injury on them before she was done. The ease with which the sapphire had taken control of her body left her feeling like she was back in training with the mod, completely helpless against what would be done to her. Saja stood beneath her, looking up. He looked in near ecstasy.
Now you understand.
You see my power. Everything in the Undercity is coated with faez.
Soaked with it.
He gestured with his hand, and a rock the size of her head levitated into the air. When he made a throwing motion, she was sure she was dead. The rock exploded next to her head, sending shards into her cheek. When she opened her eyes, she could feel warm blood running down her neck. He held his hands before him as if he were accepting a thrown ball.
As he pushed them forward, a crushing weight smashed her against the stone.
The jagged protrusions sent knives of pain into her back. If he pushed hard enough, he'd sever her spine, leaving her with useless legs. As her vision narrowed, she realized Miguel stood next to Saja, who strained with the effort of holding her against the wall. The pressure released enough that she could see again.
What are you doing here? I know you're a rat, but what is your plan?
No wayhos like you just happened to save one of our top lieutenants on accident.
I'm not a rat, she managed to wheeze out, spittle forming on her lips. When they interrogated the demon dog and the waitress, neither of them confessed to anything, even after hours of torture.
Not even our best Amber Stone revealed anything more than they were telling the truth.
But I know it, even if our leadership doesn't.
You're a rat. You tricked your way into the drops. For what reason? I don't know, but you're going to tell me, or you're never going to leave this cave. Pandora spat blood onto his upturned face. Miguel wiped it off as if it weren't the first time it had happened to him.
Bring her down. I want to show her something.
Sweat had beaded up on Saja's forehead. His neck tendons were rigid with strain. Pandora dropped to the floor in a heap, the impact reverberating through her knees.
You know that opals can heal, said Miguel, crouched on his heels before her.
Pandora considered hitting him in the throat as hard as she could, with her knuckles. As the opal of the group, he'd unlikely be able to heal himself in the middle of dying.
Or that was her hope.
A last Pyrrhic stand.
But she knew there was always a way out. But that's not all I can do. He placed his hand on her forearm.
The heat started slowly, then surged to searing flame within a few heartbeats.
She tried to yank away, but he held her fast.
Pandora watched as a patch of skin turned bright red, then bubbled as if he was holding flame to it. When he let go, she clutched her arm to her chest, heaving with the effort of not screaming.
Tell me or I'll cook you alive, one limb at a time. I'm not a rat.
Miguel checked back to the Amberstone, who shrugged her shoulders.
But Pandora knew something they didn't.
Once they'd started torturing her, the prospect of detecting her lies would be annihilated by the stress of her agony. Had they carefully questioned her, they might have been able to uncover her secrets.
I think you're a rat, said Miguel. A cooked rat.
He grabbed both wrists and poured his opal stone into her arms. The scream left her lips within seconds as both limbs felt like they'd been shoved in lava. Pandora wished for unconsciousness. Then suddenly, inexplicably, the soul-crushing pain was gone. It was only when she heard Alani screaming at the Waku in 3 different languages that she knew the reason. After a brief standoff, Miguel and his crew left, promising to visit her another time.
Mother of the Earth, said Alani as she examined Pandora's arms, which had bubbled flesh at multiple spots.
It wasn't just Alani, Pandora learned, as a stretcher was fetched, and she was laid upon it. They carried her through the caverns and back to the building that they called home. A few times during the journey, people loomed into her vision, and she heard Alani tell them the reason. Once she had returned, the wounds were tended with warm water and hydrogen peroxide, then wrapped with clean bandages.
We'll have to fix you up the old ways, said Alani, chuckling. No magic.
No stones.
Thank you.
Alani frowned, creasing the wrinkles around her eyes.
I hate to say this, but you should consider leaving. They're not going to stop.
Pandora stared into her lap.
I don't have anywhere else to go. Except for them, I rather like it here.
Alani sighed heavily. Her age came through the darkness in her gaze. She patted Pandora's shoulder before leaving the room. The damage had mostly been superficial, no broken bones or internal injuries, so Pandora joined the others after she'd had a chance to change out of her sweaty jumpsuit. The rest of Alani's team was having a rare group meal. A case of bottled beer had been acquired. Someone shoved one in Pandora's hand as she stumbled into the room and took a spot sitting on a table against the wall. Garrett brought her a bowl of stew and a hunk of hard bread. He drummed 2 fingers in a pattern that brought a cold chill to her spine. She reached out and clamped her hand over his fingers, receiving a strange look, but he complied. Wanting to wash away the agitation, Pandora resisted the urge to chug the beer in one swallow. The discussion was centered on the work around the settlement expansion, but Pandora kept catching glances from the others. The mix of sympathy and concern kept her from making any indication that the injuries she'd sustained were causing her pain. Pandora sensed they were either concerned that the attack on her had been warranted, or that the cohesion of the clan was at risk. Alani seemed to sense this distraction, and pulled up the fabric of her pant leg. A smooth white line went down the front of her calf near the bone.
Anyone remember how I got this?
Garrett pulled the bottle of beer away from his lips.
Tripped and fell.
Alani smirked playfully.
No.
Any other guesses?
All of them pointy demons? Asked another worker. Thankfully no. The scar looked too neat to Pandora. A blade. Clan battle.
Alani lifted her bottle, in salute.
I was on my way to the Torino to pick up some equipment.
Our auger had broken during a job. We were ambushed by a group of RZR. A few people spat on the ground.
I'm no fighter, but I had my broken auger bit with me in case it could be welded back to shape. I stabbed some guy in the chest when he tried to slice open my neck with his blade.
I only survived because he tripped over a rocky protrusion. I shoved the bit in his neck before he could recover, then I was faced with 2 more RZR clan. Before they could attack me, Miguel appeared and killed both. I got this before the battle was over.
I hardly remember it.
I think one of my attackers lunged out as he had Miguel's knife in his chest, but they managed to get me back here before I bled out.
There were a few whistles and nods.
Pandora knew what Alani was doing. If the clan started mistrusting each other, they'd never succeed in the harsh environment of the Undercity. Even after defending her from Miguel and his fellow Waku, Ilani was making sure the group knew that they were still on the same side. "To our Waku," said Pandora, raising her bottle. Ilani gave her a little nod, as the others matched her gesture.
"To the Waku."
When they were finished drinking, Garrett spoke up.
"I have a cool scar too. Wanna see it?" After a few murmured encouragements, he stood up, unbuttoned his pants and bent over, showing them his pale ass.
Everyone started laughing, but Garrett pointed to a pucker mark on his right cheek. "Took a mantic spike when one of those little bastards showed up at a collection site.
I tried running away, but it got me from 50 feet away."
A round of chuckles passed through the group. Pandora found herself grinning despite the pain.
"How big was it?" she asked, genuinely curious.
She'd heard the tales of the unusual creatures of the Undercity, but hadn't seen one herself. Garrett held out his hands about shoulder width.
"As big as a tunnel rat."
"Any bigger, and I'd have been a goner."
"How'd you get away with a spike in your ass?" asked another worker.
"I ran." Garrett reached into his shirt and pulled out a sharp bone the length of a pinky that hung by a chain.
"I saved it."
A few others offered tales of their injuries, revealing the scars they'd earned. The causes tended to be the same: the brutal work they performed regularly, encounters with the denizens of the Undercity, and the scraps that happened with the other clans.
"What about you, Pandora?
Any scars from up there? Got hurt opening a bottle of water or buying a spiced latte?" asked Garrett with mirth in his eyes. This kind of ribbing wasn't unusual. The Drops thought that life in the light was completely safe, a benign existence that to them would be so boring they'd go mad. Pandora thought about his question as all eyes were upon her.
"See this scar?" she asked them as she pulled down her shirt, revealing the swell of her left breast.
Everyone leaned forward and squinted.
There were a few shakes of the head.
She let them stew in her question before she gave her answer.
"Bobby Maguire.
7th grade.
Promised to take me to the winter dance, but he never showed up.
My mom had to drop me off alone, where I found out he'd asked another girl. Broke my heart.
I spit in his punch when he wasn't looking."
The collective laughter made her feel that despite the attack from Miguel and his friends, she still had a place in the Drops.
It wasn't necessary to leave yet.
As the mirth died down, Garrett, who'd been wrinkling his face through her entire story in the aftermath, tilted his head like a dog hearing a strange noise.
"What's winter?" Chapter 13.
The next 7 days with the weak amber stone pressed to his wrist was torture. Waves of motion sickness assaulted his mind and body. The brief reprieves, not long enough for him to eat comfortably, were squashed between seemingly endless periods of proneness on the training grounds. Kaz had given him leave to sequester in his room, but he didn't want his fellow candidates to think he was avoiding the work.
"Gonna lay there all day, dizzy bear."
Kuma tried to squeeze an eye open, but even the thought made the world spin around him faster. A moan slipped out as he lay upon the hard cavern floor. The rest of the candidates were on the training course. At any one time, a few of them were dealing with a little dizziness, but nothing compared to what he was experiencing. The idea of ripping the guard off his wrist and freeing himself from the tortures of the Amber Attunement came and went during the ordeal.
But once he did, he'd no longer be a candidate and they'd send him back to his father in shame.
The worst part was this was how his father had experienced the same conditioning. Nirin had looked a damp apparition, sweat pouring from his forehead as he groaned in agony. It had only been 3 years ago, so Kuma remembered it well. The worry was that he would be a null like his father. The reaction of his body to the faez crystals was a sign that he wasn't going to be able to attune. While the path that each candidate took was unique, the heavier bouts of motion sickness usually indicated eventual failure. Why not give up now and save himself the pain?
The thought occurred to him many times.
At others, he was sure that Yara was whispering it into his ear. Sometime during the training, he found he could open his eyes again. Kuma sat against the short wall as his fellow candidates moved through the course, striking the obstacles with their knuckles, elbows, or knees. Instructor Kaz appeared at his side, kneeling down to be at the same level.
"I've taken shits that look better than you," said Kaz. "I'm laughing inside, I swear," said Kuma as he stared into the distance. He took a sip from a water bottle.
Staying hydrated through the ordeal had been difficult. He'd thrown up more times than he could count.
"There's no shame in quitting," said Kaz.
Kuma looked to his instructor.
The concern was real. "Maybe for others, but I cannot. You know this is the same path your father took, and while the stones are new enough that our knowledge is suspect, I fear that this will end the same. I will suffer through it, even if this lasts a year, if only to know the truth.
If I quit, I'll never know for certain." Kuma was so exhausted, he couldn't tell if the instructor was proud of him or thought he was a fool.
It didn't matter which one, Kuma decided.
He had to do this for himself and his father. Their positions within the clan would falter further if he was a null too.
"Instructor Kaz?" he asked before the instructor had moved away. He turned back. "How many days has it been?"
A weary smile formed on Kaz's lips.
6 since you took the stone."
6 days. Kuma wasn't sure if it had felt like 6 or 600.
"And how many have attuned?" 4 out of 11.
Yara, Masashi, Kamina, and Tick. A good rate so far.
"Tick. Have I been out that long?" "This morning." "Right," said Kuma, nodding. "Thank you. At this pace, your candidate group will be the highest rate of any so far."
A thing to be proud of, said Kaz before he returned to instruct the others. He knew he should agree with Kaz, but seeing both his friends and his biggest rival Attune made him feel left out. Every Waku made the clan stronger, but he couldn't help his selfish desires. A short time later, Instructor Kaz gathered them in the cavern outside the academy for another testing. Faint lights attached to the ceiling allowed for dim viewing. Kuma was able to walk, though his knees threatened to give out at any moment. A series of stone benches had been made from a wall that had collapsed.
"Those that have attuned, come with me.
Everyone else stay here. I'm not going to tell you which sense you'll need to be paying attention to, but if you can detect it, come over and tell me what you think it is." The tests were virtually the same each time, except for the sensing that Kaz used. Sometimes he would whisper lyrics of songs, or hold up a piece of paper with a series of letters that were too small for normal vision. One of the testings, during which Kamina succeeded to attune, he'd lit a scented lavender candle. With the others on the far side of the cavern, Kuma wasn't sure he had the energy to focus. His hands quivered and his head throbbed with a migraine. He was vaguely aware that something was happening, but when he stared into the distance, his vision was blurry. 10 minutes into the exercise, a whoop, followed by Juliana leaping from her perch and running across the cavern, left the remaining candidates feeling concerned. In the 3 years since the stones had been discovered, no one had attuned after 7 days. They were at the end of their vigil. Another day and their fates would be sealed. Kuma thought Juliana would be the last, until Oda and Omar both followed her across, minutes after she left. There were 4 of them remaining. It was the highest percentage of conversions by far, but that meant nothing to those on the wrong side of the cavern.
"We'll try again tomorrow," said Instructor Kaz when he returned with the rest of the group. "No matter what happens, you should be proud of your candidate group.
No others have converted so many." His friends joined him on the procession back to the academy.
"You'll get it tomorrow," said Tick as he fidgeted with his hands. "I know it."
Kuma didn't respond because a new wave of nausea was approaching.
He'd learned the pattern.
First he had a migraine, then the world felt like it was a giant trampoline, and then he had to lie down until it passed.
"I'm going to my room," he told them as he stumbled along.
Kamina said something encouraging, but he didn't catch all of it. The ocean in his brain had stormed in, leaving him seasick. By the time he made it back to his mat, he was shaking so hard his teeth rattled. The next hours were the worst of his experience.
At times he was aware people were attending to him, but he couldn't open his eyes for fear of falling off the world.
The only person he really understood was Instructor Kaz, whose baritone voice cut through the haze. Kuma woke from his slumber during the middle of the night. He could stand and use the time to sip water, but not so much that it would make his stomach hurt. Tick was sleeping on his side, mumbling softly as he was prone to do. Kuma crept out of the building and sat against the outer wall to breathe fresh air. The lights in the cavern were barely visible to signify night in Razor Clan. He stared upward at the dimness with his fingers tucked beneath the sticky patch that held the weak amber stone to his flesh. The urge to rip it off and be done with the training was strong, but an inch away from it was the bracelet that his mother had worn when she was alive.
A little bit longer, he muttered to himself as he traced the designs.
Even his bones were tired and he stank of sweat. Kuma really wanted to travel back to the main cavern and dunk himself in the cold stream that trickled out from the eastern wall. Maybe the frigid water would shock him back to awareness, but it was too far away to travel without eating something first. The morning came with the lightening of the cavern. As the other candidates awoke, they found him sitting outside. When Tick appeared, he seemed surprised.
"Everything okay?" "No nausea."
"For now anyway, but this is the first time I've gone more than a few hours without it.
I'm thinking I might eat something."
The knitted forehead and squeezed lips were followed by a soft, "I'm sorry."
There are other ways to help the clan. It took all of Kuma's effort to make it up the stairs that led to the dining room in the main building.
Each class had its own area, though the others were much smaller in number.
"I can grab your food if you're up for it," Kamina said. "No. I'll get it."
He made it to the line, opting for porridge with honey. He managed to take a bite without the nausea that had plagued him all week. Kamina sat beside him, and Tick was across. His friends barely spoke during the meal, surreptitiously glancing at him as if he might spontaneously combust.
"I heard Kaz say we'll test right after breakfast." "There's still a chance," said Tick with hope in his eyes.
Kamina screwed up her face.
"Tick, let him be." "It's okay.
I've made my peace with it," he said, even as his insides raged against the injustice. When they took their spots in the cavern, there were 4 of them left. No one could meet each other's gazes. They were the newly dead as far as their friends were concerned. Once the final testing was over, they'd return to the main cavern and take their place in the clan in a role that suited their talents. There was the option to stay at the academy, but not as a Waku. The alternative had been created in the first years, when attunement was rarer, but given the success of their class, it was doubtful anyone would take it. Kuma had no plan to accept a lesser role in the academy.
The hardest part was that he would be separated from his friends.
Tick and Kamina had been his best friends since they were crawling over the wooden bridges in the Machi. They would stay in the training facility, and he would return to the main area. While they might see each other from time to time, their responsibilities to the clan would mean a forced separation. Kuma sat on the stone bench as Instructor Kaz performed some unknown deeds on the far side.
They might as well have been on the other side of the world, as far as Kuma was concerned.
Except for the brief moment when he'd overheard Yara on his first night of attunement, he'd received no other signs that he would eventually be successful. After the longest half hour of his life, Instructor Kaz led the rest of the class over. Kuma had never felt so empty in his life.
It felt like he'd just found out that the sun wasn't real.
He'd always been certain that he'd be a Waku. Nothing made sense.
"I'm afraid it's the end of the line. If you haven't attuned by now, it's not going to happen.
Feel free to grab your things and return to your homes. I'll send along a final report to the Kajabrai, so you can be assigned a role in the clan. Leave the training stone on the basin before you leave." The others left with the instructor, leaving the 4 of them to trudge back on their own.
"I didn't want to die in a scrap anyway," said Botan with a shrug.
The walk back felt like the procession of the damned. Kuma was numb all over. He couldn't feel his feet, and didn't remember walking back to the building until he was standing inside, staring at the packed black bag in his hand. Kuma waited for a few minutes before heading out. He didn't want to walk with the other failed candidates. Misery in this case didn't want company. When he was certain the other three had left the cavern, he went out to the basin. Before he ripped away the sticky bandage, he took one last look around at the RZR banners that hung on the upper building, the fortifications that had protected his clan in the early years, and the wooden training equipment on the lowest level battered and worn from tens of thousands of strikes. He'd spent his whole life mythologizing what it would be like to train here, and now that he was forced to leave, it felt like something had gone terribly wrong. Part of him wanted to march up the stairs and tell Instructor Kaz that he was mistaken somehow, but the truth was a patch of darkness he couldn't avoid. Kuma peeled away the patch, revealing the tiny amber stone stuck to his flesh. It remained indented until he pinched it away with forefinger and thumb. He held it up to the light and squeezed it tight once last time before preparing to place it next to the other three.
May the shadows keep us safe.
As he reached out to release the stone, a flash of clarity shone through his mind. He worried for a moment that he was having a stroke, brought on by the endless discomfort he'd suffered during the week.
But with the amber between his fingers, he suddenly heard a cacophony of voices from atop the stairs.
It took him a few moments to realize that he was hearing every conversation that was happening inside the dining area. The sensation was so overwhelming, he had to grab the basin or fall over. The details of the world were turned up until he could see every crack in the stone, hear the way the utensils rattled against the plates as they ate, smell the roast tunnel rat covered in spices. Kuma fell to his knees. Not because of the onslaught of sensations that threatened to overwhelm him, but from the relief and exhilaration that filled him like a balloon ready to pop. A short time later, Instructor Kaz found him laughing on the stairs. He'd gotten distracted by a beetle crawling across the ceiling, using the many cracks as its insect highway. He held up the tiny stone to the instructor, who already had a knowing smile on his broad face.
I'm attuned. Chapter 14.
Pandora had been living with the drops for nearly 2 months, before she was given an opportunity to see the caverns outside of the Pajot. She was sitting at a workbench, cleaning out the motor casing so she could rewire the connections, when Alani appeared on the opposite side of her station. She had grease smudged on her cheek and a frown hung on her lips.
I have a job for you.
Pandora knew something was wrong since new requests were usually accompanied by some ribbing about being born in the light. Garrett had taken to calling her light eyes, which confused her since hers were sheer black, but such was the way of kids his age.
Let me guess, the sewage pipe beneath the main hall is clogged again. I wish it was that simple.
Pandora tossed the dirty rag onto the open motor and leaned back with her arms crossed.
The job isn't in the Pajot.
The generator at one of the collection sites failed, and they need someone to fix it. Her gut tightened.
Isn't Garrett or someone else available?
You.
I have a meeting with Daraja about the expansion, and Garrett is wiring the lights in the cavern.
I would send one of the others, but you've quickly become an expert in motors. Collection is muy važný. The last few words were in the Creole language that the clan spoke, but she'd heard it enough to know that it meant really important.
I understand.
Alani leaned over, balancing on her fingertips.
The work is too important for them to interfere.
This will be a good opportunity to show the Waku your contributions to the clan. She grabbed the rag off the motor.
I'll finish this and send someone to reinstall it later. I'll grab my things.
She took her leather tool pouch from its hook and slung it over her shoulder.
Then she attached her bone-hilted knife to her belt.
She'd traded for the blade with Garrett in exchange for lessons about the city. It wouldn't stop the Waku from hurting her, but there were worse things outside the safety of the settlement. Pandora met her guards at the north side of the Pajot, near the tunnels that led to the Torino. Miguel and Saja were chatting quietly near a trio of workers.
As soon as they saw her, she heard mutters of, "Fucking wayhos." "No way," said Saja, making the Undercity hand motion that meant stay back, danger ahead, but was also lingo for someone not worth our time. "We're not guarding you."
Pandora marched to Saja, as he grinned at her with his missing tooth. He'd shaved his head, and the left side had raised pinkish sections where he'd received new swirling tattoos that were his trademark.
"Nice tattoos.
I think I've seen them before at the Magus Hotel in the 3rd Ward."
"Huh."
He placed his hand on the hilt of his blade.
"What did you say to me?"
An invisible hand squeezed around her chest, making it hard to breathe, but she kept her expression neutral as if nothing strange was happening.
"It's a nice pattern is all," she wheezed out as she fought against the crushing of her chest.
Miguel put a hand on Saja's shoulder.
"Relax, my friend.
We need her for the job." Saja bared his teeth at her, before pulling away and marching into the tunnel, allowing her to breathe easily again. Miguel leaned in close. His breath smelled like cabbage.
"When job is finished, it would be a shame if something happened to you. It's dangerous away from the safety of the Pajot."
Pandora matched his gaze and said nothing. He seemed to expect a smart remark, but when she refused to play his game, he went after Saja.
The 3 workers stared at her suspiciously.
She clicked on her headlamp, adjusted the work pouch on her shoulder, and headed after the 2 Waku. The tunnels quickly led them away from the civilized areas of the Undercity. Little was known about the paths. The clans had done a good job of keeping knowledge of the tunnels and caverns a secret. Before Pandora had come to the Undercity, she'd found sparse information, and some of what she had read had been obsoleted by the invasion. Quakes had collapsed tunnels, others had been blocked off by the patrons or the clans, and even the safer ones that were known had become more dangerous in the subsequent years. Pandora knew they were in less traveled passages by the cleanliness of the tunnel and the smoothness of the floor. In the places that were frequently passed through, the protrusions and other rough spots were smoothed away to allow wheeled carts, manual or electric, to haul goods. She'd heard the RZR clan had secret hewn tunnels that crisscrossed the Undercity, bypassing the dangerous areas and making it easy to transport stolen goods. The drops were not as sophisticated, but they made up for organization with numbers and brutality. The 2 Waku stopped them at a dead-end cavern. Water dripped from somewhere out of sight. The opposite half was covered in stalactites and stalagmites. Saja scrambled up a steep incline with ease, throwing down a rope that had knots tied at intervals to make climbing easier. While Miguel stood guard, the 4 non-Waku made their way up the rope to a secondary tunnel. When Pandora reached the top, Saja said, "Crawl down to the end but no further.
We have to check for Stashavaja."
She recognized the word as the Undercity shorthand for demon. She understood the actual meaning to be something like creature of creation. The etymology of the name mattered little to Pandora, who was more interested in seeing a collection site for the first time. Her knees were sore by the time she reached the end. There wasn't much room to wait, which required lying on her side next to the workers until Miguel and Saja appeared in the gloom. They shimmied by her position, then down another rope into the next cavern. Pandora watched as their headlamps swung back and forth, revealing industrial lighting stands that were completely dark. Once the 2 Waku had swept the area for threats, Pandora was beckoned down to work on the generator. The cavern seemed newer than the others, which wasn't unusual, as new areas had been opened up in the aftermath of the invasion. Her headlamp couldn't penetrate the deep darkness at the back of the cavern. Huge chunks of stone lay scattered across the floor, which had her checking the ceiling for falling rocks. Miguel was waiting for her near a deep hole. Equipment had been abandoned. Oxygen tanks, climbing gear, hand chisels and jackhammers sat near the electric generator and 2 red diesel cans.
"Fix it," said Miguel, nodding towards the generator.
She slipped the tool pouch from her shoulder and examined the portable electrical source. Saja stood away from the hole while Miguel waited nearby. Both of them were scanning the darkness, while the workers waited in the tunnel. Pandora wiped the sweat from her forehead as she examined the generator. The air was hot and stank of diesel fumes.
Where are we? Don't worry about it.
Fix the generator, said Miguel without taking his eyes off the back of the cavern.
Can't you smell that? This place is too small for this generator. The fumes are already giving me a headache, and it's been hours since it was running. That's not your problem.
Pandora leaned over the hole, which went down into the darkness beyond the capability of her headlamp. She caught a glitter on the rock but quickly dismissed it. If they were finding faez crystals in the hole, it would be much deeper than she could see. The casing of the generator came off easily. She went through the obvious problems: battery failure, out of diesel, coolant leaks, loose wires, before checking the number of electrical cords hooked to it.
After reviewing the power needs, she unhooked one of the lights and the lifting mechanism and started up the motor with a pull of the cord.
The generator roared into existence, sending light from two of the stands into the cavern, revealing a space much larger than she'd anticipated.
"Stupid wayhos warned me first," said Sarja, holding his hands up over his face and squinting. "What did you do?" asked Miguel suspiciously. "There were too many things hooked up to it.
I unplugged too.
That's all it needed."
Miguel looked like he wanted to blame her for the original problem, but he couldn't figure out a reason.
"Sarja,
sweep the cavern before we bring them down." While the other Waku moved through the back of the cavern, Pandora examined the surroundings, looking for a better setup. "Before they get started, we should move the generator to that ledge."
"Why?" asked Miguel with a half snarl. "The fumes are collecting in the hole.
That ledge up there would let the smoke and exhaust gases drift the other direction, keeping air fresher here."
"Fine, make it happen."
With the help of the workers, Pandora repositioned the generator and the lights to compensate for one of them not being plugged in. When they were finished, Sarja returned from checking the cavern.
"There's a hole in back I hadn't noticed before."
"I didn't crawl in, but there were scratches on the stone," he said. Miguel considered the implications, before glancing back to the three workers who were putting on harnesses and readying their equipment for entering the pit.
"Keep your sensing up."
Sarja nodded and returned to the ledge near the generator. Pandora had no purpose now that the generator was running, so she made herself useful, helping the workers don their gear. They were concerned about not having access to the lifting mechanism, but Pandora switched it on while removing one of the lighting fixtures.
"I'll have Alani send lower wattage bulbs, and you should be able to keep them all on," said Pandora.
Two of the workers descended into the hole in climbing harnesses and hard hats, bearing small pickaxes. Pandora didn't know anything about mining, but the operation seemed similar.
"It's hot," said Pandora, waving her hand to cool her face while Miguel stared into the darkness passively. "How did they find this spot for collection?"
The flat stare from Miguel told her that she wasn't going to get an answer from him. The worker at the top of the pit, who was controlling the descent rope and checking the oxygen meters, said, "It's near the fire well."
"Shut up," barked Miguel. "She don't need to know."
The woman adjusted a dial on the oxygen tank.
"She fixed the generator and works for Alani."
"No way, hose."
"She drops."
Pandora nodded to the woman, who smiled back.
"I'm Lara." "Pandora." "I know."
Lara checked back to Miguel, who was frowning in the opposite direction.
"I don't know how they find it, but once they do, we dig out the crystals. I read before I came here that the crystals are heaviest around the wells," said Pandora. "True, but they're not good for Waku."
"I don't understand why, but the ones directly around the well are fine for mages to use like battery, but the ones that make good stones for Waku are further out, deeper into the stone.
Makes it harder to collect, but easier for clans to control." "You ever seen the fire well?"
Lara kept watch of the oxygen meter, gave the rope a single tug.
"Once last year.
We were looking for a new collection site.
They say it's not like it was before, but still, it scared me." "Scared you?" Why? That's where the Stashavajra came through. There.
I thought the demon's Stashavajra came through at the well near the spire. Pandora knew more, but she kept to what was common knowledge.
True, but you never know.
Already we have to deal with the ones in the canyons, who find their way into our caverns. Lara hung her head, which turned her face to shadows. My sister died 2 years ago when one came through the fencing. Put a spine right through her heart.
I'm sorry. The shadows do not care.
Pandora nodded. She'd heard the saying before and thought it loosely translated to the idea that living in the Undercity, the shadows, was neither good nor bad. The clans used them to their advantage, but they also hid danger.
It was the way of their world. The well looked like a big metal cylinder covered in runes, said Lara. The sides used to vent their magics, but now it's quiet and makes it easy to see the guardian. What about? Quiet, hissed Miguel as he stared into the other part of the cavern where Saja roamed.
Pandora rose to her feet. She wanted to reach for the bone-hilted blade, but there was nothing the two Waku couldn't handle, and if it killed them, the simple blade wasn't going to be much more than a hindrance. She eyed the rope that led into the connecting tunnel. In a dozen steps, she could be out of danger, assuming the creature couldn't fit into it as well. Saja appeared on the ledge near the generator, facing the cavern with one blade in his fist. He made the gesture for stay back, danger ahead, except this time he wasn't meaning her. She crept forward to hear him mention he'd sensed something coming through the tunnels he'd found earlier. They had a brief conversation about pulling the workers from the pit, but Miguel decided it was better to keep working. The generator had already delayed them, and the clan was desperate to find more stones for its Waku. She could no longer see Saja, who'd headed deeper into the other half of the cavern, while Miguel had stayed on the ledge. She didn't need an amber stone to see how tense and alert he was for danger, with both blades in his fists. Pandora crept to the ledge. She could see Saja's back illuminated by the industrial light that shone across the stone. Geodes glittered on the nearby rock formations. When her hand knocked loose a pebble, she caught an angry glare from Miguel, but he turned forward immediately as if he was expecting danger at any moment.
Her heart beat in her ears and her palms grew sweaty.
Miguel hissed to get Saja's attention. The other Waku glanced back, lifting his shoulders. Miguel made more hand motions, but Pandora didn't see them, as she was staring into a darkness that seemed larger than the industrial lights should allow. She scanned the cave, sensing movement but seeing nothing. Saja was an amber, but he seemed confused about whatever was happening.
As he took steps forward, she was screaming in her head for him not to move too close.
She knew it was fear hijacking her brain, but it didn't make it any easier to ignore.
Miguel, there's something back there. He swiped his hand angrily. I know. Then why can't Saja sense it? There are things that hide themselves well.
Saja edged towards the darkness.
Then get him back. He's too close.
Miguel switched out his right-hand blade for a handgun. Since the advent of the faez crystals, the Waku used more hand-to-hand weapons, but they hadn't abandoned their other weapons either.
Saja, whispered Miguel.
Saja stiffened suddenly. He put his hand out as if he were holding something back.
The tendons on his neck were rigid.
Miguel leapt forward.
What is it? He asked.
Straining with effort, Saja spat out, it's fighting me. Miguel leveled his weapon, pointing into the darkness, and pulled the trigger once.
The report echoed in the tight confines.
He fired a second time as Pandora was putting her hands over her ears. An inhuman scream pierced the space, followed by a spine shooting out of the darkness, impaling itself in Saja's chest. The Waku fell to his knees as the bloody appendage pulled back out. Pandora scrambled to the fallen Waku as Miguel fired into the darkness, unloading his rounds rapidly, then slamming a new clip into the gun. She found Saja barely breathing, blood leaking out of his mouth. The spine had gone right through his ribs. She didn't know if he was dying or just gravely injured, so she grabbed him by the shoulders and dragged him to the ledge as Miguel provided covering fire.
You need to heal him, said Pandora. He tossed her the gun and fell to Sarja's side.
Pandora checked to make sure the safety wasn't on, and leveled the weapon towards the back of the cavern.
There was at least 30 feet between them and the darkness, but it didn't feel like enough. A host of curses left Miguel's lips as he knelt by Sarja, who stared at the ceiling with blank, unfocused eyes. It's too late.
Pandora checked back to Lara, but found she was already helping the other 2 miners return to the surface.
We should get out of here.
He wasn't able to keep it back with his sapphire. She caught movement at the edge of her vision and fired towards it.
The creature retreated back into the darkness. Fuck.
Miguel slammed his fist into the ground.
We have to leave.
He stood and grabbed the weapon from her grip angrily, unloading 3 more bullets in the vague direction of the creature.
You have more bullets, right?
He nodded, slipping a 3rd clip from an inner pocket.
Get them to the tunnel.
The command was unnecessary, as Lara was helping the other 2 climb out of the pit. Another shot fired made Pandora duck. Her ears rang from the explosive echoes.
The 3 workers moved towards the exit.
Before she followed, Pandora fell on her knees, ripping the sapphire from Sarja's ear. Miguel caught what she'd done, but he either was too busy keeping watch or thought it prudent, so he didn't say anything.
As she pressed the stone in her palm and scrambled after the 3 workers, a heavy bout of motion sickness threw her to her knees.
She was dizzy and struggled to get up.
Move, you stupid wayhos, said Miguel, grabbing her by the shirt and hauling her to her feet.
They were about 15 feet from the rope that went into the tunnel. As Miguel pushed her forward, something flew from the back of the cavern, impacting the industrial light. The equipment exploded into sparks before descending the back half into darkness. Pandora checked back once to see something moving at the edge of the light. Miguel fired twice, then the 2nd light went out. They switched on their headlamps, but the narrow beams were only good for the short region around them.
Oh fuck, muttered Miguel.
She scrambled up the rope, being careful not to lose the stone in her fist. The dizziness remained, but her adrenaline had overtaken it. She threw herself into the tunnel as Miguel kept firing, cursing the whole while. He managed to climb the rope without the creature catching him. She crawled forward as he scooted backwards, keeping the weapon facing the hole. The sound of claws on stone made it clear the creature was pursuing them. The long, low tunnel made for a slow escape. The only thing keeping the creature at bay was Miguel's gun. She hoped he had more bullets, or they'd never make it back to the clan territory.
As she reached the end of the tunnel where the 2nd rope would take her into the next cavern, a sense of dislocation left her staggered. Hurry the fuck up, said Miguel.
She tried to move, but she was immobilized by sensation. Suddenly she could feel the tunnel she was in, the caverns ahead and behind, and every creature inside.
It felt like she'd developed sonar. Why aren't you moving?
Pandora managed to drag herself to the exit. She could see the wavering headlamps of the 3 workers moving across the cavern as she climbed down the rope. But more interestingly, she could feel them as well. As she moved her attention towards the narrow tunnel, she felt the creature moving through it. The shape was difficult to discern, but she sensed it had many moving parts. Miguel leapt down, hitting the floor next to her. Their dual headlamps flooded the hole, and when something that looked like a porcupine made of black metal stuck out, he fired his weapon dead center into the mass. When the weapon clicked empty, he threw it down and they ran after the workers. Pandora stumbled once as she was too busy rectifying the dueling sensations, but Miguel caught her before she could fall. He ran behind her, even though there was little he could do as an opal. The spiny creature pursuing them stayed back in the hole, then surged forward, coming after them like an angry tumbleweed. Pandora sensed she was about to be impaled, so she grabbed Miguel and threw them both to the ground at the same time she nudged the spiny creature over them. The deflection was enough to send it past them. Pandora looked up to see the mass of spines, like a sea urchin made large, land on the path ahead. Rather than pursue the workers, it turned on them.
Back to the tunnel, said Miguel, running the way they'd come.
Pandora backed up as she tried to make sense of how she'd deflected the creature. It had been purely on instinct, but now she needed to use it consciously if she wanted to survive. The spiny creature tried to roll after her, but she pushed it back. The effort made her shoes slide in the gravel. Somehow she'd attuned herself to Saja's sapphire stone. She'd heard that it took time, but maybe her unusual heritage allowed it to happen more rapidly. No matter how it had happened, she was now faced with using an unfamiliar ability against a creature of the Undercity. The spiny creature tried to force itself after her, but she kept pushing back.
Come on, said Miguel from the top of the rope. If we go back there, we'll be trapped. Saja has a gun too.
Pandora was about to argue that they'd done little so far, but they needed something to use against it.
They scrambled back through the low tunnel, and Pandora took a moment to shove the stud in her ear.
She felt a slight lessening of her connection to the stone, but she needed her hands free. When they reached the other cavern, Miguel retrieved the gun from Saja and pointed it towards the hole. Pandora kept pushing on the creature, but it was strong enough to overcome her resistance.
How are you doing that? He asked. I attuned to his sapphire.
The moment of confusion ended with a gunshot.
Keep that thing off us.
The spiny creature unfolded into the space. She was sure that the bullets either couldn't get through the stiff appendages, or the soft flesh at the center was too hard to hit. Pandora eyed the oxygen tank near the hole. She reached out with the sapphire stone, but found that it was immune to her touch. Sapphire provided an ability to affect things imbued with faez, as if she were a magnet. She could pull them towards her or push away. The ability provided no other axis of deflection, otherwise she could grab the loose stones in the cavern and throw them at the creature.
Save your bullets.
We can use the tank.
He nodded. How do we get it over?
Pandora grabbed the oxygen tank, unhooking the safety chains, and hauled it off the simple cart.
It had to weigh 100 pounds at least.
She lifted it to her shoulder, but couldn't move towards the spiny creature. She was busy pushing it back.
I can't get it there. Not and keep it from killing us.
Miguel glanced from the tank to the creature.
I'll take it and you take the gun.
After switching, Miguel had the oxygen tank on his shoulder.
Don't let it kill me. Just get it over there.
As Miguel approached, she sensed the spiny creature trying to overcome her push.
Her feet slid back towards the pit. I can't hold it, she said, keeping the gun leveled for the moment he was out of the way.
When Miguel was close enough, she feared that it would lunge out and kill him with a spine. He lobbed the tank off his shoulder to bounce across the stone. She almost squeezed the trigger then, but he would have been caught in the explosion.
As he ran back, her foot hit the edge of the pit. She was getting pushed in.
Pandora released the spiny creature from her push and fired the gun. The explosion backlit Miguel before she was thrown across the room, hitting the wall with considerable force. She awoke with one hand on her head and the other on her stomach. Miguel was leaning over, the headlamp blinding her. He had cuts across his tattooed face but looked otherwise unharmed.
It's dead. Good. He helped her to sitting.
She was lying by the wall across the pit.
What happened?
Miguel gestured towards his arm.
The clothes on that side of his body had been burnt away. I healed myself before I tended to you.
You were unconscious but alive. You had a few broken ribs.
Had. All good now.
When she was standing, she examined the ruined remains of the spiny creature. The explosion had torn it in half, exposing the pink flesh at the center.
There was no blood, and a third of the spines had snapped. What is it? Dead. He frowned, shook his head. Something that came through years ago.
We find them now and then in the caverns.
Hard as hell to kill.
Miguel touched his ear.
How did you do that? Attune so fast. I don't know.
The varied implications crossed his eyes, but he never let his thoughts leave his mouth. She expected him to tell her to take the sapphire earring out, but he gestured towards Saja's body.
Come on.
We need to bring him back to the clan.
Chapter 15. The swirls of color mesmerized Kuma.
Their radiance turned the little nodules into tiny planets surrounded by a cream sea. The lumps climbed the sides of the curved surface, creating a mountain inside the empty hemisphere.
Move it, Rockhead, we're hungry here, said Yara from behind him in line.
Kuma shook away the sensation, and moved after Kamina towards their table in the corner. He sat next to Tick, feeling at once infinite and remote.
You okay over there? Asked Kamina as she ran a hand across her slicked back hair. Yeah. I think. You're spacier than Tick since you got your amber.
You know you're not supposed to run it all the time, she said, then jammed a spoonful of porridge into her mouth.
I'm not running it, but it's on all the time. It's overwhelming.
Kuma was careful not to look into his breakfast. The way the light glistened off the watery porridge had made it difficult to pay attention to anything else. Tick was bouncing on his chair as he shoved his meal into his mouth, talking out the side at the same time.
Have you tried out your amber while, he said, grinning with porridge leaking around his teeth.
Kamina wrinkled her face.
What's with you two?
I feel like you've both been replaced by clones or simulacrums. Did the mad mage of the halls get you? Tick's cheeks turned crimson. He swallowed and leaned forward conspiratorially, with his right hand cupped as if he were holding a rod.
The amber helps us sense things or feel them better.
If you're pleasuring yourself, it's like the god of ecstasy has visited you.
It was Kamina's turn to blush. Tick. What? You haven't. She frowned. Of course. It's only natural.
Kamina looked away.
Even better with a partner. Who? Asked Tick a little too loudly, then he repeated it quieter with his head shrunk between his shoulders. Who? She turned to Kuma. What about you? I haven't thought about it. I'm not sure I'd be able to handle it.
Kuma tilted his head.
Isn't it all-consuming for you? I feel like someone's given me too many drugs. I don't know how I'm supposed to feel. It's a good sign, said Kamina, reaching out and covering his hand with hers. They say your uncle went mad for a few weeks when he got his first stone.
Before the academy and their attunement trials, he would have been ecstatic to hear that comparison, but he'd been finding it hard to sleep because he was turned on high. As he stared into his breakfast, he could count the threads in the hem of Kamina's black uniform. Instructor Kaz clapped his hands once and the cafeteria fell silent.
Years 3 through 5, you'll be staying at the academy today working with Instructor Helena on your weapons.
Second years, you'll be with Instructor Kai on the firing range, and the first years, you'll be with me in the maze. The other years erupted with laughter and whistles. Their grins betrayed the difficulty of the day's task.
Assemble at the archway.
Instructor Kaz marched through the cafeteria towards the stairs. If they weren't standing at attention when he reached the bottom, they'd earn arc runs, which had become a source of regular torture for their class. Shit, said Kuma, grabbing his bowl and shoveling porridge into his mouth as he ran to the dirty dish station. He managed to scoop part of it into his mouth, before he had to sprint past Instructor Kaz, who was already halfway down. Kuma was last, so he grabbed a spot on the end, standing in ready stance. He could feel a tiny rock inside his right shoe but dared not move as Kaz had reached the bottom.
My 8 little shadows.
Brand new Waku with not a lick of sense between your ears. The friendly instructor had disappeared the moment they'd become full members of the academy. Kuma recalled the times he'd used his familial name when addressing the instructor, regretting the informality.
You're like infants, amused and enlightened by your new senses, but too weak to be useful.
On a good note, all 8 of you have attuned to your amber stones. For some this will be the entirety of your abilities, but for others this is only the beginning. Instructor Kaz looked to Yara, who lifted her chin.
Today you're going to work in the maze.
There you will learn to hone your superior senses, rely on them as extensions of your body, extend your awareness until nothing can sneak up on you or deceive you without your knowledge. He gave a short nod, which served as punctuation for his speech.
Then he turned and ran out of the cavern.
Yara, who had been first in line, headed after him, and the entire group followed. The instructor ran at a brisk pace, but not so fast they couldn't keep up. As both a topaz and emerald, it was said he could move fast enough to become a blur and run across vertical walls as if they were flat. 2 caverns over, Instructor Kaz halted at a narrow crack. The entrance to the maze had been smoothed down and signs carved into the face. On the left side, a stylized RZR that matched the tattoos they bore on their forearms was displayed.
On the right side was a group of symbols that Kuma had seen many times, but he had no understanding of their meaning.
He'd asked his father once, but he'd only smiled.
This is the maze of self-discovery,
or Jibun Sagashi. I know some of you have explored these passages in your youth. Some of you might have even tried to memorize the twists and turns, thinking it might help you on this day, but what you did not know is that some walls are movable, creating an entirely new maze with only a few shifts. Tick groaned audibly, which brought laughter from their group of first years and brought a twitch of a smile to Instructor Kaz's broad lips.
I have hidden 3 pebbles inside the maze that have a faint scent of lavender on them.
The 3 students who bring me these pebbles first will enjoy a nice cup of tea, while they watch the other 5 run 100 arc runs. Everyone stood at slightly more attention, the task no longer just a training exercise but a chance at much-needed rest. Kuma's muscles had yet to not be sore. As one muscle group started to relax, their training would emphasize an entirely new one, leaving him stiff in new and uncomfortable ways.
Ready.
Begin. The entire group of first years sprinted into the maze, but quickly slowed as they descended into darkness. The entryway split into 2 directions. Yara and her friends, Omar and Oda, went left. Juliana and Masashi, who were not aligned with either group, split left and right.
Do we want to stick together? Asked Kamina. 3 stones for the 3 of us, said Tick.
The light near the entrance provided enough illumination for their amber-aided eyes to see. Seeing their expectant faces, he nodded, even if he wasn't sure it was a good idea. Kamina led them through the first 2 turns, until they were deep enough that they could no longer see. The darkness proved absolute, and he couldn't see his hand in front of his face. Can anyone smell lavender? Asked Tick. Kuma closed his eyes, even though it had no effect on his vision, and concentrated. He turned his head like a radar dish he'd seen once in a video. A few faint particles of lavender collected in his nose, but he couldn't determine their direction.
Not from here. Or maybe they're spread out, he said. Would make sense, said Kamina. He probably hid them in different directions. Which means sticking together might not be the best course of action. We should split up. Great, said Tick. No way am I getting one before you 2, or Yara.
Standing in the darkness brought out tenors in Tick's voice Kuma had never heard before. He'd known Tick his whole life, and hadn't thought too deeply about how he spoke, but there wasn't a quiver of nervousness as usual. Was it the darkness that changed how Tick spoke? Was Kuma hearing the real Tick? His friend had always been the smallest of their age cohort, and his twitches and verbal stumbles had always meant he'd been an outsider.
Hello, he asked, realizing that he was alone.
His friends had moved on while he was standing in the middle of the path, contemplating his friendship with Tick. He moved on, keeping his right hand on the rough wall. He trod lightly, but even the soft padding of his shoes was like a hammer blow at each step. Focus, Kuma, focus. The darkness accentuated his other senses.
As he switched down a different passage, he felt the roughness of the stone change beneath his fingertips.
He wished he could see the surface to understand what kind of stone he was feeling. He knew the Undercity was a mixture of granite, basalt and limestone, the latter creating the caverns when they were washed out. There were other facets of the underground living space that defied what the geologists thought possible, but Kuma had always assumed that the presence of faez and the wells had created the unusual conditions.
The sharpness of a shout brought Kuma to alertness.
He hurried in the direction of the cry when he realized it was Tick, who sounded injured. Kuma navigated the maze, but his choices brought him no closer to the sound. The scuffs of his shoes on the stone made slight echoes that he realized he was using to sense the walls around him subconsciously. He'd heard that the amber stone could help one penetrate the shadows, but he'd had no idea that it would be like this. Kuma clucked his tongue, hearing the reflection on the walls to his left and right, and an emptiness forward. He continued that direction, confident he wouldn't run into a wall within the next 10 feet.
He took to making regular clicks.
The echoes weren't always as distinct as he needed them to be. He ran into a curved wall at one point, when he grew too enamored of the sounds. When he stopped to take in his surroundings, he inhaled deeply, catching a heavy lavender scent nearby.
At the same time he heard breathing and the scuff of a foot from the surrounding passages.
A lavender pebble was near, but so was his competition. Kuma reached a split, and rotated his head to determine the direction of the source. As he sampled the air again, he recognized Juliana's body odor. He'd never thought about it before, but she had a sweet, pleasing scent, even when she was working out. "Focus, you stupid barker," he admonished himself when he heard her steps moving rapidly. He followed his nose, but reached the chamber where the pebble was located, as he heard Juliana snatch the pebble from a cubby in the wall.
"Nice job, Juliana."
"Kuma."
"Yeah. How'd you know it was me?"
He wasn't about to admit that he could identify her smell.
"Heard you."
Juliana didn't move. He sensed tension but couldn't understand why.
"You're not going to try and take it from me, are you?"
"What?" "No. Why would I?"
"I heard Tick and Oda scuffle earlier."
"I think Tick lost the battle and his pebble."
"Damn, that sucks." He frowned. "I hadn't thought that was allowed. We're all in the same clan."
The slight exhale from her nostrils sounded like disappointment.
"You know, the rest of us, those without fathers as clan leaders, have had to scramble for our positions."
Heat rose to his face. He gripped his hands into fists.
"You should head out, Jules, before I change my mind."
Kuma listened as she slipped away. 2 pebbles down, 1 left to find. The passages grew confusing as he went deeper. He'd been able to smell the open cavern outside the maze, but now it was only stale, humid air. Rivulets of sweat ran down his back. He sensed others moving nearby, but the walls reflected the sound strangely. He moved into a larger chamber, the circular shape making the earlier echoes clearer. Kuma froze.
"A heartbeat, I hear a heartbeat." Someone was in the room.
There were 3 passages leading out, but between the opposite exits, a person lurked. He inhaled, trying to detect their identity like he had Juliana, but his own body odor overwhelmed.
"If you're going to attack me, I'll make sure you pay double."
He listened for an answer, but nothing came. Did I really hear a heartbeat? Following the curve of the wall with his hands, Kuma explored the entire chamber. If someone had been in the room, they'd escaped without being detected.
Or he'd gotten confused by his senses.
The constant assault of information left him immobilized with analysis. Kuma detected lavender in the center passage and quickly headed that way, deciding that he'd been too cautious thus far. He ran with his fingertips brushing opposite walls, clucking his tongue occasionally to make sure he didn't run face first into anything ahead.
After 3 turns the scent was strong.
But he heard other footsteps rushing in the same direction. Kuma reached the chamber at the same time as a second person. A focused grunt, followed by a slam to the underside of his ribs, had him pushed backwards, but he managed to grab the foot that had hit him before his opponent could reach the pebble.
"Yara," he said, recognizing her shout.
The subtle shift of her foot telegraphed the spinning heel kick that was coming for his head. Kuma rotated with her strike, using the momentum to roll forward.
Her foot whooshed over him.
He released her foot and made a grab for the pebble, but she jabbed her foot forward, hitting him right beneath the knee and sending him sprawling to the hard stone. The wall stopped his slide. A foot scuff betrayed her location, and he kicked out from his back, catching her in the thigh and stopping her momentum. He rotated around as he tried to take her feet out from under her, but she jumped. When Yara landed, Kuma grabbed the loose fabric of her uniform before she could reach out. A punch to the back of the knee bent her backwards, and he shifted his weight, throwing her over his shoulder. The maneuver would have worked had he made the grab clean, but the darkness hid the subtle shift of her weight, and they ended in a tangle fighting for position. A fist to the jaw sent stars through his eyes, but he held on fast, not wanting to give her an escape. He'd fought Yara many times in the course of their training over the years. He outweighed her, but she was powerfully flexible and fought for every inch with the ferocity of a trapped cougar. Kuma brought his elbow against her forehead as he twisted his lower half to avoid getting a knee to the groin. Kuma used his superior weight to roll her over, wedging his elbow under her chin to choke her out.
If she was unconscious, he could grab the stone and escape the maze before she woke. As he pressed against her throat, he felt an iron grip around his balls.
"Move and you won't ever father children," said Yara, her breath hitting him in the face. He relaxed his forearm from her throat. If it had been a real fight, he could have crushed her larynx.
Stalemate.
Yara growled with frustration. He sensed her about to make a countermove, when a third person entered the chamber.
"Thanks for making it easy to find," said a voice he quickly identified as Kamina's.
Before they could untangle themselves, Kamina was gone. He released Yara and rolled over and onto his feet. As his rival moved to follow Kamina, Kuma blocked her path.
"We both lost. I don't give up that easy." "Neither do I, but sometimes a win for the clan is all that matters."
Kuma listened intently, expecting the shift of a foot or a lunged punch to his jaw.
"You think that's a win for the clan?"
"That's weakness. In the maze, we're enemies. You should have tracked her down yourself and taken the pebble."
"That's why you and your father aren't fit to lead."
"We should have pressed the advantage with the drops, instead of giving them a chance to rebuild and come back stronger when the peace breaks, which you know it will."
"There are worse things than the drops."
"The Undercity isn't our private playground anymore. My father is preparing us for the next fight, not the wasted one with another clan."
"Nirin is afraid of shadows."
The insult cut deep. Kuma swung, but she'd anticipated his reaction, catching him in the solar plexus. Letting his anger get away from him, he brought his knee up to catch her in the midsection, but Yara spun away, elbowing him in the back of the head and knocking him to his knees.
"Weak like your father, afraid of words," said Yara, standing above him. "When my father takes over for his brother, we won't be afraid of shadows."
"We'll be the shadows. The entire faez crystal trade is up for grabs. If we're not bold enough to grab it now and consolidate our control of the Undercity, someone else will. Once the rest of the clan realizes this, they won't be content with your father's leadership." Yara left him in the chamber, but she didn't hurry after Kamina. That battle had been lost, but the one between the two of them still raged, even if they weren't currently throwing punches. A short time later, a shrill whistle announced the exercise was over. Kuma made his way out of the maze. The three winners stood at Instructor Kaz's side: Oda, Juliana, and Kamina. Kuma smiled at his friend, glad to see at least one of them had managed to find a pebble.
Not that he wouldn't have liked it to have been himself, so he could escape the agony that 100 arc runs would bring. But better, Kamina than Yara.
Instructor Kaz's gaze fell upon them, a frown hanging on his oversized lips.
"The lesson of the maze never disappoints.
It is not the darkness that hides, but our own biases that blind us." His nostrils flared.
"What is our clan motto?"
Together they shouted, "The shadows do not hide."
Again. "The shadows do not hide." Again. "The shadows do not hide."
The echo rang through the cavern. "As you complete your punishment or enjoy your reward, He raised an eyebrow towards the three winners. Think deeply about the clan motto. We must be ready for the challenges ahead.
Chapter 16. The story was met with mute surprise.
The rest of the maintenance crew stared with their jaws hanging low. Garrett had been sitting on an empty barrel, but he'd jumped off to examine the sapphire in her ear lobe, which still had Sarge's blood caked on it.
You've never touched a stone before? Asked Ilani.
The concern on her brow didn't match the excitement of the rest of the crew.
She saw what they didn't.
The rapid attunement would bring questions.
No.
First time.
I was really nauseous at first, then it passed.
Maybe the need to survive overcame my body's resistance, she offered.
Even as she stood amongst them, she couldn't help but feel the pull of faez all around her.
The sapphire connected to everyone in the room, the rock beneath their feet, and some of the items that had been in the Undercity long enough to be imbued with the raw stuff of magic. Some of the connections were weak enough she doubted she could do more than make them tremble, but the sensation left her disoriented.
The clan is all, said Garrett, repeating the drop's motto. This proves how loyal you are, more than those asshole Waku who beat you up last week. Garrett, said Ilani with a grim countenance. Sorry, he said, sulking with his chin pulled to his chest as he climbed back on the barrel. Sarge lost his life defending us, Pandora said to the group.
A few kissed their first two fingers, a gesture of support within the clan.
It's my honor that I was able to take his stone in that moment of battle.
Ilani rapped her knuckles on the table.
All right, everyone.
Story time is over. Back to work.
Especially you, Garrett.
The water pumps in Cavern 3B need your attention.
I'm sick of fixing things that those Barker break, he said as he hopped back off the barrel. We all play our parts, said Ilani, squeezing his cheeks between forefinger and thumb like a grandmother, even though she was only in her early 30s.
When everyone had left, Ilani faced her.
You know it's forbidden for non-Waku to touch stones unless they're one of the miners or jewelers. I'm aware.
Ilani raised an eyebrow.
But sapphires are rare.
Valuable. It might be the only thing that keeps you from getting dropped into the canyon.
I wasn't intending to attune to it. I just thought to grab it as we ran.
Ilani leveled her gaze, as if she sensed the shading of the truth. Pandora had every intention of acquiring a stone eventually. It was part of her task when she'd been sent into the Undercity, but it wasn't the way she would have picked. She'd hoped to earn a stone through the proper channels. The flick of her gaze alerted Pandora to their visitors. Standing outside the building was the imposing Duro. Even without his stones he looked formidable, like a boxer made of granite.
Trouble seems to follow you, he told her as she exited the building with Ilani at her side.
There were no other Waku, which Pandora interpreted as a good sign. Maybe he would only take the sapphire back and let her return to work.
It seemed like the best possible option, given the circumstances. No one else was available to fix the generators, said Ilani.
Duro stared with heavy-lidded eyes.
I know.
He made a gesture that Pandora didn't recognize, involving swiping his thumb across his chest. Ilani hesitated before returning inside.
Walk with me.
Pandora hurried to his side as he headed away from the building, down the path towards the expansion caverns.
She felt like she was walking next to a living statue.
His jaw pulsed with thought.
When have you touched a stone before? He asked without turning his head.
She knew he wore amber even if it wasn't visible, which made this discussion fraught. He would be able to detect her lies.
This was the first. But you desired a stone. Of course, she said right away. I thought you were running away from problems. I was. And running towards opportunity. The rest of the world hasn't quite figured out what's happening down here. They're still caught on the past and the invasion. But it won't last long.
Duro turned towards her.
It was like playing chicken with a semi in a tiny car. He looked her up and down. You walk as if you're expecting a fight. I didn't have a normal childhood.
Standing before him was like being interrogated by a dragon. He looked through her, into her. The intensity of his gaze was unnerving, especially knowing that he was examining every bit of her being with his amber stone.
Have you killed before? She nodded. And you studied Krav Maga?
Another nod.
Push me off the path with your sapphire.
His eyes creased.
If you can.
The use of the stones had come to her naturally at the collection site, but now that she was being asked to use it, she felt clumsy, as if she were trying to tie her shoes with thick gloves. Pandora focused on the faez in Duro's body. Like all members of the clan, living in the Undercity meant the raw stuff of magic had penetrated his body down to the bones. She pushed him back and was rewarded with a shift of his heel in the gravel, but he bore down, the tendons in his neck tightening. Pandora doubled her effort, but he matched it. Only the crunching of rocks beneath their shoes betrayed the nearly invisible struggle.
Is that all you have?
His mocking grin encouraged her to dig deeper. Duro slid backwards a few inches, bringing pride to her chest. As the barest curl of a smile reached her lips, he spun to the right, and as she fell forward he grabbed her by the shoulder and threw her over his hip. Pandora landed hard on her back, knocking the air from her lungs. Stars rang in her eyes as she stared upward at the lights hanging from the cavern ceiling.
Again.
Pandora wanted to lie on the ground and catch her breath, but the insistence of his tone made her hop to her feet as quickly as possible. She launched into the struggle, pushing him across the gravel path, expecting a variation of the same trick. Duro reached behind him and threw a blade at her face. Her evasive maneuver made her sapphire push falter, and he slipped past the field, grabbing her in an armlock. A flex and he could snap the tendons in her elbow. A disappointed mien left her saying again before he could. They resumed their previous positions. Pandora slammed into Duro with a push strong enough to knock him back a foot. As he bore down, she doubled her effort, until he was struggling to maintain his position on the gravel path. At the moment of peak tension, Pandora let the push falter, switching to a heavy pull which made him tumble forward. She went for a hip throw, but Duro twisted at the last second, entangling her leg and taking her down with him. As her jaw hit the gravel, scraping away skin, she struck with a fist, which he blocked.
Hold.
Pandora was mad at herself. She thought she'd taken him down on the third attempt, but he knew his throws better than any master she'd ever trained with. Blood dripped from her chin. He pulled a handkerchief from his back pocket and handed it over.
Thanks. That wasn't terrible, he said. What's this about? She asked, dabbing away the wetness on her face.
Did you plant that weapon on the demon dog? Pandora reacted incredulously.
What?
Are you crazy?
I just arrived to the Pale Sun that day.
If he'd detected her lie, he didn't betray it. She hoped that the adrenaline running through her veins from fight and her surprise had hid the subterfuge. He searched her with his eyes as his nostrils flared.
That day has never sat well with me. I'd all but forgotten until this incident. If you think I can control demons in the Undercity, making them kill people I don't like so I can take their stones, then why would I even bother hiding as a maint tech? The tension in his neck had her worried that he was about to attack her.
After the brief sparring match, she knew she was completely outmatched. He was a skilled fighter with 3 stones.
As powerful as the sapphire was, she was so new to its use, there was little she could do against him. After a long minute, Duro visibly relaxed as if he'd made up his mind about her.
He continued down the path, inviting her to join him.
Whatever happened that day, it was something important. Its meaning hides in the shadows.
Until I learn otherwise, I will assume you had nothing to do with it. But if I learn the contrary, you'll learn the meaning of our clan name. Pandora said nothing. She walked on a tightrope, and even the slightest breath could knock her into oblivion. When it appeared they'd reached their destination, a low-ceilinged cavern off the main ones that contained a series of long houses adorned with banners displaying the stylized D of the drops, Pandora stumbled to a stop.
"Why?" she asked.
Duro chuckled lightly.
"I thought you'd be ecstatic." "I am, but I'm confused."
She glanced to a banner hanging from the roof of the nearest stone building.
"Unless I'm making a fool of myself." "No, you're reading this correctly.
This is the Drops Academy for our soldados and Waku."
"But I'm new."
"I've barely been in the clan for a month." Duro stared at her with his heavy-lidded eyes. The nicks and scars across his face and arms marked him as an old warrior. She could see the intelligence in his gaze, and could imagine him sitting on the porch of a nice house in Puerto Vallarta, overlooking the ocean with a beer in his hand.
But this was the life he'd been born into, and he was making the most of it. "The day you arrived in the Torino was the first day of the peace between the clans."
"We'd been at war for months, each side losing far too many to continue to be profitable. It was a necessary arrangement, but one that won't last.
There's too much at stake."
"The faez crystal trade isn't a secret anymore. While the clans, the Drops, Razor, and the alliance of smaller ones each control their part of the market, eventually someone will make a play for the entire Undercity."
"You need warriors." "I need Waku.
Ones who aren't afraid to fight."
"What you did against the Stashevaja was brave."
"Most would have curled into a ball and hoped the end was quick."
"Miguel said as much when I spoke to him."
The recommendation from Miguel, after his animosity, surprised her. She'd thought his mistrust would have remained, but the bonds of battle went deeper than initial misgivings.
"And I have a sapphire." "Yes, you have a sapphire."
"A rare stone. One that if you can learn to use, even if you never attune another stone, would make you formidable."
"I couldn't take you." "Saja never even made me sweat."
"He was a good warrior, but not a Waku."
"It requires different thinking."
Pandora frowned.
"Why, a sapphire's rare."
He lifted his shoulders.
"No one knows."
Certain faez crystals seem to form more frequently around particular wells. Ambers are the most common, occurring all over the Undercity, while we see more emeralds, while Razor Clan has more topaz from the Earth Well. A collective shout from deeper inside the cavern had her turning her head.
It sounded like a group of students were being put through their paces.
She could hear the snap of their uniforms and the sweat flinging from their fists in her mind. Pandora followed Duro, as he headed into the central area between the long buildings. A smooth pad of concrete had been poured at the center, large enough for a class of 100, but only 20 students stood in two lines before an instructor in a black uniform with a red sash around her waist.
At her command they punched and kicked in unison. "Go get a drink," she said in a heavy Russian accent when she saw them approach.
The class sprinted away from the training area, with a few glances back to see what had interrupted their training. The woman who approached had her dark brown hair pulled back in a severe ponytail, making her eyebrows pull upward despite her permanent scowl. Unlike most members of the Drops, she had few visible tattoos.
"Shadowmaster Irina," said Duro with an incline of his head. "Shadowmaster Duro," she responded with a slightly deeper bow.
While their positions within the clan were equal as lieutenants, Pandora suspected Duro was a touch above the others due to his prowess on the battlefield.
"I have a new student for you."
Irina scowled as she reviewed Pandora. A hiss of surprise exited the instructor's lips when she saw the sapphire.
"How does she?"
Duro gave a brief explanation of what had transpired at the collection site. "Give me your hand," said Irina with a frown. Pandora offered it quickly, but the woman seemed annoyed, as if she'd expected it to be instantaneous. The calluses and scars across her hand felt rough against Pandora's skin. Irina closed her eyes. A strange sensation traveled up Pandora's arm that reminded her of the times her injuries had been fixed with an opal. While she couldn't see any visible stones, she suspected that the healing stone, as Miguel had demonstrated, could be used in other ways. "Who are you?" asked Irina as she pulled her hand away. Pandora suspected she'd really wanted to ask, "What are you?"
A survivor. The answer seemed to please Irina. There is strange steel in you which might explain the rapid attunement.
Your body holds faez, as if you've lived in the Undercity a long time. You wish to join the academy.
I do.
Irina's mouth wrinkled with what Pandora could only interpret as perverse joy. As if she were excited about the prospect of breaking a wild horse, an experience that Pandora was not unused to.
We shall see about that. The head lies while the body knows the truth.
Anyone can attune to a stone. Few become waku. Pandora placed her palms on the front of her hips, and bent over until her upper body was perpendicular. When she returned to her original position, Irina was frowning.
Your experience with martial arts won't be the boon you think it is.
What I teach here is not the dance classes they have in the light. If I cannot meld you into something hard and ruthless, then you'll find your life draining before your eyes in a remote cavern, all alone, wishing you'd never set foot in the Undercity.
I'm not afraid. We'll see about that.
Duro quirked his mouth.
You will accept her as a student?
Instructor Irina looked annoyed.
I will.
He bowed again and wagged his eyebrows before jogging away.
Good luck.
Instructor Irina glowered over Pandora.
You studied Krav Maga. I have.
The glint of suspicion was followed by a flattening of the lips. As the students returned from their break, lining up at attention, Instructor Irina returned to the training area. Pandora saw familiar faces from outside the pale sun.
Not a single expression was welcoming. We have a new student, said Instructor Irina with a wide stance. She claims to know Krav Maga. The dry laughter was a knife to her chest, laying bare Pandora's concerns.
They eyed her like a strange dog that had wandered onto the property.
Make a circle. Choo-choo, it's your fight.
The student that stepped into the rapidly forming human circle outweighed her by double. His shiny bald head was slicked with sweat from the training. A tattoo of a shadowy dragon went down his neck, and beneath his black uniform.
No stones. I want to see what you can do.
Pandora stepped into the ring. In a normal training facility she'd be paired with someone her size and ability, but this wasn't above ground. The clans treated fighting as life or death, which it was.
If she couldn't hold her own against a much larger opponent, she wouldn't last long in the academy, or in a real clan scrap. What are the rules? She asked.
Instructor Irina smirked.
Just fight. I'll let you know when the match is over. May the shadows keep you safe, said Choo-choo as he offered a shallow bow. And the light weaken your enemies, she replied, matching his angle.
Choo-choo cracked his neck and stretched his arms as he moved into a crouched position. She'd hoped he would be aggressive and reckless like his name suggested, but he kept his stance closed, leaving no obvious attack points. She couldn't afford to get into a long fight, or allow him to grapple her, where his size and strength would easily overpower.
They circled each other.
Choo-choo lunged once, making her flinch backwards. He laughed, mocking her nervousness. As he shifted his forward foot, she noticed a tendency towards his left, as if he wanted to set up a heavy attack with his right.
If she could bait him with a lunge, maybe she could knock him down.
Pandora kicked out, feigning an attack on his left calf. He stepped back as the angle she'd left him didn't provide a good counterattack. A dance to the right shifted him around, before she made a second attack on his forward leg, this one half-heartedly. The curl of a grin on his lips told her she'd set the hook.
On the third feint, Choo-choo swallowed the hook, bringing his right leg around in a devastating kick, but she'd anticipated the attack and stepped past him, slamming her foot into the underside of his knee, collapsing it.
His momentum tipped him off balance. Pandora leapt onto his side, striking downward with her fist as hard and as rapidly as she could. She wanted to end the fight quickly. Pandora managed 3 strikes to his face, bloodying his lip as they fell. When they landed, she went for a throat punch that would disable him, but she felt an invisible hand throw her forward. She rolled over and onto her feet, back into a ready stance as she tried to figure out what had happened. It had been a sapphire push, but she couldn't see anyone's stones.
The trick hadn't been from Choo-Choo either, as he glanced around suspiciously before approaching her again. Her counterattack had surprised him.
He moved more cautiously, varying his forward foot as he realized how she'd tricked him. Choo-Choo lunged in with a heavy fist. She dodged past it to strike him in the neck, but another invisible tug made her miss, hitting his shoulder instead. This time Pandora looked around the circle. A sea of faces, and not one of them betrayed who had interfered with the fight. They each threw a couple of strikes, neither of which had any chance of hitting. Pandora knew that if she didn't end the fight soon, whoever was using their sapphire against her would find a way to really trip her up.
As she contemplated her next move, she missed a shift in Choo-Choo's body language.
He burst forward, arms wide, not in an attack but a full-out grapple. Pandora threw herself to the side, ducking under his grasp, but she felt a push in her side, sending her back into his path.
His hands were like granite. As soon as Choo-Choo got hold, she knew there was no escape unless he was unconscious.
She thrust out with a knife hand, hitting him in the groin, but he spun her around, landing on top of her with his full weight. Before she could get her hands up to defend herself, he brought his fists down into her face. The blows came one after another, splitting her lip, bloodying her nose, and pummeling her into oblivion. The end of the fight came as she was losing consciousness.
Choo-Choo had hit her a dozen times.
The impact of his fist and the concrete against the back of her head left her ears ringing. The last thing she heard was Instructor Irina's cold command.
"Drag her out of the way. I'm not wasting my class time worrying about someone who can't fight." Chapter 17.
Kuma had been at the academy 2 months before he was allowed to return home for a short visit. It was heading into winter in the world above the Undercity, but few paid attention to the seasons.
There was only darkness.
The other first years hurried ahead, while Kuma walked with his best friends back to the machi. He rotated his shoulder, which was still sore from a blindfolded sparring match with Omar.
"Why didn't you take his knee out when he got caught too forward?" asked Kamina as she picked at the scab on her jaw.
Instructor Kaz had been sending them into a nearby cavern to work on their unassisted climbing. A piece of the wall had crumbled beneath her hand, and she'd fallen 20 feet to the ground, barely escaping worse injuries. Kuma frowned.
"I could hear it.
The scrape of his foot against the gravel, but sometimes I get distracted.
I feel like someone turned me on high with the amber, especially when I'm focusing." "Then don't focus," said Tick as he crouched down to pick up rocks and toss them into the air.
He did a little shuffle dance every time a rock landed on the ground.
"That's the whole point," said Kuma. "I'm supposed to focus. But it's the problem too.
I can sense everything. Down to the smell of garlic on Kaz's breath, and the way Juliana grinds her teeth."
"She's sweet on you," said Kamina. "I can barely keep up with the training, let alone a girlfriend." "Who says she wants to date you?" said Kamina with a wry grin.
"Did you hear me fart?" asked Tick as he jogged backwards ahead of them.
"No, and what?" "I let one go during the fight."
Tick grinned. He was still the smallest member of the academy, but the months of hard training had given him a wiry look.
"What are you going to do on your day off?" asked Kamina.
"Sleep. Visit the hot springs." "More sleeping," said Kuma, even though he knew that was unlikely. While his body's soreness was a contributing factor to the few hours of sleep he got each night, the amber stone was the bigger problem.
As soon as he closed his eyes on the mat, the whole cavern bloomed into existence in his mind.
At times he was certain he could hear the bugs crawling on the outside of the buildings, or the gurgle of fish breaching the surface in the pond behind the upper building. Darkness was a curse to his awakened mind.
"I'm going to visit Paradise Road," said Tick, wagging his eyebrows as he skipped backwards with a silly grin on his face. "You do that every night," said Kuma. "At least I make my journey away from our hut."
Kamina shrugged her shoulders.
I do it right there.
I'm not noisy and Juliana doesn't care.
I'm pretty sure she's on the same route. How do you two have the energy?
Taking a train on the silky subway gives energy rather than takes it, said Tig.
They passed through the hewn tunnel that connected the two caverns.
Returning to the main settlement of the Razor clan, with its heavy timbered wooden houses with sliding doors and arched bridges crossing over the meandering stream, which was manicured with reeds and bushes that shouldn't have been able to thrive in the Undercity, always made him smile. It was an oasis amid a hurricane.
Outside the walls of the Machi, death could happen at any moment, but inside, weary clan members could rest knowing they were safe.
His father's home was near the center of the chamber, while his friends had residences on the far side. They bid their goodbyes, even though they'd be back together in a day. As he traveled across the bridges, he realized that it was pre-morning by the dim lighting. The academy rose early and went late, giving little time for rest. The rest of the clan, especially with the peace, enjoyed the opportunity to slumber. 2 bridges away from his father's house, he heard a raised voice as if it were right beside him. Kuma ducked behind a bush as he sent his senses ahead. It was his father Niran and his uncle Brazio, arguing loudly.
Your actions threaten the peace, said Niran. A peace you shouldn't have accepted.
We were winning. A few more months of scrapping and I could have put my foot on their necks, said Brazio.
You don't get to decide if we're at war or peace. I made that agreement on behalf of the entire clan.
You included. Niran pounded his fist on a table.
And I'm not concerned about the drops. They're not the ones who worry me. Enough with your superstition and fear.
There is no shadow in the darkness, waiting to take us down.
That's the magic of the halls.
We don't abide by it. You were a fool to visit one of their soothsayers. This was the first time he'd heard about his father visiting an oculus mage for a reading. It surprised him, considering all the times he'd disparaged the weakness of their magic.
It's not just that reading. There are signs. Bullshit.
You're getting scared of your own shadow.
These aren't those kinds of signs, said Niran. Strange inquires with our contacts.
Someone's been buying up businesses adjacent to ours, bribing our informants.
This isn't the work of shadows.
Someone's laying groundwork.
All the more reason to hit the drops hard.
Knock them out, and consolidate our control of the Undercity. With the drops out of the way, that weak-ass alliance of smaller clans would acquiesce. To take out the drops would require more manpower than we have, and leave us weak afterwards. And even if we took out every Waku and soldado they had, their people would never work for us. We'd be faced with an insurrection. Brazio cracked his knuckles.
It sounded so loud Kuma thought he was in the room. Which we could easily squash. Don't you remember how they came to be?
They didn't start as a criminal enterprise like us. They were looking to create their own world away from prying eyes. They would only accept one of their own.
You worry about too many details that are hidden by shadows.
You've grown too arrogant about your vision, said Brazio loudly.
Quiet, brother. You know there is a fly in the amber, said Niran.
Kuma straightened. He knew the phrasing referenced spycraft, which meant that someone in the clan had been turned.
I doubt it, said Brazio quieter. Another chance to jump at shadows.
Footsteps on a nearby bridge woke Kuma to the approach of someone else. He fussed with his soft shoe, feigning the removal of a rock when adrenaline came around the corner. Her short fuzzy hair had been dyed neon green, and the sleeves of her jean jacket had been ripped off, leaving loose threads.
Little bear. Hey Adrena, he said, rising and embracing her.
She reached up and messed with his hair.
I hear your class is destined for great things.
8 ambers, only 3 didn't make it.
That's the kind of news we need.
When the peace breaks, the drops won't know what hit them. She crouched into a fighting stance and mimed punching him in the stomach, which made him laugh.
What's been going on?
Adrenaline lifted a single shoulder.
Your uncle has us training like the war will start tomorrow.
She held up her arm, showcasing a long pink scar on the underside of her forearm, opposite the RZR tattoo.
That jackass Xylo's got me in a knife duel. What about the town? Your father has kept things pretty tight.
We shake down anyone that looks suspicious or that we don't know, but we haven't found a thing. Everyone's paying their tribute, even if the lack of traffic has hit their profits. Delilah ain't happy.
Delilah ain't ever happy.
Adrenaline slapped him on the arm.
I gotta go, and you probably want to get home and sleep. I know that's what I did on my first day away from the academy. I didn't know you could be sore for 2 months straight.
She saluted him as she went the opposite direction. He gave her a deep bow which brought a bunched grin to her lips. When Kuma ascended the wooden stairs leading to the porch, the conversation between his father and uncle had become less heated. They'd probably heard him and Adrenaline talking, and had switched topics. He found them in the kitchen, sipping tea. Uncle Brazio greeted him with a smile and a hug.
Congratulations.
Old Frog Lips tells me that you're one of the strongest amber stones he's seen. We need all the waku we can get.
Thank you, Uncle, said Kuma.
His uncle clasped him around the neck and tugged him forward.
Relax, boy.
You're at home. I know how hard Kaz works you, so you don't have to be formal with me. Nirin greeted him next, putting his hands on his shoulders and examining him with his eyes.
It's only been 2 months, but you look stronger. Something about you is different. Don't you think so, Braz?
His uncle leaned against the stove with the steaming cup in his fist and a wry smile.
I do. It's right there beneath the surface. What are you two talking about? Asked Kuma with nervous laughter. I know, said his uncle. It's the warm glow of all that relaxing and kicking back at the academy. What?
No way, said Kuma, straightening.
Kaz. I mean, Instructor Kaz has been kicking our asses.
I think I've run about 10,000 arc runs. I dream about climbing over that wall, or waking up as I'm falling. Nirin held his teacup out to clink with his brother.
Kaz is a pushover compared to Hanako. No comparison.
Uncle Brazio opened his mouth and pulled out a bridge of fake teeth on the right side.
That asshole knocked my teeth out with a backhand when I got smart with him.
Beat me unconscious.
Took the entire class to pull him off me before he killed me. What?
Why haven't I heard this before? Because we didn't want to frighten you about the academy, said his father.
I'm not scared. I know, but you shouldn't ignore your fears either, said Nirin. Those feelings help us spot hidden dangers.
A snort of derision came from Uncle Brazio. When Nirin glanced over, he said, Sorry.
Tea's too hot. He set his cup on the table. But Hanako might have been too rough.
We didn't have opals to heal people after training, but it did make us tough. I thanked him after my first scrape with the Vipers.
Vipers? Never heard of that clan. That's because we wiped them out that day.
Killed 8 and 2 swore loyalty to Razor.
The rest fled to the light. Never saw them again.
Kuma whistled.
Who were the 2?
His uncle shook his head.
Their old names died that day.
Once they swore to your father, they were born anew.
He threw back the rest of his tea. I have to go. Yara will be wondering where I'm at.
You cousins are sticking together, right?
As thick as thieves.
Good boy, said Uncle Brazio with a wink as he headed out. Once the sliding door slipped shut, his father poured another cup of tea.
How much did you hear? What?
Nirin flared his nostrils, a sure sign that his deception wouldn't be accepted.
We heard you talking to Adrenaline. I came up when you were arguing.
Sorry.
I can't help it.
The amber stone is overwhelming. You could have been whispering in a concrete box and I would have heard.
I'm not mad, Kuma. But I need to understand what you heard, and to know that none of it will leave these walls.
Kuma bent over at the waist until his forehead neared the floor.
May the shadows take me.
His father had a raised eyebrow when he stood erect.
What did you think? About what I overheard.
Niran nodded.
The peace worries me. It felt like we were winning against the drops. Says the boy who wasn't in any fight.
Kuma blushed. He hated when his father called him a boy.
You were in scraps when you were younger.
You and Uncle Brazio both.
And we lost many of our friends to inexperience.
Kuma hung his head.
Yara thinks you're weak. Yara is a hothead. Even more than her father was at that age. I swear she's trying to repeat every mistake he made.
If it hadn't been for me, your uncle would have been dead a dozen times over. He rushes into too many fights without regard to strategy or tactics.
But he's the best fighter in the clan. Even more so with his 4 stones.
Niran drummed his fingers on the table.
Your uncle possibly violated the peace. He did. We have a collection site north of the Torino. It was producing some great stones.
Emeralds, a few opals, even a couple we haven't identified yet.
Its location is borderline, possibly in Alliance territory.
When the demon dogs tried to run our team out, he beat a couple of them within inches of their lives. Had they died, we'd be in a worse situation, but now I'm presented with a dilemma. If it's brought to the clans, we'll surely lose the claim, and we might be forced to pay recompense.
And the other option? An honor duel.
They demanded my brother as our combatant.
They're still sore about what we did to the demon dog, who tried to kill you or Duro.
Kuma remembered the remote he'd found in the pale sun. He'd forgotten about it since the academy. The waitress that had tackled him floated into his mind, bringing warmth to his face.
Did you think of something? Just that day. I hadn't thought about it since. He looked at his father. Why wouldn't we let Uncle Brazio duel?
He has 4 stones and he's the best scrapper in the Undercity.
I think he could even beat Duro. You've never seen Duro fight.
Even before stones he had no equal. Your uncle would say the same.
Okay, fine, but it's not against Duro.
The beef is with the Alliance clans. It'll probably be a demon dog.
That's what worries me.
The circumstances of the incident make me feel like it was a setup.
Our site was well hidden and they barged in demanding our haul.
He visits occasionally, but it seems like they picked the exact time he would be there, knowing he would scrap rather than talk.
Even so, they don't have anyone as good as him, said Kuma confidently. I'm not so sure about that.
Rumors are they have a 4-stone waku, and at least one of those stones is one we're not familiar with. Heading into a fight with a known enemy, sure, I would bet on my brother to win 9 out of 10 times. But if it's a setup, they know their waku has a way to counter him. If he loses, we're down our best fighter and we lose the collection site too. But if you go to the clan meeting, you'll lose it anyway, and the others will see us as weak.
You see the dilemma. I'd still have Uncle Brazio fight. There's too much at stake, said Kuma. That's exactly the point.
Kuma, you should never let your enemy pick the terrain where you're going to fight unless you have no other choice. By creating this incident, they've picked the terrain. My first instinct is to give up the collection site and hand over all the stones except the ones we can't identify. If they find out, we could always claim we thought they were junk.
How would they find out?
Niran frowned and stroked his white goatee.
My spies have uncovered things that should be secret in the hands of our enemies. There's a fly in the amber. It pains me to think one of our own would spy for them, but such is the way of the world.
Anyone can be turned with the right leverage.
No, said Kuma. Some people are incorruptible.
Niran snorted softly.
You have much to learn, son. What are you going to do?
His father raised an eyebrow.
What would you do? I would send Uncle Brazio to the duel.
Otherwise he'd probably use that as a pretense to ask for your removal as clan leader.
There's already been talk since, you know.
The deeply tanned skin around his father's eyes creased.
There's always talk. That's the way of leadership.
If they're not talking about you, then it's unlikely you're actually leading anyone. Besides, if I have to lose my position while protecting the clan from a grievous mistake, I will do so. I do not labor in this position for my pride. I take my responsibilities seriously. Kuma stared at his shoes.
I didn't mean to suggest that. I know you didn't, but I needed to make it clear. He sighed. You think the duel is the best course of action? No, but you said it yourself, they've left you with no choice.
The only thing to do now is to find a way to flip the advantage. Figure out what their Waku can do, or find a new advantage for Uncle Brazio, one they don't expect. The grin on his father's face brought a welling of pride in Kuma's chest.
Wise counsel, Kuma, Niran said, nodding. He clasped him on the shoulder.
Here I am bothering you with this business, when you're on your first day off from the academy in months.
Take a break, son. I need to talk to my shadows.
Maybe we can find a way to flip the advantage, as you said. His father left the same way Uncle Brazio had. Alone in the house, Kuma didn't feel as relaxed as he'd hoped. The idea that Razor clan had been manipulated into a duel they didn't want was troublesome. Without realizing it, Kuma wandered into the living area. He knelt before his mother's shrine, touched the frame with reverence, and bowed his head, thinking about the counsel she might give in these troubling times.
Chapter 18. Stop moving, said Miguel as he squeezed her arm, heat flowing from his fingertips into her flesh. I'm not moving, she spat back with water in her eyes.
The older Waku loosened his grip.
If you'd like your arm to be healed into a crooked shape, by all means, keep shifting. Unless you'd want me to have to re-break it.
Pandora squeezed her eyes shut.
Finish it.
The heat in her arm was unbearable. She wanted to surge up and away from the table.
It lasted longer than she thought she could take, and then it was over.
Pandora bowed, even as she wanted to be sick.
Thank you, Miguel. He stared at her with pity. You could give up, you know.
Pandora shot a glare at him.
Do you still think I'm a rat?
Miguel chuckled as he stood up.
Never seen a Weihos so determined to get their ass kicked on a regular basis. He snorted softly. No. I don't still think that.
A rat would have given up a long time ago.
People like that have no backbone.
She cradled her arm to her chest.
The repaired bone ached. I'm sorry you have to keep healing me. He searched her face with his brown eyes. What drives you? There's always a bit of hazing for new members.
A good knock-in isn't out of the question, but this has been a month of regular beatings.
I've had to put you back together a half-dozen times. I don't think I would have lasted as long. Was it that bad in the light? The truth was more complicated than he could imagine. I don't give up.
My mom called me stubborn as a mountain and prone to avalanches.
I can see that. Your mom's still alive? She is.
Before Miguel could ask another question, Hector, another first-year academy student, stuck his head into the room.
Is the duster fixed? Yeah, said Miguel. Good, 'cause the iron bitch says we're headed to the Torino, said Hector. The Torino? Asked Miguel as Pandora sat quietly.
On a duel between Razor and Demon Dogs.
Oh shit, that's gonna be dark, said Miguel with a grin that made the scar on his cheek dimple. I think I'll tag along.
Pandora followed them back to the training area, and took her spot at the end of the third line. The nearest students shot her glares, but she stared back passively. Instructor Irina didn't have to make a sound to get their attention.
There will be an honor duel at the Torino today, between Razor and Demon Dog.
While we have no stake in this fight, I want you to see how real warriors scrap. We're leaving by the mouth so we can get there quickly. Stay with the group. If anything happens, shout out and we'll rally to your position. As instructor Irina led them from the academy, Pandora fell into the last position next to Hector.
Had enough yet, Duster? She didn't bother answering. There was no point. She ain't gonna give up, 'cause she's had her brains knocked into dust, said one of the students up the line. Nah, she never had them, just like the rest of the lighters, said another.
Their banter kept up until they reached the northern part of the drop's territory. The exit had the appearance of a mouth, and the stalactites and stalagmites right beyond looked like uneven teeth. The passages paralleled the canyons, where strange and dangerous creatures roamed, some of them occasionally climbing out. 2 guards at the mouth kept watch as they passed at a light jog. The caverns past the mouth were filled with fungi that put off a faint orange light. Insects were plentiful, including noisy grasshoppers that fed off the glowing carpets that covered parts of the walls. Pandora spent her time reaching out with the sapphire to feel the world around her. During training, she was forbidden to use her stone unless given specific permission, but the Iron Bitch, as instructor Irina was called by her students, was at the head of the line, too far for her amber to detect. The lighted fungus caverns came and went. When they were plunged into darkness, headlamps were switched on. Every person who left the safety of the Pajot carried a small emergency pack. In times of war, they'd travel under darkness, utilizing those with amber stones to see the way, but this was a time of peace. Light could be spared. After a half hour of running, they intercepted the main tunnel that led to the Torino. Had they gone the normal route, it would have taken them twice as long. The bright lights and varied noises of the cavern were jarring after months in the Pajot. In Alani's crew, she'd gotten used to working quietly and alone, while as a member of the academy, the shouts of training were a steady drumbeat in her head. Under normal circumstances, the Torino was moderately attended, but the draw of the honor fight amid the peace meant that the place was packed. She saw Waku and Soldado from dozens of clans, heading in and out of the businesses that made up the neutral ground. A message was passed down the line that they could enjoy the pleasures of the Torino, but shouldn't miss the honor fight, which was due to start in the next hour. With no one to call a friend within the academy, Pandora wandered alone as the others broke up into smaller groups. It was dangerous to be a lone member of her clan, but what choice did she have? Pandora spotted the pale sun and briefly considered returning, if only to see the looks on their faces, but she'd only been there half a day. They might not even remember her. The others spread out, heading into the pachinko parlors and bars. A few went into the seedy buildings at the back of the Torino that specialized in carnal delights. Looking for a place she could be alone for a short time, Pandora headed into the Onyx, the hostess club down the path from the pale sun. The dark interior was dimly lit, with an expensive chandelier. A petite girl with platinum hair was singing karaoke on the stage, in heavily accented English. A bolt of light, a wrong now right. Pandora took a seat at the end of the bar, where she had a good view of the entire room. A few booths were populated with members of other clans, but no one was paying attention to her. The bartender was a young man with a purple birthmark across his neck. "Just water," she said. "You have to order something. You can't stay here if you're not spending money." "I don't." Before she could finish speaking, a red-haired girl with a constellation of freckles across her nose approached. "I'll buy her one." "Really, Lisa?" The hostess nodded and took the seat next to Pandora. "2 whiskeys neat." "Thanks," said Pandora. "But why? You're the girl from the pale sun. You left with the drops and came back a Waku." "How do you know that?" "I don't have any stones visible." Since she'd joined the academy, the sapphire had been moved to her belly button. "You came into town with the rest of your class." "Not that hard to figure," said Lisa, snatching her glass from the bar and holding it out. Pandora clinked glasses. "What are we drinking to?" "New friends." "We're not friends." Lisa shrugged. "Okay. New acquaintances with the possibility of friendship." "Why do you care?"
It's my job, said Lisa, gesturing to the club with her glass.
Pandora took a sip. The whiskey burned pleasurably, making her sigh.
See, you needed to relax. Your jaw looks as tight as a drum.
Lisa tapped blue fingernails that matched her shimmering blue dress on the glass.
I see the same people come in and out of here.
You're new, I'm bored, and everyone's excited about the honor duel.
Plus, I bet you have an interesting story.
Waitress to Waku in 2 months.
I don't tell stories, said Pandora, spinning the glass in her hand on the bar. Everyone likes to talk about themselves. Not me. Lisa crossed her legs and gave her the side eye. You're making me regret buying you a drink. As far as I know, you work for one of the clans, and use this job to get people to spill things they're not supposed to say.
Now, as a new member of the Drops, I don't know shit, but running my mouth would get me killed.
Fair, said Lisa with a knotted forehead.
She stared into her glass before smoothing away the emotion.
Care if I talk? Be my guest.
As she opened her mouth, a group of Razor clan came into the Onyx, including Kuma. Dressed in black pants and a black jacket over a cream shirt and a crimson vest, he looked like he could be headed to a business meeting, except for the wary darkness in his gaze. His eyes flitted across her, the shock of connection warming her insides, even as her mind screamed no. The group of 3, including a girl with slicked back black hair and a smallish guy who couldn't stand still, approached their end of the bar. His companions were dressed the same.
Hey, Lisa.
The red-headed hostess glanced between them.
Hey, Kuma.
Kamina. Tick. Congrats on becoming a Waku.
Thanks, said Kuma as he stared at Pandora. It looks like I'm not the only one who deserves congratulations.
Kamina tugged Kuma towards a booth.
Hey, we shouldn't be talking to her.
Kuma pulled away.
This is the girl from the Pale Sun. The one who stopped the shooter. Oh shit, said Kamina, eyes wide. Now you are Drops.
And Waku.
Must be desperate for bodies, especially a scrawny thing like you.
The woman flexed her muscled arm as she headed towards the booth with her friend. Pandora tried to keep her face neutral, but her heart was pounding in her ears. Lisa glanced to her with a secret smile, which only made Pandora want to smack the thought from her head. Kuma threw a few bills on the bar near Lisa's glass, nodding towards the booth.
I'll buy a round of drinks. A bottle. Sure. Celebrating.
Lisa glanced between them, shaking her head as she headed to the booth, dropping between Kamina and Tick, their conversation being lost to the karaoke.
You shouldn't be talking to me, said Pandora as she clutched her glass. He quirked a smile. You shouldn't be away from your clan mates. Why do you care? She asked as she looked up into his face, her mind immediately imagining them kissing.
Kuma leaned on the bar, which brought him closer. The urge to pull him in with her sapphire stone and dig her fingernails into the back of his neck, as she smashed her lips against his, was strong.
But to do so would get her killed.
Even standing next to him at the bar while other clans were in the room was dangerous enough. Do you really understand what you've gotten yourself into? He asked.
Same as you. I grew up in this world.
Pandora smirked.
I grew up in one just like it. Sounds like an interesting story.
She stood up, downed the whiskey in one go, and as she brushed past sent a featherlight sapphire push across his chest.
Ask Lisa what I think about stories. As she strode from the Onyx, she caught him watching her leave through the mirror. Outside in the noisy cavern with lights flashing from nearby signs and groups of clans passing, she leaned against the wall. What the fuck are you doing? She asked herself.
It was bad enough to have been alone in the bar with her clan's biggest rival. If that got back to the Drops, they'd smash her brains in and forget about the sapphire. She was no good to the clan if they thought she was a spy.
Her whole body tingled from the brief encounter with Kuma.
All sorts of ideas on how she could use her sapphire in the bedroom brought heat to her face.
Pan.
She looked up to see Miguel passing the Onyx. His forehead wrinkled with unspoken questions.
Some razor came in, so I left. You look distracted. A red-headed hostess bought me a whiskey.
First time I've had a drink in months.
Went straight to my head, she said. Come on. The duel's not for a bit, but it's not smart to be walking around alone. Thanks, Miguel.
The Torino was a wide cavern with businesses circling the entire outer ring, and a second set on the interior. Little side caverns were filled with apartments for the workers, or unofficial businesses. As they passed a narrow building tucked between a bar and a gambling house, a lingerie-clad woman with a light coat of soft brown fur across her shapely body beckoned them into her doorway. 200 for an hour, or 300 for the both of you, she said in a husky voice. They ignored the prostitute, but when they were further down the narrow road between buildings, Pandora asked, "What happened to her?"
Miguel shrugged. One of them hall mages probably, or bought a bad elixir.
Some sketchy stuff gets sold down here. Would you hit that?
I'm barely surviving the academy.
Sexy times is not on the top of my list, she said, even though her thoughts still lingered on her meeting with Kuma.
Why are you being nice to me? You saved my life, he said. I don't forget things like that.
This world ain't easy, and if you don't have some hard souls on your side, then you're gonna end up at the bottom of a pit. Besides, a sapphire is probably the most badass of the stones. All I got is an opal. If I get in a scrap, I want you at my side.
He winked.
Pandora couldn't tell if he was flirting or just being honest. The crowd grew the closer they got to the center of the Torino, the men and women displaying their clan allegiances and keeping a wary eye on each other. Antimagus Voina, the Eights Yami no Kishi. All the little clans are here, hoping to see the big razor man taken down, said Miguel with a smirk.
What brought about the duel? He shrugged. Something about a collection site, but duels like this are more than that.
Either demon dogs or Razor maneuvered the other into this scrap. Probably the dogs, because Razor has too much to lose on a fight of this magnitude. Either way, it's good for us.
Either way. I thought we'd want the dogs to win. We do, but the fact that Razor is even here means that they got pushed into something they didn't want to do.
Shows weakness. When the piece is over, we're gonna knock their teeth in. The interior ring of buildings left a wide space at the center, about 100 feet across. The backs of the businesses had balconies that were stuffed with workers, or clan members if they were affiliated with one. Everyone was drinking and laughing, waiting for the duel to begin. A chalk circle had been drawn at the center of the area, about 50 feet in diameter. A knot of Razor clan members at the far side looked like they were ready for a funeral. Come on, said Miguel as he climbed onto a rocky protrusion between two buildings.
There was room enough for the two of them.
The rest of her class was crowded beneath a balcony to her left.
That's the poinsettia.
A bar loyal to the drops, he said, nodding to the building where the rest of the clan was standing. The interior space had less airflow, and she began sweating immediately.
What happens now? When the duel begins, the two combatants will enter the circle.
A judge will have been selected beforehand, and the two fighters will bow to him, then to each other.
After that, anything goes inside the circle. It's a duel to the death.
Miguel nodded. You can duel to first blood or unconsciousness, and one of the combatants can plead for mercy, or the other can offer yield if they cannot continue, but that won't happen here.
There's too much on the line.
The idea of the fight settled on her bones. She imagined what it would be like to step inside the circle knowing that one of you wasn't coming out. She watched the clans packed into the space as the tension grew. Kuma and his friends appeared with the rest of his clan. She was surprised how calm he looked despite the importance of the fight. Other clan members climbed onto the rocky protrusion, forcing her to pull up her feet. The curved blades on her hips had to be tucked back. A rivulet of sweat ran down her spine.
No sign of the demon dogs yet.
Miguel elbowed her in the side.
Look, Doro's the judge.
Seems fitting for a fight of this magnitude. The Drops lieutenant stepped into the circle, nodding towards the older warrior at the center of the Razor clan. He was dressed as Kuma in black pants, a jacket, and a cream shirt beneath a crimson vest. Everyone was looking around for the demon dogs. Pandora was wondering what would happen if they didn't show when a fuss started on the opposite side of the Razor clan, as a group of clan members with gruesome demonic dog tattoos on their necks appeared. Pandora leaned forward to catch a glimpse of the other fighter, but she couldn't see the person within the knot of Waku. Miguel was stretching upward to see as well. She spotted a hunk of black metal tucked into the back of his pants. Guns were illegal in the Torino, punishable by death. She nudged him in the ribs and nodded backwards. His eyes widened as he stiffened. Miguel leaned back and pulled his shirt over the weapon.
"Thanks," he said, looking shaken by the slip up.
He glanced to her apprehensively before rubbing his hands together and focusing on the action beneath them. As the knot of demon dogs revealed their combatant, Pandora wondered why Miguel had risked his life to bring a gun into the Torino. Had it been an accident or precaution?
Or was he planning something during the chaos of the event? Her heart rate doubled in tempo.
Thoughts about the gun evaporated the moment the woman stepped into the circle. With her stiff gait, she looked like a bodybuilder or boxer. Dirty blonde hair had been braided into cornrows and captured behind her head with a black wire.
"Broken hells," said Miguel. "What are they thinking? She's gonna get killed." At first glance, she would have assumed the same, but appearances, especially in the Undercity, could be deceiving.
The eager expressions on the demon dogs told her that they had something planned.
This wasn't going to be an ordinary fight. Chapter 19. The Torino was as crowded as the day of the peace.
Kuma stepped out of the onyx, tugging on the front of his jacket and inhaling deeply. Despite the importance of the day, he was buzzing with good feelings. An elbow to the ribs was followed by a question.
"What are you grinning at?" asked Kamina. "Last time I was here, I was just a candidate.
Now we're Waku with stones of our own."
"How's yours?"
"Keeping it dampened."
"I think my mind would explode if I tried to use it here."
Kamina snorted softly.
"I thought you were a big bad Waku. You should be able to control it." "Hush, let me enjoy the moment," he said, elbowing her back.
Tick was edging forward, heading in the direction of the BOGO. Kuma reached out and hooked his finger into the back of his suit jacket, pulling him back.
"You know the pachinko parlors are a rip-off," said Kuma. "I know," whined Tick. "But those lights and sounds. It's almost better than sex." "You're clearly doing it wrong," said Kamina. "We need to stay alert." "Why? Nothing's going to happen today."
Kuma shrugged.
"Don't want to make an ass of ourselves, first day away from the academy." "We should head to the circle," said Kamina, running her hand over her slicked back hair.
She wore dark eyeliner. Kuma spotted the waitress near the onyx. His heart thudded in his chest even before his mind identified her.
But she was wearing Drop's training uniform, black with a red sash.
She went inside the onyx. Her name was Pandora.
A host of images crashed through his mind. "You okay up there?" asked Kamina with an eyebrow raised.
Kuma checked the lighted stalactite at the center of the Torino.
"You know, we've got a little time before the duel. We should celebrate making Waku at the onyx."
Tick scrunched up his face.
"Do we have time, and isn't that expensive?" "Yeah," said Kuma, putting his arms around their shoulders. "But you're my best friends. I don't mind spending a little of the greasy stuff on you two." "It's that red head, isn't it?" asked Kamina as they strolled towards the entrance of the hostess club. "Lisa, right?" "She is cute," said Kuma. "But that's not why I want to go." "Yeah, right," said Tick.
The noise of the Torino disappeared behind the double doors, the Vegas-styled area replaced with a tasteful jazz lounge. A beautiful woman in a silken dress was singing karaoke on a wooden stage. Kuma spotted Pandora sitting at the end of the bar where she'd have a good view of the entrance, talking to Lisa. They both had glasses of amber liquid.
"Hey, Lisa."
Lisa turned, the freckles on her nose and cheeks shifting with her warm smile.
"Hey, Kuma."
Kamina. Tick. Congrats on becoming a Waku. Tick blushed at having his name mentioned. A nice trick, but Kuma knew that the hostesses studied the names of the clan members.
"Thanks," said Kuma, trying not to stare at Pandora.
His face was a little numb.
"It looks like I'm not the only one who deserves congratulations." "Hey, we shouldn't be talking to her," said Kamina, tugging on his sleeve. "This is the girl from the Pale Sun. The one who stopped the shooter." "Oh shit. Now you are drops.
And Waku.
Must be desperate for bodies, especially a scrawny thing like you."
The comment could have been taken as an insult, though Pandora seemed nonplussed by it.
"I'll buy a round of drinks," said Kuma, touching Lisa's elbow. "A bottle." "Sure." Celebrating. Lisa headed to the booth with Tick and Kamina. "You shouldn't be talking to me," said Pandora. "You shouldn't be away from your clan mates." "Why do you care?" she asked defiantly.
There was something about her that told Kuma he'd probably come away with claw and bite marks after a night with her. He swallowed and tried to make sense of the whirlwind of emotions in his head. This girl could get him killed, he reminded himself, but persisted with his conversation. "Do you really understand what you've gotten yourself into?" he asked.
"Same as you. I grew up in this world."
Pandora smirked.
"I grew up in one just like it. Sounds like an interesting story."
He'd hoped it was an opening for further conversation, but she downed the whiskey in one go, and as she left he felt a gentle caress across his chest that would have knocked him over if he hadn't been leaning against the bar.
"Ask Lisa what I think about stories," she said over her shoulder.
He watched her leave the Onyx.
The training uniform was bulky and hid her shape, but he was enthralled regardless.
Kuma joined his friends in the booth, relieved that it faced the other way.
"I can't believe they made her Waku," said Kamina, glancing towards the door when he threw himself on the end next to Lisa. "She knocked down that demon dog when he pulled out his gun," said Kuma, thinking about the meaning of the remote again.
He stared at his glass that Lisa had filled with champagne. The more he thought about that day, the more he was certain that nothing was as it seemed.
"I thought we were celebrating," said Lisa, nudging him with her shoulder as she rubbed his leg under the table. "We are," said Kuma, brightening, lifting his glass towards his friends. "To my fellow Waku."
They echoed him, clinked their glasses together and threw back the bubbly liquid, which burned in his nose. Their glasses were refilled, and even though he knew he shouldn't have more than one drink, he downed a second. Lisa spent the time whispering in his ear, telling him how sexy it was that he'd made Waku. He knew she was saying it because it was her job. She wanted him to buy another bottle, which had a huge markup, and earned her a good commission, but even knowing the truth it was hard to refuse.
"We have to get to the duel," said Kuma, sliding out of the booth when their hostess tried to pour a third. Lisa pouted. "I have to stay here and drink the rest of this by myself?"
Kamina took Lisa's hand, kissed the back of it, and said, "You have lipstick on your teeth." Lisa yanked her hand away, took a cloth napkin, and rubbed her teeth as Kamina smirked.
"Fuck you, Kamina." "You wish," she said, winking.
Kamina hooked Kuma and Tick's arms as they strode out of the Onyx.
"Why'd you do that?" "She plays her games, I play mine."
The streets were emptier than he expected, which meant everyone was gathered at the dueling site.
They hurried to the center, reaching the clan through the back alleys.
With so many clan members packed into one area, the heat inside the open space was stifling.
"Where have you been?" asked his father. "I had an errand to run," said Kuma. "Have any of your sources figured out what the new stone is?"
Niran glanced around. With so many amber stones in the room, it would be easy to overhear their conversation. "Black diamond, but we have no idea what it does." He lifted his chin and spoke a touch louder.
"Not that it matters.
Your uncle will make quick work of their Waku. As if he'd summoned her, a ruckus formed on the opposite side of the circle. Kuma pushed to the front to get a good look at the other warrior. A woman marched into the open space with her hair in cornrows and the intensity of an axe murderer.
She looked like she could bench press a truck. Is she hopped up on elixirs? Asked Kamina, peeking past his arm. It would interfere with her stones, said Kuma.
Kamina punched him in the arm.
I know that, Barker, but she looks high on something.
Before they'd arrived, Kuma was confident his father and uncle had come up with a plan that would thwart whatever the demon dogs were planning, but the confidence on the other side of the circle had him worried. Duro had been tapped as the judge for the duel. He motioned for the two warriors to approach. The demon dog Sasha bounced and twitched like a boxer before a prize match. She grinned like a homicidal maniac at Uncle Brazio, who had slipped out of his black jacket but left the crimson vest over top his cream shirt. His smooth mannerisms could have been a pianist before a packed concert, rather than a deadly fight to the death. Not only did she have the height advantage over him, she was bulkier by a considerable amount, which could be a hindrance depending on the stones she utilized. Kuma couldn't see Sasha's blades, but they didn't look like the normal curved ones that were favored by the clans.
Ever seen her before? Asked Kamina. No, said Kuma, shaking his head. But that doesn't mean anything.
Duro spoke to the two warriors quietly. Kuma could have listened in, but he didn't trust his amber stone not to knock him on his ass. The conversation was followed by a gentleman, looking like he'd just come from a corporate business meeting, stepping into the circle. He made brief gestures towards both combatants, then nodded to Duro to signal that neither fighter had enchantments or elixirs in their systems.
May the shadows keep you safe, said Uncle Brazio as he bent at the waist. May the light keep you blind, said Sasha, not bothering to bow, as she bared her teeth in a grimace.
The insult brought a surge forward from his clan mates. They clamored and shouted until Niran turned his head and said, "Silence." The demon dogs howled in response, their baying mimicry sending the hairs on the back of Kuma's neck to attention. The insult had clearly been planned, but that didn't make it any easier to hear.
Your uncle could hardly be bothered, said Tick, who'd wormed his way to Kuma's side.
The two warriors revealed their blades. Kuma knew from experience that his uncle's curved weapons were an extension of his arms. He held them in a ready stance, neither too tense nor too relaxed.
On the opposite side, Sasha produced two of the ugliest weapons Kuma had ever seen.
They looked like they were the oversized prongs that one used at a fondue place. A hiss and a secondary surge had Niran pushing them back.
Restrain yourselves. I have a bad feeling about this fight, said Tick as he squinted and twitched uncontrollably.
Kuma wanted to disagree, but his gut told him otherwise. He looked to his father, who was focused on the combatants at the center of the circle, and wondered if he'd forgive him for the bad advice if Uncle Brazio lost.
What the fuck is with everyone? Asked Kamina, glancing around. Your uncle has never lost a fight.
Before Kuma could speak, Duro slammed his hand forward, signaling the start. Under normal circumstances, Uncle Brazio would have exploded into action, his blades churning forward, slicing his opponent to ribbons and ending the fight almost before it had begun. But the gravity and unusual nature of this duel had him standing still as if he were a statue. Sasha paced back and forth, brandishing her unusual weapons and pounding on her chest.
Come on, old man.
Why you no move yet? You afraid?
You should be.
I gonna mangle your face and flay your guts like the wayhos you are, she said in broken English. His uncle reminded him of an unmoving snake tasting the air and waiting for the right moment to strike. Sasha taunted him with her weapons, pointing them at his face but never moving too close.
She's been well prepared. She's staying just out of his range, said Kuma.
Whistles and jeers came from the crowd, willing the two fighters to action. As Kuma wondered how long the standoff would last, Uncle Brazio leapt into the air, a jump aided by his stones. As a wielder of both topaz and emerald, he had the strength to leap high, aided by making himself light and then heavy again on the downward attack. His blades came down, one angled towards her neck, the second on trajectory that would slice her open at the solar plexus. The combination was unbeatable, and Kuma stiffened as he waited for the inevitable splatter of blood across his uncle's pristine shirt. Sasha had been in the middle of turning, so her blades were in the wrong position for a defensive block, but rather than stop the blow from the twin blades, she bore down and gritted her teeth like a boxer taking a punch. As the weapons impacted her flesh, a shimmer of silvery gray flashed across her skin. The impact sounded like two swords clashing, and a spark formed on her neck.
That it would be a killing blow was so anticipated by the crowd that the cheer ended in a gargle.
His uncle, landing in close range of Sasha's weapons, and probably expecting that she would tumble over, barely got his offhand blade into the way as she jabbed forward with her crude weapon. He managed to block, but she twisted her wrist, spinning his blade out of his hand. Before the other weapon could be jabbed into his exposed chest, Brazio kicked off Sasha with lightness, sailing out of her reach.
"That's not good," muttered Tick. "Shut the fuck up, Tick," said Kuma as the implications of the new stone became clear.
As his uncle Brazio checked himself for injuries, Sasha smirked from the opposite side of the circle.
Her tight shirt had been sliced up the middle.
She tore it off, revealing a sports bra and no visible wounds. The roles of the fight switched as Sasha went on the attack. She struck like a whirlwind, forcing Brazio to block with the one blade as the other lay in the dust behind her. With no guarantee that he could cut through her steel skin, he focused on defense and tried to maneuver past her to retrieve his weapon. Quick as lightning, Brazio kicked her knee out, then with strength and lightness pinballed away and around her in a blur. He made it to the fallen blade, right as she blurred to stop him.
"She has emerald and topaz too," whispered someone behind Kuma.
The combination of stones made Kuma's uncle into a fearsome fighter, as he could move quickly and then with power as he switched between being as heavy as a 1-ton block, and then as light as a feather pillow. Normally he could outmaneuver his foe, but the similarly stoned demon dog matched his pace. To Kuma's right, his father stroked his white goatee, looking suddenly older as he watched the fight. Not only was he in danger of losing his only brother, but it would put the clan on its back foot. As the war leader, Brazio was only matched by Duro from the drops in fighting prowess and tactical genius. If the demon dogs were to eliminate him in the duel, it would be a huge coup.
The chain of repercussions would make the likelihood of the peace breaking even greater.
The drops members in attendance seemed to understand the implication, and glanced to the razor side of the circle as if they were sizing them up for a fight later. The idea that he might be thrown into a war he was barely prepared for gave Kuma the cold sweats. He'd been so excited to become a Waku, and now he was on the verge of having to fight for his life in the shadows of the Undercity. Sasha chased his uncle around the circle. Half a dozen times Kuma thought he was dead, but Brazio managed to barely avoid the tip of her weapon. The frenzied fight slowed its pace. While emerald and topaz made for a brutal combination, the constant switching between them put a tax on its users. Most duels were over within 10 seconds, 30 at the outside, while this one had gone a full minute and showed no signs of ending. Uncle Brazio managed to catch a breather at the side of the circle near Duro, who had managed to stay out of the way. The drop's warleader looked apprehensive about the fight, even if his opposite's death would give his clan an advantage. Brazio's cream shirt was soaked through with spots of blood from where he'd been nicked by her weapons.
"I thought you two had figured something out," whispered Kuma to his father.
A grumble was followed by a muttered response.
"My brother was too confident about his success to bother."
Sasha seemed equally gassed, standing guard over the fallen blade, heaving with breath. Her larger frame made the toll of her stones heavier.
"He needs to wear her out," Kuma whispered to his father, who waved him off.
As if he'd heard the comment, Uncle Brazio stood tall and tossed his blade between hands, and approached his opponent as if he hadn't been running for his life the last minute of the fight. Sasha wiped the sweat off her brow with the back of her hand. Her blades hung lower in their defensive position.
Not by much, but enough to signal her weariness.
With only one blade, Brazio went on the attack, swinging wildly and adding kicks towards her knees at intervals to keep her off balance.
The change in tactics had her confused.
He kept up his blurred attack, and to everyone's surprise managed to catch her in the chest with a solid boot, sending her backwards. He snatched up his fallen blade, and the tone of the fight shifted. Brazio forced her into the defensive. She wasn't as good with her weapons, but whenever she faltered or missed a block, his blade rung out against her steel skin. The same wasn't true for Brazio. If he missed a block, he had no impervious skin to fall back on. His margin for error was minuscule. The battle raged. Steel rang against steel. Every face in the arena focused on the combatants. Kuma could barely keep up with the action, as both combatants moved in a blur. A shift from Sasha and Brazio threw himself backwards, holding his arm to his side where she'd caught him with the tip of her prong. Blood soaked into the almost translucent shirt. Sasha looked pleased but exhausted. She'd had to utilize her black diamond stone far too often, and it seemed to have drained her energy. Uncle Brazio, seeing this as well, marched back into the fray as if he were about to scold his lesser, not fight for his life. Another frenzy of action was met again, with his uncle leaping backwards. This time the slice was on the shoulder of his left arm. Half his shirt was soaked pink. The battle was becoming a test of wills. His uncle was the superior fighter, but he couldn't get through her steel skin. Kuma had no idea how the fight wouldn't end with his uncle's death. The demon dogs, sensing this, started howling, which encouraged Sasha, who gave them a rictus of a bloody grin. They met 3 more times, each skirmish ending with his uncle covered in more blood.
At one point he scooped up chalk from the circle to dry his slick hands.
He looked like a butcher, but all the blood was his. When he waded in for the 6th time, he approached with a shuffling forward advance. During the course of the second half of the fight, his uncle had been using downward strikes in the shape of an X, but when he waded back in after the last cut, he changed the angle, attacking her midsection in horizontal strikes. Kuma realized what was going to happen the moment before his uncle performed the maneuver. The flat attack angle made Sasha bend her arms awkwardly to defend, but when she did, he jabbed the tips of his blades into her prongs and levered the weapon out of her grip. As it sailed into the air, her surprise left her open to the same trick on the other hand, and she was disarmed in the blink of an eye. But even without the prongs, Uncle Brazio could make no headway. He struck her silvery grey skin like a combine after a field of swords, producing only sparks for his efforts. The attacks were only a lead-up to his strategy, as Sasha stood completely immobile like a martial artist waiting to have a board broken over her body. Uncle Brazio dropped his weapons and shoulder-charged her, tripping her backwards to land in the dust. Exhausted from the overuse of her stones, Sasha could barely fight back as his uncle captured her wrists, using his emerald to make himself immovable.
The crowd thought it a stalemate until a low moan issued from Sasha's lips.
Kuma knew exactly what was happening, even if the thought made him ill. She might have steel skin, but his uncle was an opal, and the stone could be used for more than healing. The stench of burning flesh came moments later as the moans turned to screams. Sasha tried to dislodge him, but she didn't have the strength, even with her topaz, to knock him off. When smoke issued from her mouth and eyes, Kuma looked away. The crowd witnessed the last miserable 20 seconds of her life, cooked from the inside, the steel skin of no use against his opal.
The howls that had chased Brazio across the circle fell silent.
Uncle Brazio climbed off, leaving a husk of a person in an X pose in the dust. Eyes and mouth were charred black, the skin cracked and an angry red. Uncle Brazio stumbled back to their side, and one of the opals from the clan met him for healing. Any other fighter would have collapsed, but his uncle stood, covered in his own blood as he watched the demon dogs collect the body of their warrior.
"May the shadows give her peace," called Uncle Brazio.
The head of demon dogs, a shorter man with dark hair and pockmarked cheeks, bent at the waist, his head nearly reaching the floor, signaling his clan's loss. The celebration that normally would have followed a fight like that was subdued due to the narrow nature of the result. Nirin put his hand on his brother's shoulder.
"Too close."
Brazio nodded, exhaustion in his gaze.
Let's hope they don't have any more waku with those stones.
Before he left the circle, Duro inclined his head towards Brazio, who matched the gesture. Respect between the Undercity's two most feared fighters. Nirin turned to Kuma.
Now you see the danger.
Take your friends, return to the academy. Study now while you have the opportunity. It only gets worse from here.
Chapter 20.
Before Pandora had entered the Undercity to infiltrate the clans, she'd heard tales of the prowess of the Waku. Her time in the academy had given her a taste of what was possible, but mostly what she'd seen were the actions of novices. Even her control of the sapphire seemed laughable after watching the duel.
I wouldn't have lasted 10 seconds, said Pandora as she climbed off the rock with the smell of burnt flesh clogging up her nose.
Miguel looked equally sickened. They'd watched the demon dog's fighter get cooked alive. Pandora had meant to look for Kuma in the aftermath, but the chaos after the fight, and the clans funneling out of the arena had left her and Miguel as two of the last to leave. By the time they reached the glittering lights of the Torino, there was no sign of her classmates.
They left me.
It's okay. You can travel back with me.
Should we look for Duro or any of the others? She asked.
Miguel raised an eyebrow.
You're new to the clan, so I can understand your confusion.
People like Duro don't travel with us lowly one-stone Waku. In his eyes, if we can't survive on our own, we don't deserve to be in the clan.
He winked. Don't worry.
I've made the journey between here and home dozens of times with no incident. They left the Torino by the way they'd come. The passages were marked in ways that made it easy to follow. Once they were away from the busy neutral ground, Pandora engaged her sapphire to keep watch on their surroundings.
Why'd you bring that gun? She asked when she knew they were alone. He tapped his chest. I'm an opal.
I can fight decently against an amber or emerald, but a topaz or sapphire or any mix of two, I'm completely outgunned.
I thought guns weren't honorable. Fuck honor. That's bullshit that Razor Clan believes, but it'll only get you killed.
If I would have been in that circle, I would have poisoned my blades.
That's the real secret of the drop's success. We ain't afraid to do anything. Not even in the light. You ever go to the city? From time to time when the need arises. He flashed a grin. A few months ago we kidnapped some heiress, threatened to chop off body parts if they didn't pay up.
Family had to hand over a cool $1 million to get their daughter back.
Easiest haul we've made in a while.
Better than selling drugs, but Daraja only lets us run ops like that occasionally.
The worst thing we can do is make the uppers notice us.
He nodded upward.
You spend time in the city. Years ago when I was younger I did, but when I came back it was only to come down here. It wasn't the same city since, everything that happened, she said. I wouldn't know.
Miguel flashed a grin. The invasion made us stronger, only they don't know it yet. As they crossed a cavern filled with dripping water that seemed more condensation than spring-fed, she sensed someone behind them with her sapphire radar. Whoever it was, either they were purposely staying on the edge of her sensing, or just happened to be following their path at a similar pace.
After 100 yards of tracking, the other person, and she was sure it was only one, disappeared.
Either they'd fallen back, or taken a branching passage. She was so busy checking their rear she hadn't realized that Miguel had surged ahead, and pulled the gun from his waistband. The black end was pointed in her direction. Pandora cursed herself. She'd been keeping an eye out for danger, missing that it was the person right in front of her.
I shouldn't have bought your bullshit change of heart. He smirked. No. You shouldn't have.
Once a rat, always a rat.
You're making a mistake, Miguel. I don't think so.
Everything's been too convenient. Too easy. On your first day at the Pale Sun first half day, you saved the life of our most feared warrior.
And the son of the Razor Clan leader. It was a setup. I don't know how you did it, but it had to be you.
When they cut that demon dog and the waitress to pieces, neither one broke. Oh sure, they tried to make up something to make it end quicker, but nothing made sense, and Duro knew they were lying to save themselves. Duro's convinced it was Razor that planted the weapon, put Kuma in danger to make it look better, but I don't buy it. I think you're working for someone else.
There have been signs, messages passed. It has to be you. You're the rat.
News of messages surprised her. He was right about a lot of things, but not that. Unluckily for her, these unrelated items had helped convince Miguel that she wasn't who she said she was.
Oh, and before you think about using your sapphire on my gun, know that I had it brought down from your world. There's no faez on it. It's not my world, she muttered. But he was right about the weapon.
She couldn't feel it, with the sapphire. It was as if Miguel were holding empty air. He'd picked his ambush spot well. There were no large stones or objects she could throw, and if she tried to push or pull on him, he'd squeeze the trigger.
At 20 feet, it was unlikely he'd miss.
If I could, I'd drag you back to Duro, have him work his magic on you until you confessed and ratted out the rest of your network, but I'll take ending the threat to the clan as a safe alternative. A plan started to form, but she was running out of time.
She needed to delay him. What if I confessed?
Would you take me back to the others, so I could trade what I know for leniency? Miguel hunched his forehead.
I don't trust you.
You're looking for a way to get out of this. No true rat is going to confess.
Think about it. If you can provide them with evidence of this plot, you'll be a hero. What do you get out of it?
A slow, painful death.
I don't think so. Or maybe I have information that I know would get me special consideration. It's a chance I'm willing to take.
Miguel flared his nostrils, shaking his head slightly.
Nope. Not buying this Wayho's bullshit.
He took a step forward, gripping the weapon harder.
This is the end for you.
Die, rat.
Chapter 21.
In the aftermath of the duel, Kuma found himself near one of the smaller pachinko parlors on the west end of the Torino without his friends. He risked a brief use of his amber, only to find himself bent over from the overwhelming assault on his senses.
Never do that in front of a pachinko parlor, he reminded himself as he massaged his temples to ward away the migraine induced by thousands of clinking balls ricocheting through the brightly lit machines.
Kuma walked around the clubs, looking for others of his clan, finding only Yara and her cronies drinking beers outside the Umbra. He wasn't in the mood for hearing her brag about her father's win, even though it had been far too close, so he headed around the other half of the circle towards the regular clan exit, hoping to find his friends. He spotted Pandora and another Drops clan member on the far side of the Torino. Kuma paused and was admiring her from afar when he remembered the remote again. The idea had been swirling around the edges of his thoughts, but seeing her again crystallized the idea that she'd been the one to plant the weapon. He'd found the remote under another table. When she got shot, it would have been easy to toss it away.
At the time, there seemed to be no logical reason why a waitress would want to get involved with clan business, but seeing how quickly she'd risen to Waku status made it clear.
She'd leveraged the brief heroism into gaining the valuable faez crystals.
There are shadows behind shadows, he whispered to himself, following them even though he knew it would be dangerous.
At a safer location, he risked a peek with his amber. It was like getting hit with a 2x4 of information. Pandora was calm, albeit a little rattled by the gruesome end to the duel, but her companion was buzzing with anticipation. The emotion was strange given what they were doing. Kuma was certain that he was misreading the Drops Waku, until he caught a glimpse of black metal at his back, beneath his shirt. A gun. Illegal in the Torino, but not unexpected either. He couldn't read his thoughts, but the pairing of nervous anticipation with the weapon seemed prophetic. More curious than ever, Kuma followed the pair as they slipped through the seedier parts of the Torino. They disappeared through an alleyway that he knew led to passages heading southwest, which would bring them back to the drop's controlled area. He wished he had his friends with him, but there was something about to happen that he didn't want to miss. Kuma tried to convince himself that it was only clan business that drew him forward, but he couldn't hide his attraction to Pandora, even from himself. Kuma stepped lightly once he reached the caverns behind the Torino. Phosphorescent fungi gave off enough light that he could use his amber stone to see by, instead of using his headlamp. Without the stimulus of the Torino, Kuma gave his amber stone the reins. He was rewarded when he heard a snippet of their conversation, a question to her companion about bringing the weapon. A little distracted by listening, Kuma scuffed a stone, knocking it loudly into another, but he heard neither drop's member hesitate in their journey, which suggested that neither was an amber or they weren't actively seeking. Concerned about getting too close, he missed parts of their conversation. He found a parallel set of caverns and hurried ahead, hoping to hide nearby and catch the rest of their speech. He nearly overran them. They'd paused in a cavern, which required him to circle back.
No. You shouldn't have.
Once a rat, always a rat. The words sent alarm bells through his head. As he crept forward to witness the scene, he heard the guy with the gun, Miguel, he heard her say, make accusations about the day in the pale sun. It appeared he wasn't the only one with reservations. Peering around a corner, Kuma watched Miguel level his gun at Pandora, who was too far away to stop him. Mention of the sapphire, and the newness of the weapon had Kuma pressing himself to the rocky wall, in case she was using the magnetic nature of her stone to keep watch. It was unlikely given that Miguel was about to kill her, but he didn't want to take chances.
What if I confessed?
Would you take me back to the others, so I could trade what I know for leniency? When she admitted what Kuma had feared, his whole body went on high alert.
She was a spy. But for who?
To what end? If he could figure out who she was working for, it would be a huge boon to his clan. The only problem was Miguel was about to kill her. Kuma had his blades, but he wasn't sure he could throw them well enough to kill Miguel without exposing himself to the gun.
But if she was a sapphire, there might be a weapon nearby she could use.
He only had to distract Miguel long enough to give her an opportunity. He scooped up a rock and tossed it high over his head. When it landed to Miguel's left, he twitched in that direction, briefly taking the weapon off Pandora. An explosion startled Kuma, sending him to his knees as his amber stone took the brunt of his highly attuned senses. When he looked around the corner, he saw Miguel lying on his back, face bloody, the weapon fallen from his hand. He was breathing rapidly.
"Who's there?" asked Pandora.
Her headlamp washed over his position, which was half covered by the rocky wall. Kuma tuned back his amber, climbed to his feet, and stepped into the light.
A host of emotions passed across her face. "You."
Kuma's gaze flitted to Miguel.
"What did you do?" "I shoved a shard of rock in the barrel, right before he pulled the trigger."
She approached her fallen clan member, but never took her eyes off Kuma.
"Wandering in the dark, which means you're an amber and you heard everything we discussed. I have your remote." She stiffened. "Why haven't you told anyone?" "I didn't know it was yours until today."
"Who are you working for?" He dialed his amber back up, and almost regretted it as he relished the light glow of her skin, the intensity of her black eyes that reminded him of a predator. He couldn't put his finger on why she had such a hook in him. The desire was almost supernatural.
"No one," she said eventually.
If he'd had his amber for longer and been trained on how to detect lies, he might have known the truth of what she said, but he was still a new Waku. He felt like a lanky-legged foal recently birthed. Miguel was breathing shallowly with little heaves. The gun exploding in his grasp had torn apart his chest, which was covered in blood. His headlamp was angled to the side, but Pandora's washed over him, revealing his struggles.
"You."
His voice trailed off as he spotted Kuma. Miguel put his hand to his neck and closed his eyes.
"He's an opal," said Pandora.
"Fuck," said Kuma.
"We have to finish him off."
"We." Pandora's gaze drifted to the spot he'd thrown his rock to distract Miguel.
You didn't do that for fun. There wasn't much time to think about it.
Pandora produced the curved weapon that the Waku favored. If any clan finds out about this, the peace could be in jeopardy.
I didn't do anything.
If he lives, I'm sure he'll tell a different story, said Pandora as she stepped over Miguel with the blade hanging from her fist.
You can look away if you need to.
The suggestion hardened his resolve. For the second time in the day, he'd be watching someone die. She crouched over Miguel as his eyes widened with fright.
I'm sorry.
Would have been better had we stayed friends.
He tried to speak, but she swiped the blade across his throat.
The speech turned to gurgles. The ease with which she'd killed him wasn't lost on Kuma. Pandora wiped the blood from her weapon on the dead man's pant leg.
What are you going to do with him?
Pandora speared him with her gaze.
That's my problem.
More importantly, what are you going to do? As a sapphire, she outclassed him, but he didn't sense animosity. She'd slipped the blade back in its sheath as she stood over her dead clan member.
Who are you spying for? I'm not.
Kuma frowned.
But you admitted as much. I wanted to survive.
I'd admit anything to live a little longer. And lucky me it worked because you came along and distracted him.
You planted the gun in the pale sun.
She lifted a single shoulder.
You have my remote. Then who are you working for? Myself, she said again, and he cursed himself that he couldn't read her better. This world. It stinks of opportunity.
I came alone with the sole intention of joining a clan and getting a stone. Improve my prospects.
This is a dangerous world for an outsider.
Pandora laughed freely. The melodic sound was both pleasing and infuriating.
I've survived worse places.
The clans don't have a monopoly on danger or intrigue. Where I come from, you could be murdered for saying the right thing in the wrong way.
The clans are children in comparison.
Anger burned in Kuma's chest, but the delivery was honest and true, or at least as far as he could tell. The fact that she'd sentenced the demon dog and the waitress to their deaths through her ploy, and then casually murdered her clan mate, told him a lot about her past, even if he didn't know the details.
So,
what are you going to do? She asked, spreading her hands wide with palms out. Kuma thought about what his father had said about opportunity, and always looking 3 moves ahead when considering the needs of the clan.
Do you like the drops? She raised an eyebrow. You're kidding me, right? I know he tried to kill you, but there are always rivalries within clans.
Sometimes they turn deadly.
I would have preferred to have joined Razor.
I can respect your organization and honorable actions, but you have to walk through the doors that are open.
What if I could offer a change in allegiances? Not right away, but in time.
She snorted softly.
You want me to spy for Razor? If you were able to provide intel or anything of considerable value, I could convince my father to bring you over, he said.
Pandora stared at the corpse between her feet.
Why? The Undercity is changing.
The faez crystal trade is bringing interest from outside parties. Eventually, one of the clans will need to consolidate the others, or none of us will survive. Razor clan is best suited for that path. We're the largest, most organized, and as you said, most honorable.
This is the kind of thing that happens in the drops, he said, gesturing towards Miguel's body. If I agreed, how would we communicate? Or would we meet?
Kuma thought about it.
Next time you're in the Torino, stop by Onyx and visit our red-headed friend.
I'll leave instructions, or if you have information, you can give them to her.
A cutout.
Pandora was studying him with an intensity that made him uncomfortable.
Was he doing the right thing? There were so many ways this could blow up in his face, just like it had for Miguel. Can we trust Lisa? We can, said Kuma, screwing up his face with thought. But she doesn't have to know what we're passing. A code. Hostesses receive gifts all the time.
If you have information that you need to give me in person, buy her a bottle.
But if you have something to pass, put it in a stuffed animal. She loves them. The cuter the better.
Penguins, otters, that sort of thing. She keeps them in the private room each hostess has.
You sound like you know Lisa well. It's not like that, said Kuma. The Onyx is respectable, unlike a lot of the others.
They don't sell sex, they sell friendship. A private session is just a chance to talk without anyone else around. They even use one of those privacy enchantments that the mages in the city use. We might even be able to use that as a meeting location, if we have to talk. Pandora looked away.
I can't get away from the academy easily. That'll change in time.
I've heard enough stories to know the two academies are similar. They bust your ass for the first year, and then slowly work you into regular responsibilities.
They'll give you money and freedom soon. It's messy, but I suppose we can revise things. The corners of her eyes creased. The alternative is that I kill you now and walk away without having to worry about any of this.
He met her level gaze.
You're not going to do that. No, she said, sounding almost surprised. Would you help me with the body?
I can drag it with my sapphire, but the canyon isn't near.
I don't think I can maintain the stone that long.
The urge to return to razor-controlled areas was strong. If they were found together by the wrong group, the alliance they'd briefly conjured would collapse, and one if not both of them might have to pay with dire consequences.
But the chance to stay with Pandora a little longer had him nodding. Let's hurry.
They each grabbed an arm, and Pandora used her sapphire to assist. It wasn't terribly difficult, except when the ground grew uneven and Miguel's stiffening limbs caught on rocky protrusions. By the time they reached the edge of the canyon, he was covered in sweat. The side cavern looked over the darkness. She switched off her headlamp, and after their eyes adjusted, a white-orange glow emanated from deep below them. They picked up Miguel's body, Kuma at the shoulders, Pandora at the feet, and hauled him to the cliff. With a shove he tumbled over, his descent dislodging a few rocks before he landed with a thud far beneath.
She tossed the gun after him.
Did anyone see you two leave together? He asked, staring into the darkness.
I don't think so. I guess I'm soon to find out.
Pandora looked up into his face.
They were standing a foot apart.
He turned up his amber to memorize what he could about her before they had to go their separate ways, when he heard the scuff of a boot from the way they'd traveled. He pulled her into a cubby in the curve of the wall, pressing flat against the stone. Hiding against the rock would give them a better chance to avoid detection from a sapphire or amber. As he listened with his entire body, Kuma became aware that Pandora pressed herself against him. His arms were around her shoulders, and she held them against her chest in the semblance of an embrace. His skin was alight with the sensation of her fingertips against his wrist. At any moment they could be discovered, and their positions within their clans destroyed, but all he could think about was gently spinning her around and pressing his lips against hers. The amber wasn't helping either. He sensed every subtle curve of her body, the way her silky black hair bunched against the nape of his neck caressing him whenever she shifted slightly, and even the way her breathing had aligned with his. The travelers, a small group of drops by their direction, stopped in the cavern. He heard someone mention blood, and his whole body went into high alert. He shouldn't have helped her. Should have let Miguel kill her. Now he was trapped at the edge of a cliff with the enemy. He cupped his hand over her ear.
They found blood, he whispered. She tensed against him. The trail would lead to their hiding position. The scuff of footsteps neared.
There were at least 5 clan members. Pandora tugged him to the edge of the cliff, where the end of his boots hung over the edge. In the faint illumination he saw her mouth the word, jump. But his legs wouldn't obey. It had to be 50 to 80 feet to the bottom. He'd never survived the fall, and there was no time to climb over the edge safely. He checked over his shoulder.
The drops were almost upon them.
Pandora rotated towards him until they were face to face. For a moment Kuma thought she was going to kiss him. A last joy before a deadly fight.
He leaned forward. She jumped. Chapter 22.
The sapphire told her the drops were almost upon them. There would be no going back if she was found in Kuma's arms. As enjoyable as it was, the embrace had become a death sentence. She briefly thought about shoving him over and claiming he'd killed Miguel.
It was a believable fiction. But her whole body rebelled against the act.
Pandora pressed herself against him.
She saw the way his lips parted. Even in a time like this, he was hungry for her.
She could see that in the way he looked at her. He had confused her intent when she'd spun towards him and placed her hands around his back. Aided by her sapphire, Pandora leapt from the edge with Kuma in her arms. He squeezed her tight in surprise as they plummeted. She reached to slow her descent using a pull from the ceiling, but it was higher than she thought, and the force barely changed their accelerating pace. A slammed push in a downward direction at the last moment halted their plummeting descent, but tipped them both into the wall. She jammed her shoulder into the rock, then slammed into the canyon floor next to the awkwardly angled dead body of Miguel. A little stunned, and lying with her arms halfway around Kuma, she heard the voices at the top of the cliff. Kuma struggled to his feet as she did, and without saying a word they grabbed hands and fled away from the location as headlamps flashed over the location. Running headlong across the uneven rocks, old collapses from the cliff wall, each using their stones to guide the way, they made it away from the searching lights. When they were far enough that no amber could hear them, Kuma released her hand.
Oh fuck.
She could hear the implied "what did I just do" in the way he said the words.
We got away.
No one's the wiser. Kuma placed himself with his back against the canyon wall. Using the sapphire, she couldn't see the details of his expression, only the outlines of his body language.
Do you know where we are?
Yeah.
I don't think you do.
This is the place your clan drops its enemies, or those that have betrayed them.
It's filled with scorpics and other dangerous critters.
She knew the reputation of the canyon, but no one talked about it much other than using it as a threat like, "We'll throw that way-hose into the Drops Canyon and see how he likes it then."
There's two of us, we have weapons and stones. I'm sure we'll be fine.
He glanced her way before visibly relaxing. He didn't want to appear afraid, even as he was rightly concerned. It wasn't that she wasn't, but surviving against the unknown was better than what would have happened above. The mod would have never forgiven the mistake, and even if she'd managed to kill all the Drops members, her position would have been ruined. There was a good chance that she'd be sent back for retraining, or eliminated as a waste of their resources.
What's wrong? You just shuddered as if you sensed something, said Kuma. Nothing nearby. Was thinking about how I need to get back, or they're going to get suspicious. Are you sure that's it? It was as if your body was hollowed out.
You froze. Pandora strode past him.
It's nothing.
Stop snooping on me with your amber.
I'm sure you're probing me inside and out with your sapphire.
He chuckled softly at the innuendo.
Sorry.
Nice work stopping our fall.
I thought we were dead.
Do you practice that technique in Drops?
Never done it before.
He was quiet, which left her wishing she could see his face.
Can we use some light? Between us, we should be able to sense any predators. I'd rather be able to see.
She heard him unzip a pocket as she did the same. Almost simultaneously, two headlamps exploded light into the space, making them look away from each other.
That was unpleasant, she said. Let me fix that, he said, switching to a red light which didn't attack her eyes.
She did the same, and they were basked in a crimson glow.
How do we get out of here?
She scanned the area with her headlamp, even though she wanted to continue staring at him. He had high cheekbones and a strong face, but there was something soft and welcoming in his expression. He wasn't a hardened Waku yet.
She wanted to kiss him. I think we have to find a way out that direction.
The other way takes us back to Drop's territory, and there's no way out except by the elevator, and I don't think they'd let us up.
They started walking that direction.
Kuma cleared his throat.
I only know this canyon by reputation, but nothing about it in particular.
Pandora thought back to the stories she'd overheard when she'd been an outcast, spending her time listening as she shoved down her tasteless meals.
They call it the Prizrak Canyon, which loosely translates to Canyon of Ghosts. As far as I know, there are 3 main dangers. The first are the Scorpics. They're solo hunters, and probably the biggest danger. I know them well, said Kuma, shaking his head. I certainly hope we don't run into any. The second is the lantern fungus.
Gives off a warm, inviting glow, but they put off spores that create powerful hallucinations.
Something about the canyon makes them grow here.
They look like a lot of the fungus in the Undercity, except these usually have the bones of small animals nearby that got too near and died from starvation because they were so far gone.
Let's avoid those then, he said. The last one is the ghost flames. Honestly, I don't know anything about them, except they occur near the well of fire. It probably means something else, but since I'm so new to drops, I never got a real explanation. Okay, fair.
We can avoid the well.
Which shouldn't be hard, right? He craned his neck to the distance. Watch out for Scorpics, avoid glowing fungus, and don't go near the well. I'm feeling more confident by the second, he said with a wry smile.
The scratch of claws on stone had them both turning at the same time. Something small and bony leapt from a crack, its curled stinger poised to strike. Kuma spun with his blade, thrusting it into the back of the Scorpic at the same time she pinpoint blasted it with her sapphire. The tip of his weapon went into its back the moment her push hit, bending the back of the angry critter, severing its spine against the blade. As the small Scorpic, no bigger than a rat, fell onto the rocks, they shared a flat-lipped look. Kuma stepped on the back of the critter and pressed hard, crunching its bones to ensure its death.
I didn't see it either, said Pandora, feeling suddenly exposed.
Kuma checked over his shoulder.
I'll keep a better eye out. I was distracted.
By what? She asked, even as she knew the answer. He opened his mouth, then paused before saying, You.
Afraid I'm going to stab you in the back. No, he said as he continued along the canyon wall.
The region to their left was empty, except for a group of pillars surrounded by a group of stalactites. She couldn't feel any more Scorpics, but if one were hiding in a crack or hole she'd never detect it.
I like looking at you.
A surge of warmth filled her middle, even as she raised a skeptical eyebrow.
It won't work. I know.
She wanted to reach out, collect his hand and tell him it wasn't because they were on opposite sides, but because the mod would never allow it. Relationships, even basely sexual, would only compromise her mission. One that she had to succeed at, or the punishment would be much worse than death. She resisted the urge to count the stalactites, closing her eyes briefly to push away the compulsion. After walking in silence for a few minutes, he asked, Where did you come from?
You know, before the Undercity? Chicago. What's it like?
She snorted softly.
Have you never been outside of the Undercity? He gestured upward. I've been up there but never, outside of that. Do you want to? Someday, sure.
Even my father would like me to travel, but with everything between the clans there's no time. We need every Waku and Soldado, if well.
What about your mother? She caught the hitch in his step.
His shoulders pulled inward slightly as his chin fell.
Died during the invasion.
Bad luck.
I'm sorry.
He waved her off even as his whole body remained tense, as if he were going to sprint into the darkness. A minor internal war ended with a question.
What about your parents? I miss my father.
He'd get back from a hard day of doing terrible things and spend time with me, making dinner, reading me books, explaining how the world works, all the things that dads do.
He did his best to protect me, until he couldn't anymore. I'm sorry.
What about your mom? Pandora forced her hands not to squeeze into fists.
She left the moment I was born.
Couldn't be bothered to raise me.
Then after he died, she showed up just like that.
I already resented her, and then I grew to hate her. She looked into her calloused hands, examining the scars and rough patches. A knotty circle of flesh was a reminder of the time her pinky was almost torn off.
I thought she was bad until she took me to live with her family, and then I understood why she was like that. Her dad made me glad she'd abandoned me as a child. He treated her like a dog. Almost made me feel better when he took it out on me. Sounds like you feel sorry for her, said Kuma.
Pandora stuttered to a stop.
I wish I knew why she left. I know they'd never meant to be together. I don't resent her for that. But she could have visited or explained why. I didn't even know everyone had a mother.
It wasn't until I was being watched by my neighbor that I put it together that everyone had two parents.
That's why you came to the Undercity. To get away from her.
Or her family. The corner of her lips curled upward, but not in a smile.
You could say that. I'm sorry. That sounds awful not to have your parents' support.
While life in the Undercity has never been easy, even if I lost my father, I'd still have the clan. Their family. I'd kill for all of them.
Even my shitty cousin Yara.
Pandora raised an eyebrow.
Brazio's daughter. The very one. Family is everything, she said with a sigh.
The wall jutted towards the center of the canyon, forcing them to circle around. She stopped at the point, her heel crunching on old bones, but her mind was too busy thinking about the past to recognize their danger.
I would like that, to know that even if things aren't perfect between me and her, that she would at least treat me like a daughter.
She barely acknowledges that we're related, but I figure that's my grandfather's influence. Pandora looked into Kuma's face, annoyed that he wasn't paying attention.
He was staring at the ground.
When he slammed his hand over her mouth, she reached for her blade until she recognized the faint glow around their boots. They were standing near a patch of lantern fungi. Kuma pulled her away as the headlamp glow caught particles floating in the air.
Her nose itched and she wanted to sneeze.
Time slowed. Then sped up.
The hand touching hers changed to a serpent before her eyes, even as she knew that wasn't possible. It was the fungi.
She screamed it in her head, even as the world shifted by fractals, hastening her descent into madness.
Chapter 23.
The pain etched into Pandora's face distracted Kuma from recognizing the crunch of bones. He wanted to hug and comfort her. Pandora held herself as if she were balanced on a knife's edge, where even staying still was painful.
But she wasn't weak.
She was strong.
There was something in her quiet resilience that reminded him of his mother, Hermione.
She'd been a backbone of the clan, advising his father and carving out a fair amount of power for herself. Hermione's father, his grandfather, had been the one to bring the clan over from Tokyo when their sect fell out of favor with the Yamaguchi-gumi. Hermione hadn't been a soldado like Niran or Brazio, but had wielded power as if she were, because her strategic insights had always been valued. She saw the clan as a living organism to be tended and fed. Kuma recalled many nights outside his parents' sliding door, listening intently to their discussions. Hermione might have encouraged Niran to strike drops, or possibly take an entirely different course of action. One never knew where her prodigious mind would take her. Kuma liked to think, or really hoped, that he had his mother's keen view of the world. Crunch. Bones. They were standing on bones. Alarm bells rang through his head. He knew he should be paying attention to Pandora, but he only saw the light glow around their boots. He slammed his hand over her mouth as he stopped his own breathing. She misinterpreted his reaction, reaching for her weapon, until she saw the glow as well. Kuma yanked her away from the lantern fungus even as he felt the world shift sideways. The darkness opened up and swallowed him like a great beast. The amber stone amplified his inputs, turning his vision into a swirling kaleidoscope of unreality.
He had to remind himself not to shout.
They were in the Canyon of Ghosts, where scorpics and other foul creatures roamed. But he couldn't tell the difference between his inside and outside voice. Are those my thoughts? Or am I speaking out loud? A shift to his left brought the blade to his fist. He struck, pulling back his arm at the last second, seeing his blade slice through empty air. He was horrified to think he might have stabbed Pandora, had he been mistaken. The blade returned to its sheath. Kuma listed around, trying to find her. He knew she was nearby. Could hear her sobbing, but his senses were on fire. It was like staring into the sun, then trying to read a blurry phone screen. Kuma found Pandora curled against the wall.
"It's me," he said, reaching down and for a moment thinking he was consoling a boulder. But when her head snapped up and her black eyes found him through the crimson headlamp, he knew it was actually her.
He crouched down and cradled her to his chest, switching off both their headlamps.
"We have to stick together. It's the only way we're going to survive. We have to make it through the hallucinations.
Stay with me. I'm right here.
I'm not going anywhere."
Her slender, calloused fingers snaked through the opening of his shirt, finding flesh. She held on to him, as if they were trying not to fall off the face of the earth. Enhanced by amber, the effects of the lantern fungi left him shivering, then sweating, the whole time in fear that a scorpic would come along and pierce his heart as he held on to Pandora. The darkness provided the canvas for his mind to operate. Only the touch of her naked back beneath his hand kept him centered.
It was an anchor point. A chain that kept him from drifting into the ether. At times Pandora cried.
Sometimes he did as well. His mind was shattered, reflections sending him down broken paths, the cuts of memory leaving him raw. Then as the moments passed, his mind slowly recovered. He was more aware of his surroundings, the way he and Pandora clung to each other like survivors drifting on loose flotsam in the open seas.
After a time that he would later learn was a few hours, Kuma was able to speak again.
He stroked Pandora's silky black hair and spoke about nothing in particular, but mostly his childhood with Tik and Kamina, stories about how they met or the trouble they got into. The stories comforted him, and he hoped they did the same for her.
The words became a soothing mantra.
They ended when Pandora, curled in his lap with her arms around his neck, leaned up and pressed her cracked lips against his. The warmth and surprise made the words dry up. They stayed like that, lips gently together, until she pulled away and leaned her head against his chest. The sound of claws against stone reminded Kuma of the danger of their surroundings. The scorpic was a few hundred feet from their location, but it was a sign that they had to get their wits about them.
"How are you feeling?" he whispered. "Better."
"Different."
"I don't know," she replied. "Like someone held up a mirror to my inner soul."
"Raw at the very least."
"There's a scorpic out a ways, near that pillar in the center of the canyon." "Oh right, that kind of feeling," said Pandora, sounding almost exhausted by the idea of a fight. "We should move without light," he whispered.
Hand in hand they crept across the canyon to the opposite side to avoid the lantern fungus that had sent their minds sideways. Kuma worried that he couldn't trust his senses, but they made it across without incident. From there the canyons split, providing multiple directions. During the long hallucinations, he'd lost sense of where they were at, so he picked a path at random. Their superior senses, between the amber and sapphire, helped them avoid the creatures that made the Canyon of Ghosts dangerous.
At one point they watched two young scorpics battle over a dead rat, until there was only one remaining.
Later a large sinkhole forced them to skirt the edges.
"I see light," said Pandora, lifting her chin. The top of the canyon, 100 feet above their heads, had a nimbus glow along the rocky edge. "It's the Well of Fire," he whispered.
The Well of Fire was not burning, despite its name. It was the place that the barrier between their realm and the infernal one was thinner. Faez crystals were more frequent around the wells, but less usable for the Waku.
"I think we can climb it," said Pandora. "There's a slight slope and lots of craggy handholds." He sniffed. My nose burns. The excess faez. It's strong here.
He pinched his nose, trying to make the itching go away as they approached the cliff.
You good climbing?
Pandora nodded.
It's not hard.
Using the easy handholds, Kuma pulled himself up the wall. He'd switched on the headlamp, but the light from the well made it nearly unnecessary, except to see in the deep cracks of the wall to ensure no critters were waiting to bite his fingers. He was halfway up when the ground shook. Small rocks bounced off his chest and shoulders as he clung to the wall, trying to hold on. Rumblers were frequent in the Undercity, but rarely as strong as the one they were experiencing.
Pan. I'm good, she said from his right and slightly below.
The metallic tinct of faez which had been tickling the inside of his nostrils grew painfully sharp, as if he'd snorted an entire bottle of chili powder. A bloom of faint light exploded from a crack 100 feet to their right. It billowed out from the crust, a ghostly light that shifted and expanded like a living thing.
Oh shit.
Climb. Climb. The shaking had reduced to light quivering, which allowed them to climb, but it made it more difficult. Every handhold felt loose, as if the wall was trying to shake him free. The ghost flame roiled towards them, tumbling like a cloud of apparitions. Kuma jammed his hand in a vertical crack, and used it to step his way upward. Pandora was matching his pace, but he quickly realized that neither of them would escape the ghost flame. Right before it rolled over them, he clung to the wall. When the mist touched his skin it was surprisingly cool, but the scent of faez was so strong that it made his eyes water. He had a moment where he thought the hallucinations from before had returned. He saw ancient valleys filled with impossible structures briefly before the fog passed over them. He shared a look with Pandora, who appeared equally confused. It had been ghost flame for sure, but nothing bad had happened to them
that they knew of.
They finished the climb easily, pulling themselves onto the cliff edge. The luminous cavern behind them was hidden behind a rise.
What just happened? He asked.
Pandora lifted a shoulder.
It was like a cloud of faez.
My skin feels raw, but nothing's wrong at least. I feared we would combust or our skin would burn. The wells were objects of constant study from the mages of the halls, so they kept out of sight, creeping along the edge until they found a passage leading away.
I can get back from here, said Kuma.
Pandora stood a few feet away with her hands at her side.
She seemed deep in thought. I should get back too. But she made no effort to move.
Kuma felt like there was something he should say or do. The end to their journey had come upon them quickly, leaving him feeling empty. Or it was the aftereffects of the lantern fungus.
The canyon wasn't so bad, he said with a shrug. We survived its dangers. As far as we know, said Pandora with a wry grin. There was a point earlier, I thought a million spiders with feet made of glass were crawling over me, but I couldn't move or stop them.
Her mouth formed a little O of surprise.
And then you were there, weren't you?
You found me, pulled me into your arms.
I think that was the only thing that kept me sane. That was an experience. One I don't want to repeat.
Pandora stepped close, put her hand against his cheek and leaned up, kissing him softly on the mouth.
Thank you.
He reached out as she stepped away.
I want. No, she said right away. You know we can't. It was bad luck.
You being Razor and me ending up in drops.
Bad luck, he repeated. As she walked away he said, my offer still stands.
Pandora's stride faltered. She looked over her shoulder and gave him a single head nod.
Then she continued down the path that would lead her back to the drops.
When he had collected his thoughts he followed, but took the passage that would take him to Razor.
Chapter 24.
Pandora stood in the fighting circle alone, waiting for Instructor Irina to call out her opponent. The smirks and sideways glances were familiar friends.
Choo-choo.
The announcement brought laughter, as the thick-necked first year at the academy sauntered into the circle as if he owned it. Pandora had a good idea that she'd get paired with him, and immediately searched the group for his friend Navos. The third-year Sapphire had bleached his hair blonde, making him easy to spot. He grinned at her with teeth that flashed crimson at intervals, an expensive enchantment he'd had added during his last visit to the Torino.
"Candidate Pandora," said Instructor Irina, "is today going to be the day that you finally win a match? It's been 4 months since you've been in my academy.
The city is covered in snow, and all their little mages have delusions of grandeur dancing through their heads. I tire of putting you back together. Healing your pathetic body is probably why Miguel left the Undercity." More laughter from the other trainees had Pandora girding her will, flashing a grin that wasn't a smile. The accepted explanation of Miguel's disappearance had been that he'd taken his opal talents to somewhere less dangerous, after seeing the brutal duel in the Torino. Pandora glanced to Navos, before returning her attention to the instructor. Given her acute senses, there was no way that Irina didn't know Navos had been using his sapphire to interfere with her fights, so she didn't bother bringing it up. "I will double my efforts, Instructor Irina," said Pandora, bowing deeply.
"Your efforts are worthless.
I've seen better fighting on the city streets. I'll never forget how easily that rat bested a much larger opponent. The dog never knew what hit him until those rats' teeth were ripping out his throat," said Instructor Irina.
"May I have permission to use my sapphire?"
"No," she said straight away. "Before you can use your stones, you must master fighting without them." Choo-Choo and Navos laughed openly at her failure to change the odds.
"Then might I request an additional opponent in my match?"
The surprise on Instructor Irina's face was worth the suggestion, even if it might go terribly wrong.
"Is this meant to be a joke? I do not appreciate being made fun of."
"No joke, Instructor Irina. I propose a fight between myself and Navos and Choo-Choo. No restrictions on stones." Instructor Irina marched over to Pandora, getting into her face.
"Why would I allow such a farce?
Are you mocking the academy?"
"No, ma'am.
I'm merely evening the odds." The accusation turned the mood of the training arena to ice. The ploy would probably blow up in her face, but Pandora was sick of losing fights that she should have been winning. Navos's interference made it impossible to best even the worst student in the academy. Instructor Irina's gaze shot to Navos and then Choo-Choo, both of whom looked eager for the opportunity.
"Very well," said the instructor. "But I think it's time that you proved your worth, or I will recommend to Daraja that you no longer be a member of the academy and be stripped of your stone."
"Do you still want to fight?"
"Yes," Pandora replied without hesitation.
The instructor motioned to Navos, who joined Choo-Choo in the circle. When she reached the edge, she smiled menacingly. "With blades.
Try not to kill each other."
The look she gave her opponents told Pandora that an accidental death wouldn't be punished, and probably rewarded. It was a risk, but the prospect of dying in the circle was better than the lesser status she'd been laboring under. Win or lose, the issue would be resolved. The two warriors took position across from Pandora with blades in their fists. Choo-Choo's bald head glistened with sweat from their previous training exercises. He was broad-shouldered, built like an oncoming train, while Navos was slender like a reed bent slightly from the wind. Unfortunately for Pandora, they were both competent fighters, and the mix of sapphire and amber stones would make them formidable. Especially since Navos had had his stone for 3 years. She had to eliminate one of them quickly, to make the fight winnable.
"May the shadows keep you safe," said Choo-Choo without hint of a bow while Navos said nothing.
"And the light weaken your enemies," she responded. In previous fights, when Navos had been on the outside, he'd waited for critical moments to nudge her out of position or into her opponent's attacks. With him part of the fight, she didn't have to wonder when the push or pull would come, only how hard. "Begin." The sapphire pull nearly knocked her off her feet as she was yanked forward.
If she'd had an emerald, she could have anchored herself to the spot, but with only a single stone, she was forced to combat his attempt to jerk her into Choo-Choo's blades immediately.
But Navos was strong, and counteracting his pull with her own push left her sliding across the flat concrete towards a waiting Choo-choo. At the last second, Pandora switched to a pull, sending herself flying at Choo-choo, barely ducking under a head-hunting swipe and rolling into a forward kick that forced Navos to drop the pull and block. Landing after the awkward maneuver put her off balance. The two fighters gave no room to recover, advancing from perpendicular angles. In a 2-on-1 fight, the best strategy was to use one opponent to block the other. Since Choo-choo was the better fighter with a blade, and Navos' sapphire made avoiding him nearly impossible, she dodged to her right, which placed Navos in the way of the attack. Navos anticipated her maneuver, and advanced with a reckless whirlwind attack that forced her to retreat around the circle and back into Choo-choo, who had changed direction. Navos attempted to lock her in place with a sapphire pull. She countered with a push both at Navos and Choo-choo. Splitting the force made her stumble backwards from the reverse effects. A mistake, but she managed to recover in time as Navos jumped to his right, forcing her back into Choo-choo's range. Pandora got her blades into position to block, but a pinpoint tug moved her arm out of the way, and the second blade sliced through her uniform, opening up her upper arm. Before they could close on her, she pushed in all directions at once, using the stay to escape their trap. In the empty part of the circle, Pandora checked the wound. It was deep, but not quite to the bone. The pain would make moving difficult, but it was something she couldn't avoid. As her opponents approached, taking care to keep her from escaping that side of the circle, Pandora tried something she'd only been able to practice in the safety of her private quarters. In the 4 months she'd been in the academy, there'd been no training for her sapphire, so she'd had to train herself. She'd practiced focusing her pushes and pulls on the various legs of her creaky cot, making it dance as if it were a rickety wooden horse. Pandora blasted Navos' right leg with a tight-beamed push, knocking him off his feet to tumble hard against the ground. It worked so well she wasn't in position to take advantage of his proneness, but she used his fall to maneuver him between herself and Choo-choo.
"Get the fuck up," said Choo-choo, dragging a bright-faced Navos to his feet.
The third-year student was fuming and a little confused. He looked around as if he expected that someone other than her had knocked him to the ground. When Navos was standing, Choo-choo nodded towards her.
"Knock her out."
Pandora barely got her sapphire up in time to counteract Navos' enormous pull. Had she been stoneless, the energy of it would have thrown her forward, off her feet, and into Choo-choo's legs to be sliced to ribbons. Even as it was, she had to fight with all her might, and still she was sliding forward inexorably towards Choo-choo's waiting blades, and this time she wouldn't be able to fool him by switching magnetic poles. He was watching her carefully with his amber, waiting for the moment she tried to reverse her direction. The slow-motion pull was like getting dragged into a vat full of sharp blades.
It felt like there was nothing she could do to prevent it.
An idea formed, but she wasn't sure if it would work. When she was 10 feet from Choo-choo, who waited with blades in ready position, Pandora switched off her push.
But rather than pull herself towards Navos like she had earlier in the fight, Pandora pushed off the concrete slab at the same time she leapt.
Choo-choo's blades swung low right where she would have been had she repeated the earlier maneuver, but she wasn't where he thought she'd be. Pandora sailed over Choo-choo, kicking him in the jaw and slicing downward, catching him in the side of the head. He screamed in pain, but she'd landed in Navos' range, and immediately had to bring her blades up for a trio of furious blocks. Knowing that Choo-choo was behind her, Pandora shoved in both directions, using herself as the anchor. The equal and opposite forces sent them tumbling away, giving her a chance to regroup. The side of Choo-choo's head was gushing blood. A round, bloody little half-chip lay on the ground where he'd been standing. She'd sliced off part of his ear, an injury that couldn't be healed with an opal. Before Navos could stop him, Choo-choo raged forward, all arms and blades. The first few seconds Pandora barely kept up with his attacks, but then he overswung and she kicked out his knee, sending him onto his back. Before Navos could join, she shoved her blade against Choo-choo's neck.
"Yield."
Her opponents froze. Pandora didn't take her eyes off them, but she was aware that instructor Irina was watching intently. Her expression wasn't anger, but curiosity. Do you yield, or do I need to start slicing more body parts off?
She flexed the blade against his neck. I yield. I fucking yield, you bloody wayhos, said Choo-Choo.
Navos inclined his head and resheathed his blades.
Match is over, said Instructor Irina, strolling into the circle.
Pandora put her blades away and stood at attention while the instructor approached. Choo-Choo took position beside her, blood streaming from the side of his head.
Grab your ear and go wash up.
I'll see if I can reattach it once the wound has been cleaned, said Irina, jerking her head towards the facilities. Choo-Choo hurried away, leaving Pandora standing nearly nose to nose with Instructor Irina.
It felt like they were the only two on the training pad. Where did you learn to do that? I've been practicing at night in my room. Except for the jump.
I figured it out on the spot, or Choo-Choo would have taken my head off. Instructor Irina nodded. I see. Maybe you're not worthless after all. She spun towards the class.
That was the first real fight I've seen in this academy.
I took you to the duel a few months ago, hoping to inspire more than rote following of maneuvers, but you're like children repeating your ABCs. Remember what you just saw here.
That was true improvisation, the kind of thing you need to learn to do or you'll end up like Choo-Choo.
She paused and let her comment sink in.
Be back here in an hour for drills. Class dismissed.
As the rest of the class filtered from the training area, Navos stayed, watching her the whole time. Pandora stared back until he bowed deeply towards her. She matched his bow and he left, leaving her alone. Pandora leaned her head back, finally allowing herself to breathe. Her hands shook from the adrenaline of the fight. Today had been a turning point. The risk she'd taken had paid off, even if it had nearly cost her life. Rather than head to the facilities, where the rest of her class would be washing up and talking about the fight, she headed out of the academy. In one of the nearby caverns, a stream would make a good place to clean her weapons. Energized and a little shaky, Pandora found a smooth rock and sat by the stream. She put her feet into the cold water, gasping from the bite, but numbness quickly overtook, and she was left with the soothing embrace of moving water. She washed her hands and scrubbed the blades clean with her fingernails, dipping them back into the stream as she worked.
As she was finishing up, she was aware that someone was approaching from behind.
Pandora expected one of her classmates, or maybe even Choo-Choo wanting revenge for the fight, but not Garrett from the maintenance crew. The way he kept checking over his shoulder had her worried about why he'd come to see her. His clothes had been dirty and grease-smudged the last time she'd seen him, but he approached in a nice blue tracksuit that seemed out of place in the Undercity.
Pan, hey, he said, flashing a smile with a gold tooth. Garrett, what are you doing here?
He didn't know what to do with his hands, and kept checking behind them as if he expected he'd been followed. When he reached into his pocket, she almost expected a gun or another weapon, but he produced a black box the size of a deck of cards. He pressed a button and a horrible buzzing emanated from it, making her cringe.
That's awful, she said. Sorry. It's necessary if we want to talk privately. If someone was trying to listen with an amber, they'll be curled on the ground right now. Garrett. What's going on? She asked with genuine concern.
He smiled brightly as he pulled a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it over.
I have a message from the mod. Chapter 25.
Kuma was standing on a 10-foot pole throwing blades at a target while blindfolded, when Instructor Kaz whistled sharply for the class to assemble. Kuma ripped off the thick fabric and was checking his aim. He'd hit the bullseye on 4 out of his 5 throws, when he noticed the instructor had an ornate wormwood box in his hands.
The class gathered around Instructor Kaz, eager and staring at the box.
Kuma joined Kamina and Tick, the latter of whom was bouncing on his heels and rubbing his hands together like a kid waiting to open his Shades Day present.
Finally, whispered Tick.
Kaz placed the box on the stone wall. The lid had a stylized RZR on the front.
I think you all know what this is.
Tick's virginity, said Oda, bringing laughter from the class, even Tick. No one could be unhappy on a day like this.
What kind? Asked Yara, her gaze focused on the box, since hers was the best position in the class for acquisition.
Instructor Kaz made a big show of opening the box, revealing a tiny stone in the center of a sticky velvet pad. Everyone leaned forward, even though their ambers didn't require it.
Emerald, shouted Tick. Settle down, you probably won't even get a crack at it, said Kamina.
Kuma only had eyes for the stone. His control of the amber had improved, and he'd been wondering when their class would start getting an opportunity to attune to another.
You're lucky this is available, said Instructor Kaz. No one from the other classes could attune to it, so it's fallen to your class.
We will be testing in order of class position, so Yara gets first shot. Before Yara could step forward, Instructor Kaz held out his hand.
Each student will get a single day to attune, though it usually only takes a few hours to know if you'll be able to handle the magical energies inside it.
Thankfully, second stones are much easier. You won't have the awful dizziness that accompanied the first, but you will need to remove your amber while you test. The interaction can cause issues if you're not going to attune. The stories of the early trials with the stones were well known. One member of their clan had turned nearly translucent from a bad interaction when they tried to attune to an opal. They ended up going mad and disappearing into the wild areas, never to be seen again.
Yara.
You may take the stone once you've given me the amber. You're free to do what you like while you wait for attunement, but do not leave the academy grounds. Yara pulled up the hem of her uniform, revealing a washboard of tight abs. She unhooked the amber from her belly button and handed it over to Instructor Kaz. Then she accepted the emerald stone and used the sticky guard to apply it to her wrist. She looked both excited and apprehensive.
Remember, attunement to stones like emerald and opal are less common. Our limited data on them reveals attunement for less than 15%. Don't get your hopes up.
Yara headed away from the class to the far side of the academy training grounds, as Instructor Kaz bid them to return to their training.
I bet she attunes, said Kamina tight-lipped as she stared after Yara. After all, her father has 4, including an emerald. But if she doesn't, you have the next shot, said Kuma, nudging her with his elbow.
He was third in class rankings, a few points behind Kamina but well ahead of Tick, who was second to last. If I had to choose, I'd want a sapphire as my second, or a black diamond like the demon dogs, but I guess we don't get to choose, said Kamina.
Has the clan been able to acquire a black diamond? Asked Tick.
Kuma was busy thinking about his own chances of attuning to the emerald, when he realized Tick had asked him the question.
I don't know. I asked my father last time I was home, but he wouldn't say.
I know they're trying, but I doubt they would tell me if they'd gotten one, and if they have, I bet Uncle Brazio has it.
If he's not the greatest Waku in the Undercity, I don't know who is, said Tick. Doro, said Kamina. Sorry. I know that's your uncle. No need to apologize, said Kuma.
Before the stones, Duro was the top, but until they fight, no one will know for sure.
Let's hope it's not anytime soon, said Tick. Anyone want to go with me to the Torino tomorrow? Asked Kuma. No, said Kamina. The emerald. Shit, you're right.
Bad luck, your turn's going to fall on our one day off in a while.
It'll be worth it if I attune.
The rest of the training day, Kuma couldn't hit anything, and stumbled more than once during his arc runs. He wasn't the only one. The prospect of attuning to an emerald had them excited and on edge. For Kuma, it was more than the emerald. He wanted to get to the onyx to see if Pandora had left a message for him. He hadn't told anyone, even his best friends, about the day he'd helped her. Kuma wasn't sure they would have agreed with his reasoning, even though he was sure it had been the best course of action.
If she could get valuable information to him, it would be a huge boon to his status in the clan and for his father's position.
After the duel with the demon dog, talk of replacing his father had grown from whispers to outright discussion. Never mind that his uncle had gone into that fight without preparation, almost costing the clan their warleader and best fighter. Those kinds of decisions never made it to the collective clan consciousness. The next morning, Yara had to hand over the emerald to Kamina. His cousin wasn't interested in heading to the Torino, so the rest of the class, minus those two, headed to the center of the Undercity. Away from Yara's influence, Omar and Oda seemed like regular clan members their age. They laughed at the same jokes, regaled each other with grandiose versions of their future selves, when the Razor clan ruled the entire underground criminal network, and generally behaved. For most members of the clan, the politics of leadership was too far removed for them to care. The most important thing was to know that your brothers and sisters would fight by your side in critical moments. The rivalry that existed between him and Yara didn't matter to Omar and Oda, except in her presence. When they reached the Torino, half the group wanted to visit the pachinko parlors, and the others wanted to sing karaoke. Kuma led Oda and Masashi to the Onyx, promising to buy the first round of drinks. Lisa was talking with another hostess when they walked in. The redhead wore a sequin blue dress that hugged her curves. The two hostesses, Lisa and Lee, who was new to the club, turned their attention to Kuma.
"Are we buying a bottle today?" asked Lisa with a cocked grin.
Lee touched Lisa's arm and headed to the other side of the club, where she slid into a booth with a couple of men in suits.
"Do you have any bottles of Orpheum Special?" he asked. The twitch of a frown formed on Lisa's lips before she replied, "No, sorry.
We're all out, but you should really buy me a bottle." The Orpheum Special was a brand that didn't exist. It was the code that he'd set up with her when he asked her to be his cutout. If Pandora had left a message, Lisa would have said that they had a bottle, but it was spoken for. Then he would buy a different brand, the kind that signaled a private discussion in the back room, where she would pass along Pandora's message. The request to buy a bottle regardless wasn't part of the code, but she seemed insistent.
"I'm not sure. I think I prefer whiskey today," he replied. "No. You should buy me a bottle."
Before his classmates grew suspicious, he smiled.
"Sure. We'll grab a booth." "Is she your girlfriend?" asked Oda as they slid into the booth. "No, but I think she wants to be."
Lisa returned with a brand well outside of his price range, but sitting with Oda and Masashi he couldn't refuse. She sat between him and Masashi, pouring them each a glass of the bubbly liquid, with the practiced elegance of a tea ceremony.
"To raise a clan," she said with a smile, clinking her glass with theirs and throwing it back as if it were a shot of whiskey.
He expected her to pass some message or note, but she turned her focus on the other two, leaving him at the end of the booth wondering what was going on.
"How is your training going, Oda-san?" "I hear you're doing very well," said Lisa.
Oda blushed and sat up straight.
"I can sense the difference between two nearly exact toothpicks with my amber. No one else in class can do that. Simply remarkable. I heard a good amber stone could read a handwritten note by the difference between the ink and the paper. Do you think you could do that?" Lisa leaned forward, placing her hands on his thigh.
Kuma could almost see the shock of her touch travel through Oda. She proceeded to ask him questions about training, drawing Masashi into the discussion when he looked distracted. For half the bottle, Lisa dazzled his classmates with her questions and compliments, until the three of them appeared to be old friends, even though he knew they'd only been to the Onyx a few times and probably never sat with Lisa. It was a testament to her skill as a hostess that she knew their names and facts about them, including what they liked to eat, and what businesses they frequented when they came to the Torino.
But Kuma was growing annoyed that she'd convinced him to buy a bottle for no reason except to pad her pocket.
He nudged her in the leg, but she ignored him.
"Who's up for karaoke? I heard you have a lovely voice, Masashi, and you're a skilled wordsmith, Oda.
Would you entertain me with a duo?
Something upbeat and vigorous."
His classmates fell over themselves climbing out of the booth to sing for Lisa. As they ascended the stage and started looking through the book for a proper song, she pulled out her phone and tapped on it a few times.
I picked one out for you.
They responded with dual thumbs up and positioned themselves before the microphones. A thumping bass line and growling guitar echoed into the elegant club at an elevated volume that made the other guests glance their way. When Kuma raised an eyebrow, she said, "Garbage Kings."
It's their latest hit. It's very loud.
As his classmates began to sing, which was a generous way to put the noise that came out of their lips, Lisa settled into the curve of his arm and cheered for them with her hands raised, clapping along.
Smile and cheer, Barker.
When she elbowed him, he put on his best fake smile and clapped along with her. The volume was jarring, and made it hard to hear his own thoughts.
Am I this oblivious to your methods? He asked. She leaned into him. Don't be silly.
Everyone knows what the deal is, but we try to ignore them and have a good time.
What's with the bottle? You know that's out of my price range, he said.
Lisa leaned up, cupped her hand over his ear, and whispered so quietly that he had to tune his amber to hear.
Her soft lips brushed his earlobe as she spoke. What the fuck are you getting me involved with?
I thought this was a forbidden love thing, not some Machiavellian clan bullshit.
What do you mean? He asked when she pulled away.
Lisa frowned, which made the freckles on her nose quiver.
Then she leaned back into his ear. Nothing in particular.
Hearing things in town, you know how everyone gossips. Some of the smaller clans are suddenly flush with money. New clanmates that no one has seen before, like the demon dog that dueled your uncle. Other people showing up in the Torino, throwing around money and asking too many questions, like those two guys that Lee's sitting with.
And then there's long-time workers with heavy ties to the Torino disappearing for no reason. He thought about it. Unrelated. The stones were always going to attract outsiders. I'm surprised it took this long.
Lisa considered his explanation, then launched back into his ear.
I still don't like it.
Whatever this is between you and that girl, it better not get me killed.
That's why you bought the expensive bottle.
If you're getting me involved with your bullshit, the price just went up.
Lisa pulled away, spearing him in her gaze.
The contradiction of fierceness and concern had him wanting to pull her into his arms for a comforting embrace.
He had feelings for her.
It was hard not to, even as he knew that their bond was a complete fiction, a transactional relationship that required him to keep putting coins into the machine for the game to continue. Before he could ask another question, she turned her attention to the two singers, applauding loudly and whistling with her fingers between her teeth. Oda and Masashi beamed from the stage.
He jammed his lips against her ear. So you haven't heard from her?
Without taking her eyes off the singers, she shook her head tightly.
Fuck, he muttered quietly. Had she taken advantage of him?
Tricking him into helping her dispose of her clanmate's body, without anything in return.
He hated to think so.
As his classmates were wrapping up the final stanza, singing with the kind of earnestness reserved for professional singers, she leaned back into his ear. If it helps, I haven't seen any of the drop's first years in the Torino since the duel. The Iron Bitch, as they call her, isn't as friendly as your instructor Frog.
Thanks, he said, feeling slightly less used than he had a moment ago. They'll be here in a few months for Shade's End.
You can talk to her then if you haven't heard sooner. The yearly festival in the Torino was an event that everyone looked forward to. Rather than follow the calendar of the sun, the denizens of the Undercity had come up with their own holidays, including Shade's End, which was their version of New Year's Eve. Every major and minor settlement in the Undercity was filled with drunken revelers. It would be especially vigorous this year, because the previous one had been in the middle of the clan war, and no one dared to let their guard down, even in the Torino.
Lisa squeezed his thigh. Have fun. After all, you paid for it.
The rest of the afternoon, Kuma forgot about Pandora. After they sang karaoke for a while, he even graced the stage for a ballad that was a favorite amongst the clans. Supposedly the singer, Taeyang, had been a member of a smaller clan before hitting it big in the lighted world. His songs weren't explicitly about the clans, but those that lived that life understood the hidden messages. As their time in the Torino came to an end, Kuma's mind returned to the promise of the emerald. Sure, he wanted his best friend Kamina to be successful in her attunement, but he wasn't opposed to it falling to him either should she fail.
Chapter 26.
Pandora sat near the stream with the folded letter in her hands. Garrett had left after passing along the message from the mod. It had been so long since she'd thought about her real mission in the Undercity that it had started to become a dream. The letter was a reminder that her efforts were not all her own. She was a little worried about the mod using Garrett as her go-between, but since she had little interaction with the outside world, and he was frequently sent to the city to purchase equipment they needed to repair the motors the settlement relied on for light, air and water, it made sense, even if it was perilous. Garrett believed that the messages were merely from an old friend that had helped her reach the Undercity. The letter was written in English.
It sounded like it came from someone who lived on the south side of Chicago and had run in the same circles.
There was nothing controversial or dangerous in the message, no enchantments on the paper or code in the words.
At least on the surface.
After confirming no one was nearby by using her sapphire, she ripped the edge of the paper, revealing a thin strip inside. She slipped the inner message out, holding it up so she could read the words. It was written in a fabricated language that only Pandora and the mod would understand. Glad you're feeling blue, keep watch and wait for the crimson eye. Pandora memorized both messages and then ripped them up and ate the pieces. The paper was dry, but it was better than having her intestines ripped out for being caught as a spy. It was interesting that the mod knew she'd gained a sapphire, but it also wasn't surprising. Pandora knew she wasn't the only one in the Undercity working for her. When Pandora returned to the academy facilities for drills, she approached the lines of fellow students waiting for the instructor to return. Her normal spot at the end of the line wasn't available. She didn't know what to make of the absence, until she noticed a space between Navos and Choo Choo. The side of his head was bandaged, and dried blood caked his neck and the hem of his uniform, but he looked surprisingly calm. After her experience with Miguel, she wasn't sure she trusted them, but she didn't have a choice in her spot since there was no other place to stand. Pandora took the position they'd offered. Both inclined their heads and she matched the angle. When Instructor Irina returned, Pandora caught a creasing of the eyes at her new location within the class. The reason behind the sudden change of heart, and the previous animosity from Navos and Choo Choo, became clear.
They hadn't been acting on their own, but at the behest of the instructor. It wasn't unusual for new members to be hazed.
She'd suffered similar indignities in other situations, but not so explicitly. Her status as a newbie to the clan had made the hazing more intense. They wouldn't have shed a tear for her had she been killed in the fight, but now that she'd shown her prowess, having not once complained about the interference, she was being allowed within the tight confines of the academy. The instructor ran them through a series of drills for disarming blades if you were without your own. The key to such defensive measures was letting the enemy overextend, and then attacking their joints to free the weapon from their grasp. She'd performed similar drills thousands of times in her Krav Maga classes.
After they had a good sweat going, the instructor called out, "Pandora!"
front and center. She'd never been called out for demonstrations. Pandora hurried forward, bowing to the instructor when she reached the position. Instructor Irina pulled out a short knife that was favored by the smaller clans.
"Take the knife from me."
The instructor made a solid, but uninspired forward attack, the kind of effort put forth with a minimum of training. Pandora stepped past the attack, striking the instructor's wrist to release the blade, and scooped it out of the air before it hit the ground.
Good.
Again. They went through a half-dozen different scenarios: stabbing attack, overhand, crazy swiping, etc. Pandora deftly disarmed the instructor at each one. When they were finished, the instructor bowed and bid her to return to her previous spot.
Pair up.
You should be able to perform the disarm as reflex. Take turns. Slow at first and speed up the attacks until you're at full speed. Finding a partner had always been a chore. Eventually she'd realized that whoever was lowest status in the academy got stuck with her. She stayed still, waiting for the pairings to play out before she found her partner. To her surprise, Choo-Choo touched her on the shoulder.
Partner. Yeah, she said, hoping the shock in her voice wasn't too obvious.
The pairings spread out. Normally Choo-Choo and Navos were a team, but he'd moved to join Hector as if their pairings had been pre-decided.
Want me to attack first? She asked. Choo-Choo nodded.
They went through the first round of disarming efficiently. Her partner was a solid warrior, and performed the maneuvers with grace and power. When they switched roles, she asked, "How's the ear?" He stared back at her blankly, and her stomach dropped with the realization she'd overstepped.
Then he spread his lips wide in a maniacal grin. Better than my eye or nose.
Looks kinda badass. El Claneto Vas. The last part was in the Creole language of the Undercity.
The clan is all.
It was the Drop's motto, but the sentiment was shared by the other clans too. The idea was universal for gangs. You're either with us or against us.
El Claneto Vas, she repeated. When the peace is over, I want you on my side.
We'll show the Razor clan who should rule in the shadows. After Miguel's betrayal, it was hard to trust Choo-Choo, but on the other hand, she'd been alone in the Drops clan for months. Eating, sleeping, spending her free time, all of it alone. The offer of friendship was hard not to consider, at least on the surface. When the training session was finished, Pandora fell in with Choo-Choo and Navos when they headed to the facilities for the evening meal. They washed up at a long brass trough, using rags and sponges to clean off the sweat. Pandora hesitated when it came time to sit, after grabbing a bowl of rice, fried cave spider and deep mushrooms.
Choo-Choo turned his head. You comin'? There were a few others at the table.
She knew their names, their stones, most everything about them. Without anything else to do, she'd taken the time to put to memory anything she heard. She hadn't decided if she would truly spy for Kuma and the Razor clan yet, but it didn't hurt to have information should the need arise.
After all, Kuma knew that she'd killed Miguel.
While his body had likely been devoured by the creatures that lived in the canyon, there were ways of learning the truth, aided by sorcery. Navos sat across from her. His bleached blonde hair hung into his eyes as he grinned, red lights flashing on his teeth. Oblong tattoos that looked like tiny pills covered his neck like a leopard with spots.
You teach me to do dat.
The jump. We would have had you guts wriggling like snakes without dat. Como de muster. He made the Undercity hand gesture for all together now, which the younger Drops members used as lingo for we stick together.
You know it, she said, shooting him a grin. How you learn that? Asked one of the others.
All eyes were upon her. She felt like a new kid at school even though she'd been there for 5 months.
It's real easy, she said, and everyone leaned in. First, you have to head into the deepest caves, away from the clans into those dark places that you fear to go, and you listen really quiet for the sound of a cricket.
Then you creep up and grab that little fucker and tell him if he doesn't teach you how to jump like him, you'll murder his whole family and eat him. The entire table erupted in howls. Heat rose to her face as they slapped their legs.
You funny-ass bitch, said Choo-Choo, nodding appreciatively. We should have invited you with us long time ago. But you know. I know, she said, wagging her eyebrows in Instructor Irina's direction.
The rest of the meal devolved into questions about her life in Chicago, the gangs she ran with, the things she did to survive. They peppered her stories with incidents of their own, some about the wars with the other clans, mostly about the stuff they did in the city above.
You know what the worst part about heading into the light for a little shakedown is? Asked Choo-Choo, leaning on his elbow, a pair of chopsticks dangling from his fingers. What's that? Asked one of the others. Stairs man.
Fucking stairs. The laughter brought tears to their eyes. Pandora laughed with them.
It was hard not to.
When the meal broke up, the first years headed into the kitchen for cleanup duty. Pandora was washing bowls next to Choo Choo, who had a towel for drying.
When do you think I'll get to go up top? Miss the sun, he asked suspiciously. Nah, but I want to prove myself.
Everyone has stories, but mine are about the past. In the light. Choo Choo lifted a shoulder.
Those kind of jobs take time.
Besides, we Waku now, and they don't risk us for Barker jobs. Want to make sure we can handle our own before we go light side. Why? She lifted her shoulder, matching his gesture.
Itching to do other things.
See the rest of the Undercity.
Show I can help the clan.
Choo Choo checked over his shoulder.
The iron bitch don't like letting us out of her sight. But she ain't gonna stop us for Shade's End. Shade's End? He chuckled under his breath. Oh yeah. You don't know. It's like New Year's Eve for the Undercity.
Everyone goes to the Torino. Place is bonkers. Fucking everyone goes mad for a night. We'll be extra crazy, 'cause last year the war was on. Pent up and all that.
I can't wait, she said, thinking about the opportunity to see Kuma. Gonna be mad crazy.
When they were done, Pandora returned to her quarters, and spent the rest of her time stretching and massaging out the minor injuries from the day's events. Then she pulled out a trio of round stones she'd found in the nearby caverns, sat cross-legged in the middle of her small room, and spent the hours practicing with her sapphire by making the stones circle around her body. Since the sapphire could only push or pull, making the stones move circularly required tugging on one side of the round rocks and pushing on the other. Their progress was uneven and frustrating, and she could only move one at a time, but she kept at it until she made one complete revolution without the stone getting away. She used a damp rag to wipe the sweat away from her forehead, before lying prone on the cot with her hands resting on her chest. Sleep stayed at arm's length despite her exhaustion. The idea that she would have to one day betray the clan weighed on her mind.
El Claneto Vas. Chapter 27.
2 days after Kuma attuned to the Emerald Stone, Instructor Kaz met him at the advanced training course. The wooden wall and other obstacles used for arc runs were childish, in comparison to the array of devices that dotted the side cavern to the academy. Wooden poles had been driven into the stone at intervals impossible for Waku that didn't have a topaz, emerald or sapphire. Metal loops hung from the ceiling, and spikes were hammered into the wall at angles that would be impossible for even world-class climbers.
The whole place looked like someone had taken a regular training course, but randomly placed the components at spacings that would make them unusable. How do you feel this morning, little bear?
Any headaches or feelings like you might float away or grow so heavy that you'll crash through the floor into an abyss? Asked Instructor Kaz.
No. Good, then I think we're free to put your new stone to the test.
A frisson of worry shot through Kuma. What if I can't wield it? What if I hurt myself on the course?
What will the others think?
Instructor Kaz put his hands behind his back as he studied Kuma. The uncomfortable silence lasted too long for his taste.
Have you gotten control of your amber? It's better.
Instructor Kaz raised an eyebrow. Can you focus on one sensory input and one alone? A tightness formed in Kuma's chest.
No. Not yet, Kajirai Kazuki. No need for that formalness here, but until you do, I think you should take off the amber during our training sessions.
Kuma reached under his uniform and unhooked the amber stone from his belly button, as Instructor Kaz continued to speak.
While I continue to be your instructor, today I am your teacher in the ways of the emerald.
Unlike the amber, which is omnidirectional, your new stone can be tuned 2 ways. Light or heavy. We'll start with the easy one, making yourself light. I want you to close your eyes and focus on the emerald. Switching between the two will feel a lot like breathing.
It's like a kind of inhale that takes the weight out of your body, and then when you exhale you grow heavier. Much like breathing, it's hard to hold it in one position or another.
To make yourself light or heavy for more than 10 seconds becomes increasingly difficult.
At 30 seconds, it's nearly impossible.
That's why most emeralds switch between them during their use, using lightness to leap high and then heaviness to come down with more force.
But remember, no matter how light or heavy you are, you still fall at the same speed. Uncle Brazio held down the demon dog for nearly a minute. How did he do that?
Instructor Kaz stretched his wide lips.
Your uncle is a rare Waku, and he's developed techniques to help him sustain
things even I cannot do. Once you've mastered the basics, you can ask him to teach you, but know that it's unlikely you'll be able to replicate his abilities. Kuma closed his eyes and focused on the emerald. It was much different than the amber, which expanded his awareness until he felt like all things at once. The emerald was like a warm star at the center of his being. He imagined the act of inhaling, like a stretching upward, and was rewarded with a sensation of being lifted. His feet hadn't left the ground, but he felt lighter without the weight of gravity bearing down on him.
Good, said Instructor Kaz when he opened his eyes. I could see your whole body relax as you slipped from gravity's chains.
Do it again except when you feel your lightest jump. As Kuma closed his eyes, Instructor Kaz said, eyes open this time. Gotta see where you're gonna land. It took longer to access the emerald with the eyes of his instructor on him, but if he was going to use the stone in battle, he had to get used to the uncomfortableness. The sensation of weightlessness told him when to jump.
He flexed his knees, leaping upward.
Leaving the ground much faster than expected, had him throwing his arms out for balance. He soared 10 feet into the air, and feeling out of control, panicked and exhaled with the emerald. Gravity reversed its hold on him, slamming him hard onto the ground, the impact jarring his knees and clacking his teeth together. Careful, little bear, you'll bite your tongue off, said the instructor with a grin.
But you did good, much higher than I expected.
Higher than you expected as well, I'm guessing, going by the way you hit the ground.
How do you not break your bones on impact if you leap high and land heavy?
It can happen, but you're more protected than you realize. The same force that makes us lighter or heavier binds our flesh together, resisting the worst of the impacts. However, if you push the limits, go too high, land too heavy, you can cause yourself considerable harm. He pulled up the hem of his pant leg, revealing a wicked scar that started at his knee and went down the side of his calf.
I was first to attune to emerald, and not understanding the risks, pushed myself too hard when we were escaping from a pair of Invictus PD.
We'd robbed a jewelry store, and I leapt over a semi-truck, and attempted to crush the cop car upon landing.
I made myself as heavy as a 2-ton boulder.
Snapped the fibula and nearly blacked out from the pain.
How did you get away? Your Uncle Brazio.
He only had his amber and topaz at that moment, but it was enough for him to get me away, carried me on his shoulders until we could find someone to fix me. Kuma screwed up his face.
No opals then? No, they hadn't been discovered yet, but it wasn't an issue because we have contacts in the city, people to help us out when we get into trouble. But that's also why the scar is so gruesome. The facilities aren't always the best, said Instructor Kaz. When will I get to join the clan runners in the city?
The instructor put a hand on his shoulder.
When you can master your stones.
An amber is useful, but we have far too many of them.
There's only so many lookouts you need.
Acquiring the emerald will make you more useful, and if you're like your uncle and you can handle more, then even better. Kuma spent the next 2 hours practicing making himself lighter and heavier, until Instructor Kaz was comfortable with his control.
Now I want you to enter the course.
You'll have to move slowly on your first attempt, but the challenges will help you focus your emerald. As you get more comfortable, you can move through it at speed, and then later I'll add additional challenges. The wink from his instructor had Kuma suspecting the interferences would simulate battle. Even thinking about it had his heart rate rising, but he tamped it down and focused on the first obstacle, which was a 10-foot pole. The leap was easy, but landing on the 1-foot diameter space had him overcompensating, and he almost tumbled over the other side. A little heaviness when you land helps you center on the pole, and lets you prepare for the next leap.
Using the emerald is like breathing.
You have to find the rhythm. The next pole was 15 feet away. Kuma's mind balked at the gap, telling him it was impossible, but he summoned his courage and lightness and leapt. Soaring up to land on a solitary pole that was next to your location was easy, but crossing a gap to land on a target 15 feet away had him flailing his arms. He managed to drag his foot to the left and catch the top, but couldn't slow himself enough to make the landing. He landed on the gravel like a feather.
Again, said Instructor Kaz. And if you can make the entire course without falling on your next attempt, I'll take your kitchen duty for the next week. And if I fall? My private quarters need a thorough cleaning. Deal.
Kuma jogged back to the first pole and leapt upward, landing with his arms out. He judged the gap and pushed off, the weightlessness both freeing and frightening. When he hit the second pole, pinwheeling his arms and managed to stay atop, he breathed a sigh. A glance backwards was rewarded with a flat stare. His instructor was not impressed, but Kuma hoped he could prove to him that he was worthy of his emerald. It wasn't enough to be able to attune to the stones, one had to master the abilities they provided. The next 4 leaps Kuma made without incident, landing with a momentary wobble. The one after was the largest gap, a distance twice the others, making him hesitate. It was well within his range, but the landing would be harder. Kuma pushed off with strength, soaring in a high arc.
As he sailed downward, he realized he was going to miss.
He managed to reach out and grab the edge of the pole, swinging around until he could wrap his arms around it, chest pressed to the metal.
The top was a few feet above, but he was straining the length of time he could hold his lightness.
Kuma scrambled upward, using his fingers and digging his feet against the surface until he dragged himself on top, but he was lying on his stomach.
As he was forced to exhale, making himself heavy, the sudden weight on his midsection was agonizing. It felt like someone had grabbed his arms and legs and was pulling them downward.
At the peak of pain, he was able to switch back to lightness and perch atop the pole, rubbing his stomach muscles, which would surely be bruised in the morning. The next obstacle was a wide ring, probably 8 feet diameter, hanging from the ceiling by a chain. He leapt, finding it easy to grab the metal circle before falling through. The momentum swung him forward and back, and he had to time his leap to the next ring. Kuma made it through the ring section without incident, feeling confident about his feel for the emerald. The last ring brought him to a ledge on the far side of the cavern. He had to make it through a climbing section before he would reach an unusual set of obstacles that looked like teeter-totters and enormous spinning contraptions. From the ledge, he examined the vertical wall he would have to free climb at a diagonal.
At times, his climb would require him to be upside down.
There were spikes at intervals along the route that he could grab, but the long spaces between would require advanced climbing techniques. Every member of the clan was taught to climb at an early age, but the difficulty of the route made his head hurt. How was he going to maintain lightness for that long? Kuma scrambled up the first section, feeling like a cave cricket without a fear in the world. He perched on the spike in the wall, noting that Instructor Kaz had moved into position to watch his progress. The broad face of the instructor looked up at him with faint amusement, as if he were expecting disaster. Kuma vowed to prove him wrong. Before leaving the spike, Kuma made himself heavy until it hurt the arches of his feet. Then he switched to lightness, finding it easier to maintain until he'd made the next spike. Kuma checked back to Instructor Kaz, who still looked bemused. The next climbing path would necessitate moving diagonally and upside down. After mentally walking through the techniques it would require, Kuma moved onto the wall, taking his time. He reached the next spike, but there was nowhere to stand, and as he had to switch back to heaviness, his sweaty hand was pulled from the slick metal. Kuma fell 40 feet, barely making himself light in time for landing. He hit hard, getting 1 foot beneath him so he didn't crack his skull, but catapulting onto his side, leaving his forearm a scratched mess. When he looked up, he found Instructor Kaz standing over him.
I expect that my room will be spotless when you're finished.
Kuma climbed to his feet and bowed deeply.
It will, Instructor Kaz. Now get back to the beginning and start anew.
We won't be finished today, until you can pass the course in a single attempt. Returning to the first pole, Kuma leapt, then as he wobbled, he pushed off to the second, missing the mark completely and landing in the gravel.
Again. And this time, try to make it at least through the first few poles.
Heat rose to Kuma's cheeks, but he returned to the beginning. This time he calmed himself before joining the course. He made it to the end of the pole section before he fell again.
Then he fell at the first ring.
The fourth ring. Third pole. Last pole. Last ring.
He hadn't made it back to the climbing section even once.
Somewhere around the time he was readying for his 20th attempt, Instructor Kaz had him take a break.
Sit beneath the pole and practice your emerald control.
You're rushing, not concentrating on the lightness and heaviness like you did on the first good attempt.
At this rate, we'll be here all night.
Kuma hated not being good at the course. He was used to being tops in his class, third at hand-to-hand and the best knife fighter. The stones had been more difficult, but he was determined to master them. After the required meditation, he returned to the beginning, taking his time to make it through the pole and ring sections of the course. When he reached the ledge before the climbing course, he gave Instructor Kaz the two-fingered saluted that was Undercity speak for all good here. Then he fell before reaching the first spike. After 8 hours on the course, Kuma was no longer falling on the first two sections, but the climbing section was proving resistant to his efforts. He could make it to the angled section, but maintaining lightness for the reverse climb was leaving him too heavy at the end, resulting in a fall.
You're like a cat now, said Instructor Kaz, standing over him once again. You always manage to get your feet beneath you, even without a tail. What I need to be is a monkey, said Kuma as he dusted himself off.
He wasn't sure why he bothered. His uniform was filthy, with holes in the knees and spots of blood from wiping off his fingers. A cut on his forehead had a crusty scab that he desperately wanted to pick off. The instructor threw him a water bottle which Kuma chugged, spilling some on his chest but not caring.
He let loose a belch and handed the bottle back. How do I climb this section?
By the time I hit the end, I have to switch to heaviness and I can't hold myself on the wall any longer. Instructor Kaz stared back blankly.
Again I know, said Kuma as he jogged back to the beginning.
As he soared through the first half, Kuma searched his thoughts for what he was missing. Whenever Kaz got all smug, it meant that the trainee was doing something stupid, like when Tick was using the wrong hip throw against Yara during sparring a few weeks ago. He'd make the trainee repeat the maneuver dozens and dozens of times, until they finally realized what they were doing wrong. Sometimes the instructor explained what they needed to do, but other times he would only ask them to think deeply.
On the ledge, Kuma stared at the wall with hands on his hips and considered what he was missing.
His fingertips were raw from the rough stone despite the built-up calluses. Instructor Kaz could have touched him up with his opal, but was clearly using the accumulated injuries as a form of punishment for his failures.
I'm not a fucking monkey, he said, shaking his head. But I need to be a cave cricket.
Then a moment later.
I'm an idiot.
He'd spent his entire life learning to climb from an early age, and the angled wall section ahead of him had been shaped to mimic those training courses.
But he wasn't climbing. He was an emerald.
He recalled his uncle's creativity in overcoming the demon dog's steel skin. Rather than scramble to the first spike as he'd been doing, Kuma took a running leap from the ledge. He missed low but was close enough to grab it and haul himself atop. By making it up quickly, he didn't have to cycle back to heaviness for long, giving him the opportunity for the next jump. Kuma made it to the difficult section, but rather than try to perch on top of the spike, which was impossible due to the angle, he hung underneath, and like a gymnast on the uneven bars, he used swinging momentum to fling himself upward. At the next spike, he hung his arm over the metal piece and cycled his heaviness, grimacing from the pain before swinging to the next spike. When he made it to the ledge on the opposite side of the climbing section, Instructor Kaz inclined his head.
I guess you are a monkey after all.
An idiot monkey. Instructor Kaz smirked. The last quarter of the course looked simple on the surface, but Kuma had a good feeling that it would be anything but. The first challenge was a series of seesaws. He'd seen similar things in those televised competitions where non-magicked competitors had to scramble through unusual obstacles, except the ones before him weren't set up in a logical manner. The end of the nearest seesaw was high in the air. He made the leap easily, quickly descending as the levered platform shifted. Kuma had intended to leap again, but the downward motion made the jump impossible, and he found himself dropped to the cavern floor before he knew what had happened. He sighed heavily, and started back to the beginning of the course.
Practice makes perfect, he remarked on the way by the instructor. Not at all, little bear.
Perfection is an illusion, and practice only works if you're focused. A child banging on the keys of a piano will not improve, even if they're calling it practice. You should have studied the last section before leaping. The urge to complain about the length of time he'd been in the cavern rose up in his throat, but Kuma swallowed it back. When it came to training, Instructor Kaz was unrelenting.
It took him 3 tries to get back to the final leg of the course, but once he returned he saw that he had a problem. The higher side of the seesaw had been tilted towards him on the previous attempt, but after his failure, he was presented with the low side, and the construction had no bottom, so even if he jumped to it he would get dumped unceremoniously to the ground again.
Kuma studied the 6 seesaws, imagining himself going through the course and where he would need to be light and heavy to achieve his goal. When he was confident he could do it, he made the first leap, soaring to the center of the seesaw. After landing, he ran up slightly before leaping at a perpendicular angle to the next seesaw. As it fell, he ran up the length, making himself heavy and preparing for the next leap. He reached the end of the seesaws, landing on a platform before the next obstacles, feeling better about himself.
One last stretch and you're done, said Instructor Kaz from below.
Leaning over on his knees, Kuma asked, "How long have we been here?"
This is lucky hour 13.
Kuma almost wished he hadn't asked. Just hearing the number made his bones tired. He couldn't count how many times he'd fallen or restarted the course. The last section was a series of 7 obstacles, each one different than the last, involving spinning and balancing contraptions with poles and rings and levers that made the seesaws look comically easy in comparison.
The teeter-totters required you to adjust your path, changing how you approach the course.
This last section will combine all the challenges of the previous, in a way that will require you to solve problems each time you attempt to pass it.
Do not take it lightly. Was that a hint? Asked Kuma.
Instructor Kaz chuckled.
A completely innocent pun.
You will need to be both light and heavy to pass these obstacles. When Kuma landed on the first obstacle, a rotating contraption that looked like a cage, crossed with a series of horizontal rods, his weight activated the inner mechanism, spinning the poles into his legs and flinging him off. He landed face first. His whole body jarred from the impact.
Do you want to give up? Asked the instructor.
Kuma said nothing and returned to the beginning. Over the course of the next 2 hours, he worked his way through the final section, which had been built like a moving puzzle. Each time he returned, he had to study the condition of each contraption until he knew where to land, jump, duck, and how light or heavy he needed to be. When he completed the course, landing on the ending platform, he was dizzy and wanted to collapse. Even a few hours earlier he would have whooped for joy, pumped his fist, or given some indication that he was finished.
Congratulations, little bear.
Kuma followed Instructor Kaz out of the cavern like a zombie. When they reached the academy, Kuma realized there was only a few hours before the next day of training would begin. He could barely keep his eyes open with the prospect of sleep so near.
Where are you going? Asked Instructor Kaz. Huh.
Kuma looked up at the instructor, who was 10 steps up.
You have a room to clean. Don't you remember the bet?
If you hurry, you might have enough time for breakfast before training. I'm thinking we'll start with 100 arc runs for warm-up.
Chapter 28.
The second year, Topaz threw a rock the size of her head at Pandora. She was facing the wrong way, but felt the projectile like the warm sun against her back. Pandora pushed and pulled on either side of the rock, spinning it away from her head like putting spin on a cue ball during a game of pool. The rock shattered against the stone, sending shards into her legs, but Pandora had already leapt away, using her sapphire to yank herself towards the ceiling, aiding her jump. She flew over Choo Choo, who had the opposing amber in a sleeper hold. He nodded to her left when she landed, not that she didn't know 2 more warriors were headed her direction, but the in-fight communication pleased her. Pandora yanked a cord from her belt pouch and threw it at the approaching fighters. Using the sapphire, she wrapped the ends around their legs. They simultaneously fell to the ground, giving her time to scramble away. If she had more control of her stone, she could tie the cord around their ankles, but it was enough to make them trip so she could escape. Back into the center of the fighting arena, Pandora took stock of the battle. Choo Choo was letting the amber down gently, while Hector was barely keeping his opponent in check. Their blades rang against each other, sending sparks into the dim light. Pandora risked a glance to instructor Irina, who watched from a ledge. She looked like she was watching a pot of water, waiting for it to boil, not a training battle. 2 combatants ran at Pandora from opposite directions. Neither had their blades, since she'd flung them out of their hands using the sapphire. When they neared, she yanked them towards her, then ducked out of the way as they slammed into each other, knocking themselves out. The fight had begun 6 on 3, but now the opposite team only had 2 left.
Enough.
Blue team wins again. Well done. Instructor Irina inclined her head.
As for red team, that was pathetic. She's a sapphire, but you attacked her like she was an amber.
First task in any fight between 2 groups of Waku is to identify your enemy's stones and apply the appropriate countermeasures. You cannot approach a sapphire in 1s and 2s. You must overwhelm, or they will pick you apart. Red team will take all of blue team's kitchen duties for the next week. The collective groan from red team had Choo Choo smirking in her direction. It had been 2 months since he'd lost his ear in their fight.
Today's training is over. I'll see you all bright and early tomorrow. You'd better be ready to scrap.
Hector raised his hand tentatively, receiving a withering stare from the instructor.
Isn't tomorrow our day off?
Instructor Irina blinked, which had to be difficult considering how tight she pulled back the ponytail.
A day off and then shades end in a week.
When we're in a war with Razor, there won't be any days off.
Another reason to enjoy them while we can, said Hector. I'm sure you'll enjoy when their 4-stone Waku Brazio rips your entrails out with his bare fist. She shook her head. Dismissed. I'll see you in 2 days.
Pandora filtered out of the fighting arena with the rest of the class. Those that hadn't been in the trial had watched from a ledge. She turned towards the academy facilities when they reached the path.
Where you going? Asked Choo Choo as he wiped down his head with a rag. Back to my room.
Figure I'll shower and then stretch and relax for a bit.
Practice with my sapphire, that sort of thing.
He nodded towards the main settlement.
Come back with me. You deserve a home-cooked meal.
My mammy would love to meet my friends, though fair warning, my little sister is a pest. The invite left her stunned.
Can I clean up first? Yeah.
He gave her directions to his family home, and she promised to meet him when she was finished. Pandora returned to her tiny room at the academy. She took a shower, which consisted of hauling a big bucket to a ledge in the common bathroom and pulling out the plug, which let it run out, spraying cold water over her. Other areas of the Pajot had electricity, but the academy kept it simple, only lights and a few minor conveniences for cooking. The clothes she had from the city seemed inappropriate for spending the day with Choo-Choo's family, so she threw on her backup uniform. Heading back through the terraced caverns filled with leafy greens and smiling people was a much different experience than when she'd first arrived. It was one thing to become a Waku, but the rarer stones like the sapphire brought a special pride to her fellow drops. They nodded to her like they were old friends. When she ran into a group of kids, a little girl with nut-brown skin approached with an expression of awe. A couple of loose chickens picked at the bugs in the rocks. "Can you make the stones dance?" Pandora grinned and put her hand over the gravel path. The pebbles and grit bounced as if there was an earthquake in progress, leaving the little girl wide-eyed. Pandora winked and left the kids chattering amongst themselves as they skipped away. Choo-Choo's place was about 2/3 of the way up on a cavern wall. She climbed the sturdy ladder until she reached a ledge blocked by a wooden door. Warm light oozed around the edges, and the sound of melodic laughter had her smiling. She raised her hand only to find the door swinging open, revealing a cleaned-up Choo-Choo wearing jeans and a blue button-up shirt.
"My mammy made me clean up," he said with his mouth shifted to the side, clearly embarrassed by the mundane attire.
A woman's voice from the kitchen called out, "Emilio, bring your girlfriend in here." Choo-Choo's cheeks turned bright red as he held his hands up.
"I swear I didn't say you were my girlfriend."
Pandora chuckled. "Technically, I am a girl, and I am your friend." She followed him into the kitchen, where a woman with dark hair and strong features like her son was folding leaves around a stuffed corn tortilla. The deep wrinkles around her eyes didn't match the smoothness of her face.
"Mammy, this is Pandora, but she's not my girlfriend but a friend. She's a sapphire." "Call me Triana," she said with a wink, then held up her wet hands. "I would greet you properly, but I'm busy. You like tamales? Nice to meet you."
"I like home-cooked meals, so tamales sound wonderful." Triana screwed up her face.
"You never ate a tamale." "No, Mom. I said call me Triana."
"You call me Mom, and I think I'm 70 years old and need a cane." "Do I look that old?" she asked with a playful grin.
"No, Triana.
"Thank you for having me in your home."
You planning on sparring with my son in the kitchen?"
Pandora settled on a stool at the center counter. The space was cramped but organized.
"I don't have many other clothes besides my uniforms. The rest got ruined when I worked for the maintenance crew." "You worked for Alani. She's a good woman. This place would fall apart without her."
Triana frowned. "Emilio, get your friend a drink."
"I can't believe you haven't offered her anything yet."
He shuffled to the compact refrigerator, checked over his shoulder.
"Fizzy pop."
Triana finished wrapping her tamales, quickly washed her hands in the sink, and appraised Pandora with an intensity that concerned her.
"You could be about her size. You think, Emilio?" "Al's old stuff." "Yeah, probably," said Choo-Choo with a shrug.
In the confines of the academy, he was an imposing fighter who looked ready to break bones and smash noses at the snap of a finger, but at home, the intensity softened, and she could almost imagine him as a college kid home from break.
"If you're gonna be staying with us, you should change into something less formal."
Through that hall, up the ladder.
"Might be a little musty, but she had a lot of nice things," said Triana as she filled a pot with water and placed it on the gas stove.
Pandora knew Choo-Choo had a younger sister, but they couldn't be the same size. She climbed the ladder, pushing into a space that was smaller than her room at the academy but more homey, with a fluffy-looking bed covered in stuffed animals including an oversized Miss Draken. A picture on the wall showed a broad-shouldered young woman in a training uniform standing next to Daraja. A light green jumper with patches over the knees fit the best. It was a little roomy on Pandora around the hips, but not so loose that it felt uncomfortable.
As she moved towards the ladder, she caught a glimpse of herself in the half-mirror. The clothes took the edge off her expression, or maybe it was Triana's warm welcome.
Pandora touched the corners of her eyes, expecting wrinkles but finding none. Choo-Choo's mother was warm and inviting. It was hard to reckon with, after her experiences with her own mother. Pandora couldn't even imagine her making a home-cooked meal, or knowing the first thing about a kitchen. Poison brewing was as close as it got to cooking for her. Back in the kitchen, Triana smiled at Pandora's return, but it didn't reach her eyes, which rounded with sadness.
Should I change into something else? No, no, said Triana, putting a knuckle to her nose and sniffing. It's just, I haven't seen that outfit in a long time is all.
Choo-Choo tilted his fizzy pop towards her, so she clinked it with hers.
To kicking ass today. Agreed.
Triana checked over her shoulder.
It's nice that Emilio has other friends at the academy.
He spends all his time with Navos. Good to have other friends. Choo-Choo blushed and looked into his lap, so Pandora took another drink of her fizzy pop.
May I ask about your sister? I saw the photos. She was academy.
Pandora tugged on the jumper.
Before the stones.
One of the best knife fighters of her generation. A real scrapper. Triana's shoulders hunched as she worked the stove, using her spatula in a pot.
How much older? 6 years, said Choo-Choo, looking into the distance. A year after she graduated, a group of them got into a scrap with Razor.
She went toe-to-toe with Brazio. Cut him twice before he caught her with a backhand to the throat.
I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked, said Pandora. No, it's good to talk about my Valeria, said Triana, keeping her back to them. We don't talk about her enough.
A creak at the door announced a newcomer. Pandora turned to find a young girl about 13 years old, wearing the loose dark clothing favored by the drops. She was lanky and nearly as tall as her brother, and had the same thick eyebrows. Who are you, and why are you wearing my sister's clothes? Asked the girl, screwing up her face.
Vassy.
That is rude. Pandora is a guest. She's a Waku like your brother. A sapphire, said Triana with pride in her voice.
This is my sister, Vasilisa, said Choo-Choo, rolling his eyes. It's Vassy, you twit, said the girl.
She went into the compact fridge and pulled out a fizzy pop. It wasn't until she shoved the bottle under her left arm, and used her right to open the top, that Pandora noticed the missing hand. Vasilisa gave her a haughty look.
It means Empress if you'd like to call me that instead.
Pandora flourished her hand as she inclined her head.
Yes, Empress.
The young girl grinned like a maniac as she hopped onto the third stool at the counter, which prompted Choo-Choo to shake his head.
Don't encourage her. I'm a young, growing girl. Of course you should encourage me, said Vasilisa, kicking her older brother.
Then she turned her attention to Pandora.
Show me a sapphire trick. It doesn't work like that, said Choo-Choo, pushing her gently. It's okay, I don't mind, said Pandora, sensing his sister was at that bratty prepubescent age when everything was a test of loyalty.
The stone tunnel where the home had been built was infused with faez, but the kitchen equipment was less saturated. Enough to perform a trick, but not enough to levitate or anything crazy. Pandora reviewed the interior, before holding her hand out and making the cabinet doors vibrate, as if something was trying to get out. Wide-eyed, Vasilisa said, "Whoa, that is so fade."
Fade? Asked Choo-Choo, setting down his fizzy pop bottle. That's lighter speech.
Where you hear that?
Duh, said Vasilisa, rolling her eyes. People go up top sometimes.
You'll be going up when you're a full-fledged Waku, cracking skulls and selling tasties. She screwed up her face in pseudo-toughness, mimicking the speech of the hardcore Waku.
Yeah, but fuck them lighters, said Choo-Choo, staring at the ceiling as if he could see into the city.
Emilio. Vasilisa and Choo-Choo grinned at each other.
Sorry, Mammy. What do you do, Empress Vassy? She shrugged her shoulders. School in the morning, working the terraces in the afternoon. Was playing mages and demons with my friends before I came home. That sort of thing. I heard you're the barker that cut off my brother's ear.
Warmth rose to Pandora's cheeks. The covert glance from his mother had her sinking on the stool. Choo-Choo punched his sister in the arm.
Be cool, Vasi.
Be cool.
She did what she had to do.
Triana turned, lips pressed to a white slash as she held the spatula like a knife pointed at Pandora.
You should be more careful. He's my only boy, I already lost one. I don't know why you have to fight with weapons. Too many training accidents, and now he doesn't have part of an ear.
It's okay, Mammy. It's only the top half, and my amber means I didn't need it anyway, and it lets the other clans know I'm down to scrap.
Besides, it wasn't Pan's fault.
Blame the iron bitch if you want to blame someone. She wanted her to scrub out of the academy. The expression on Triana's face oscillated between concern and anger.
It's hard for people to accept outsiders here, said Triana. I understand. This isn't the first gang I've run with, said Pandora as she spun the bottle in her hands. She smiled at Choo Choo. But it's my last.
Triana returned to the stove as she checked the steaming tamales.
I wish we didn't need to fight.
When my parents arrived in the city, no one would help them. Crime was bad. They got shook down for their hard-earned money all the time, so they had to come down here to get away.
They thought it would be terrible, but the shadows provide. This place is special. Especially with the stones, said Choo Choo. Mammy doesn't like the fighting. Can you blame me?
We lost Val because of it. Why can't the clans stay to their areas?
There's enough business in the city for everyone. I want to join the academy, said Vasilisa, sitting tall on her stool. No, Vasi, really, asked her mother. If I have a sapphire like Pandora, then I can protect myself.
Choo Choo put a hand on his sister's shoulder.
You know they won't let you.
Vasilisa frowned, then stuck her tongue out at her brother.
What happened? Asked Pandora.
The mood in the room tightened. Choo Choo hunched his shoulders and his lips pinched to a point.
Stay, Shivaja.
Demons. Pandora nodded.
We were playing near the eastern terraces, back when they were new.
Hide and seek. I was hiding behind a stack of construction bricks when I heard the tapping of claws.
It wasn't any bigger than a tunnel rat, but it was all teeth.
Bit my hand clean off.
Bad luck, said Pandora. Not bad luck, said Choo Choo. Some razor was seen in the area around that time.
A bunch of Stashavaja got in other places too.
It was sabotage. We don't know that, Emilio, said Triana harshly. Don't go borrowing trouble. Someday I'll get revenge for what Razor did to Val, said Choo Choo, hunched around his bottle of fizzy pop. You're not doing anything unless you get more stones, said his younger sister.
Choo Choo stuck his tongue out at Vasilisa, which made her giggle.
Truth. He shot her a sly grin. Unless Pan can do it for me. As good as we are against the rest of the academy, I know I wouldn't last 20 seconds against Brazio. I still think about that fight between him and the demon dog. Was it fire? Asked Vasilisa, eyes alight with excitement.
Fire. I guess you could say that. When he couldn't get past her steel skin, he cooked her alive with his opal. Triana pulled the tamales from the steaming pot and set them on 4 plates. A small pitcher of a dark green sauce was presented. Everyone poured it over the tamales, so Pandora followed their lead.
Well, this is delicious, she said after the first bite, closing her eyes and enjoying the rich flavors that melted across her tongue. It's mushroom-based with sprinkles of mage-modified chilies. Not my family's original recipe, but we have to make do in the shadows.
After dinner, they crowded into the tiny living room and played a handmade board game on a round table. The game was simply called Undercity, and the object was territorial control. Everyone picked a clan made up names, but the locations made it clear who they represented. Pandora got stuck with the clan that held Big Dave's town, which was clearly Razor. Each turn they rolled dice and moved their soldados and waku, gathering resources and controlling territory. Even though she was new to it, Pandora ended up winning the game when she took control of the entire Undercity, consolidating the clans under her banner, barely beating out Vasilisa.
You're a natural, said Triana when her victory was complete. It's like you've played before. I'm good at strategy games, said Pandora as she helped them put away the pieces into a makeshift box.
She nearly added, like my mother, but didn't want to encourage questions about her past. It was hard enough partitioning her own thoughts to keep the bad ones at bay. Discussing the past would only cause the walls to break down.
See, Mammy, that's why I made her my friend, said Choo Choo. When the piece falls and we scrap with Razor, I want her on my side. Let's hope it's not anytime soon, said Triana, fear in her gaze. Or at least not before you've got enough stones to protect yourself.
A black diamond would be good.
Make you hard to kill. No one knows where they came from yet, said Choo Choo. Come on, Vasi, time for bed. Let the Waku sit up and talk their business, without us being around.
Vasilisa grumbled but followed her mother into the rooms above. Each required ladders to reach.
Another game? Asked Choo Choo, picking up the dice. No, I'm tired.
Pandora smiled.
I like your family.
Thanks. Wish you could have met Val. She was badass but weirdly a real girly girl.
What's your family like?
Pandora's gut tightened as she looked into her hands. These were the questions she'd feared when she'd arrived.
Complicated.
Alive.
Mom, yeah. Choo Choo tilted his head. Where does your family come from? There's something about you.
Sometimes, out of the corner of my eye I catch a glimpse, but then when I look over, it's just you.
He hesitated. And your eyes? Never seen any so black. From all over.
My dad was born in California, so you could say he was from another country.
She scooped up the pieces and dropped them into the box. The rest I don't know, it's not important.
Ever heard the word Vaskinkadadi Kai?
He shook his head. A mouthful. Where's it from? Doesn't matter, but it means the clan is my family. That's all that's ever mattered, more than the randomness of genetics.
When things get bad, who has your back?
You know I've got yours. Same. They finished putting away the game. Choo Choo stretched and yawned. I hope you don't mind, I'm tired. Be nice to sleep in my own bed for once. She matched his yawn.
Climbing up the ladder felt like getting into a bunk bed. The space wasn't much larger than one. Pandora stripped off her clothes and burrowed into the thick covers, using the plushy Miss Draken as a body pillow. The experience had wakened something in her chest she knew was dangerous to her well-being. She'd been sent to the Undercity with a mission. Getting distracted with friends and their families would only make what was sure to come later more difficult.
But the experience with Choo Choo's family, such a stark difference to her own, had left her aching inside.
She lay awake for an hour, thinking about Triana and what it would have been like to have a mother like her.
Not one that.
11 plushies, 3 pens, 7 marks. Pandora closed her eyes and focused on her breathing. When sleep came, it was like a curtain falling, as if she knew she was safe in the tiny room with Choo Choo's family.
The first time in years.
In the morning she woke to the sound of sizzling. The others were already awake and sitting around the kitchen counter. Bacon, eggs and fried potatoes, said Choo Choo, rubbing his hands together.
Bacon. I traded my neighbor for some they'd had brought in from the light, said Triana. How do you like your eggs cooked? Over easy, said Pandora. Hey, said Choo Choo. I was thinking we could head to the Lazona to check out the markets there.
Navos was going to come too. They're almost finished drilling the shaft for the elevator, though it's gonna be a while until it's operational. Lazona was a small settlement west of the Drops, where some Undercity folk had banded together. It wasn't as big or as well known as Big Dave's town, but the Drops were trying to improve it by giving it access to the city above, which was the critical difference between the two.
I appreciate the offer, but I wanted to return to the academy.
Some things I've been working on with the Sapphire that I wanted to practice. You and Navos have a good time, she said with a wink.
Choo Choo blushed as he grinned. We'll have a grand time next week during Shade's End, or are you planning on skipping that too? No, said Pandora, laughing as she was thinking about Kuma and her agreement. I wouldn't miss it, even if I were dead. Chapter 29.
Kuma woke hours before the rest of his class when the academy cave was nearly pitch black. He ate a breakfast of hard bread and dried mushrooms that he'd smuggled from the cafeteria, washing it down with cold water. The dim light provided by the reddish fungus that clung to the walls of the training course was enough for his amber. Unlike the first day with his emerald, he was able to use both stones in concert. Kuma spent the first half hour stretching and warming up his muscles. His fingers looked like he'd been shoving them into barrels of broken glass. Then he spent another 10 minutes practicing the emerald breathing exercises, oscillating between heavy and light, focusing on extending the time he could hold each before switching. He raced through the first 2 sections of the course without incident. Leaping from pole to pole and ring to ring had become trivial with the addition of his amber stone, and having run the course hundreds of times already in a few short weeks. Before approaching the climbing section, he prepared himself mentally. If he had a bad fall with instructor Kaz present, most injuries could be fixed by his opal.
But training alone left him open to life-ending mistakes.
He justified his decision with the idea that expanding Razor's influence in the Undercity required taking risks. If he couldn't master a simple training course, then he would never be fit to lead even a small part of the clan. He fell while hanging beneath the ledge on the difficult climb, but managed to land on his feet. Rather than return to the beginning, he pulled himself onto the ledge and repeated it until he breezed through the climbing section, blaming his fall on his hands not being warm enough. The final quarter of the course resisted his efforts for a quick passage. The shifting obstacles required careful analysis before attempting them. Whenever he rushed, he tended to fail. He repeated them multiple times until he felt more comfortable. When it was time for regular training, he headed back to the academy only to find the training area empty.
He jogged up the steps to the cafeteria.
No one.
The place was empty.
Confused and a little worried, he left the academy area and headed towards the main settlement. As he crossed the next cavern, he heard the sounds of cheering from an opening in the wall. Kuma muttered a curse under his breath. He found the entire academy in the sparring arena, a place constructed with obstacles and different levels to mimic the kind of fighting they encountered in the Undercity.
Where have you been? Asked Kamina when he strolled up.
On the fighting floor, a third-year topaz and a fourth-year amber were locked in combat with their curved blades. Metal rang through the air as the topaz battered the amber with her strength.
I've been working the obstacle course. He squinted. Why is everyone here?
Kaz decided to mix things up and have a tournament of champions before we leave for Shade's End tomorrow. We're only fighting the other years unless it's only us left, which isn't gonna happen. Omar and Juliana have already lost their scraps. You're our only hope with your 2 stones.
You can win, said Kuma.
Kamina raised her eyebrows.
A match?
Sure, but not against Carlos or Jando. The match on the floor ended with the amber knocking the blades from the topaz's hands. Instructor Kaz strolled onto the floor as the 2 combatants bowed to each other.
Strength is no match for preciseness.
You can't batter your opponents into submission. There is a place for power, but don't let it trick you into overcompensating. Instructor Kaz looked up, catching Kuma's gaze.
Ah, I see someone has decided to grace us with his presence.
Warmth bloomed into Kuma's cheeks, but he said nothing, bowing slightly to show his remorse. Kuma versus Nota. His fellow first years patted him on the back and cheered him as he descended into the fighting arena, even Yara, as nothing brought people together like a contest. Already warmed up from the hours of training, Kuma approached the center while Nota, a second year with an amber and emerald combo like him, jogged in place and loosened his limbs. Like Kuma, Nota had gotten his emerald his first year, but he'd had more time to practice with his. The only saving grace was that he knew he was a better knife fighter than Nota. As they approached the center, Kuma filled himself with the sensory bubble of his amber. He could hear the mutterings and comments from his fellow academy students, so he dialed back the amber so as not to be distracted. He felt in more control of his emerald, even though he'd had it for less time.
May the shadows keep you safe.
Kuma matched Nota's bow.
May the shadows keep you safe.
Begin. Blades clashed against each other, testing strikes that were neither strong nor weak. The classes rarely trained together, and even less commonly fought, so Kuma didn't know Nota's style. He stood upright, keeping his stance open for both quick strikes and defensive blocks. By the third collision, Kuma could tell that Nota had no obvious gaps in his technique.
But this wasn't a fight between soldados like the old days.
They were waku, each with 2 match stones. Amber and emerald. Nota leapt with lightness, bringing his blades down in an X pattern, legs tucked beneath to protect. The maneuver caught Kuma off guard, even as he'd sensed his opponent's muscles tensing, and his body taking on a strange quivering quality. It was the first time he'd ever sensed another emerald, and the switch to lightness had tuned his body like a piece of metal struck cleanly. A shift to the left had Kuma barely escaping the strike. Nota followed it up with a series of attacks, both high and low, using little jumps of lightness, alternating with the hits that had Kuma stumble when his heels caught a rocky protrusion. Footwork was the key to survival, Instructor Kaz had drilled into their heads 1,000 times. As he went over backwards, Nota's eyes lit up with anticipation of the win.
But Kuma jammed his foot out, not to stop his inevitable fall but to change his direction completely.
He flew diagonally, barely escaping the swing of the blade, and rolled back onto his feet. Nota smacked his blades together in frustration before stalking after. Fresh from the course, Kuma decided to stretch the fight. The arena had walls and pillars upon which to leap off. Kuma ran at his opponent, then at the last moment pushed off with his right foot, making himself light. He bounced off a wall, moving at an unexpected angle. He hit with heaviness, knocking Nota backwards even as he'd switched weights. As Nota retreated, Kuma repeated his attacks but varied the incoming angle. He set up Nota with 3 from his right, but on the 4th made a play that he was going to his left, and when he overcompensated, Kuma barreled straight through him with heaviness. Standing over his opponent with his blades pointed at his heart, Kuma waited for the instructor's command before stepping away. Kuma wins. Kuma helped Nota stand. The second year was visibly angry at himself.
Good match. Yeah, you too, said Nota, mumbling as he returned to his fellow second years.
During the next few matches, the other first years were matched with older students. Everyone lost except Yara, who displayed lightning-quick blade work, leaving a heavy gash in her opponent's arm that had to be repaired by Opal.
We got a shot with 2 of you, said Tick, clearly enthused by the competition.
A few matches later, Yara had to fight Carlos, the only 3-stone in the academy. The Opal wouldn't mean as much in the bout, but a topaz and amber were a potent combo. The 2 squared off, and after Instructor Kaz allowed them to begin, Yara leapt into a flurry of attacks, which caught Carlos off guard. She almost got him, but he managed to defend himself, and once her fury was spent, he easily beat her with a mix of strength and anticipation.
Good match, both of you, said Instructor Kaz. Yara might have lost, but she gave herself the best chance of winning by taking the attack to her opponent.
Survival sometimes comes down to who has the initiative. Remember that, in the shadows. When Kuma's name was called opposite Jando, the entire group of first years groaned.
No confidence? He asked, laughing as he descended the slope, but he knew the answer.
Jando had a sapphire, which was possibly the most powerful stone. Being able to push or pull on faez-imbued objects or people created a mismatch of abilities. He thought about taking the same approach as Yara against Carlos, but the surprise of the tactic was no longer available.
May the shadows keep you safe, they offered each other.
Jando wasn't known for his fighting prowess, but the sapphire more than made up for any gaps in his technique. As they bowed and waited for Instructor Kaz to give them the go-ahead, Kuma flooded Jando with his amber, looking for the sign of his sapphire use. He almost missed it, because he'd turned his amber too bright, and the cacophony of information flooding into his brain overwhelmed him.
But at the last second, as the command "begin" echoed into the space, Kuma sensed a constriction.
He made himself heavy as Jando tried to yank him into his waiting blades. The pull bent Kuma forward, but his feet never left the ground.
It wouldn't work forever.
Kuma could only make himself heavy or light for about 15 seconds before his efforts cratered. Jando knew this and kept up the sapphire pull, which had fewer restrictions upon its use. His grimace turned to a grin, as it was clear Kuma was running out of time. At the moment he was about to release his heaviness, Kuma threw his weapon at Jando's face. The spinning blade made him duck and the sapphire pull released. Kuma leapt away with lightness, soaring high over a pillar to create space between him and his opponent. Losing one of his weapons wasn't ideal, but it was the only way he could think to get away. Reaching out with his amber, Kuma sensed Jando stalking around the pillar. His body hummed with the vibration of his sapphire. The frequency was different than the emerald, and every time Jando briefly spied him, the intensity increased.
Coward.
Krimaza. The second insult, calling him a fool mage, was meant to incite him to attack, but outgunned in both stone and blade, there was no way Kuma would rise to the bait. While Jando was calling out insults, Kuma was looking for a way to retrieve his second blade.
It lay in the dust back near the center of the fighting arena.
Both the pillar and Jando were in the way. Kuma felt Jando's sapphire vibrate with intensity a moment before he surged into the open at supernatural speed, stumbling slightly at the end. The sudden appearance confused Kuma, until he realized his opponent had yanked himself into the open by pulling on the immovable wall. Before Kuma could get away, Jando's sapphire yanked on his left leg, tumbling him to the ground. Jando advanced for the winning attack, but Kuma flipped back onto his feet with a touch of lightness and took 2 bouncing steps towards him, defending the first blade with his own and accepting an awkward slice to the shoulder as he charged.
The two flew through the air.
Kuma made himself heavy as he landed on Jando, knocking the air from his lungs. He brought his blade around to place against Jando's neck, only to find cold steel already against his flesh.
Jando wins.
Kuma rolled off, cursing into the air. He'd thought he'd won, but his opponent had been a hair quicker. Jando groaned as he pulled himself into a sitting position.
He held his side. I think you broke some ribs. Sorry about that.
Jando shook his head.
That was far too close. I thought you'd be much easier.
Good match, said Instructor Kaz, standing over them. He looked to the other students. Like Yara, Kuma surprised his opponent with an unexpected tactic. He was too slow and died anyway. Everyone broke into laughter.
But it was a good attempt.
He would have been dead, had he tried a more conventional maneuver. Better to give yourself a chance at survival, than worry about making a fool of yourself. Back with his classmates, they offered their admiration and sympathy. Even Yara gave him a respectful nod, which he returned and added, "You had a great fight too."
But we're both dead. The truth hit him squarely in the chest.
This was a game, a contest to help improve them as Waku and members of Razor Clan, but had it been a real scrap he'd be dead. Kuma was distracted the rest of the competition, which was eventually won when Jando beat Carlos. The 3 stones were no match for the sapphire, which could control the battlefield with its pushes and pulls. After it was over, Kuma approached Instructor Kaz when they were heading back to the academy grounds.
Good fight, little bear.
I can tell you've been practicing your emerald. The result wasn't ideal, of course, but hopefully it gives you a taste of how a real fight might unfold. Kuma kneaded his hands together.
That's something I wanted to ask you about.
During the fight, both of them actually, when I was sensing them with my amber, I felt a change in vibration or frequency in them when they used their stones.
Each one was a slightly different flavor, but I could tell when they were going to use them.
Why haven't you taught us this technique? The instructor stopped in a wide stance. His lips pursed.
You can tell when someone is using their stone with your amber.
Yeah. Can't everyone? The instructor frowned.
Tell me when I'm using one of my stones and which one if you can.
Reaching out with his amber, Kuma sensed the instructor's body humming with chaotic energy, almost like an earthquake trapped in his body. It didn't feel like the emerald, and Kuma imagined the amber was barely perceptible.
You're using your topaz. Good. The hum faded away, replaced by an outbreath of vibration.
Recognizing it from the fight, Kuma immediately said, "Emerald and lightness."
You can tell the difference. Yeah, I guess. They're like breathing, just as you said.
Kuma tilted his head.
So no one else can do this? No.
I don't know if this is because you're attuned so strongly to your amber, or this is a technique anyone can learn if they practice.
But thank you for coming to me.
This could be a big advantage for our clan if we can master it.
After you return from Shade's End, please see me. I'd like to work with you on developing it further.
Kuma bowed deeply before jogging to catch up with his friends, who were already tittering with excitement about having 3 whole days off in a row to relax and make nuisances of themselves at the Torino.
What was that about? Asked Kamina. Nothing, that can't wait until we get back.
Tick rubbed his hands together as his cheeks twitched.
I cannot wait to lose all my money at the pachinko parlors. At least you understand they're a scam, said Kamina, rolling her eyes. I'm planning on getting blind drunk and finding some nice, gorgeous idiot to have sex with.
Preferably mute and either well hung, or very dexterous fingers or tongue. What about you, Kuma?
Oh, I don't know.
Some gambling, lay some bets on the Scorpic fights, maybe a visit or two to the Onyx. Kamina arched an eyebrow.
You've got a thing for that redhead, don't you?
Kuma gave her a big grin as his thoughts went straight to Pandora.
Yeah, the redhead. Chapter 30.
The 2 Waku from the Eights stood at the entrance to the Torino with white armbands, checking everyone for weapons. The businesses had contracted with the smallish clan to provide security for Shade's End. Not even a single blade was allowed in the neutral ground. Each clan kept a team camped in a nearby cavern with plenty of firepower should the need arise, but based on the smiles and anticipation, Pandora thought that wouldn't be necessary.
I'm going to get so glazed my liver is going to steal a knife and stab me, said Choo Choo, bringing laughter from the other academy students.
The last time Pandora had been in the Torino, it had been for the duel between Razor and Demon Dogs. There'd been a lingering intensity, as everyone knew that someone was going to die that day. The mood was entirely different upon stepping past the guard station. Glittering lights had been hung between the buildings, red lanterns glowed outside the shops, and the narrow avenues were packed with clan members and others from the various settlements of the Undercity. Smaller celebrations would be had in Big Dave's town and La Zona, but they wouldn't match the tone inside the Torino. Walking vendors hawked special treats for Shade's End. A woman with oversized red eyes and 2 nubs on her forehead had a tray filled with round black cakes that looked like holeless donuts.
Gloom cakes.
Choo Choo yanked a wad of bills from his pocket, unfolded a few, and handed them over, receiving a handful of the strange cakes.
He tossed one to Pandora, who sniffed it tentatively. What are they?
Her clanmate had already shoved a quarter of a gloom cake in his mouth, revealing a creamy interior. His eyes rolled into the back of his head.
They're so good.
Pandora took a nibble. The bread, if that was the right word for it, had a tough texture, but it exploded with flavor. She took a larger bite, scooping out the creamy white interior with her tongue. The complex flavors of the bread mixed with the blast of sugary delight from inside. She'd inhaled her gloom cake before she had even realized it.
So good you'd think they were enchanted, said Choo Choo after dusting the crumbs off his hands.
He devoured 2, and had given the 4th to Navos, who had trailed behind them quietly.
This feels like a circus, said Pandora as she eyed a cage with a bone-white creature the size of a small dog inside.
A crowd gathered around, as the critter slammed itself against the bars trying to get out. It had a scorpion's tail made of pale cartilage, the end a hard tip of jagged bone. A brass name tag on the cage read Princess Gore.
There will be scorpic fights throughout the weekend.
You can put your money down on the one you want to win. Today you'll find the cages all over the Torino, so you can inspect the creatures. She'd heard of scorpics, the infernal creatures were well known. During the invasion, some specimens as large as lions had stalked the city, but they didn't grow as big anymore. Some suspected the lessening of the wells, and the strengthening of the barrier between their realm and the demonic one, as the reason. Others suggested they were hunted when they grew too big, so only the smaller specimens remained.
Shade's hairy butthole. It's one of those grey-skinned fuckers, said Navos.
She followed his gaze to a tall fellow with dark hair that half hung in his face.
He had sloped shoulders.
A trim suit hugged his slender frame as he moved through the crowd with the grace of an apparition. She'd never seen him before, but the way he moved with a sense of inner impunity told her that he wasn't to be trifled with.
What's that city elf doing here? Asked Choo-Choo. He looked to her. Ever seen one before?
Pandora nodded.
Some live in the city.
More than used to.
Why's that? Asked Navos. Heard it has to do with the barrier between realms.
With the retreat of the infernal, the eternal city has moved closer.
Figures they'd be poking around down here. Probably want the stone trade, said Navos. They don't need him, said Pandora.
More powerful than your average mage.
Fuck the mages.
Fucking Krimaza have made a mess of the world, said Navos.
How do you know about the matri? Asked Choo-Choo, tilting his head away. Hard not to when you run with any gang. They find a way to stick their fingers into any illegal business.
When he made a face, she added, even in Chicago. They moved on when they could no longer see the well-dressed matri, who had disappeared into the crowd.
Where do we want to go? Asked Navos, wagging his eyebrows at Choo-Choo. Oh yeah. There are some back alley places that we were going to visit.
You're welcome to join us if you want, but I don't know if they'd have what you're looking for, said Choo-Choo, suddenly nervous.
No, I'm good. Thought I'd take a spin of the place, maybe drop into one of the clubs for a drink.
You two go on.
I'll catch up later. Our room is at the Endless.
They have your name, so it's open for whenever you need a break.
It's 2 beds, so don't worry, said Choo-Choo. You two have fun, I'll be fine, she said with a smile as they headed into the crowd.
Navos had his hand on Choo-Choo's shoulder. She didn't need an amber to see what their visit was about. Pandora headed straight for the Onyx. The place was packed with the older Waku from the clans. A few gave her the side eye, attempting to tell her she didn't belong, but she ignored them. The tight black pants and loose frilly cream top she'd borrowed from Choo-Choo's sister's room were comfortable enough, but more feminine than she normally wore. Her preferred outfit was black with too many buckles and zippers. She bought a drink at the bar, as otherwise she'd be asked to leave, and wandered around looking for the red-headed hostess. A woman in a sequined purple dress was singing a duet on the stage, with an overweight Waku in a sloppy jacket and turtleneck combo. Her voice was exquisite while his grated on her ears, but when they finished, all the hosts and hostesses clapped with appreciation. Pandora caught sight of Kuma when she took a seat at the end of the bar. He was packed into a booth with his fellow Razor clan and a pair of hostesses that were giggling behind their cupped hands. The Razor clan members wore their black suit jackets over a white shirt and a crimson vest. The sight of him made her face flush, as she remembered their trip through the Canyon of Ghosts. Her mind raced with questions about if he still thought about that day. Sometimes when she was lying on her cot, curled into a ball trying to get rest before the early morning training session, she imagined his arms around her as they'd been when they'd both been lost to hallucinations. It was better to think of that than the awful visions that had been presented, memories from her training, and the horrors of that realm. She was so focused on him that she didn't realize anyone was standing behind her until a soft hand ran across the small of her back.
Something over there interest you? asked the red-headed hostess as she leaned against the bar.
Pandora redirected her gaze to the hostess, who was wearing a crimson dress with her hair in an updo, revealing her slender neck. The warning not to be so obvious had Pandora admonishing herself internally. If a hostess of the club had noticed, some other clan might as well.
You look lovely tonight, Lisa. The hostess pursed her ruby red lips and arched an eyebrow. I preferred you in that black outfit. Made me feel like you were going to pull out a whip, or order me to lick your shoes. You don't strike me as the submissive type. I'm whatever type you want me to be, said Lisa coyly. What do you suggest? A bottle of the Lone Magus. It's pricey but comes with its own private room to drink in, said Lisa, leaning over, which exposed her cleavage.
The old guy with a jowl like melted butter next to Pandora grunted and started to make a comment, but Lisa snapped her fingers and made a twirling motion.
Oh no.
You haven't bought me a drink in years. Kindly turn around. The Waku, a member of Voina by the two black bands around his wrist, blew a strawberry at her before spinning back the other way as he pulled out a cigarette. The strike of a lighter was followed by the scent of cloves.
As we were discussing, said Lisa with a wink. The Lone Magus. I'd like that.
Lisa captured her hand and leaned over, relaying the order to the bartender. He nodded as he poured a drink for another customer. The red-headed hostess led her through a black curtain guarded by a blonde woman wearing sunglasses and a suit with runes along the edges of her jacket.
What's with her? Asked Pandora as they headed into a long hallway with multiple doors. The boss always brings in a few guards from up top for Shade's End, just to make sure nothing crazy happens in the Onyx.
Blackstone security, I believe.
Would that really matter now with all the Waku? She asked as Lisa opened a door leading to a small room with karaoke equipment, a television, and ample room to sit around the cushioned booth. Old habits die hard.
Pandora ran her finger over the rough end of the microphone.
Is anyone in the room next door? It's filled. Probably singing their hearts out.
Lisa tapped on a set of faint runes that had been etched into the wall around the bottom of the ceiling.
Don't worry.
No one can hear a thing that happens in here.
Otherwise we wouldn't be much of a club. Lisa winked. Let me get that bottle.
Pandora's heart thumped in her chest.
The whole adventure was ripe for trouble.
Part of her mind, the one that listened attentively whenever the mod spoke, told her she was making a big mistake. Better to stick to the drops and the friends she'd made there. Already her efforts were paying off with her friendships with Choo Choo and Navos. It was far too early in the plan to create additional complications. The door opened, revealing not the gorgeous red-headed hostess but the smartly dressed Kuma with a bottle of Lone Magus. He closed the door behind him and leaned on the interior wall with both hands gripped around the neck of the bottle. Fingers twitched and tapped as they stared at each other without a word.
Is this a good idea?
His lips pursed.
No. The honesty surprised her.
He seemed to have an internal war with himself, before taking a seat on the couch perpendicular. His knee bounced subtly.
I think about the Canyon of Ghosts a lot, he said, looking away. It was a unique experience.
Kuma raised an eyebrow. Tripping balls in a pit full of dangerous creatures and fungus. You have a strange idea of fun.
I said unique, not fun. I guess you did. She smiled. But there were parts of it that were quite enjoyable. He swallowed. Have you learned anything? He asked suddenly.
Pandora shook her head.
I'm just a first year at the academy, and new to the drops. They don't let us out of the facilities, and no one would tell me anything.
You're new at this spycraft business. Kuma stared at his shoes.
And you're not.
The earnestness in his gaze, and the little dimple at the corner of his lips had her smiling despite herself.
I'm a survivor. I think you're more than that, he said. Is that you or the amber speaking? Me. I'm not running it, nor are you the sapphire. It'd be pretty easy to tell. He lifted a shoulder. True. Use your amber if you want to ask again. I have nothing to hide. He leaned back. We both know that's not true.
You came here bent on opportunity, worked your way into the drops and then a sapphire in record time. You weren't just a waitress with ambitions.
This isn't my first time in a gang. These aren't gangs in the Undercity.
We're clans. Family.
She raised an eyebrow. What do you know of the world out there? More than you'd think. My father has always said that the fate of the city is important to us. He has contacts in places you wouldn't expect. She chuckled. Are you trying to recruit me? I thought I already did. A faint offer and a bit of blackmail is not recruitment.
Kuma's eyes fell upon the bottle.
You paid a lot for that. Should we drink it? I feel like you should have paid for it, given the nature of our arrangement.
He cracked his neck and reached for the bottle.
I could always tell them about your friend. Then you wouldn't have a source in the drops. One that doesn't have any information for me, he said, unwrapping the wire cage around the bulbous cork.
He started to pull it out, then grinned mischievously.
Care to do the honors?
He held the bottle with the cork facing her. She matched his grin and reached out with her sapphire.
Hold tight.
She sensed an intensifying, which was unusual because she thought he was only an amber. Was he an emerald as well now? When she tugged on the cork, the bottle anchor was rock solid. Pandora was so focused on deciding if he were an emerald that she forgot the bottle was pointed at her chest. When it popped, the cork slammed into her shoulder and champagne exploded across her face before he pointed it upright. The bottle gurgled, spilling more liquid on the couch. Laughing, Pandora reached for a cloth napkin on the table as Kuma apologized and moved closer.
He took the napkin from her hands. Let me get that.
He leaned in, dabbing away the beads of champagne on her shoulder. The nearness had her heart racing. She was admiring the curve of his jaw when he seemed to realize how close he was, forgetting they were enemy clans in a pause of their long conflict. The look in his eyes betrayed the war going on in his head. Hungry to taste his lips, Pandora made up his mind for him by tugging him into her with her sapphire.
Chapter 31.
The moment before Kuma found himself crushed against Pandora's soft lips, he was marveling at how black and otherworldly her eyes were. That thought exploded into the ether as their teeth clacked together, and their lips gnawed hungrily at each other, heedless of the implications of their acts. Kuma was no stranger to sex.
The clan had no shame about it, and his father had encouraged experimentation.
But he'd always approached it with a detached sense of the transactional relationship. This experience was not one of those. His whole body was quivering with desire. He wanted to bite down on her shoulder hard, consume her as she devoured him in a mutual act of ecstasy. Pandora straddled his hips, pushing him into the couch with hands and her sapphire, forcing a traitorous moan from his lips. She pulled back slightly, a playful grin haunting her expression before diving in for another round. Kuma couldn't remember when their clothes came off.
They seemed to magically appear on the floor, and then she was sliding onto him.
He gasped, and the urge to trigger his amber was tempered by the desire to last as long as possible. They rocked together, fingers digging into backs, teeth gnashing shoulders. He lifted her up, holding her clamped around his waist, and spun around until her butt was on the top of the couch. With her back against the wall, he drilled her until her moans grew louder and higher, and her whole body shuddered with release.
As soon as she was done, she chewed on his ear and whispered, "Use your amber."
The expectations of the experience paled in comparison to the reality. His whole body was dunked into a warm pool of ecstasy. Nothing in the entire universe mattered other than the feel of her soft, slick flesh against his, and the way their hips seemed to have no beginning or end. When he finished, she clamped her hand over his mouth. Exhausted, they collapsed onto the couch, curled around each other. No one spoke for a long time. Their communication was small caresses and gentle kisses to the neck or shoulder. Eventually, the clock in his head had him stirring. He gave her a long, deep kiss before sitting upright. He wanted to say something, but the experience had his thoughts tangled up in the after bliss. When he looked to Pandora, her tongue was resting playfully on her teeth.
"Makes me want an amber." "Yeah," was the only thing he could get out. Then before he could stop his mouth, he added, "You could come over to Razor. My father would welcome the sapphire."
Pandora rested her hand on his knee.
"You know that wouldn't work, as much as I appreciate that you would consider it." Sweaty hair stuck to her neck. "They wouldn't trust me, and I'd be in no better and probably worse position than I was before. Maybe if I had something good to give you it might work, but I'm nobody yet.
I'm definitely not a clan leader's son." He knew she was right, even if his heart desired otherwise.
Maybe this was a mistake.
She cupped his jaw and pulled him towards her.
"No. Not a mistake. But we probably shouldn't do it again. Too dangerous if we get caught." "You're right," he said, nodding even as he was ready to push her back down for another round.
There was a moment when they locked eyes that he was certain she would pull him onto the couch, and then she stood and gathered her clothes. Kuma watched her dress, heart thudding in his chest the whole time. Pandora paused at the door.
The half-smile on her lips was neither welcoming nor mean, but it drained the desire in his loins.
She slipped out the door before he could interpret what it meant. Kuma poured himself a glass of champagne to cool the fire in his chest. He was covered in a slick sweat. The couch stuck to the back of his naked legs. When the door reopened, his heart hoped it was Pandora, but the slender sequined figure of Darina slipped through. It was the hostess that had led him into the private area. She leaned on the inside with a wry smile.
"Who was the mystery woman?"
Kuma scooped up his underwear and started dressing before Darina, who lifted an eyebrow at his naked body.
"How do you know it was a woman?" "Because I know you," she said, smirking. "Why haven't you ever bought me a bottle of Lone Magus?" "I didn't know you wanted one." "You could ask any hostess in the club for one and you wouldn't be denied," said Darina, eyebrow raised.
She tilted her head, pursing her lips mischievously.
"But if you're not going to tell me who it was, I'll try not to be too curious."
As Kuma slipped into his pants, he speared her in his gaze.
"Darina.
You've lived in the Torino long enough to know some secrets are too dangerous to know."
"I'm just playin'."
Darina approached with a dangerous sway. She pulled her lipstick out, meticulously applied it to her full lips, and then beckoned him closer. When he hesitated, she gave him a sideways look.
"You want to keep up whatever game this is?" "Yeah." "Then kiss me and mean it."
The intent was clear once he realized the difference in disheveled attire would unmask the ruse. He cupped the back of her neck, prompting a curl of her lips.
As he pulled her in, she bit her lower lip in anticipation, before mashing her mouth against his.
They kissed sloppily for a few minutes. She ran his hands over her body, tugging and yanking on the dress, then she sucked on his neck, leaving a scorch mark and lipstick. When he tried to wipe it away, she smacked his hand.
"That was delicious. You sure you don't want to buy me a bottle?" "I have to get back to my mates," he said. "I think you have something for your mystery woman, or you wouldn't turn me down."
Kuma finished dressing as Darina grinned at him. When he was finished, she grabbed his hand and the two walked back into the club. He spotted Pandora at the bar, drinking from a glass filled with amber liquid. As her eyes fell upon him, Darina leaned in and gave him a hungry kiss before pulling away with a wink.
"Buy me another any time," she said as she sauntered away. "Have a good time?" asked Kamina with a smirk as he slid into the booth with his friends and the single hostess who was sitting between them.
The girl excused herself and left the table as Kuma gave them a delirious smile and threw his arm around Tick's shoulder.
"Shade's End has gotten off to a good start."
Kuma ordered a round of drinks for his friends while they watched members from the various clans sing karaoke on the stage, sometimes with their host or hostess, other times with a group. A feeling of supreme contentedness settled on Kuma, making him wonder what it would be like if the clans weren't competing with each other, if somehow they could work together to further the needs of the Undercity. His father was right about the peace. If they didn't want to squander it, they needed to start making alliances. A combination of razor and drops could rule the Undercity, and the other smaller clans would fall in line. Then his interest in Pandora wouldn't be forbidden. It was a nice fiction anyway, because he knew neither his father nor Daraja would step down from their leadership roles to let the other take charge. The Waku wouldn't stand for it either. An elbow in his ribs startled him.
Hey dream boy.
Your favorite drops is here. Kuma panicked internally as he thought Tick meant Pandora, but then he realized his mistake as he saw the thick-necked Choo-Choo strolling into the Onyx with the lanky blonde-haired Navas. The two drops members found Pandora at the end of the bar.
Now that you have your emerald, you could easily take Choo-Choo, said Tick as he tapped on the table. Come on, Tick. Let's chill today.
I'm a little drunk and relaxed, said Kuma, settling his hand on Tick's shoulder and giving him a friendly squeeze. Kamina raised an eyebrow as she glanced over her shoulder at the bar.
Must have been a good one.
You and Choo-Choo have been destined to fight for a long time. Once the war breaks out, you can be sure that you two will scrap.
This piece is kinda nice, you two.
Why spoil it? Kamina frowned.
I wouldn't say that around the rest of the clan. He sat up. What do you mean? Your uncle is spoiling for a fight. You don't think that duel was an accident? He respects my father's leadership.
He's brought us this far, said Kuma, grabbing his drink and throwing down the bottom half. Kamina ran a hand over her slicked back hair, and then leaned forward on her elbows.
The Undercity is changing, little bear.
Look, we've been friends since you stuck that bug in my ear, but you gotta know that shit's building up. Yeah, we got a piece, but everyone's making moves getting ready for the next phase, including your uncle. The weight of their conversation forced Kuma from the table.
I got a piss. He headed into the bathroom.
The black granite and silvery edging of the interior was harsh, but soothing. After finishing, he stuck his hands in the wash basin, running warm soapy water over them as he considered his friend's words. He was so lost in thought, he didn't realize that anyone else was in the bathroom besides the attendant. Choo-Choo was beside him, washing his thick hands. He stared at him through the mirror, the tattoo of a shadowy dragon on his neck shifting as he glowered.
Heard you might have a new clan leader soon. As much as I hate to say it, probably be a good idea, or you wehos won't last long.
Kuma leaned on his knuckles, resisting the urge to punch Choo-Choo in the throat. My father has led the clan for a long time and made us very wealthy and strong. Those rumors are shit people like you make up to try to stir the pot, but we don't fall for it. He straightened as he faced Choo-Choo, adjusting his jacket and lifting his chin.
When the time comes, I'll gut you and your friends like a pair of sows, feed your guts to the chickens that roam your backwater clan.
A pair of eights strolled in while they were staring off. A quiet whistle made Kuma realize that he was about to break the peace he was hopeful could change the trajectory of the Undercity. Choo-Choo gave the two eights a toothy grin and brushed past Kuma, leaving him to stew in his anger. When he returned, his friends were contemplating an order of fried cave cricket and spicy chili sauce.
Come on, let's go somewhere else.
Pick a score pick to bet on.
Maybe stop by the Umbra.
Kamina and Tick gave him a funny look, both of them glancing at Choo-Choo, who was staring in their direction.
They followed him out.
The normally soothing nature of the Onyx had become like claws in the darkness. Kuma found he could breathe again when he was back in the noisy Torino. A trio of musicians in colorful outfits were playing horns, but the brass instruments made slick and static Y tones rather than their normal bright sounds.
It was like a walking EDM band past them. Something happened with Choo-Choo, asked Tick. The usual.
Tick bounced on his heels.
I really hope I'm there when you two finally scrap.
Been building a long time. Circling the cavern cooled Kuma's anger. They stopped by the cages of Scorpics, analyzing the bony little creatures for their possible success in the fighting ring, settling on one named Silver's Thorn. The end of its stinger had been painted the color of its name. Near a pachinko parlor called Rains, while Tick was perusing some jewelry from a street vendor, Kuma spotted his father in an alleyway, heading into one of the private clubs that weren't on the main circle.
"Was that Nirin?" asked Kamina. "Yeah. I didn't know he enjoyed Shade's End."
Kuma frowned.
"He doesn't.
Hates that we all come here and rub elbows with the other clans. Always said it was too dangerous, either because of stupid duels or loose lips."
"Wait here, I want to go see."
Tuning his amber in the Torino was like stepping into a rock concert at peak volume.
It took him a moment to adjust the sensitivity before he could move again.
He crept down the alleyway until he spotted a pair of guards in the doorway. Kuma was about to turn away when he realized they had the Drops D tattoo on the back of their hands.
"What was it?" asked Kamina when he returned.
Not wanting to admit that his father had gone into a club guarded by the Drops, he shrugged.
"Dunno.
Couldn't get close enough." Kamina gave him a look like she didn't believe him, but didn't press the issue. As they left the area, Kuma couldn't help but worry about what his father was up to.
Was there more to the piece than he knew? Chapter 32.
A steady tapping at the back of Pandora's eyes had her leaning on the bar and groaning softly.
She swallowed back bile. "Why did you make me drink that pink goo last night?" she asked Choo-Choo, who had his head on the counter near a plate of fried rice with hot sauce and bits of seared Cthulhu jellies.
Navos was busy wolfing his breakfast down with a pair of chopsticks, washing it back with a beer and occasionally belching.
The three of them had a spot at the end of the bar.
The poinsettia was packed with Drops members, who were nursing their hangovers and retelling the stories of their night's conquest. A fourth-year Waku with platinum hair and dark eyebrows, Mila, was standing on a chair thrusting her hips, as she was telling the other academy students about the trinket vendor she'd banged in an alley while people made comments as they passed. The story brought laughter and crumpled napkins thrown her direction. Choo-Choo lifted his head up and peered at her with hazy eyes.
"Never drink the pink goo."
"Never."
"But you did."
He grimaced as he pushed off the stool, holding his stomach as he hurried to the bathroom.
"Did you drink the pink goo?" she asked Navos.
He blinked at her incredulously.
"Do I look like I did?"
He popped a piece of translucent flesh into his mouth with a Cheshire grin.
"Try the jellies. They help with the hangover. If they don't kill you."
Her stomach made noises of protest when she lifted her chopsticks, so she set them across the edge of the plate and grabbed her beer instead. A few minutes later, Choo-Choo stumbled back into the bar wiping his mouth. He downed his beer and leaned his head back.
"That's much better. You should yak. Makes all the difference." "What are we doing today?" she asked.
Choo-Choo shrugged.
"More of the same.
Drink some whiskey, smash some ass, spend some coin and don't drink the pink goo."
"But we drank the pink goo." He held up a single finger. "Strike the last one." "The Scorpic matches are in an hour," offered Navos.
Pandora dug into her pocket to pull out the betting token that she'd been given. She read the name stamped into the brass disc.
"Princess Gore. That was a good sum you placed on her. Between that and the private session at the Onyx."
"Where'd you get that money?"
She stared into her beer before taking a drink.
"Like I said, I came to the Undercity for opportunity, and to get away from old problems. No reason to pay part of your debts when the stuff that's left over will still get you killed."
Choo-Choo held out his glass. "I'll drink to that." "Just don't think you'll ever fuck over the Drops," said Navos with his lips hovering before the edge of his beer. "There won't be any place you can hide."
By the time they headed to the first round of Scorpic matches, the aftereffects of the pink goo were no longer threatening to show her the insides of her stomach. The Scorpic matches were held on the dueling grounds at the center of the Torino. When they first entered, Pandora thought she saw Miguel sitting on the rock where they'd watched the duel, but realized it was someone who looked similar from blue daggers. A round glass cage 20 feet in diameter dominated the center of the dueling arena. The bottom was filled with sand and small rocks, and the lower walls were made to look like a gladiator pit. The participants were in their individual cages around the outside, their owners taking bets and handing over chits.
A horn sounded, making Pandora flinch.
The organizer of the fight stood on a stool near the glass cage, and made announcements that the first match would begin. When Pandora saw the Princess Gore cage getting pushed to the middle, she elbowed Choo-Choo in his ribs.
My match is up.
Once the two cages were against the transfer locks, the organizer shouted out, Princess Gore versus the Eater. The crowd in the dueling arena tripled in size as people poured in to watch the first match. The Eater was larger than Princess Gore.
As soon as they were dumped into the glass cage, the larger Scorpic bounded towards Princess Gore, who waited with her stinger arched.
When the Eater lunged in, Princess Gore leapt to the side and jabbed her rear weapon into the spine of her opponent. The legs gave out from the Eater, and then Princess Gore climbed on top of her larger immobilized opponent and started tearing off the head with her mandibles. Curses and cheers erupted around the cage, with the owners of the Eater chits throwing them into the dirt.
First one down, said Choo-Choo.
13 cages of Scorpics. It was a lucky number as far as Pandora was concerned, and she was one step closer to winning. Betting on Scorpic fights wasn't why she came to the Undercity, but it was a nice diversion. As the handlers coaxed Princess Gore back into her cage, they circled the arena, heading back towards the poinsettia. Distracted by men on the glass cage sticking shock batons through holes in the top, Pandora didn't see Kuma and his friends until they'd practically run into them.
If it isn't Tiny Bear and his two little friends, said Choo-Choo. I see by that sad look on Tick's face that his Scorpic lost.
Opening and closing his jaw as he tilted his head in jerks, Tick said, I bet on 5 different Scorpics.
It's called spreading risk. The only thing you spread is diseases, said Navos.
While they sparred verbally, Pandora couldn't take her eyes off Kuma, remembering the encounter in the onyx.
The top of his white shirt beneath the jacket and vest was unbuttoned, revealing the tattoo of the black sun he had above his left pec.
It was only when she realized the girl with the slicked back hair was staring at her with the intensity befitting an amber, that she buried her feelings beneath a mask of indifference.
At least I don't look like someone fucked a tree branch and spray-painted it silver, said Tick.
The smaller razor stumbled backwards, followed by Kuma jumping in the way.
No stones, said Kuma, holding his hands out as if he could stop the invisible force of a sapphire. What are you talking about? Asked Navos. Not my fault the little guy can't stand up straight. I'll gut you like a fish, said Tick, miming a jabbing action. Fucking way, hose, you wouldn't even get near me, said Navos. I'd pin you to the wall and have blade throwing practice. You'd never see me coming, said Tick, baring his teeth.
The others in the area were giving them a wide berth. Pandora felt the tension rising.
Let's get a beer, she offered. Choo-Choo frowned but nodded.
He could be hot-headed, but the penalty for breaking the peace wasn't worth it. As they started to move away, Tick's voice cut through the noise of the crowd.
I'd gut you like Brazio did to Choo-Choo's sister. Choo-Choo spun around. What you say?
Pandora could practically see the steam rising from his slick bald head. A wide-eyed Tick was backing up into the crowd as Kuma pushed him behind him. Kuma held up his hands apologetically. Once the Razor Clan members were gone, Choo-Choo growled, fuck.
He punched his fist into an open hand.
Even Navos seemed worried about their friend's mood.
Let it go. I'd skin him alive in front of his friends. Take pieces off him one at a time. Ready for that beer? Asked Pandora.
Choo-Choo listed around angrily before nodding.
They went back to the poinsettia.
The beer was cold, but it didn't soothe Choo-Choo's mood. He quietly stared into his beer for a long time, before wheeling on Pandora.
Why the fuck didn't you do something?
Navos snuck one in, but you just stood there and let them talk shit to us.
She was too busy staring at Kuma. I think she's sweet on him, said Navos offhandedly. The center of her gut went cold. If there's a real fight, you can be sure I'll put my blade in him, fist deep. Choo-Choo stared angrily at his beer. Talking shit about my sister.
Fucking tick. I'll kill him and Kuma and Kamina, then go infernal on the rest of their fucking clan. Navos put his hand on Choo-Choo's shoulder.
No offense, but you ain't doing shit as just an amber.
The thick-necked Drops member shook his head.
Why you have to remind me?
Why couldn't I be a sapphire, like either of you?
Don't worry, said Pandora. You'll get another soon, I bet. But until then, we got your back. Choo-Choo downed his beer.
He nodded to Navos.
I need to blow off some steam.
A sly smile formed on Navos's lips.
You wanna? Choo-Choo turned to her. You don't mind if we? Nah.
I'll wander around.
Maybe watch another fight. The two Waku left the poinsettia.
Pandora finished her beer and headed into the Torino. Part of her wanted to run into Kuma again, but she knew it was a bad idea. Whatever had happened in the Onyx should stay there. Pandora perused the vendors, looking for gifts for Vasi.
She found a booth that sold charms.
The promise of protective enchantment was bullshit, but the crown on the end of the necklace fit Choo-Choo's sister, so she handed over some bills to purchase the item, shoving it in her pocket for later when she returned to the Pajot. She happened to be near the pale sun when she noticed a group of men and women surrounded by an obscuration field. The wavering bubble looked like a desert highway in the distance. It was still early and most people were watching the Scorpic fights, so their passage was mostly unnoticed. Pandora discreetly followed the field until it disappeared down an alley, and the group went into a door guarded by two Drops Waku she recognized. Pandora slipped away before they noticed her. Wandering without a destination, Pandora pondered the meaning of the field and the location.
Was that Daraja? Or someone else that Daraja was meeting?
Or was it something entirely different that she had no background to understand? Pandora was barely paying attention when she heard the high-pitched whistle.
Her whole body stiffened to attention at the sound.
She looked around to see if anyone else had heard it, even though she knew it was unlikely. It was only her heritage that allowed her to hear it.
The sound was a signal that her contact was nearby.
She checked down the alleys between the pachinko parlors and hostess clubs, until she found a door with a red sticker in the frame in the shape of an eye. It was the logo for a brand of beer called Red Eye, but Pandora knew it was no accident that it was in that location.
Crimson Eye, she muttered, shaking her head, thinking back to the message.
Pandora hesitated with her fist before the wood.
After everything that had happened with Kuma in the Onyx, she felt like her armor had been stripped off, which was no way to approach a meeting with the mod.
She collected herself, pushing down her feelings into that cold, dark place that had no name. She pounded her fist on the wood in 3 short strokes, followed by a single knock with her knuckles.
A husky voice answered. Enter.
Pandora inhaled deeply, centering herself before reaching for the handle.
She pushed into the darkness. Chapter 33.
Kuma and his friends were taking a break from the Scorpic fights to have lunch at the Umbra. The interior matched the designs of the Machi, with thick timbers of exposed wood, paper sliding doors and a gentle waterfall on the back wall. He was greedily shoving steamed dumplings filled with cave mushrooms into his mouth, and washing them down with a beer. Kuma leaned back, hid a belch behind his fist, and nodded to Tick.
You shouldn't say that kind of stupid shit. What? Asked Tick with half a dumpling in his mouth. About Choo-Choo's sister.
Tick finished shoving the dumpling into his mouth, and spoke around his food.
Why you defending him? I'm not, but the last thing we need is a fight.
Nirin would be unhappy.
You mean your father, said Tick, poking the dumplings on the plate with a frown. I'm saying this as your friend, and a member of the clan, not my father's son. What the fuck, Kuma? Asked Kamina, leaning back in her chair. I would have never expected you to be defending Choo-Choo of all people. I'm not defending him. I'm trying to keep the peace.
We're first-year academy students. You don't think Instructor Kaz wouldn't sentence us to 1,000 arc runs if we caused a fucking incident here? Asked Kuma, leaning forward, speaking with quiet intensity. Avoiding arc runs is something I can get behind, but choo-choo. Fuck that way ho, said Tick. Kamina was spinning her beer glass, deep in thought.
What was with that new girl?
The one from the Pale Sun incident. She was staring at you like she wanted to fuck your brains out. Knowing that she might be using her amber, Kuma steeled himself.
What? Once she realized it, she pulled a curtain over her feelings, but I sensed it.
Tick grinned like an idiot, elbowing Kuma.
Would you hit that? She's the enemy, said Kuma. Probably break my neck in the middle of the big O. Better we just fight them straight up, said Tick. You know they had 2 sapphire to our 1 emerald, said Kuma. You almost beat Jando.
Almost. If that were a real fight, we wouldn't be here today. We all lost.
Let's not get too cocky, said Kuma, shoving another dumpling into his mouth. What's with you lately? Asked Kamina.
You bought Darina a private bottle and not Lisa, who you've always had a thing for, and then you're acting all weird around the drops.
Dunno, he said, holding his emotions close to the vest. Maybe I'm distracted about who we saw yesterday.
Before Tick could blurt out Nirin, he kicked him under the table.
Oh yeah.
As they were finishing up their meal, the waiter leaned into his ear and told him that he was being requested in the back room.
That could mean only one thing.
His father. It was the only time he was glad his father didn't have an amber stone. Kamina squinted at him.
What was that about?
You puckered as soon as he finished speaking. Kuma tossed his napkin on the table.
I'll catch up.
Going to be a bit. When he headed into the back, Kamina nodded. Kuma heard Tick yelp again, followed by, "Why'd you kick me too?" The sliding paper door led to a larger room. A table with a grill in the center sizzled with meat. His father sat alone tending the food with a pair of tongs, a glass of clear liquid in his hand. The wrinkles around his father's eyes were as deep as valleys.
He looked like he hadn't slept in days.
Kuma took the spot across from his father.
Pandora? Asked Nirin, holding up a piece of grilled meat in the tongs.
Kuma nodded, and the chunk was dropped onto his plate. He poured himself a glass from the bottle of soju, grabbed a pair of chopsticks, and after dunking the tangy meat into a mix of salt and chili spices, popped it in his mouth.
That's delicious.
The air thickened as his father flipped the meat on the grill. His lips were set at a grim line.
Have you seen your uncle? Here.
In the Torino.
No. Is there a problem?
His father held his glass but never brought it to his lips.
He never sees the big picture. He's so damn focused on the drops he can't see the tsunami headed our way.
When Kuma glanced towards the paper door, Nirin grumbled and reached into an inner pocket. He pulled out a small black box, set it on the table and clicked a button.
No one can hear us now. Not even an amber.
Kuma wasn't entirely sure that was true, but he wasn't going to contradict his father when he was in a mood.
What's the tsunami? Have you seen any of the grey folk? The mate-tree?
No.
Should we be worried? I don't know.
The admission brought a chill to Kuma. His father always knew where everyone was in the Undercity, where their allegiances lay, and how to maneuver them into the position he wanted. Kuma. His father speared him in his sights.
Yes, Solray, he responded, using the formal clan designation, sensing this visit wasn't about family. I heard that you and that Drops boy were on the verge of scrapping near the Scorpic cages. Tick was running. I don't give a fuck about Tick.
You're the leader of your little group, you keep them in line.
The Shade's End might make or break us. Us as in the clan.
Kuma. It was a gentle reproach, but Kuma understood. His father always put the clan first.
Are you making a deal with Daraja? The reaction was swift. How did you know that? I saw you enter a house with drops guards.
Nirin looked away.
We're working out areas of mutual interest.
While my brother's duel was ill-conceived and almost a disaster, it clarified the danger that doing nothing would invite.
The Black Diamond. A handful of waku with those stones could decimate an entire clan.
Only my brother's ingenuity helped him prevail. We would not be so lucky again.
The drops are concerned too. No one knows where the demon dogs are getting the black diamonds, but we suspect it's at lower depths, where it's more dangerous to tread. The canisters of Mephistia.
When his father stiffened, he added, I unloaded them into the warehouse.
I haven't thought about them since. Good.
Keep your tongue tight.
Why involve the drops?
Nirin took a sip from his glass.
The meat's burning.
Kuma grabbed the tongs and tended the food, distributing the cooked pieces across their 2 plates.
The wastelands are neither razor nor drops territory.
Their wildness left them off our agreements, but require consultation before utilizing them. Long ago, some company named Persephone dug deep into the earth, looking for artifacts. I don't know if they were successful, but there are deep holes and dangerous creatures.
And hopefully black diamonds. Or other stones, anything to give us an advantage.
Kuma cupped his drink.
Why involve the drops at all?
The demon dogs, other alliance clans, they've been spying the area, keeping watch. Then there have been strange occurrences, creatures unrelated to the invasion, and some spotting of the grey folk.
What are the Matri doing in the Undercity? That's what I'm trying to find out, said his father. Are they behind the Alliance resurgence?
Nirin tapped his chopsticks on the edge of his plate.
Possibly. Which is why I can't have anything upset the peace.
There are those on both sides agitating to resume the war.
Uncle Brazio.
He thinks we could wipe out the drops in one surprise attack, and then have the time and space to take on the Alliance, but even if we could do such a thing, we'd take heavy losses and be vulnerable to a counterattack. Nirin took a drink and leaned back in his chair. Exploiting those deeper areas requires a lot of manpower, both in digging and protection. If we move too many of our waku, it leaves the machi open.
Why not bring in some outside assistance?
What about Blackstone security? He asked, thinking of the guard in the onyx. His father bunched up his lips, narrowed his gaze.
You know who owns Blackstone security?
The head of Protectors Hall, Bannon Creed.
That's the last person we want involved in the Undercity. He looked away. Right now, this very moment, we're at the calm. But it won't last long.
Interest in the stone trade has increased exponentially. The value for mages and non-mages alike is astronomical. People in the light are paying millions for a chance to attune to an amber. Imagine the price a sapphire or topaz would generate.
Or a black diamond.
Or a black diamond, or the other stones we have yet to discover. Kuma understood the weight on his father's shoulders more than ever.
How'd it get out? It was bound to.
Not only were we not the ones to discover the stones or learn how to exploit them, but it's only natural when something this valuable comes along.
This is the gold rush times 1,000.
Even the halls are worried because the stones change the importance of magic. Before they controlled it, but now with the stones, anyone theoretically can use magic. Kuma touched the emerald hooked to his belly button. He'd never thought about how valuable the stone was outside of its use for the clan. His father clearly sensed his thoughts because his mouth shifted to the side.
You see why I don't want you to be causing trouble.
Young waku are like rich kids wrecking their parents' Maserati fireballs after a night at the club.
We're training hard at the academy, said Kuma, leaning forward.
Nirin waved him off.
I know, son. But be careful. There are too many forces at work. Should I worry about Uncle Brazio? Not in that way.
He's Razor clan to the bone, but he's got a fire in his belly. He thinks the only way for the clan to get ahead is in a scrap with the enemy. If you ever have the misfortune of leading this clan, remember that it's those other relationships that help solidify the clan's position. Like those canisters of oxygen for deep dives. Those aren't easy to get.
Where did they come from?
Niren smirked.
Let's just say a chance encounter about 4 years ago led to an unusual arrangement.
His father raised his glass towards him.
You can return to your friends, but keep in mind what I've told you. I understand. Not a word.
As Kuma reached the sliding door, his father added, "Enjoy your shade's end, but not too much." He left the private room with his father staring into his glass of soju, and returned to his friends with the sense that this might be the last time his life would be normal.
Chapter 34.
The darkness wasn't unfamiliar to Pandora. She used her sapphire to pick her way through the junk-filled room. Identifying items by their shapes was new to Pandora, but she sensed boxes filled with rocks and equipment used for mining. The mod sat behind a desk in the back.
She smelled like smoke, but there were no ashtrays in the room. Stop there. The husky voice was threaded with a trace of fear.
Pandora did as she was told. A light flashed onto the floor from a desk lamp.
See that box of blasting caps? How many are there?
Quickly now, said the mod angrily. Pandora glanced down. The box was filled with small silvery cylinders attached to a tightly wrapped wire. They'd been hastily dumped into the box. It wasn't their original packaging.
47.
A finger tapped in the darkness.
Good. Was this necessary?
Anyone can look like someone else, but no one else can do the things you can. Pandora squeezed her lips tight.
You shouldn't use the kid, Garrett. I'll decide what's prudent in this operation.
A sigh.
You shouldn't get attached to your clan. I'm not attached, but he's a kid. He might slip up. Then you'll have to take care of him, said Maud. Should we do it right away? I'm not cleaning up your messes. That's exactly what you'll do, said the mod.
Pandora hung her head and inhaled slowly, calming her beating heart. It had been so long she'd forgot how twisted talking to the mod made her feel. Like a piece of dough stretched and pulled so long the internal adhesion had broken down.
Why did you summon me? This is a risky place to meet. I've taken the proper precautions. No one will overhear us.
A tapping of metal on a cup sounded like a nail being lightly hammered.
What have you learned? I have a sapphire. A secondary goal.
Where do they mine them?
I've only been on one expedition.
We were attacked by a spiny demon.
It's how I got my stone. I'm already aware.
Have you found anyone to exploit?
Are there divisions within the clan that we can utilize? Most of my time has been spent getting them to trust me. It's only been in the last month that they've treated me as if I belong.
Before that, there were numerous attempts to remove me from the clan.
None successful, of course.
I eliminated a direct threat to my mission.
The silence was telling. Is there anything else that I should know about? As she thought about Kuma, an ache formed in her stomach.
She swallowed back bile and dug her fingernails into the palms of her hands to hold back the need to spill the truth.
The drops are expanding the Lazona settlement.
They're adding an elevator to have their own easy access to the city.
You think we don't already know that? That's trivial.
What kind of blackmail have you garnered? Who do you have under your thumb?
Have you forgotten all your training?
2 brass clicks sounded in the darkness, making Pandora's flesh run cold. They brought back time spent in small places, of having her hands dunked in near boiling water, or the feel of tiny jagged feet crawling across her back, turning her flesh into a wasteland. The urge to reach out with her sapphire and destroy everything in the room was strong, but the iron grip that held her leash was stronger.
Tell me again, what have you learned? If she vomited, then the mod would know she was holding something back.
Pandora swallowed. Kuma's face rose into her vision, but she pushed it away, searching for an answer that would appease her.
I don't have access to many people, but I've befriended the first year named Choo Choo.
His older sister died to Brazio's blade, and his younger sister lost her hand to a scorpic that he suspects was let into the Pajot by Razor clan. His need for revenge can be exploited.
Good, said the mod. Was that so hard?
Pandora could tell the little brass clicker had been set on the desk, bringing a sense of relief. There was a time when even the sight of the square box made her vomit and break into a cold sweat.
For a moment there, I thought we might have to take you back to training. The threat missed Pandora, as she knew the mod had no authority to do such a thing.
Her superior would never approve it this deep into a mission.
Do you have any new orders for me? I want you to continue making yourself valuable to the clan. The sapphire was lucky. They probably would have killed you already, had you not attuned to the valuable stone.
You need more. Show them your fighting prowess. Show them what we taught you. We need them to tell you their secrets.
Understood.
I will be stationed in the Torino for the foreseeable future. They wanted someone to keep a closer eye on operations. Someone who understands you. The hesitation made Pandora's heart jump, but those thoughts were quickly dashed. She blamed the time with Kuma for destroying her carefully constructed armor. It had given her hope. Hope for what? She didn't even know, but her insides were a maelstrom of doubt and anger. A pressure was building up like a storm on the horizon.
Next time our meeting will be under different circumstances, but you'll understand. But you're not the only one here, said Pandora.
She could almost hear the mod grinding her teeth.
It's to be expected. You should leave now. There's no one in the alley.
Disobeying once had taken her entire will, but a second time made her bones ache and chest cavitate as if she were having a heart attack. Pandora dragged her foot back from moving towards the door.
It took every bit of her being to ask the question. Will you at least let me see you? Pandora.
The sound of a hand reaching for the brass clicker made her want to pass out.
I don't care. I gave you an order. There are people almost to the alley. You need to leave. I don't understand, said Pandora, hand reaching out towards the light.
A door had been opened in her heart, and she didn't want it to close again.
She felt dizzy with possibilities.
The mod's hand was around the clicker. Pandora could only hear the beating of her heart.
I just want to see you again, Mother.
The request fell upon the room like cold ash after an explosion. Pandora felt like she was on the edge of a cliff, about to be pushed over and not caring about what would happen. The longing to hear her mother and not the mod left her raw and exposed.
Can't you just be her for once? Can't you just be my mother? Is that so hard?
No answer came. Somewhere outside in the Torino, the awful sound of laughter reached her ears. Joy without expectation. The mirage of an oasis, after years in the desert. The haze that had held her fast released its hold, and Pandora left the room, returning to the alley under a burden of fear and duty. Chapter 35. The final Scorpic fight had brought hundreds of spectators. The interior sweltered with bodies, packed into the space jostling for the best views. Kuma and the other academy students had gathered by the glass cage, opposite the poinsettia, where the drops had camped. Kuma had come early, and gathered the other raisers around him. He'd taken his father's warning to heart, and knew the best way to keep something from happening was to separate the two clans, especially since most of the Waku had been day drinking or sampling the unusual alchemical delights available in the Undercity. There'd already been 2 scuffles between smaller clans that Kuma had witnessed. He was reminded of his father's comment about the idle rich, and their parents' Maseratis. Maybe it hadn't been a good idea to renew the Shade's End festival. The younger Waku, ready to make a name for themselves, were either intoxicated or brutally hungover. The mix left a tension in the air that Kuma worried wouldn't be released by the Scorpic fight.
I can't believe I put my money on practically half the score picks and not one of them came through for me and you bought one, a single chit, and here you are in the finals, said Tick.
Kuma cocked a smile at his friend. At the same time he was watching a group of 8s push their way into the space, upsetting some non-clan business people who had thought to watch the spectacle.
Gotta know how to pick them.
Yara and her cronies pushed up to the glass near their position. He met her scowl with a respectful nod, which only made her screw up her face.
What's that about? Asked Kamina. We're all the same clan.
Kamina gave Yara the side eye.
Sometimes I'm not so sure about that.
As the cages with the final combatants were moved to the arena, Kuma stared through the glass at Pandora. She was partially hidden behind Choo Choo, but even the curve of her neck was making his middle warm.
Making it hot, huh? What? Asked Kuma as he wheeled on Tick.
His friend gave him a strange look.
All the people.
Weird to think we could be scrapping with them soon.
I never thought the peace would last this long.
Kuma swallowed away his confusion, nodding along with his friend.
Most of the academies are here today. I heard Demon Dogs and Yami no Kishi are training together, said Kamina. Who wouldn't want to rub shoulders with a black diamond, said Tick. I hope they don't have many more. I think I'd just run if I had to scrap with one.
Kamina ran a hand over her slicked back hair.
Tick, you'd run if it were just an amber. You don't lose if you don't fight, said Tick, wagging his eyebrows comically.
Their conversation died the moment the organizer of the fights climbed onto the glass arena in a colorful jacket, holding a megaphone.
Good people of the Undercity. On this glorious shade's end, I bring you a spectacle only possible in the shadows.
He held up a fist as if he expected a cheer, but received only whistles and a shout from one of the Waku on the balconies surrounding the space.
Get on with it.
We came to see a scrap, not you blather on like a lighter. The laughter that followed brought crimson to the announcer's cheeks. He forced a smile as he continued his speech. The final battle, no scrap, will be between Princess Gore and Silver's Thorn. Whistles and calls for him to get off chased him from his spot. As he hopped down, the 2 cages were settled into position. A lever pull would open the door, releasing the 2 battle-scarred scorpicks into the arena. The cheers built up until the announcer played a cheap horn sound that would have better suited a sporting event in the Glitterdome. Someone, probably a sapphire, knocked the megaphone out of his hand. It tumbled into a group of blue daggers, who smashed it with their boots, kicking the plastic pieces back to the dejected organizer. The weird energy took a turn as the levers were pulled, but only one gate went up. A confused Princess Gore bounded into the arena, stinger raised expecting threats, but the attendants were fussing with the lever, which had failed at the critical moment. By the fear in their faces, it was clear that the gate wouldn't be fixed quickly. A chanting started in back with the smaller clans and quickly spread through the space. Blood! 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 The announcer in the colorful jacket tried to stand on a flipped-over storage box and yell over the din. It'll only be a moment. Technical difficulties. As he climbed down, someone yelled, "Throw him in the cage." A couple of blue daggers grabbed him and shoved him towards the empty cage that had previously housed Princess Gore. He flinched away, holding his coat around himself as if that would protect him. The lone scorpick in the glass arena was turning every which way, expecting threats. Kuma watched, understanding its concern. After the discussion with his father, he'd found it hard to relax and enjoy Shade's End. The rowdy crowd started banging on the enchanted glass, bringing shouts from the handlers not to break the case and loose the scorpick. The clans didn't care. When a few of his fellow Razor pushed on the glass, Kuma yelled, "We're better than that." He was given angry glances, but they complied with his direction. Kuma observed how sloppy the other clans were. A few composed themselves respectively, but the vast majority were unruly and uncouth. Kuma admired the sharp attire of his fellow Academy Waku, and the way they resisted the breakdown. More people attempted to get to the glass to bang on it, compressing them further.
Hold our ground, Kuma called out. No scrapping.
They locked arms. The size and clout of their gang kept the rowdier offenders away, but there was still pushing. The press had shifted into the drops, as more people from outside the dueling arena attempted to see what was happening. A scuffle on the opposite side pushed the drops around the glass arena, until there weren't as many people between them. The shoving match was quickly separated, but the tension had grown to a breaking point. Kuma worried about something worse happening, but one of the Scorpic handlers shouted that the lever was fixed. The second gate was lifted and Silver's Thorn bounded into the arena. Awaiting Princess Gore leapt after the newcomer, who wasn't quite oriented to the fight. He didn't need his amber to see the delay had confused Silver's Thorn even more than it had the competitor. After the long build-up and wait for the fight, Princess Gore leapt onto Silver's Thorn, stabbing him with her stinger, snapping the bone-white spine. The fight was finished almost before it had started.
Even Tick doesn't go that quick, said Kamina. Hey, he said, elbowing her. It's at least 2 seconds longer, if I'm trying to hold back.
A wave of boos and whistles followed the completion of the match. The clans pounded on the glass as the handlers were trying to climb onto it and get Princess Gore back into her cage.
We should get out of here, said Tick.
Kuma agreed, but there was nowhere to go. Everyone wanted to push forward, even though the match had ended. The distance between them and the drops grew smaller, as even more people flooded into the space, which was already too full. A surge from behind had Kuma pressed against the glass. He had to engage his emerald to keep from being crushed. The object that was thrown didn't register to Kuma at first.
It sailed through the air, bouncing off the glass ceiling, then falling through one of the holes the handlers used for corralling the Scorpics. It's a bloody hand, said Tick.
Kuma thought it was real at first, but quickly realized it was a plastic prop with fake blood at the severed wrist. It rolled over until the back of the hand was facing their side of the glass. His gut tightened even before he saw the name written on the back.
Choo-choo.
The story of his younger sister losing a hand to a Scorpic that had made its way into the drops territory was well known. Kuma hoped that the drops hadn't seen it, but then a guttural shout was followed by a commotion as Choo-choo barreled forward.
You fucking wayhos. I'll fucking kill you.
The veins on Choo-choo's bald head stood out like rivers of rage. He threw people out of the way as he fought to get to Kuma.
As he moved through the crowd, someone yelled, "Knife!"
Adrenaline flooded through Kuma as he prepared to defend himself. He considered using lightness to leap onto the glass arena, but it might be seen as fleeing a scrap. The few people between the two clans made themselves scarce, quickly leaving no one between. Kuma didn't see a blade, but that didn't mean anything. He placed himself in the way, holding his arms out and making himself heavy to withstand the press. He held back the tide for a second, but then competing sapphire pushes turned it into a mess, with Waku from both sides getting thrown into each other. A fist caught Kuma in the jaw, sending stars to his eyes, so he thrust forward, pushing back to give himself room.
Then he was spun around.
Choo-choo was somewhere to his right, fighting to get to him. Kuma had to cycle lightness, which sent him backwards into his friends. Somehow Tick had gotten trapped in a knot of drops and Choo-choo had him around the neck in a chokehold. Tick's face was bright crimson. Kuma shifted to heavy and barged forward, plowing drops and razor alike out of his way. He caught at least 2 punches to the face and shoulder, but kept moving to rescue Tick. At the height of chaos, a massive sapphire push radiating outward sent nearly everyone to the ground except for 2 people. His heaviness had kept him upright, along with the person who had initiated the push. But a strange ache in his shoulder had him looking down to find a curved blade stuck in the meat of his arm. He yanked it out, the metal sliding from his muscle like having his flesh lit on fire. He looked from the blade, which was clearly Drop's make, to the lone person standing. Pandora.
Chapter 36.
A spark in a room full of pure oxygen. That's how Pandora saw events unfolding as Choo-choo grabbed the razor Waku named Tick around the neck.
There were shouts of knife, but she never saw it.
She considered letting Choo-Choo strangle Tick, but knew that would only imperil him, leaving her friendless once again. Besides, she liked the thick-necked Waku, even as she knew such feelings were dangerous. The heavier load on her mind was the mod's instruction to make herself valuable to the clan.
She decided to push.
The force went out in all directions like a meteor impact, knocking trees down. She wasn't expecting anyone to be left standing, but there he was, fists by his side, pressing himself to the earth with his emerald. Kuma. He didn't notice her at first because a blade had been shoved deep in his arm. He pulled it out and then looked up, seeing her. The devastation in his eyes was quickly hidden behind a mask of rage. Before anyone could move a muscle, an ear-piercing shout had everyone ducking, and then both clan warleaders, Brazio and Duro, came running over the glass cage.
They quickly assessed the situation.
Duro approached her as the rest of her clan climbed to their feet.
"Did you cut him?" he asked quietly. "No, but I don't think that's going to matter."
He checked over his shoulder and nodded once. Kuma's uncle, after tending to his wound, spun around facing them.
"My nephew has been dishonored." He held out the blade. "This is a drops weapon."
Duro accepted it with both hands out flat, examining the designs etched into the smooth wooden hilt of the blade, and then nodded.
"It is."
Kuma started to speak, but Brazio waved him quiet.
"The piece has been broken."
Duro's jaw pulsed, but he said nothing. The chaos that had been descending on the Scorpic match had been silenced. The non-clan people in attendance quickly filed out, leaving the entire space filled with Waku and soldados.
"This slight demands a duel," said Brazio, bristling.
He took out a red bandana from his inside pocket and threw it on the ground.
"A duel to the death."
Pandora looked across the space to Kuma. Everything good that she'd found in the shadows was about to be destroyed.
Her heart was trying to climb out of her chest, but she couldn't show her emotions, not with every eye upon them.
Duro leaned down and snatched up the red bandana and wrapped it around his hand.
"Drops clan accepts the duel to the death."
A cold weight settled on her bones. While the two warleaders negotiated the terms, Choo-Choo came up from behind and put his hand on her shoulder. He was grinning with intensity.
"Finally. You're going to slaughter that fool. I wish it was me, but this is better."
"No one will question your allegiance after this fight," he said under his breath. He hadn't needed to say it, because it was the first thing she'd thought about. She would need to kill Kuma.
There was no other way.
It would mean she wouldn't have to worry about Miguel's death anymore, even if she would lose the opportunity to join Razor.
It wasn't the hand she wanted, but it was the one she'd been dealt.
Choo-Choo tapped her on the shoulder and pointed to the upper balcony of the poinsettia. Diraja stood like a sentinel. When Pandora made eye contact, she received a nod. A commotion at the back of the Razor clan revealed an older man with deeply tanned skin, a white goatee and wrinkles around his eyes and mouth. The resemblance to Brazio and Kuma was clear. This was Kuma Santos, head of Razor clan. She remembered him from the pale sun, but he looked older than before, though it had been less than a year.
"It will be a duel to the death," said Brazio.
Niran steeled his expression, but she sensed a great regret as he assessed what could happen.
The head of Razor glanced up to Diraja, his gaze lingering as if he expected his opposite to give some indication.
The expected interaction surprised her. She'd only noticed it because everyone else was staring at her and Kuma and not the others. They were anticipating the fight, something she needed to be doing.
"We'll move the duel to a cavern outside the Torino," said Brazio.
The reason was obvious, with the glass case filling the usual spot for fights. She turned as the other Waku from her clan surrounded her, giving her advice and encouragement, until Duro pushed them away.
"Until you've bloodied more than your own nose, shut the fuck up."
He pulled her away, and she followed like an automaton. 17 metal slats on the Scorpic cage. 47 bulbs on the marquee above the depths. 2 fighters in the duel. The procession of clan members made her feel like she was leading a parade, one that would end in death.
Irina tells me you're skilled with your sapphire.
Says you scrap like you were born in the Undercity, said Duro. Pandora pushed away the thoughts of straddling Kuma in the onyx, the taste of his flesh against her lips, the way his hands kneaded her back.
The hope that it had given her. I can.
Kuma is an amber and an emerald.
Have you fought one before? No.
Duro grunted under his breath.
Even if he's a better knife fighter, you should be able to beat him.
A sapphire only needs to time their pushes and pulls to knock him off his attacks or defenses. Don't overdo it. You don't want him figuring out the rhythm of your attacks. If you vary the direction and intensity, you can keep him guessing until you've put your blade in his chest. She reached for her hips.
I don't have a blade. I sent a runner to retrieve mine. Unless you prefer to scrap with yours.
Pandora inclined her head.
I'm honored.
The cavern outside the Torino was large and damp. A small waterfall crashed against the rocks near the back. The place was lit up with glow lamps, powered by electric cables run from the Torino since it was the source of its water. Murals of battles with strange creatures had been carved into the walls.
From the invasion, said Duro when her gaze fell upon them. They're beautiful. They honor those we lost, said Duro. And the only reason you were invited into the clan. She took no offense at his terse words.
Clearly he hadn't agreed with Daraja, but he also understood the practicality of the decision. The invasion had taken many lives in the Undercity, both during and afterwards, since the deep places provided good hiding spots for the infernal creatures that never bothered to reach the light. The location for the fight was unlike the dueling arena in the Torino. Rather than a flat circular space, this area was uneven with rocky protrusions, stalactites and stalagmites, including a section that created a see-through wall.
She cursed under her breath. It will make the fight less in your favor, said Duro. But if you're half the warrior Irina says you are, that shouldn't be a problem.
As the clans spread out, leaving a larger area for their fight, the reality of what she was about to do settled on her bones. The worst part was that she wasn't afraid that she might die, only sad that she would have to kill Kuma. When Duro cleared his throat precipitously, Pandora spun around to find herself face to face with the head of the clan, Daraja. Her lustrous black skin shone in the artificial light. Her dark blue business suit had accents of yellow around the hems. She looked like she'd come from a corporate strategy meeting for a major multinational.
I wasn't sure I'd made the right choice when I invited you into the clan, especially after I heard tales of scraps and other problems, but my bet appears to have paid off.
A sapphire waku is a rare find off the streets, especially one that can scrap.
I will do my best, she said, bending deeply at the waist.
Daraja's lip curled.
You will do more than your best.
You will win. A fellow academy student ran up with a leather blanket and handed it to Duro. He unfolded it to reveal two exquisite curved blades. They looked sharp enough to slice a thought in half. Duro handed them to Pandora, who took them in her fists, weighed them and made a few tentative swipes.
They're gorgeous. Perfectly balanced. You can slice off more than Choo-Choo's ear with those, said Duro. It shouldn't have been surprising to Pandora that he would know about the academy scrap. After all, he was the warleader for the drops.
He would be interested in his future waku, especially a sapphire. As Pandora stepped onto the fighting grounds, she was quietly relieved that she hadn't had another beer with Choo-Choo before the Scorpic match.
And especially not the pink goo.
Kuma was being given advice by his father and uncle. Pandora used the time to reach out with her sapphire and feel the fighting grounds, map out the lay of the battlefield in her head. She didn't have an amber like Kuma, but her sapphire sight was better in certain ways. Pandora examined the blades again, knowing they would have to taste blood, or her mortal hold on this life would end. Duro leaned into her ear, as it appeared that Kuma was almost ready for a fight.
No mercy.
No quarter. Kill him now so you don't have to face him on the battlefield in the future, and I will reward you with a position in my elite corps.
Chapter 37.
The chatter surrounding Kuma as his father and uncle gave him instructions was both distracting and distant. He felt outside of himself, sweaty hands gripping twin blades that he would have to use to kill a woman he had strong feelings for, maybe even love. Maybe it was better this way, he told himself forcefully. Their entanglement would have only gotten them killed if it had been discovered. But as he looked across the cavern at her silently watching with those blades at her side, he couldn't help but feel his heart pounding against his chest, refusing to believe this was happening.
This won't be easy, Kuma, said his father.
With her sapphire, she can disrupt your attacks or defense easily. Use the terrain to your advantage, don't let her have a clean line on you, and be prepared to be heavy.
I know, father.
I can sense when she uses her stone.
I'll be ready.
You can?
Asked Niran in surprise. It's like a vibration inside the soul. Each stone feels different, said Kuma absently.
See, brother, your boy is more prepared than you think. He's ready for his first real scrap. It'll show the drops how prepared we are for the peace to break. His father said nothing at first, but the creasing of his eyes told Kuma that this duel had interrupted his plans with the drops.
I want to talk to my son.
Alone. Brazio inclined his head and returned to the rest of the clan, which had spread out along the ridge against the murals. Niran leaned in close, hands on Kuma's shoulders.
Your uncle is right about that.
When you win this fight, it will put us in a better negotiating position.
It has to be a clean death.
There can be no yielding or succor. You must win and win decisively. The last part confused Kuma until he realized that it wasn't meant for the negotiation with the drops, but his father's position within the clan. As Kuma checked back to the men and women of Razor, he saw those gathered around his uncle, the bloodlust on their lips and in their eyes. If Kuma lost, it would bring shame upon his father, never mind the grief, and imperil his position as clan leader. The judge, a Waku from Voina clan with one eye, called them over, and an older man with a mane of graying hair checked them for enchantments. Kuma stood 2 steps from Pandora, who stared back with the requisite intensity, breaking any illusion he had that there was a way out of the duel. As they bowed to each other, Kuma tuned his amber, cringing when the overwhelming sounds of the cavern piled in on him like an avalanche.
After a moment of panic, when he was afraid he didn't have it under control, he managed to bring the circle of sensing to a manageable area where he would be fighting.
Kuma gripped his blades, noting the slickness of the stones due to the waterfall at the back of the cavern. He almost missed the beginning of the fight. He was so enthralled by ideas on how to use the terrain. Her sapphire pull nearly knocked him off his feet, but he made himself heavy, resisting the tactic. Pandora quirked a smile and launched into a series of angled attacks, 2 high then 1 low. Kuma blocked the blows as he cycled light, listening with his amber. Her body hummed with a strange tenor, and he switched to heavy right when she tried to pull his feet out from under him.
The first heavy could have been anticipation, the second had clearly been prescient.
When he didn't come flying off his feet, she let down her guard for a fraction of an instant, and he slashed out, catching her across the upper arm. Using him like an anchor, Pandora leapt away, aided by a push, out of range before he could bring his second blade around for the killing blow. She checked her bloodied arm as cheers went up on the Razor side. She gave him a questioning stare as she tried to figure out how he'd known about her sapphire push, but quickly hid her worry behind a mask of anger coming straight at him. Kuma leapt away using lightness, landing on the other side of a pile of rock. It would have been better to stand and fight, but he'd needed to use lightness so he'd be ready with heavy when she used her sapphire again. Keeping the rocky formation to his left, he stood his ground as she chased after him. Their blades rang in the cavern. He kept waiting for the push, but she attacked ferociously, grunting with each blow, forcing him to defend with all his skill. Her mastery of the blades astounded him. Then when he was entirely dialed into his defense, the push came like a fist to the chest. His heavy came too late and he was thrown backwards, heels clipping the uneven ground to land on his back, smacking his head and bringing stars to his eyes. Pandora came flying at him, aided by a push. Before she could land, Kuma switched to lightness until he weighed no more than a feather. He jammed his foot off the same rocky protrusion he'd tripped over, sending himself away like a feather on a breeze, and righting himself to land on his feet with blades at the ready. The back and forth, the tension between pushes and heavy felt like the rhythms of sex.
Not too much then all at once. It felt like they were playing out the night in the onyx, on a grand stage that would end in death.
The next attack came more cautiously. She closed the gap, coming in with her blades in the same pattern as before, two high and then one low. He knew she was setting him up.
It was only a question of when she would spring the trap.
Kuma almost missed it because she hammered his thighs with a targeted push.
It felt like getting jabbed with the metal end of a fighting staff.
He cycled to heavy right as he sensed the change in her attack flow. Fixed to the ground, he was forced to defend her blades. Too high and
the weapon came at his chest. He'd known it was coming.
Known the general location because he'd sensed the change in her shoulders with his amber, giving him insight into the attack.
But it didn't matter.
Pandora's arm was a blur. The blade slipped past his block. He switched to lightness too late, kicking off the ground, but knew his heart would be pierced. Kuma soared backwards, landing and immediately checking his chest. His hand came back bloody and the spot between his muscles burned, but the wound was superficial.
Had she pulled her attack, or had he been lucky? It didn't make sense.
A warrior of her caliber would have finished him. Before she could close the distance again, he retreated to the opposite side of the stone curtain made of stalactites and stalagmites. Pandora was on the opposite side.
It looked like he was viewing her through a mouth of jagged teeth.
The barrier gave him a chance to wipe the blood from his hands and collect himself. The near death had left him shaken.
If she hadn't meant to kill him, she didn't look like it.
Pandora gave a rage-filled shout, the tendons on her neck standing tall. The rock formations between them shook and cracked as she tried to reach him with her sapphire, but her touch wasn't sensitive enough to slip through the gaps in the stone. When she came around it, Kuma leapt to block her, attacking with his blades. He thought to capitalize on her anger in hopes that she would overextend her attacks, but she moved like a panther on speed, and his charge quickly turned to a retreat as he had to defend himself. When he sensed that she was working towards another killing strike, he leapt away with lightness only to feel sapphire chains drag him back to the ground. He turned heavy before she could pull him into her blades.
The dance was exhausting, and she was showing no signs of slowing down.
He had to leap away again, but she followed, using the sapphire to propel herself. Kuma barely got himself turned around in time to block her blades. He spotted an area of slick stone where a trickle of water had pooled, and maneuvered their fight to that location. She hit the slick stone and he used heaviness to try and knock her off her feet, but she sprung away before he could complete his trap. The fight had gone on much longer than he'd expected. The long hours of arc runs and training on the obstacle course had given him the stamina to compete, but she looked fresher than he felt. Kuma knew he had to end the fight soon or she'd exploit a tired mistake. When she didn't advance on his position, Kuma was confused. She seemed to be using her sapphire, but he felt no pull on his limbs. He realized what she was doing the moment before the tip of a stalactite broke free, and came flying at the back of his head. Kuma ran out of the way, barely avoiding injury, and then she reversed her push, and the stone dropped to the ground, shattering into a dozen smaller pieces around his feet. A quirk formed on her lips as the fist-sized rocks came flying at him in a wide pattern. He leapt, but three of them caught him across the shoulder and hip, spinning him into the ground. Kuma leapt with lightness behind the mouth formation at the center of the fighting grounds. Once again they were separated by the wall of stalactites and stalagmites, but this time only by a dozen feet. She rattled the formation with her sapphire, like a prisoner shaking the bars. A few cracked and dust spilled away, but the stone held. Someone from the drops yelled something to Pandora. She turned her head slightly as if to hear better, and he saw his opportunity. Kuma leapt with lightness, then as he hit the teeth, switched back to heavy. He exploded through the rocks, sending huge chunks on top of Pandora. The impact dislocated his shoulder, but he continued through, landing on top. Her blades clattered away as she fell, leaving her defenseless. Pandora looked up through the mess of rocks. Her mouth had been smashed bloody, and he'd sensed multiple ribs breaking through his amber. Kuma tried to bring his right arm around, but the dislocation sent a wave of pain through him, so he used his left. The blade would slice through her exposed neck and the fight would be over. The kill would reaffirm his father's position as clan leader by proxy. It would mean he'd won his first duel against a sapphire, and established himself as the future of the clan. The win would be everything he'd dreamed about as a young kid, watching the older Waku and soldados come back from warring scraps. Pandora's black eyes stared up at him through the rocks. Straddling her only reminded him of their time in the back room of the Onyx, the way every touch had sent a wave of pleasure through his body. From the moment he'd laid eyes upon her, Kuma had felt a connection that went deeper than lust.
Exposed by the fight, his emotions were laid bare.
He placed the blade against her naked throat.
Do you yield? Chapter 38.
No one spoke to Pandora for 3 days after the duel. Not even Choo-Choo, though he stared at her with pity in his eyes whenever he thought she wasn't paying attention. She existed in limbo.
The clan hadn't wanted to lose a sapphire, but yielding had dishonored her.
They saw it as weakness, like a contagion that had to be avoided.
At first, she'd expected retribution, or a return to the half-life she'd experienced before she'd bested Choo-Choo and Navos.
They treated her no differently during training, but their silence spoke volumes, and she was no longer welcome at their tables during mealtimes.
She spent her time counting the rice on her plate.
In a way, she wasn't concerned about how the drops viewed her, even though the offer of yielding had left them suspicious of her. She was more interested in the mod's interpretation of the loss. With a win, she would have reached a position within the clan that could have helped her cause. It wasn't until the end of the 3rd day, when she'd found a table alone in the academy cafeteria, that Choo-Choo and Navos joined her. They sat, shoving noodles into their mouths with their chopsticks. Pandora stared at them for a good long minute, until Choo-Choo looked up from his bowl, noodles splatter on his cheeks.
Thanks for dueling for me and for defending Vasi.
Pandora flinched from surprise. She'd forgotten about the initial impetus for the duel. Her mind had only been reviewing the sequence of events during, trying to figure out where she'd gone wrong. She'd forgotten that the whole thing had started when Choo-Choo had been enraged by the fake severed hand thrown into the Scorpic arena.
Always.
Navos raised an eyebrow with his noodles poised before his lips.
I really thought you had him, that there was no chance he could escape your blades, but then he crashed through the rocks.
Pandora barely remembered what happened directly after the fight. Once she'd accepted Kuma's offer of yielding, Duro had attended to her wounds with the bedside manner of a brick wall.
The whole time she had the vision of Kuma astride her, a million thoughts glittering through his eyes. He could have killed her.
Should have killed her, if she understood the implications to his clan.
But he hadn't. He'd spared her. Even though he'd won the fight, it wasn't the same letting her live.
Everyone had expected the scrap to end in one way, and one way only, death. Choo-Choo dug around in his bowl, but he clearly had something on his mind. She didn't need an amber to see the weight on his thoughts.
I have to ask, he said eventually. Why did he spare you?
Pandora had spent 3 days contemplating her answer. She thought she knew the real one, and that scared her going forward, but it was the answer the clan demanded that would imperil her more.
I wish I knew.
It was the only reasonable answer she could give, even if she hated giving it.
You know no one trusts you, said Choo-Choo, forehead hunched. Do you? He looked away. I don't know how I can. Then why are you two here? Choo-Choo stabbed his chopsticks in the bowl.
His lips were bunched up.
Because that should have been me.
Had you not used your sapphire, I would have killed Tick, and then it would have been me dueling Kuma, and after watching him fight with his emerald, I'm not sure I would have had the same result. I wouldn't be here right now trying to figure out why you're not dead in my place.
She's alive because she has the sapphire, said Navos, frowning.
Choo-Choo appeared conflicted about their friendship, but Navos was less so. He'd been staring as if he expected her to sprout black wings and reveal herself as a traitor.
She fought like a demon, said Choo-Choo to his friend. Almost killed him multiple times, but he kept slipping away, like he knew when she was using her sapphire.
Ain't her fault that Kuma didn't have the balls.
He did know, said Pandora, shaking her head. Every time I thought I had him with a push or pull, he switched to heavy.
Every damn time.
I heard some talk about it. They think he could sense when you were using your sapphire, said Navos. At least they didn't think it was an act.
Navos lifted a single shoulder.
There was talk, but no one could believe that you two could work out something that complicated. That was a proper scrap.
Better than Brazio and that demon dog, some say.
I've tried, said Choo-Choo. But I ain't sensitive enough. You know what's going to happen with me.
Choo-Choo tapped twice on the edge of his bowl with his chopsticks. She nearly knocked them out of his hand until he hit a third time and the urge disappeared.
Dunno, but you can be sure it's been discussed.
Only time will tell. Choo-Choo screwed up his face as he reached into an inner pocket.
Oh, I almost forgot. Vassy wanted you to have this.
He pulled out a small plushie. The resemblance to a Scorpic had her raising her eyebrows.
It looked like the kind of toys sold by street vendors in the city. A Scorpic?
Really?
Yeah, Vassy's hardcore. When it happened, she barely cried. What happened to the Scorpic? Choo-Choo shook his head. Beat it to death with a rock. Shit, your sister is hardcore. She held up the plushie. Tell the Empress thank you. Will do, said Choo-Choo with a nod. And whatever happens with the clan, know that me and Navos got your back.
You had mine in the Torino, and I ain't ever gonna forget that. Pandora wasn't so sure that Navos agreed, but he nodded like he did.
Thanks, Choo-Choo. Just you know, he said, jutting his chin out. Next time you might want to decline the yield if it's offered. Probably be a lot safer that way.
I'd rather die than have Doro question me with his opal.
Chapter 39.
It was a week until the 5th years at the academy graduated and became full-fledged Waku. Kuma was back home on a break. His father had made them noodles with chunks of tunnel rat. He sat across the small table, shoveling the meat with chopsticks, the corners of his mouth working as if he was having an argument in his head.
Are you never going to speak to me again?
Niren set his chopsticks down and dabbed his mouth with his napkin. He collected himself before glaring across the table.
Just tell me why you didn't cut her throat.
Kuma inhaled before offering the explanation he'd been preparing since he'd returned.
I thought it might help the deal.
You said we needed the agreement with the drops so we could mine the wild canyons.
The duel soured any chance of a deal.
Between the bloodlust of her Waku who want revenge for being humiliated, and that she senses I might not be at the head of the clan much longer, she's refused my inquiries.
Even if she was willing to listen, if I made that deal, my brother would use that as the reason to replace me.
Your weakness cost us.
I only want what's best for the clan.
Niren's nostrils flared before he closed his eyes for a moment.
I know that, Kuma, but it was a foolish choice.
Kuma pulled his arms to his chest and fiddled with his mother's bracelet. Niren caught sight of the object and sighed.
It was a good scrap. No, it was a great scrap.
Both of you fought with skill and power.
It reminded me of watching your uncle fight.
He sees ways around problems just like you did when you ran through the stalactites.
I just wish you would have killed her. I wish I would have too, he said, even though he didn't mean it.
Since the duel, his thoughts kept returning to the night in the Onyx, wondering when he could see her again.
It was a foolish thought.
If they were caught now, they'd both be executed by their clans for fear they were spies for the other side, when in reality, he'd offered the yield for neither clan. Sometimes he wondered if he should regret sleeping with her, as it had stayed his hand from the killing blow, but he wasn't so sure that his feelings weren't strong enough regardless.
I'm proud of the Waku you've become, Kuma, but know that your choice has put me in a position of peril.
I might have been able to quiet those who wished to return to war with the drops, but that opportunity has passed.
I must accede to their wishes or be replaced. The shock reverberated through Kuma. We're going to war. No. Not yet. But the tides have shifted. It's only a matter of time.
A few years at most. And even then I might be replaced by my brother, because they want a clan leader who can scrap.
I've seen you train.
You look like a soldado half your age, said Kuma.
I appreciate that, but after watching both duels, I know my time as a warrior is over.
The stones have changed the way we scrap, and there's no going back. He smiled, his gaze flickering towards the living room where his mother's shrine was located.
She would have been proud of you, Kuma. She never liked the scrapping, but she understood it.
His father rose from the table, quickly washed his bowl and chopsticks in the sink, and set them on the drying rack.
I have a meeting with the Kajabrai.
I won't see you again until the graduation ceremonies. Train hard.
Change is coming. After his father left, Kuma cleaned up the kitchen.
He thought about catching up to Tik and Kamina, but headed into the living room instead. His mother's shrine waited in the corner. He knelt before it and placed his hands flat on his thighs.
Forgive me, Mother. I think I'm in love with the wrong woman.
This has been Shadows in Amber by Thomas K. Carpenter.